Henry Anthony, an unremarkable supermarket cashier, led a mundane existence until one fateful day when an eccentric individual appeared at his doorstep, inquiring why he had failed to respond to a letter from the office for the prohibition of magical abuse. Anthony, what have I abused? Magic? Preposterous. I am merely a humble supermarket employee. Anthony, wait, you aren't referring to my pet, are you? Or perhaps you were alluding to my rather unusual resurrection? Dumbledore. Perhaps, Mr. Anthony, you would be inclined to accept a position at Hogwarts? Thus, Hogwarts welcomed its new professor of Muggle studies. In pursuit of a tranquil life, Anthony found himself confronted with a novel dilemma: how to thwart an unknown individual's resurrection scheme. Chapter 1. A beautiful day concludes at Azkaban. Wishing you a splendid day. Henry Anthony smiled as he bid farewell to a customer, turning to retrieve an ice cream from the conveyor belt. Hello. Ah, Kevin, how have you been lately? £2, please. Quite well, Mr. Anthony, though the heat has been relentless, Kevin replied, handing over the money. And you, how have you been? Anthony provided him with change, responding, quite well, thank you. Aside from the occasional feather turning up in my pocket, everything is normal. That's good to hear, Kevin said sympathetically. I heard from my father that owls have been flocking into your window like mad. But on the bright side, the wild mice in your home should have all scurried away. Don't remind me the owls might think my place is a restaurant. Anthony jested. Now, Kevin, take your ice cream and enjoy your summer holiday. He watched as Kevin merrily bounced out of the supermarket, the smile on his face gradually fading. Henry Anthony, a resident of Holly Street in London, served as a cashier at the nearby Whitley supermarket. 3 days prior, a horde of owls had invaded his residence, their raucous commotion compelling him to hide his pet and seek assistance from his neighbors. After all, dealing with such a chaotic flock alone would raise suspicions. Exhausted by the ordeal, he became the subject of neighborhood jest, with even the local newspaper dedicating a small column to the amusing incident. Owl assaults solitary man's window, possibly eyeing his pet guinea pig. He had to hastily create a makeshift disguise using some skeletons to present a fluffy, plump guinea pig to appease a photographer. The skeletal cat, outraged, had shredded his sofa to pieces. Perhaps he should procure some white wine to make amends. Anthony pondered the matter of white wine as he made his way home, only to be startled by the sight of a peculiarly dressed man standing at his doorstep. Clad in a shirt, tie, and suit jacket, even on a sweltering summer day complete with cufflinks wore beneath it a businesslike skirt, Anthony's eye twitched. I am not interested. This is my front door, so I must politely ask you to. The man glared at Anthony as if he were a dangerous madman, his voice taut with tension. Mr. Henry Anthony, I am Jilu Ali from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I am investigating your alleged violation of the Confidentiality Act and your failure to respond to correspondence from the Office of Prohibition on the Misuse of Magic. I hope you will cooperate, Mr. Ollie produced a wand from seemingly nowhere and pointed it at Anthony. Furthermore, due to the presence of unregistered dark magic emanating from your residence, Aurors will arrive within 3 minutes. What correspondence? Anthony inquired, furrowing his brow. Ollie's behavior was exceedingly peculiar as he glanced around, fearful of attracting further attention, only to find that people were leisurely engaged in their own affairs, as if oblivious to their presence. Wait, I understand now. Is there a regulatory body for people like us? Those owls were sent by you, weren't they? Why would exposing me benefit you? Regardless of what he said, the man simply shook his head, fixated on him. As he attempted to comprehend the situation, a loud explosion heralded the arrival of several figures clad in black robes at his doorstep. Two of them restrained Anthony, while the others forcefully breached the door. The poor skeletal cat, still irritable, arched its back and emitted distressed sounds towards the intruders, only to be dismantled by this group in an instant. The vengeful spirit chicken, attempting to protect its companion's remains, was also dissipated by the blue light emitted from Ollie's wand. In a state of alarm, Anthony shouted, "What are you doing?" At this point, he disregarded the neighbors, breaking free from the grasp of those beside him, and pointed into the house. "Good kitty, come here." Like a tempest, the scattered bones soared from every corner, landing in Anthony's embrace with a clattering sound. He summoned a spare skeletal frame to shield himself from the oncoming crimson blasts, examining the scratches and cracks on his pet's bones. This cat, usually indulged and carefree, rolling on the floor and chasing toys, would throw tantrums if the slightest inconvenience occurred. Now, however, it curled up in his arms, too weak to coalesce into a solid form, on the verge of dissipating. The once vanished vengeful spirit chicken, which roused Anthony from nightmares each morning, had guided him back to a life of tranquility. Yet now, this felt like a new nightmare. The cat's bones trembled in his embrace. "Do not be afraid," Anthony reassured, holding them tightly as he turned to the cloaked figures. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Is there some misunderstanding?" He had come to realize that these individuals feared and resented him. They acted as if he might randomly detonate others, and they were prepared to perish alongside him. It was utterly absurd. Do not be afraid, he continued. No matter what you fear, I have no intention of attacking you. I'm merely a law-abiding employee. One of the cloaked figures sneered. Maintain the counterspell. Do not heed the dark wizard's words. Stay vigilant, and do not let him escape. Sir, Anthony said helplessly, had I wished to flee, I would have done so long before your arrival. Mister, Ollie had forewarned me of a certain group en route. I simply did not anticipate your utter lack of reason. The man spat disdainfully onto the ground, muttering a foul curse. Necromancer, the department should have approved the emergency death curse long ago. He suddenly leaned in closer to Anthony, pressing the wooden stick against the back of his neck. I advise you not to attempt any tricks otherwise. I shall invoke a death curse upon you, regardless of the severe repercussions I might face. Search him. Another individual softly chanted a few incantations, and Anthony's belongings were forcibly expelled from his person. His wallet was meticulously examined, but the searcher shook his head in disapproval, pressing the stick down with greater force. Where is your wand? Speak its location, and do not move your hands. Anthony was aware they sought his wand. He sighed. You wouldn't believe me if I claimed I didn't possess one. How about this? Allow me to perform a little trick for you. His gaze fell upon the flower bed beside the house. In the heat of summer, the sun set late, and the sorrel had yet to close, swaying gently in the breeze, conjuring a swarm of vengeful butterflies that shimmered like gold in the sunset. The butterflies circled the figure in black for a couple of moments before vanishing into the twilight. Anthony gently watched them disperse. To put it simply, I do not require a wand, he explained, cradling his cat. However, I assure you, I'm not aggressive. Please take me through whatever process you deem necessary, and let us resolve this misunderstanding. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, as the night descended, a crescent moon hung distantly over the sea. Anthony, whose routine was usually quite structured, felt fatigued. He stifled a yawn, idly gazing at the dark waves beside him, but the thick fog enveloped the vessel, and he was uncertain how much longer this voyage would last. His companion, whom Anthony now recognized as an oar, leaned silently against the ship's railing, wielding his wand to steer their course. When the tip of the wand glowed with a soft yellow light, the mist suddenly lifted, revealing an isolated island that materialized amidst the tumultuous sea. Had the circumstances not been so chaotic, Anthony would have undoubtedly felt curiosity and awe. This was his first encounter with this fantastical world. Upon discovering his extraordinary abilities, he had once been filled with distant dreams, imagining others like himself, envisioning wondrous tapestries unfolding before his eyes, and perhaps even a fey hunter knocking on his door for a drink, reminiscent of those fairy tales. Yet being a pragmatic individual, he quickly settled into a stable life after relocating, securing a job, befriending kind neighbors, and familiar customers, rendering fanciful imaginings unnecessary. Like a hamster hoarding winter provisions, he filled his home with cherished belongings. He even acquired his own cat, and now, this tardy world had crashed in upon him. He no longer desired it. He merely wished to find a communicative soul to resolve this turmoil and return home for a soothing bath. Ready to resume work the following day, he did not encounter the reasonable person he had hoped to meet. He was taken to a place known as the Ministry of Magic, where he underwent a brief series of inquiries and signed a document affirming the accuracy of the information before boarding a vessel bound for a location called Azkaban. Upon his arrival at Azkaban, a staff member presumably emerged lazily from the duty room as Anthony was escorted in, asking, "What is this about?" Anthony's companion, an Auror, murmured, "A dark wizard seems to have a few loose screws. Not the same issue as the others we've encountered." The staff member scrutinized Anthony and inquired, gesturing toward the bundle in his arms, "Is it the sort of problem where one clutches a bone as if it were a teddy bear?" The Auror was taken aback. Anthony had been so compliant that everyone had forgotten he was still holding his magical materials. "Put it down," the Auror instructed Anthony. "You cannot bring dark artifacts into Azkaban. It's absurd that none of us thought to dispose of them." Anthony shook his head. "There are bones everywhere. What harm is there in having a few more pets?" The staff member added, "Let him hold on to it after all. The Dementors are keeping a close watch over the Dark Wizard." The Auror gestured towards Anthony and quietly informed the staff member, "It is said he is a necromancer. Are they not extinct?" The staff member responded in surprise, realizing the predicament. Anthony's earlier comment had triggered their memories. Azkaban was a graveyard for countless dark wizards, a veritable armory for necromancers. Ironically, necromancers have been extinct for many years, and the killing curse had been abolished. The kiss of the Dementor had become the most potent method, and now every captured dark wizard was sent to Azkaban. "I will draft a report for you. You should take the bones to the innermost cell," the staff member decided, wishing to placate the necromancer. "You should return and consult the director on how to proceed. You lot, summon all the available Dementors to guard his cell. Good heavens, we've sent a match into a fireworks factory." "Splendid, thank you." Anthony smiled at the staff member, Truly absurd, the staff member remarked to the Auror as he watched Anthony venture deeper into Azkaban. He acts as though I just offered him a jar of jam at the dinner table. I nearly responded with, "You're welcome." Do not be deceived by appearances. He is a necromancer, the darkest of dark wizards, the Auror replied, shaking his head. A madman among madmen. The Dementors will certainly treat him well. Chapter 2. The Troubles of Scrimgeour. Rufus Scrimgeour rubbed his forehead. So, Mr. Anthony, you escaped from prison? Not quite, sir, Anthony replied calmly. What you are describing constitutes a form of unlawful detention. I am no legal expert, but it is evident that I have not undergone the requisite judicial procedures. I diligently completed my work and returned home, only to find myself inexplicably brought here, where a group of individuals, who constantly threaten to kill me, inquire why my finger-licking good chicken is animated. I have been rather cooperative in what you call work, if indeed it is work. But it is rather unreasonable to indefinitely confine me with over 50 incomprehensible entities. I had just requested a leave from my employer, who was understandably displeased, as was I. As a taxpayer, I demand an explanation from the relevant authorities, and it seems you are the relevant authority, hence my presence here. Would you care for more tea, Mr. Anthony? Scrimgeour tapped the edge of the table, and the teapot levitated for the third time to refill Anthony's cup. Let me reiterate, necromancy is exceedingly dark magic. I wish to believe you may not have intended malice. However, regrettably, practitioners of such dark arts can be imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. Then let me repeat myself, Mr. Scrimgeour, Anthony interjected. I contest this, and I demand an appeal. Should the appeal be denied, I shall repeatedly emerge from your so-called Azkaban during the day to work at the supermarket and return here at night to impede your departure. Anthony stated earnestly, I merely desire a peaceful life. If this tranquil existence contravenes any of your regulations, I implore you to elucidate them to me. Scrimgeour sighed in exasperation. Mr. Anthony, to put it succinctly, dabbling in bones and souls is prohibited due to its association with necromancy. Necromancy is unequivocally dark magic. It seeks to blur the boundaries of life and death, and history has shown us the perils of such endeavors. Perhaps you were preoccupied with Professor Bin's lectures at Hogwarts. Anthony calmly pointed out after taking a sip of tea. It is evidently unreasonable. For you have just attempted to penalize me by confining me with a group of tattered robes that blur the very lines of life and death. By the way, I am not a student of your magic school, so regrettably, I have not attended your history class. Scrimgeour shook his head. Mr. Anthony, I apologize. It appears there has indeed been some misunderstanding. What is your alma mater? King's College London, Anthony replied. I possess a complete personnel record. So since you seem to possess great resources, you may verify it for yourself. He could not help but add a sharp remark. The ignorance and arrogance of these individuals left him profoundly disenchanted with the wizarding world. At that moment, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for his former colleagues in the Human Resources Department. Compared to wielding a wand, those colleagues possessed an ability to communicate that resembled a superpower. Have you not had any educational or professional experience outside of England? Durmstrang? Scrimgeour unfurled the parchment. None. Feel free to investigate, Anthony asserted confidently. Aside from last March, I have resided in what you refer to as the Muggle world. I possess an employment contract, a lease agreement, a registered address, health insurance records, and banking statements. You may even inquire directly with my local community committee. Unacknowledged UK wizards. This is a matter for Dumbledore. Scrimgeour nodded attentively to Anthony's grievances while simultaneously penning a letter. Mr. Anthony, I believe this is an unfortunate tragedy. Hogwarts failed to timely detect and inform you of your magical education. Hence your lack of understanding regarding the dark nature and prohibitive reasons of necromancy. Let us consider it a lack of comprehension, shall we? In any case, I shall promptly relay your situation to the minister and the headmaster of Hogwarts, who will make the necessary decisions. Anthony watched with keen interest as Scrimgeour secured the letter and its copies to the talons of two owls. As the situation appeared to finally take a turn, Anthony's spirits lifted. If the correspondence among wizards were this intricate, one could surmise that their owls would not particularly relish mass deliveries. He even allowed himself a moment's curiosity, pondering how owls discerned delivery addresses. Perhaps he was too absorbed in thought, as one owl turned its head, fluffed its wings, and emitted a threatening hoot. By the way, where were you last March? After dispatching the owls, Scrimgeour reflected on Anthony's narrative. Anthony averted his gaze, somewhat embarrassed. I should have been deceased at that time. Scrimgeour fixed his gaze upon Anthony, seemingly attempting to decipher this cryptic language of the necromancer. So, regarding that nebulous boundary between life and death, well, I was probably dead for over a month, Anthony replied. Dead for over a month, Scrimgeour echoed. Indeed. And through my relentless endeavors, I was resurrected. Resurrected. Then I discovered I could manipulate bones. I relocated, a reason you can surely fathom, and endeavored to reconstruct my tranquil existence. A year later, a swarm of owls burst into my home, followed by a throng of individuals who forcibly entered my dwelling, slaughtered my pet, and indiscriminately decreed that I was to spend my life with over 50 ragged robes, Anthony concluded. I am quite sorry, Scrimgeour instinctively remarked. Thank you. Scrimgeour stared at him. Do you know Dumbledore? I presume you are referring to the headmaster of Hogwarts, Anthony replied. Scrimgeour corrected him. It is Hogwarts. Never mind. He needs to come here. He drew his wand and proclaimed, Expecto Patronum. If Dumbledore has not yet read the letter, inform him that there is a self-proclaimed resurrected necromancer here, and I believe he would find this intriguing. He hesitated for a moment before informing the minister that Dumbledore might come to inspect the necromancer who had caused Hogwarts' dereliction. Anthony observed the silvery creature nuzzle against Scrimgeour's hand, leap over his desk, and vanish beside the bookshelf. Truly beautiful, and rather intelligent, he marveled. Scrimgeour replied with polite sarcasm, Yes, Mr. Necromancer. I am delighted that you can appreciate it. The Patronus charm, the antithesis of dark magic, the bane of Dementors. At this moment, Anthony's curiosity was piqued regarding knowledge he had yet to acquire. Dementors? Scringer waved his hand, referring to the dark creatures that blur the boundaries of life and death. They sustain themselves by feeding on human joy, and it is even difficult to ascertain whether they possess intelligence. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, can you control them? Of course not, Anthony replied. Why? Scringer sighed in relief, only to soon realize something was amiss. Then how did you escape? I politely requested their cooperation, Anthony stated. Please and thank you are quite effective. Dumbledore, come here at once. Chapter 3. The Professorship that Descended from the Skies. I thought resurrection was a common occurrence, Anthony remarked, casting a discreet glance at Dumbledore's silvery beard. I mean, common for you. Frankly speaking, the other party appeared to have endured several centuries. If this kindly elder claimed to have been resurrected 5 times, he would believe it without hesitation. Actually, no, Mr. Anthony. You startled Rufus and me quite a bit. Dumbledore smiled. However, I believe you are mistaken. What you experienced was not resurrection. Scringer maintained a stern expression. I thought you would attempt to persuade me that what lies before us is a case of resurrection. No, Rufus. I have not aged to the point of losing my reverence for the rules of magic, Dumbledore replied. If you ask me, I would say Mr. Anthony experienced his first magical upheaval at the age of 26. He was sent forward in time by a month and was then astonished to discover that everyone believed he had passed away. It is rare, but not impossible. All your deductions are based on the word of this necromancer, Scringer remarked, his tone considerably more composed than his expression. Dumbledore's gentle blue eyes regarded him thoughtfully. I may not be a master of potions, but you should trust that an elder can discern the truth serum. I must say, you are rather aggressive in your treatment of our guest. The necromancer and Azkaban fugitive, the head of the Auror office muttered, thankful that Mad Eye wasn't present. Anthony frowned. But I truly, Dumbledore interrupted, I believe you are not attempting to deceive my child. However, the truth is not always synonymous with reality, is it? He cast a sharp glance at Anthony from behind his crescent-shaped glasses, prompting Anthony to refrain from further argument. In that moment, the other resembled his high school teacher too closely. Had his teacher suddenly decided to transition, grow a beard, change their eye color to blue, somehow break their nose, and develop a penchant for deep blue robes and hats, it would have been an uncanny resemblance. He had always held a sense of reverence for his high school teacher. Scringer took his silence as acquiescence. A naturally born necromancer who has experienced time magic. Dumbledore, you are presenting me with a conundrum. What should I do? Send him to the Department of Mysteries? His yellow eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore, like a lion awaiting its prey. Certainly not. Rufus, Dumbledore smiled. While no one can deny Mr. Anthony's talent, he has not had the benefit of formal magical education. Yes, this is indeed my oversight. And thus I sincerely suggest that you allow me to rectify this, if you would. Scrimgeour and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Dumbledore, are you truly prepared to vouch for a dark wizard? He inquired. If that is how you choose to interpret it, then yes, Dumbledore replied, his demeanor turning grave. I have no desire to continue this debate. He will return, and that is an undeniable fact for me. Consider it, a spectral wizard capable of traversing Azkaban at will. The potential leader of an army of the undead, would he not be tempted? Even so, we can preemptively stifle this possibility. Scrimgeour hissed fervently, a Dementor's kiss. Dumbledore regarded him with a profound gaze. Reflect on history. You have perused accounts more intricate than those found in textbooks. Ponder it well. Scrimgeour retreated to his seat, suddenly appearing rather fatigued. Hogwarts is a school for underage wizards, he finally stated, and 27 is certainly not underage. Dumbledore contemplated this, indeed. Perhaps, Mr. Anthony, you might consider taking up a position at Hogwarts? Anthony deliberated seriously. I have no better options, do I? Regrettably, no, Dumbledore replied with an air of apology. While the role of a cashier does sound rather appealing, I assure you that a faculty position at Hogwarts is generally quite stable. Very well then. Henry, may I address you as such? It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Hogwarts. Oh, that will not do. A affected voice echoed from the fireplace, startling Anthony. A woman's head, suspended in the flames, grinned with a toad-like mouth. "Umbridge, what a delight it is to see you," Scrimgeour remarked, his tone dripping with insincerity. "What does our esteemed Minister Fudge wish to convey?" "Ahem, I apologize for interrupting. I merely wish to remind you that the public would not take kindly to a dark wizard teaching their precious children," Umbridge stated, her voice dripping with sweetness. "You are aware of whom they would complain to, are you not? Moreover, even if you choose not to pursue the matter of dark magic, the Aurors would certainly understand, would they not? Just inform them it was Dumbledore's decision. According to Article 73 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, we must at least confiscate his wand. Given his claim of being wandless, it is customary to revoke his magical abilities." She spoke without casting a glance at Anthony, as if discussing the disposal of a mere statue. "No, we cannot discard it carelessly. Let the refuse collectors handle it," Anthony interjected. "Revoking magical abilities? How curious it is that even a disembodied head can adopt such a lofty demeanor." She smiled. "The days without hands may prove challenging at first, but you shall adapt." "My dear, that will not suffice, madam. I require my hands to count inventory," Anthony replied, gazing intently at her. "And I can cast spells without the need for hands." Umbridge gasped and vanished. Scrimgeour leapt from his seat. "What have you done?" A beam of red light shot from his wand towards Anthony, only to be interrupted mid-flight by a blue light. "Dumbledore, do not fret, Rufus. What is the prototype of the muggle-repelling charm?" Dumbledore retracted his wand, guiding his students' thoughts with an ease that seemed almost effortless, as if he were discussing a form of magic often employed by dark creatures, the stunning spell. Scrimgeour quickly grasped the implication, marveling at the notion of a defense against the dark arts professor being a dark creature himself. Dumbledore shook his head, stating that Quirinus would return to teach defense against the dark arts. If you recall, he previously held the position of Muggle Studies professor. Considering Henry's experiences, I believe he is quite qualified to impart knowledge on Muggle studies. However, Professor Burbage, Quirrell has done exceptionally well, has she not? She is an enthusiastic companion. Yet lately, she seems more inclined towards practical matters than academia. Perhaps she will become your colleague in the future." Dumbledore smiled, suggesting that they might encounter her in the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee. She would be delighted to share part of the teaching responsibilities. Scrimgeour appeared nearly convinced. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office door. A round-faced figure peered in, smiling warmly. "Oh, Albus, what a surprise. I hear you've encountered a minor issue." "Minister." Scrimgeour rose and nodded in acknowledgement. Dumbledore expressed his intention to hire Mr. Anthony as a professor at Hogwarts. "Ah, Albus, you never cease to amaze me," Fudge replied, nodding in agreement. "Of course, there is no issue at all. As long as Mr. Anthony accepts the necessary consequences for his infractions, he can reclaim his status as a law-abiding wizard and pursue any profession he desires." Anthony cleared his throat, bewildered by how the high-ranking officials of the ministry adeptly regarded him as a mere statue. "I am an innocent citizen," he insisted, his voice ringing particularly clear. Dumbledore smiled at him, almost making him feel as though he was being unreasonable. Dumbledore turned to Fudge and simply inquired, "So, what must he pay?" "An undead wizard. Multiple violations of the statute of secrecy, resisting the ministry's tasks." Fudge pondered. "Alas, why hasn't Hogwarts registered this wizard? The matter has become considerably more complicated. Perhaps we should go easy on him? How about revoking his magical abilities?" Dumbledore apologized for the school's oversight and rejected Fudge's proposal. The headmaster suggested he would personally vouch for the future professor. The Minister of Magic dismissed the headmaster's assurance. A holder of the First-Class Order of Merlin vouched for the headmaster's assurance. A member of Wisingamot rejected the First-Class Order's assurance. The Chief Warlock of Wisingamot vouched for the First-Class Order's assurance. Fudge, somewhat vexed, conceded, "Of course, Albus, of course, as long as you are willing." Scrimgeour remained silent throughout the exchange. Anthony was astounded. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. "Well then, Henry, we have some contracts to sign. Perhaps you would like to accompany me back to Hogwarts?" His gesture conveyed an air of irresistible invitation, and if fortune favored us, we might still catch the afternoon tea prepared by the house elves. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Anthony reclined on the bed of the Broken Cauldron Tavern, idly toying with the paw of his skeletal cat. To mend his beloved pet, he had spent the better part of the day in the tavern's kitchen, laboriously preparing a lengthy table of deboned chicken wings, deboned thighs, deboned broth, and deboned fried chicken. 5 chickens had sacrificed their lives for this endeavor, and Anthony had expended a considerable sum for their procurement. Given that he was restoring a cat that had no need for sustenance, it was indeed a rather advantageous transaction. The proprietor rapped on his door. "Mr. Anthony, Professor Bubbage has arrived." The owner of the Broken Cauldron, Tom, was a kind-hearted balding elder. He, much like his tavern, exuded a sense of somberness and disrepair, yet curiously emanated warmth, with an air of mystery surrounding the vast collection of spirits he housed. He cared little for Anthony's origins, dismissing his past at Azkaban with a scoff, and even offered him a glass of flame whiskey upon learning of his charges under the secrecy laws. Thanks to his affable demeanor, Anthony soon found solace at the Broken Cauldron and decided to regard Tom as a landlord. He could not return home, for the Ministry of Magic mandated that he refrain from employing any magic within Muggle communities, and his cat was a veritable embodiment of moving magic. He informed Tom that his employer would likely send someone with a contract in a few days and requested Tom to keep an eye out. However, Tom was taken aback to learn that it would be Professor Bubbage arriving, promptly assuring Anthony that he would indeed notify him. "She's here," Anthony exclaimed, gently pushing the cat from his chest. The skeletal cat, displeased, leaped onto the pillow and shook itself. Anthony dashed into the washroom, swiftly splashing water on his face and adjusting his attire before the mirror. "I would advise you to don something more appropriate, young man," the mirror sharply remarked. "What are you wearing? A tablecloth?" "Thank you for your suggestion. It is utterly unhelpful," Anthony muttered, bringing the skeletal cat in to confront the mirror. The cat, irked, perched itself on the sink, its tail slapping against the tiles with a resounding thud. "I shall not mend your tail if you break it yourself," Anthony warned. "Good kitty. Be quiet. If all goes well, I shall soon have a salary to purchase some white wine." The cat lay down, ignoring him entirely. As he opened the door, he chanced upon Professor Bubbage and Tom ascending the stairs, laughing amiably. Professor Bubbage was a petite middle-aged witch, responsible for the Muggle studies curriculum at the school. Her complexion was pale, and she bore a faint dimple when she smiled. Upon spotting Anthony, she nodded. "Ah, you must be my future successor. You certainly appear quite Muggle." That was because just a week prior, he indeed was, Anthony thought. Thanks to Azkaban, which lacked a standardized prison uniform, he still wore a plaid shirt and long trousers, capable of stepping into a convenience store at any moment to reapply for a cashier position. Yes, he had officially resigned from Whaley's supermarket. When Dumbledore introduced him to Professor McGonagall, the stern deputy headmistress scrutinized him several times, furrowing her brow, and after a whispered exchange with Dumbledore, she pointed out a rather glaring issue. One cannot simultaneously hold two full-time positions. After enjoying afternoon tea, both he and Dumbledore were promptly dispatched by Professor McGonagall to resign from the cashier's position. "You made the decision, Headmaster," Professor McGonagall remarked, emphasizing the importance of seeing matters through to completion. The Human Resources Department was in an uproar over his sudden resignation, yet Dumbledore somehow managed to persuade him. As they departed, it appeared that everyone believed that an employee's departure required no formal application. They also assumed that Anthony was paid daily, forcibly handing him several pounds. Now, having severed all employment ties, Anthony had become a proud, unemployed individual. Dumbledore had covered the lodging expenses at the Leaky Cauldron, which, quite seriously, informed him that it did not accept pounds and would consider repayment only after his employment commenced. Professor Flitwick had come today to deliver the contract. She was also eager to meet her colleague, especially after hearing that he had been living in the Muggle world and required her assistance to enter Diagon Alley. Her curiosity about this potential successor had only grown. "This is a public contract, the same for all professors," she stated. The signature line lay at the end. She naturally closed the door, retrieved the contract and a quill from her handbag, and produced a letter as well, adding, "And this is a private document." Following her guidance, Anthony inscribed his name, Henry Anthony, next to the recipient's address, acknowledging receipt of the sealed correspondence from Hogwarts. As the envelope slowly opened, it revealed two lengthy sheets of parchment. The parchment detailed the disbursement schedule and application process for his teaching stipend, research funding, and various allowances. After signing to confirm, he kept one copy for himself and placed the other in the envelope, which eagerly consumed the document, savoring it with a couple of satisfying clicks before settling back onto the table. The first clause of the contract was succinct. Both parties pledged not to harm one another during the term. "How vague," he commented. There seemed to be numerous loopholes. Professor Flitwick shook her head seriously. "Do not underestimate the promise witnessed by magic. It flows through our lives." This indeed sounded quite grave. Anthony grew earnest and meticulously reviewed the remainder of the contract. Most of it was rather formulaic, outlining the rights and obligations of Hogwarts professors. He affixed his signature in the designated spot, wiped the quill tip, and prepared to return it to Professor Flitwick. Suddenly, the parchment flew from the table, suspended in midair, and was incinerated into powder by a burst of golden flames. With a clink, a brass key fell from the ashes. Under Professor Flitwick's encouraging gaze, Anthony picked it up in bewilderment. The front of the key bore his signature, while the back was embossed with a crest, the central letters shimmering subtly. Surrounded by 4 animals. "Hogwarts welcomes you, Professor Anthony," Professor Flitwick declared. "You now have an office and a private room within the castle. But that is for later. Let us now venture to Diagon Alley." Counting 3 blocks upwards and 2 blocks across, Professor Burbage demonstrated that with a gentle tap of the wand, the very heart of the British wizarding world would unveil itself. Anthony pondered. "First, I need a wand." "Indeed, you do," replied the professor cheerfully. "However, before that, It would be prudent to exchange some currency at Gringotts. Then we shall procure some clothing. You cannot possibly enter Ollivander's wand shop dressed like that. Everyone will stare at you. Once we have acquired your attire, we shall proceed to purchase a wand and, of course, textbooks. A visit to the bookstore is essential. Anthony was struck by her remarkable ability to plan their itinerary with extraordinary warmth yet unwavering authority. He privately wondered how Dumbledore had communicated with Professor Burbage. Your new colleague lacks a wand. Bring him to buy one upon delivering the contract. Oh, do not fret. He is indeed a wizard. Azkaban can vouch for that. Ah, yes. A dark wizard, but he has an affinity for muggles. Very well, he had obediently responded. Professor Burbage appeared quite satisfied as they ventured to Gringotts. When the goblins learned that Anthony did not possess an account, they seemed deeply affronted, incessantly emphasizing the importance of saving. Anthony found himself compelled to exchange a greater amount of currency, placing a minimum deposit in a vault for a sika. You will find that having a private vault is quite necessary, remarked the goblin as they departed. Anthony swore he heard the goblin mutter a curse under its breath as he exited Gringotts, lamenting the stinginess of the poor fool who refused to deposit more. You shall grow accustomed to it, Professor Anthony, Professor Burbage remarked nonchalantly. On the bright side, they will guard your sika with every drop of blood. In Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they encountered several peculiar wizards, who seemed to possess the same dismal vision as the officials from the Ministry of Magic, mistaking people for statues. This time, however, Professor Burbage had also transformed into a statue. Pure bloods, she huffed, proudly positioning Anthony behind them in line. Standing tall to showcase muggle attire, Anthony noticed the person in front of him shift sideways, casting a disdainful glance at them before turning to leave the queue. Professor Burbage promptly seized the vacated space with enthusiasm. Who was that? Anthony inquired softly. Unknown, Professor Burbage replied indifferently. Some self-proclaimed aristocrat. A pureblood who despises muggles, I presume. Aristocrat? Anthony asked, merely to confirm. Is there a designated queen witch in the wizarding world? Professor Burbage erupted into a fit of joyous laughter. No, certainly not. She exclaimed. They are not aristocrats at all. If we are to speak of titles, nearly Headless Nick possesses a far more substantial rank. Anthony concluded, an arrogant, ordinary wizard. Professor Burbage nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am increasingly convinced of the headmaster's choice. You shall make an excellent professor of Muggle studies. The group moved forward at a languid pace. By the time it was his turn, Anthony was already feeling somewhat fatigued. At his request, Madame Malkin recommended a conventional set of black wizard robes and matching shoes. Anthony glanced hastily at this classic ensemble, which had been the best seller for 16 consecutive years, and nodded absent-mindedly in agreement. He was unable to discern the nuances. After all, half the shop was filled with black robes. There were various styles, some with pockets, some adorned with subtle patterns, some featuring cufflinks, and others varying in length from knee-high to ankle length, and even trailing on the ground. Anthony looked down at his blue checkered shirt and then at the surrounding robes. To be honest, who resembled a dark wizard more? He resisted the urge to swat away the measuring tape that seemed to have a mind of its own, which he perceived as a long, unwelcome insect, before accepting the garments handed to him by Madame Malkin and changing in the fitting room. All set. How well it fits. Madame Malkin's craftsmanship has always been unparalleled, Professor Bubaji remarked. Now, young man, let us procure you a wand. Chapter 5. The Non-Existent Unicorn and the Vanishing Necromancy. Contrary to Anthony's expectations, the process of selecting a wand proved to be rather uneventful. Ollivander conversed briefly with Professor Bubaji about her wand, then fixed his silvery gaze upon Anthony for a moment of silence, sizing him up without uttering a word, before initiating what felt like an interminable trial-and-error phase. Anthony stood in the shop, following the wand-maker's instructions as he waved wand after wand. At times, the tip of the wand would emit crackling sparks, akin to a light bulb on the brink of short-circuiting. Ollivander would swiftly snatch the wand away just before Anthony could trace an 8 with the sparks, replacing it with another. No. Perhaps this one. On other occasions, before he could even reach for it, the wand in its box would tremble. Of course not. How could I have overlooked that? Ollivander would promptly close the lid and exclaim. Some wands, in his grasp, felt no different from polished sticks. In the wand-maker's words, they seemed lifeless. As Anthony pondered whether he truly needed a wand, truthfully, he mused. He would not blow himself up without one. Ollivander withdrew the next wand from the shelf and placed it in his hand. Give this one a try. Silver lime wood. Unicorn hair. 14 3/4 inches, with average flexibility. Anthony grasped it, holding his breath. This is it, he whispered. Ollivander's pale eyes widened as he regarded him. Wave it. Mr. Anthony, do something, anything. Anthony gently swayed the wand. Dappled light danced upon the shop walls, coalescing into the form of a winged Pegasus, its head crowned with a horn that seemed dauntingly long. Wow, Professor Bubaji breathed. Wow, Anthony echoed, marveling at the experience. It felt utterly extraordinary. He no longer perceived the object in his hand as merely a stick or a sparkler. He felt whole, as if this wand had always been a part of him. Resting securely in his grasp, every curve perfectly aligning with his palm. The unexperienced magic coursed through him, a distinct kind unlike that of the skeletal cat or the vengeful specter hen. It was truly marvelous. Every time a wand selects its master, I feel compelled to exclaim this sentiment. It is simply magnificent. Mr. Ollivander remarked, "Your wand has taken quite a liking to you, Mr. Anthony. Do not betray it. Do not harm it." Anthony gently caressed the silver wand, replying, "I, too, am quite fond of it. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. It is splendid." Ollivander accepted the galleons, escorting them to the door. "By the way, if you do not mind my inquiry, what were you thinking as you waved your wand? We typically do not witness such a tangible connection." Anthony pondered, recalling, "I was thinking of a unicorn. You mentioned it was made from unicorn hair, so I envisioned a unicorn." He offered Ollivander an apologetic smile. "I suppose that is of little help." "No, it is quite helpful. Unicorns do not resemble that, sir," Ollivander gently replied. Professor Burbage, suppressing a chuckle, urged, "Come now, Professor Anthony. We truly need to procure some books." Following the kindly provided reading list from Professor Burbage, he sought out the required textbooks for 1st to 5th years at Hogwarts. Upon grasping the tome on magical history, he inhaled deeply, taken aback by its heft and thickness. He truly needed it, yet this lavish, hardcover volume cost 2 galleons. Adding the other textbooks he had found brought him perilously close to depleting his remaining funds, leaving him with merely 3 nuts. "Sir, this section is for second-hand books. Most of the textbooks are available," called a staff member from Leaden Books. "Feel free to venture inside if you wish." Professor Burbage inquired, "Are you planning to purchase all new books?" "Certainly not," Anthony replied. "I simply did not realize they sold second-hand here." He cautiously navigated around the overflowing shelves, squeezing through the narrow gaps. These shelves exuded a scent of wood, ink, bread, and dust, which always made his nose tingle with the urge to sneeze. As he passed by, some volumes abruptly opened their spines, startling him. The second-hand shelf, situated at the back, was so full it seemed ready to burst. Had it not been held together by magic, it would have surely exploded. Anthony struggled to extract the necessary textbooks, selecting a few second-hand editions that appeared barely intact, as if the staff had rescued them from the jaws of a fire dragon. In addition to textbooks, the second-hand shelves held many enticing titles, compelling him to return to Gringotts for a bit more currency. With his own wand now in hand, he was eager to delve deeper into its mysteries. Thus, he purchased a plethora of books on wand lore and unexpectedly unearthed some dusty volumes of historical and anecdotal magical references from the lowest shelf. Professor Burbage watched as he piled the books upon the counter, letting out a tolerant sigh. "Look at you. You resemble a young boy who has just acquired a broomstick." She magically shrank and lightened the books, enabling him to carry them back to the leaky cauldron with ease. "I suspect you lack the inclination to continue browsing. However, you now possess your own wand and can come as you please." She smiled and said, "Let us leave it at that for today. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Professor Anthony, you are responsible for the 3rd and 4th grades this year. You may freely select your textbooks. Simply write a letter to Minerva, but I highly recommend the life and social customs of British Muggle families." It suddenly dawned on Anthony that there was but a 2-month interval before the school year commenced, and he needed to prepare his lessons. Moreover, he was utterly unprepared. After bidding farewell to Professor Babbage, he hurried back to the leaky cauldron, diving headlong into his studies. His cat attempted to cause mischief, but he held it in his arms, earnestly explaining the principles of pure water as a spring, only for it to soon lose interest and retreat beneath the bed to sleep. Had it not been for Tom arriving with champagne, he might have completely lost track of time. As he rose from his chair to answer the door, he suddenly felt a darkness cloud his vision, his legs weakened, and it struck him that he had missed both lunch and dinner. "Congratulations," exclaimed the owner of the leaky cauldron. "A new professor at Hogwarts, worthy of celebration. This is a new product, just as fresh as you, the new professor." He chuckled at his own jest. Anthony accepted the glass and drank it in one gulp. "Thank you, but do you have any sandwiches?" "Champagne and a shilling. Thank you for your patronage," Tom replied. "We only have beef sandwiches left, 5 silver sickles. Would you like one?" "Count me in, you opportunistic merchant," Anthony said without reservation, producing 6 silver coins. After enjoying his sandwich, he resumed his reading of standard spells. Thanks to his previous academic endeavors, Anthony excelled in literary analysis. The textbook for 11-year-old young wizards employed straightforward language and clear formatting. The second-hand book he purchased even retained the notes of a past student. Within a mere half-day, he dared to claim that he could engage in meaningful exchanges with an ordinary first-year student, provided it did not involve necromancy. Driven by curiosity about necromancers, he also perused historical accounts of magic. Due to their penchant for congregating near graveyards, necromancers nearly vanished during the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, largely due to the covert denunciations by rival wizards, and were ultimately eradicated by the international magical community declared extinct by the late 19th century, becoming a profession spoken of only in poetry. A passage from a concise history of magic included an ancient poem. In the tale, a necromancer summoned an army of the dead, forcing people to battle their own deceased loved ones. A witch beheld the apparition of her deceased daughter, and when compelled to destroy the child's body, she, in a fit of rage, cursed the necromancer with her daughter's bones and her own flesh. "I curse you with pure bones. I curse you with angry flesh," she cried. "I shall torment you with death in the same manner. I thirst for your blood." In the poem, this mother-esque curse proved successful. When her foe met death, blood gushed forth like a spring. She drank, exclaiming, "Bitter blood, sweet blood." The text noted that this portion could correspond with certain vampire legends from southern England. Meanwhile, a similar verse from the northern realms of Finland speaks of vengeance for a son. In the conclusion of this poem, the mother transforms into a spectral sorceress, converting the bones of her adversaries into her most despicable slaves. We have ample reason to believe that such parallels are not mere coincidences, but rather glimpses into historical truths. Death and revenge, as primal forces of frenzy, manifest within the realm of dark magic, reappearing throughout the evolution of magical civilization. The representations of spectral sorceresses in literature vary greatly, yet their deaths share a startling uniformity. Ancient black magic traverses the chains of hatred, passing from the perpetrator to the avenger, ultimately guiding all narratives toward the Grim Reaper. Regardless, this magic, most intricately entwined with death, has vanished into the annals of time. Anthony closed the book. The author seemed to harbor a peculiar historical perspective on magic, positing that its origins lie in humanity's confrontations with death, with dark magic serving as the Reaper's weapon. The author repeatedly emphasizes that when one becomes ensnared in dark magic, death has already shadowed that individual. Intriguingly, the language employed when referencing death is remarkably neutral. He glanced at the author's name on the cover, Pandora Lovegood. "The answer is inscribed upon the riddle," Anthony murmured. To dispel the history of spectral sorceresses from his mind, he resolved to practice a spell once more before sleep. He filled an empty plate, once meant for sandwiches, with fresh water, causing it to float, then dispelled the enchantment, allowing it to crash to the ground. He successfully restored the plate to its former state. Yet no matter how fervently he pointed at the floor and uttered words of cleansing, the puddle remained defiantly shimmering with warm yellow reflections beneath the candlelight. Anthony sighed. Rising to fetch a towel. The more straightforward the method, the less prone to error it becomes, he murmured, adopting the wisdom of muggles, dear wizards. He resolved to peruse the Muggle Studies textbook the following day, curious to discover how wizards perceive ordinary folk devoid of magic. Chapter 5, Muggle Studies. The following morning, after breakfast, Anthony returned to his room, methodically organizing his textbooks by subject. His room now resembled that of a fifth grader on the eve of an exam. Notes sprawled across the desk, towering stacks of required reading on the floor, and a meticulously arranged study schedule plastered upon the walls. He retrieved the book, Life and Social Customs of British Muggle Families, fervently recommended by Professor Bubbagee, which would serve as his textbook for the academic year. He had no intention of changing textbooks. His inexperience was not confined to merely being new to Hogwarts, but extended to the entire magical realm. Since a classic textbook was already at hand, he deemed it prudent to continue its use. This particular tome was nearly in pristine condition. The first half bore traces of previous perusal, while the latter half appeared untouched, as if the prior owner had never cracked it open. Anthony leafed through it hastily, noting that most of the annotations were hurriedly scrawled highlights from pre-exam cramming, with underlines soaring beyond the pages. That anonymous benevolent student had purchased it only to let it gather dust, ultimately leading Anthony to discover this bargain on the second-hand bookshelf. He flipped to the page where a bookmark had been inserted. This page may well be the most annotated in the entire book, filled with doodles by its owner. Anthony wished that there existed a profession for artists within the magical realm, given the individual's attitude towards the Muggle Studies class. He found it hard to envision this wizard hosting an art exhibition in the Muggle world. In recent years, a novel technological advancement has emerged in Muggle society, known as electricity. Electricity is to modern Muggles what magic is to us. Through the use of electricity, Muggles have transformed their way of life, creating a series of convenient tools that we once believed could only be achieved through magic, such as the telephone. This device, invented by Muggles, facilitates real-time communication over distances, bearing some resemblance to the functions of the Flu network. However, unlike the Flu network, the telephone transmits only sound, lacking the ability for face-to-face interaction, much less serving as a mode of transportation. The student idly sketched a fireplace beside the Flu network and depicted a bricked-up fireplace next to the telephone, illustrating a person standing within the sealed fireplace, conversing with someone in the room by tapping on the wooden boards. The student circled the planks sealing the fireplace, annotating it as electricity. Good heavens, completely misunderstood, Anthony muttered to himself, gazing at the vivid fireplace. He recalled the toad-like woman's head that had suddenly emerged in the Ministry of Magic. I still prefer the telephone. At least I can decline calls, he thought. In the ensuing weeks, Anthony immersed himself in a sea of books, descending to the tavern to chat with patrons whenever he grew weary. Tom became more familiar with him, even addressing him by his teaching name, while also imparting a few kitchen spells, such as those for automatically washing dishes and commanding plates to stack themselves by size. The magical world proved to be far more fascinating than he had imagined. The tavern's visitors shared various tidbits about the magical realm. He also learned about the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Be cautious of the Slytherin students, Professor, one inebriated patron warned, his tongue slightly thickened by drink. There's a bunch of rascally boys and girls over there. However, upon hearing that Anthony taught Muggle studies, the individual shrugged it off, saying, then you needn't worry. Why? Anthony inquired with curiosity. Because no Slytherin would choose your class, the patron declared confidently, waving his hand, adding that they typically wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke him during their free time. You can deduct points, and that's why. After the patron departed, Tom informed him that the man was a graduate of Slytherin. After thoroughly reading the life and social habits of British Muggle families, Anthony resolved to revisit the Leaky Cauldron to acquire additional materials on Muggle studies. He also intended to purchase several more books on charms. Having completed his 5th-year curriculum, he aimed to advance his knowledge. In truth, he was quite intrigued by the subject of defense against the dark arts. However, the curriculum for that course was always changing, so he refrained from buying any textbooks. The patrons of the Leaky Cauldron remarked that this was due to the fact that a new professor was appointed each year for defense against the dark arts. Almost all of Britain's masters in this field had been lured away by Hogwarts. They joked that it was likely some would be rehired to teach from their beds in St. Mungo's next year. Anthony knocked on the brick wall and stepped onto the narrow cobbled street of Diagon Alley. Perhaps due to his acquisition of a more extensive repertoire of formal magical knowledge, he now approached Diagon Alley with a sense of familiarity that contrasted sharply with the hurried and cold impression he had upon his initial arrival. I am a wizard, Anthony mused. The air was suffused with the delightful aroma of freshly baked pastries, the peculiar scent of magical potions, and exotic spices from distant lands. The shops were adorned with vibrant signs and twinkling enchantments, showcasing an array of magical artifacts, spell books, cauldrons, robes, and broomsticks in their windows. He navigated through the bustling throngs of people, dancing around their joyous laughter and idle chatter, making his way directly to Flourish and Blots. The clerk behind the counter was a frequent visitor to the Leaky Cauldron, and their acquaintance was cordial. Anthony greeted from afar, waving a hand to signal that he required no assistance, and shifted his focus to the bookshelves. Perhaps it was the recent confirmation of the textbook list for the academic year that had resulted in many new titles gracing the most prominent shelf in the store. A few children clad in wizarding robes stood beneath the shelf, attentively searching for books. Anthony quietly slipped past them and made his way to the secondhand book section. I truly don't understand why a new textbook is required every time a professor changes, a witch lamented as she stood before the secondhand shelf. Put that down, Fred. We're not buying that. Mom, I found one. Another red-haired boy exclaimed, waving a book, only to glance at the cover again and exclaim, oh, not this one. Anthony lingered behind this boisterous family, examining the disordered titles on the shelf. The witch, sensing that she was obstructing him, shifted slightly to the side and offered him an apologetic smile, to which Anthony responded with a courteous grin. The school term is about to commence, she remarked. The defense against the dark arts book changes every year, and their brother-s books are no longer usable. Anthony nodded in understanding. That can indeed be quite costly. Indeed, she replied, shaking her head. And what brings you here? I'm looking for some information related to Muggles. Oh, are you interested in Muggles as well? The witch inquired enthusiastically. My husband is quite the Muggle enthusiast. He constantly rambles about switches and engines at the dinner table. He would have a delightful conversation with you, as we can hardly comprehend those things. I'm Molly Weasley, and he is utterly fascinated by those Muggle contraptions. She gestured towards a corner of the store. He has quite a few of those books. Then I shall purchase these, Anthony replied cheerfully. He accompanied Mrs. Weasley in locating several textbooks on defense against the dark arts, and, upon bidding farewell, arranged to correspond with a pen pal, Arthur Weasley. Exiting Flourish and Blots, Anthony initially planned to return directly to the Leaky Cauldron. However, upon passing the magical menagerie, he reconsidered and decided to venture inside to see if there was any magical cat food available. During his time living on Privet Drive, the skeletal cat had disdainfully rejected all the food he had purchased. It was only when Anthony poured white wine that the cat would grace him with its presence. Dipping its head into the bowl, the soul fire in its eye sockets would ignite the white wine, and when the liquid was consumed, it would contentedly leap back onto the sofa. Since Anthony's release from Azkaban and the subsequent restoration of the skeletal cat's frame, it has displayed a notably gentler demeanor. Though its appetite remains rather lackluster, the creature exhibits a distinct aversion to the sherry served at the Leaky Cauldron, often merely brushing against it before disdainfully retreating. In response, Anthony insists that the sherry is diluted, a claim Tom consistently refutes. Perhaps magical felines partake of extraordinary sustenance that could diversify his cat's diet. He pushed open the door to the magical menagerie. The bustling shop was alive with the flutter of wings and the soft rustle of fur. As owls perched on beams or windowsills regarded newcomers with regal scrutiny, cats of various hues meandered along the shelves, their tails swaying with curiosity. "Are you in search of a pet, sir?" inquired a diligent shop assistant, noting that owls and cats are particularly favored by children for their intelligence and cleanliness. "We also have smaller pets. Mice and toads are common companions at Hogwarts, while fluffy and transforming rabbits make for delightfully engaging magical pets." No. I merely wish to peruse the cat food," Anthony declined, having no intention of acquiring another pet, perhaps influenced by the necromantic magic. His cat showed reluctance to tolerate any living presence on its territory, with Anthony being the sole exception. Speaking of which, even Anthony could scarcely be deemed a living being now. According to the annals of magical history, as the study of necromancy progresses, necromancers appear to exist in a liminal state between life and death. Some radical classification systems even refuse to acknowledge necromancers as human, categorizing them alongside grindylows, vampires, werewolves, and other dark entities. Regaining his focus, Anthony listened intently as the shop assistant passionately detailed the cat food offerings. This one promises a shiny coat, that one minimizes shedding, and another is a potent formula specifically designed for long-haired cats. Moreover, there was one that could temporarily alter a cat's fur color, adding a touch of whimsy to its existence. Quite tempting, especially when caring for a skeletal cat, he mused. "Is there anything unrelated to fur?" he finally inquired. Unable to contain himself, the assistant paused, perplexed. "Such as? Well, to prevent osteoporosis?" The bemused shop assistant informed him that should his cat suffer from osteoporosis, a simple dose of diluted bone meal would suffice. Grateful for the information, Anthony resolved to visit a regular store to procure some undiluted white wine for his cat. Just outside the Leaky Cauldron lay Charing Cross Road. He took a few steps further and suddenly found himself immersed in the familiar throng, his wizarding robes starkly contrasting with the bustling traffic around him. The once narrow cobblestone streets had transformed into broader avenues, teeming with the vibrancy of non-magical life. The cacophony of car horns, animated conversations, and the rhythm of footsteps intertwined harmoniously with the pulse of the city. In a haste, Anthony returned to change his attire. "One day, I shall master the art of swift dressing," he told himself. "I wager someone has already devised a method. They even use the filling charm for drinks." The sensation of stepping into a supermarket was distinctly nuanced. He had once been an integral part of this world. Upon gazing at the meticulously arranged and serene shelves, a profound sense of belonging surged within him, akin to a wayward child returning home. He caressed the simple items, dishwashing sponges, calculators, and fountain pens, as a wave of intense emotion washed over him. The gentle glow of the ordinary supermarket's lights, the promotional tags, and the customers burdened with heavy shopping baskets possessed their own unique enchantment, a charm that was both mundane and civilized, yet vibrantly alive. He handed a bottle of wine to the cashier and settled the bill in pounds. "Have a lovely day." The young cashier beamed at him. "Thank you, you too," Anthony replied earnestly. "Goodbye." Stepping out of the store, he paused for a moment to gaze at the sign above, inhaling deeply before turning towards the Broken Cauldron pub. "I simply cannot reside here or work in this place any longer," he thought optimistically. A life steeped in magic is indeed delightful. And the Muggle Studies course appeared to be rather easy, though perhaps not as effortless as he imagined, Anthony mused. The skeletal cat contentedly warmed its wine in the bowl beside him. Lying on his bed, he regarded the book he had purchased today on Mrs. Weasley's recommendation, who had praised it highly, claiming her husband could not stop raving about it. Anthony had intended it as his bedtime reading. As wizards, we are often captivated by the mysteries and wonders of the magical realm. However, it is equally vital for us to understand and appreciate the lives of those devoid of magical abilities. In this book, we embark on a journey to explore the intricate lives of Muggles and unveil their unique ways of living. Magic does not permeate the daily existence of Muggles. The author enthusiastically notes in the preface that the spells we commonly use, such as flickering lights, restoration, and levitation, pose significant challenges for them. Should they require a fire lit in their hearth, they resort to tools known as flint and steel rather than conjuring flames effortlessly. When illumination is needed at night, they cannot rely on a wand to cast a shimmering light, instead utilizing candles. Muggles elegantly arrange their candles on a beautiful tray, encased in glass to prevent the wind from extinguishing the flames. Anthony turned back in astonishment to the title page. Muggle Daily, a book to enlighten you on every detail. Published in November 1753. That explains it, he murmured, jotting down matches and lighters in the margin beside the section on lighting methods, and annotating flashlights next to illumination. If Mr. Weasley was indeed part of the wizarding community most fascinated by Muggles, Anthony truly wondered what Hogwarts was teaching. Chapter 7. Cat Hairs and Professor Quirrell. Awakening on August 1st, Anthony instinctively glanced at the study schedule on the wall, only to be jolted by the realization that July had slipped away. In just a month, Hogwarts would commence its term, and in a fortnight, he would be moving to Hogwarts. What will you do? He prodded the skull of the cat at the corner of his bed. If I had the means, I would purchase a dragonhide suitcase to conceal you within. His cat stretched languidly before unceremoniously leaping onto him. Anthony patted it, assuring, "Fear not, I shall devise a solution. If all else fails, I shall adorn you with fur." "Good morning, Henry," he called as he descended the stairs, sporting scratches upon his skin. Tom was diligently polishing a glass with a rather soiled cloth. "How goes your study plan?" he inquired. "Not well. Transfiguration is far more challenging than I anticipated, or perhaps I am more dim-witted than I imagined. It's one or the other." In contrast to the smooth sailing of his charms practice, Anthony found transfiguration to be a considerable struggle. Merely transforming a matchstick into a needle consumed 3 days of his practice time, and this was merely the first exercise from the first-year textbook. While eating, he lamented, 3 days. I completed my introductory charms in just 3 days. That's merely because your aptitude for charms is exceptional. Tom chuckled. Huh? Thank goodness you weren't studying at Hogwarts. Otherwise, he who must not be named would surely have taken notice of you. At Dumbledore's suggestion, Anthony publicly proclaimed himself a Muggle-born, claiming he had avoided the chaos wrought by the Dark Lord and had lived among Muggles ever since. The Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to this declaration, and aside from sending an educational license via OWL that morning, they had remained silent. "You missed so much yesterday," Tom whispered conspiratorially. "Guess who showed up?" Anthony, absent-mindedly spreading butter on his bread, was preoccupied with revising the principles of transfiguration. "Who?" he asked. "Gilderoy Lockhart?" His books are always prominently displayed at Flourish and Blots. It said that Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Eradication has never left the top 3 of the monthly bestsellers since its publication. "Harry Potter." I even shook his hand. Tom exclaimed softly, his voice trembling with excitement. He asked back, "It's wonderful. Henry, you should have seen him." Mr. Potter was exceedingly humble, remarkably composed. Everyone wanted to shake his hand, and he obliged them all. But he was not conceited at all, not in the slightest. He simply didn't know how to refuse. If it weren't for Hagrid. "Oh, you didn't meet Hagrid. Henry, you truly missed out." Anthony was aware of who Harry Potter was, the legendary infant who thwarted the downfall of the magical realm. His name was solemnly inscribed in all modern historical tomes of magic, adorned with grand titles. He found himself somewhat astonished. What business did someone of his age have in a pub? Tom, greatly dissatisfied, retorted, "What are you thinking? Mr. Harry Potter is heading to Hogwarts." Hagrid brought him to Diagon Alley to procure his essentials. Hagrid was also a frequent patron of the Leaky Cauldron, having been mentioned by Tom on several occasions. It was said that he was of towering stature, requiring the largest tankard for his drinks, and was ever oblivious to his own capacity for alcohol. No tavern owner would dislike Hagrid, Tom had remarked. He always demands the largest drink and never hesitates to refill. A good man, Hagrid. He is loquacious and possesses a gentle temperament, never vexed even when he loses money at cards. Anthony was eager to meet the amiable giant that Tom had described, yet he found himself preoccupied with catching up on his Hogwarts classes, only descending to the bar during mealtimes to indulge in the renowned baked goods of the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid had never graced the establishment at that hour. Even on the few occasions when Anthony chose to unwind, requesting several drinks from Tom and passing the time listening to patrons engage in idle chatter, boastfulness, and playful banter, he had yet to encounter Hagrid. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that they would surely cross paths at school. After hastily finishing his meal, he returned to his room, determined to practice. Today, he was resolute in transforming that wretched toothbrush into a chair. As Anthony retrieved the toothbrush from the washroom, the mirror on the wall lamented, "How unexpected. Dear, you appear even worse than before. You may not believe it, but you truly do." He flicked the toothbrush dismissively, ignoring the mirror's rude commentary. "I must practice. No one shall interrupt me today." However, his meticulously planned study session was disrupted by his cat. The skeletal feline could no longer be aptly referred to as such. It had transformed into a fluffy, ginger kitten. The tale began the previous week. On that day, a fortunate individual proclaimed that he would cover the cost of drinks at the Leaky Cauldron, prompting Anthony to indulge in a few extra pints, or perhaps barrels. The specifics mattered little. In a state of mild inebriation, he found the hooded wizard beside him unexpectedly endearing, and he purchased the offered elixir of immortality. 20 galleons. "My friend, you shall not find a more advantageous deal," the stranger sweetly asserted. "A genuine longevity potion, crafted from that magical stone. You understand my meaning, do you not? Nicholas Flamel consumes this. My cousin has connections with his apprentice." The next day, upon sobering, Anthony presented the large glass vial to Tom. "Hair growth potion," he declared. Tom sniffed it, detecting a whiff of dark magic. This must be low-quality merchandise from Nocturne Alley. Who knows what they added? Anthony was somewhat taken aback, having assumed he would acquire something more legitimate. His cat took a liking to the glass vial, pawing at it whenever he was distracted. Just moments ago, while in the washroom, Anthony heard a sharp crack. Upon emerging, he discovered sparkling shards of glass scattered across the floor and a damp, turmeric-hued cat rolling in the remnants of the potion. Meow, the cat said, elegantly righting itself and gazing at him with pitiful yellow eyes. Just 3 minutes prior, those eyes had been ablaze with wild spirit. Anthony regarded it for a moment before sighing. Well, it's not the worst of mishaps, he remarked, lifting the cat and sniffing it. You are in dire need of a bath, little one. Uncertain of what ingredients the hair growth potion contained, after bathing the cat, Anthony found his hands had grown astonishingly large, with exceptionally long nails and hair. He attempted to trim his nails with a cutting charm, but ultimately abandoned the effort due to his left hand's clumsiness. Is this the latest fashion? The mirror commented. I quite admire your hand hair. It is both thick and lengthy. Thank you. You have made me feel much better, Anthony replied, resolved to head downstairs to show Tom his peculiar transformation. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron possesses an uncanny wealth of peculiar tricks. He settled himself at the bar, hands clasped. What will you have? Tom inquired without lifting his gaze. Let me show you something, Anthony replied. Tom finally diverted a portion of his attention from the ledger. A pair of large hands. The Leaky Cauldron was devoid of patrons at noon, occupied only by Tom and a few familiar regulars. Anthony refrained from divulging the specifics of his predicament, merely stating that he had encountered a slight mishap during his practice session. They mocked him for a while before gathering around to scrutinize his comical hands. They rival Hagrid's in size, one remarked, and if it doesn't hurt, there's no harm in keeping them. Off to St. Mungo's then, a mere dozen galleons. And they could remedy it in no time. Anthony replied slowly. If you recall, I once purchased a bottle of 20 galleons worth of elixir of life. Their laughter erupted once more. He's out of money, Tom exclaimed, slapping the table. Poor Henry, no funds, no insurance, but a bottle of elixir of life. And those furry hands, and sharp nails. Their raucousness was so intense that a newcomer, just pushing open the tavern door, hesitated, trembling, as if contemplating whether to approach the bar. Professor Quirrell, would you care for a drink? Tom called out. Oh, your new scarf and robes are quite complimentary. What brings you here? The newcomer approached the bar, stammering his inquiry. His head was wrapped in a large purple scarf, perspiration seeping through the fabric. Even as the weather gradually cooled, Anthony felt he was overdressed. Yet, a wizard might not mind such things. Tom gestured toward Anthony's hands. Take a look at this, Professor. If you solve it, today I shall waive your tab. Quirrell's face turned pale as he cautiously leaned closer to Anthony's hands. His body shivered violently as he clutched his scarf, as though enduring great agony. The potion of life. Yes, 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 he murmured, almost to himself. Infused with the blood of a giant and ginger root in place of rat tails. Tom and he fixed their gaze on Anthony's hands. Do you have a solution? By the way, Henry will soon be your colleague. And you two are a professor at Hogwarts? Quirrell lifted his head. What subject do you teach? Anthony felt somewhat uneasy under Quirrell's scrutiny. Compared to Quirrell, who could instantly discern the issue with the potion he had concocted, Anthony's own abilities seemed woefully inadequate. If all Hogwarts professors were of such caliber, his title would indeed be a misnomer. Contemplating the exceptional talents of his future colleagues, Anthony silently revised his study plan, striving to remedy all he could before the term commenced. Muggle studies for years 3 and 4, he stated. Henry Anthony, pleased to meet you, Professor Quirrell. What subject do you teach? Quirrell shifted uncomfortably, mumbling, defense against the dark arts. I previously taught Muggle studies as well. Muggles are quite fascinating, aren't they? He nervously twirled his fingers, casting a smile toward Anthony's hand, suggesting that soaking in the concoction of spotted marsh and leech juice for half an hour would suffice. Thank you ever so much, Professor Quirrell. There seems to be a potion shop in Diagon Alley. I shall go there now, Anthony remarked. Tom, I shall order Professor Quirrell 2 more drinks. No need to venture out. It is quite common, and I have some right here, Tom replied. Just take 27 gnats upstairs to brew it. As Anthony departed, he overheard Quirrell weakly tell Tom, brandy, please, for the next half hour. Anthony's washroom was filled with an odd aroma. Frowning, he submerged his hands in the basin, his gaze resting upon a copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Propped up on a skeletal frame, 2 spare chicken leg bones dutifully turned a page for him. In such moments, the assistance of disembodied magic proved particularly advantageous. You appear to be in distress, dear, the mirror compassionately remarked. Why not sit down? I am learning how to conjure a chair, Anthony replied. Chapter 8. The first afternoon tea with professors in mid-August. As the school year approached, Anthony packed his belongings and moved from the Leaky Cauldron to Hogwarts. His brass key corresponded to a simple wooden door on the 2nd floor of the castle, which led to his professor's office. Within the office lay another concealed door, leading to a secluded bedroom. The bedroom was fully furnished, a sturdy set of desks and chairs, a comfortable bed adorned with curtains embroidered with the Hogwarts crest, and a washroom. Professors at Hogwarts enjoyed considerable freedom, allowing them to decorate their offices and bedrooms as they pleased. It was said that Professor Quirrell, concerned about potential vampire retaliation, had adorned his door with an abundance of garlic. After dedicating some time to organizing his room, Anthony found himself staring blankly at the empty office. According to Professor McGonagall, professors typically decorated their offices in a manner related to their subjects, facilitating a seamless transition back into their research upon awakening. Professor Snape, who taught potions, had even expanded his office into an entire potion chamber. However, Anthony struggled to envision what he should place in his office. Perhaps Muggle specimens? Yet he was not truly a dark wizard. Moreover, apart from a wand, there was no discernible difference in appearance between wizards and Muggles. As for internal physiology, given that wizards possessed bubbling potions and crackling spells, it was evident they could heal without a profound understanding of human anatomy. During his preparations, he had inquired at the Leaky Cauldron about purchasing books related to wizard anatomy for comparative studies with Muggle medicine, only to have the young shop assistant turn pale and vigorously shake her head. Thus, he requested the castle's house elf to arrange a simple set of tables and chairs for him. No need for bay windows or velvet curtains. Just a set of tables and chairs will suffice, thank you. What kind of tables and chairs would you like? The eager house elf inquired. Would 3 drawers be too few? Do you prefer gold handles? Ultimately, an astonishingly ornate set of tables and chairs was placed in the center of his otherwise empty office. The mahogany table has been meticulously polished, its edges adorned with exquisite carvings. In addition to 5 drawers fitted with golden handles, the house elf has thoughtfully provided extra storage compartments on the table. On the inner side of the chair's elegantly curved armrests, carved pears gather in harmony, singing together. Above the velvet cushion, Anthony's name is embroidered in golden thread. That's perfect. I am thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, Anthony interjected, halting the eager elf, whose bulbous eyes glimmered with anticipation. I truly am very pleased. It is quite flawless, and I cannot imagine a better version. The cheerful house elf bowed deeply, exclaiming, It is my honor. With a pop, it vanished. Its fervor was somewhat unsettling, wasn't it? Anthony proceeded to the bedroom, releasing the cat from his backpack. Be good and don't wreck the house. The cat glanced up at him, leapt onto the bed, and settled down comfortably. Its temperament had improved significantly. Now that it had flesh and fur, it slept longer, even spending considerable time grooming itself upon waking. It was no longer the same creature that once bounded about wildly in the apartment. At times, the silence felt overwhelming, and Anthony found himself nostalgic for the frantic sound of its pawing at the door. Unable to resist, he reached out to poke its soft belly, only to have it captured by a paw. He lay on the bed, playing with the cat for a while before withdrawing his hand and sitting up. No more play. I shall check the staff lounge. He arrived at the perfect moment, just in time for afternoon tea. Professor Bubbage and a witch were seated together. Upon spotting him from a distance, they waved him over with warm smiles. Henry Anthony, our new professor in Muggle Studies, as you are aware. Professor Bubbage introduced him to the witch beside her. This is Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor and our esteemed sponsor of afternoon tea. Anthony immediately felt a deep respect for the kind-faced professor. He was nearly ignorant of herbology, having hastily skimmed a few chapters of the textbook before setting it aside. The intricate sketches, detailed classifications, comprehensive explanations of effects, and complex theoretical analyses could all be summed up in one word for him: cumbersome. Time was of the essence, and he lacked the patience and perseverance to memorize a genealogy of plants. Finally, someone to share the load, Professor Sprout remarked, nodding amicably at Anthony. Not a Hogwarts graduate, I presume. I don't believe I have seen you before. Oh, a newcomer. A professor who had just entered the lounge exclaimed joyfully. You must be Professor Anthony. Carrie has mentioned you for quite some time. You have no idea how eager she was to find someone to take her place. Who wouldn't he wish for that? Professor Sprout jested. The professor gasped sharply, Pomona, are you retiring as well? She has been scouting for a suitable candidate since last year, Phileas. She simply hasn't approved of any of the herbology masters from outside. Unless she lowers her standards suddenly, you all can at least remain colleagues for another 20 years. Professor Bubbage chuckled, then turned to introduce Anthony. This is the charms professor, Phileas Flitwick. At this introduction, Anthony's eyes brightened instantly. He indeed possesses a certain gift for spells. Having mastered the mandatory incantations from all 7 years at Hogwarts, and successfully performed several advanced spells as well. However, this hands-on approach, which emphasizes practice over theory, has its drawbacks. He does not comprehend the reasons behind his failed spells. He had initially intended to seek guidance from Professor Binns or Professor Quirrell, but fortuitously encountered the charms professor instead. Professor Flitwick is a lively little old man of diminutive stature. He had deliberately elevated his chair by several inches to sit comfortably. What kind of tea is it today? Oh, do pour me a cup as well, thank you. The teapot levitated gracefully, filling his cup. followed by 2 sugar cubes that rolled in of their own accord. Stirring his tea with a silver spoon, Professor Flitwick looked up and smiled at Anthony. "What is it?" "Professor Anthony? I have been self-studying the charms course at Hogwarts," he replied, a bit sheepishly. "Ah, splendid. Splendid," Professor Flitwick exclaimed joyfully. "I suspect you have a few questions regarding spells for me." Anthony nodded. "I have many foolish inquiries. The first foolish question is, why is it that the cleaning charm cannot remove water conjured by the clear spring spell? I have tried it on ordinary water. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, but I have never succeeded with the water from the spring charm." "Excellent question, Professor Anthony, an excellent question indeed. This is by no means a foolish query." Professor Flitwick waved his little silver spoon. "In truth, if you had asked a wizard 100 years ago, he would have told you he was unaware of the answer, yet the solution is the drying charm. It wasn't until Aberforth Dumbledore defined the application scope of spells that we realized the water conjured by magic is not considered a stain, and the cleaning charm, by its very nature, is designed to address stains." He glanced at Anthony, who appeared enlightened. "You have not read magical theory, have you?" "No," Anthony admitted. "Is that also part of the charm's curriculum? I thought only standard spells was required." Professor Flitwick stated earnestly, "It is not merely a textbook for charms. It serves as the theoretical foundation for all subjects at Hogwarts." "I shall certainly read it," Anthony promised. "Do not be anxious, Henry. It is not the theoretical cornerstone of Muggle studies." Professor Bubbage set down her teacup. "We lack a theoretical framework," she complained to Anthony. "Wizards are woefully ignorant of Muggles. Once, for a final exam, I had them assemble an outfit suitable for visiting a Muggle household." Professor Sprout took a biscuit, revealing a knowing smile. Evidently, this was not the first time Professor Bubbage had recounted this tale. "Can you guess what they wore?" Professor Bubbage asked. "Some simply grabbed a few items from a Muggle shop. I don't even know if they paid for them before arriving for the exam. Some even forgot to remove the price tags. When I inquired, one told me it was a Muggle decoration, akin to cufflinks. Charlie Weasley, he has gone to study fire dragons. And Mr. Weasley's son used to write to me frequently with various questions about Muggles. He inquired about the mechanism by which automobiles operate. And I was astonished that he at least recognized what a car is. I informed him that it primarily relies on an engine. A week later, he surprisingly sent me an engine he had disassembled from a vehicle, asking why it was inoperative. Moreover, you cannot fathom how outdated their original textbooks are. I recall it was titled Muggle Daily, which remains entrenched in the 85th century while we are already in the 20th. Professor Babbage lamented as if a dam had burst. I replaced the textbooks immediately upon my appointment. It was truly a calamity. Last year, a student who had been writing about charcoal was abruptly informed that the correct answer was natural gas. Everyone clung to their outdated textbooks and tried to convince me their answers were valid. I had no choice but to candidly inform them that copying answers from a source of unknown origin would benefit them little. As my teaching focus was on the modern Muggle, who coexists in their environment and may very well be the parents or relatives of their peers. They could not approach 20th century Muggles with the same mindset as those from the 18th century. That simply would not suffice. Perhaps the distinctions between 18th century wizards and ourselves are not as significant, yet Muggles evolve rapidly. Anthony listened sympathetically to her grievances. Professors Flitwick and Sprout smiled as they sipped tea, gazing kindly at Professor Babbage, seemingly finding her animated discourse more intriguing than her actual words. Anthony felt he might be the sole individual at the table who fully comprehended her complaints. Professor Babbage evidently shared this sentiment. "I took an instant liking to your attire," she kindly remarked to Anthony, who, upon opening the door, appeared as a quintessential Muggle, simply standing at the threshold of the leaky cauldron. At that moment, I pondered where the headmaster had discovered such an authentic Muggle. "Oh, speaking of which, how is your lesson preparation coming along?" Upon leaving the professor's lounge, Anthony found himself with a foot-long reading list, featuring reference materials recommended by Professor Babbage and theoretical texts endorsed by Professor Flitwick. Chapter 9. Best of luck, Professor Anthony. Grasping the reading list, Anthony ascended the staircase leading to the second floor, intent on exploring the Hogwarts library. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. You wouldn't want to miss the treasury of Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick had said when he provided the list. Some staircases may unexpectedly appear or vanish, compelling students to diligently remember the temperament of all the stairways within the castle. Yet professors possess a certain privilege that allows them to traverse the most convenient spiral staircases. Anthony followed the staircase to the sunlit corridor on the second floor. Gazing outwards, the lawn unfurled in a verdant warmth beneath the sunlight, extending towards the dark depths of the forbidden forest. Inside the library, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns upon the rows of bookshelves lining the walls. With the school year not yet commenced, the library was devoid of anyone except Madame Pants, the librarian. The air was thick with the scent of ancient parchment and dust. Neatly arranged long wooden tables encircled the room, quietly awaiting the presence of eager learners. As Anthony entered the library, Mrs. Pants scrutinized him sternly. "Professor Henry Anthony?" That is I, Anthony replied. Very well, please sign here. When students wish to borrow books from the restricted section, they may seek your permission. Mrs. Pants handed him a hefty ledger. The designation of these tomes as restricted is not without reason. The volumes here possess a certain peril. Exercise caution. Anthony inscribed his name beneath the trembling signature of Chilo. I presume there are no books on Muggle studies in the restricted section? None on Muggle studies. No, Mrs. Pants responded. There are many related to Muggles, and they are exceedingly dangerous. If you are intrigued, they reside in the dark arts section. Perhaps begin with the ordinary books. Anthony politely declined, producing a list of titles. I seek these books. With Mrs. Pants's assistance, he swiftly located all the volumes listed by Professor Babbage. However, a portion of the recommended readings by Professor Flitwick resided in the restricted section. Odd, I recall them being here. Mrs. Pants furrowed her brow, gazing at the shelves. Among the tightly packed volumes, a minuscule gap appeared. From the book to its left, a viscous, crimson liquid began to ooze, dripping onto the shelf below while emitting a shrill wail. Without hesitation, Mrs. Pants struck the spine of the book with a feather duster. The liquid and the screams vanished. Anthony glanced down at his list. Is under the spell dangerous, madam? He inquired. Are we to rescue a student who has been unconscious in the dormitory for an entire holiday? Mrs. Pants shook her head, perplexed. No, this book does not harbor any lethal magic. It is deemed restricted due to its content. Its author, a wizard theorist and magical creature expert, was fervently devoted to exploring the distinctions in how magic manifests in wizards and magical creatures, conducting numerous illicit experiments in the process. He likely perished in Azkaban. We fear that reckless students might be swayed by the book's contents, hence its prohibition. I cannot fathom who would steal it. She fixed her gaze on the shelf as if she could pierce the soul of the thief hiding within the crevice. Is there surveillance in the restricted section? Mrs. Pants took great offense. I am the sole guardian, and I never slacken my vigilance. No, I was not implying that. Anthony realized she had misunderstood. I mean cameras. Cameras? Never mind, forget it. Anthony surrendered, unwilling to explain the concept of closed-circuit television. However, Mrs. Pants would not relent. Are you referring to some Muggle contraption, Professor Anthony? Thus, Anthony spent over half an hour elucidating the management of Muggle libraries as he understood it. Mrs. Pants grew increasingly inquisitive, compelling him to divulge that the management of Muggle libraries is a complex discipline, with corresponding courses offered in Muggle schools, where students invest years to attain their degrees. He was merely an ordinary reader, incapable of addressing overly specialized inquiries. Fascinating. Madame Pants pondered thoughtfully. I was unaware they still had a library. Anthony inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, I have grown accustomed to it. What did you say, Professor? Madame Pants inquired absently, her gaze fixated once more on the crevice. Anthony replied, I was expressing my intention to diligently teach the Muggle Studies course. You shall excel, Professor Anthony, she affirmed. When is the first class? The second day of term, with Gryffindor and Slytherin in their third year. Madame Pants's eyes widened. Oh. She cast a sympathetic glance at Anthony, wishing him good fortune. The fortnight leading up to the beginning of term passed swiftly. Anthony dined with the professors, engaged in tea and scholarly discourse, and returned to his quarters to prepare lessons, study, indulge his cat, and, when time permitted, respond to Mr. Weasley's letters. Professor Flitwick extolled his aptitude for charms, commending his profound trust in magic. He explained that while charms and transfiguration are akin, there exists a subtle distinction. When Anthony lamented his slow progress in transfiguration, Professor Flitwick enlightened him that transfiguration demands a higher degree of precision, whereas the essence of charms lies in confidence. You must believe that magic will heed your call. I have encountered many students whose gestures and incantations were flawless, yet their trepidation thwarted the manifestation of a perfect spell. With a cheerful demeanor, Professor Flitwick offered Anthony a slice of cake. You possess an admirable trust in magic, Professor Anthony, and thus magic favors you. Even imperfect gestures yield the desired effect through your formidable belief. However, transfiguration is an art of restraint and precision. I must confess, I have a preference for the leniency of charms. He leaned closer to Anthony, whispering, Do not disclose this to Minerva. Anthony nodded earnestly, his mouth full of cake, signifying that his lips were sealed. Professor Flitwick merrily gestured for the teapot to pour him a cup of tea. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that anyone who has laboriously emerged from a coffin, awakened daily by vengeful spirits, and whose pet is a skeleton, would surely harbor a profound trust in magic. He also made time to visit Hagrid for a drink. Tom was indeed correct. Hagrid was a rugged yet warm-hearted friend, possessing a nav-vet that belied his fearsome exterior. Upon learning that Anthony had a cat, he expressed great delight. You ought to take it out for a stroll, Henry. The sun has been splendid lately, and with the students yet to arrive, you need not fret about anyone startling your cat. Anthony recalled his feline's rather territorial disposition. He feared it would not be the students alarming the cat, but rather the cat terrifying the students. I shall give it a try, he ultimately promised. gazing into Hagrid's earnest dark eyes. Hagrid shared a wealth of information about Hogwarts with him. Anthony now knew that the savior arriving this year had once been cradled in Hagrid's arms as a child, that the Forbidden Forest was home to numerous magical creatures, including unicorns he had yet to encounter, and that the school's most notorious rule-breakers who frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest were the Weasley twins, a pair of third-year Gryffindors. Hagrid, upon hearing that Anthony's first class coincided with the third-year Gryffindor and Slytherin, patted Anthony's shoulder with his enormous hand and wished him good luck, assuring him that he would be just fine. He was quite certain that the twins would choose Anthony's class. With a touch of optimism, Hagrid remarked that at least no Slytherins would select the course, thus avoiding any potential altercations in his classroom. The commencement feast on September 1st was a grand affair. The house elves had meticulously planned the menu at least 2 days in advance, consulting each professor regarding their preferences and suggestions. The weather was adjusted repeatedly to ensure that the floating candles in the Great Hall appeared bright and warm against the ceiling that mirrored the sky. On the evening of the feast, a pale ghost emerged from the walls, startling Anthony. This specter was entirely different from a wraith. A wraith had substance. Otherwise, the wraith chickens would not be able to peck at him to rouse him from slumber, whereas the ghost evidently did not. He had never encountered such spirits within the castle and was uncertain if they were related to the realm of the undead or whether they could discern his identity as a necromancer. "Oh, you haven't yet visited Professor Binns," Professor Sprout remarked, noticing his reaction and speaking across Trelawney. He is the History of Magic professor and also a ghost, typically residing in the History of Magic classroom and his quarters. The Sorting Hat sat upon a wooden stool, poised to allocate the first-year students into their respective houses. The professors were required to don their finest robes and took their places at the head table, ready to welcome the newcomers into the magical world. "Take a good look at Severus's robe. You want to see that more than a few times a year," Professor Burbage said to Anthony. 8,000 galleons. A gift from a graduate. Anthony stole a glance. Snape was seated beside Professor Quirrell, a look of impatience etched on his face. His dark robe was indeed very dark. Anthony was entirely unaware of the standards for appreciating wizarding robes. He currently wore his most expensive robe, which cost 11 galleons and 5 sickles. "I haven't found that 8,000 galleons," he whispered to Professor Burbage, who stifled a laugh. Anthony swore he caught Snape casting a derisive glance at them before engaging in hushed conversation with Quirrell. Once Professor McGonagall led the first years into the hall, the professors ceased their chatter. It was Anthony's first time attending the commencement feast, and he sat up straight, staring blankly at his empty plate. Dumbledore, adorned with his favorite wizarding hat, watched the pale-faced first years with great enthusiasm as they trembled while approaching the sorting hat, his fingers tapping a cheerful rhythm on the table. The newcomers were sorted into their houses in a steady stream. Some appeared quite pleased with their results, while others looked bewildered as they removed the sorting hat, glancing back multiple times as they made their way to their house tables. As predicted by Hagrid during his drinking session with Anthony, Harry Potter entered Gryffindor. The hall erupted with deafening cheers, and the Gryffindor table was in an uproar. Anthony noticed 2 identical red-haired boys leap onto their chairs, waving their hats and shouting, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" If it weren't for Professor McGonagall standing nearby, Anthony would wager they would have performed a lively flamenco on their chairs. Professor Babbage observed him as he gazed at the pair of twins. "Indeed, they were present in your first lesson." She sighed. "Fred Weasley and George Weasley, the twins of the Weasley family. Good luck, Professor Anthony." Beside him, Professor Trelawney extended her slender arm, adorned with numerous bangles, and seized Anthony's teacup, staring into it for a moment. "Doom, Professor Anthony. Inevitable doom." Chapter 10, Professor Anthony's First Lesson. "What is the name of the professor for Muggle Studies?" Fred inquired of his brother as they had just been liberated from potions class. This term, Snape's temper had been deplorable. Angelina had merely added 2 ounces less of powdered moonstone, and he had erupted in fury, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor. Had it not been for Fred's impeccable mimicry of Snape's reproachful demeanor, Angelina might have engaged in a heated argument with him. However, when Snape was confronted by a Weasley bearing an identical scowl, the irate professor became rather amusing. "Another 5 points from Gryffindor," Snape warned, casting a glance at his chuckling tablemate, and without turning back, declared, "Detention, Weasley." "But Professor, I did nothing," George protested indignantly, causing a collective gasp among his classmates. Snape turned around, casting a dark glare at George. Fred had already seated himself before Snape could face him. The Slytherin seeker glared at him, and Fred returned the look defiantly, clutching an imaginary bat and executing an air bludger. "I was referring to the other Weasley, Mr. Weasley," Snape hissed. "But you have successfully earned yourself a detention as well." 5 points from Gryffindor. Fred and George exchanged a triumphant high-five beneath their desk. George glanced at his timetable. "Anthony. Henry Anthony. We're already late," but he seemed quite amiable at the start of term feast. "Muggle Studies," Fred shrugged, ambling alongside his brother through the castle corridors. "I mean, it's just an elective." Poor Professor Henry Anthony. Strange, I don't recall seeing him before the feast, but his name sounds somewhat familiar. I was wondering about that too. George replied, let me think. Wait a moment. He asked the pen pal that Mum set up for Dad. Fred suddenly comprehended. They dashed off. The Muggle Studies classroom was located on the first floor. They bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time, rapping on the ajar door of the classroom, peering in breathlessly. Professor, we apologize for our tardiness. We were held back by Professor Snape. George appeared quite anxious and remorseful. Come in, Mr. Weasley. Anthony smiled as they found a seat in the back of the classroom. By the way, remember to pretend you've not yet regained your breath after sitting down next time. Someone chuckled softly. All right, Professor, Fred replied graciously. Now that everyone is present, let us resume our previous discussion. I have introduced myself. Now it is your turn. Anthony contemplated for a moment before descending from the podium and settling into an empty seat in the front row. It appears that a greater number of students have chosen this class than I had anticipated. Let us conduct a brief survey. What prompted your selection of Muggle Studies? He encouragingly glanced at a freckled girl beside him. I am of mixed heritage, and I wish to learn how to communicate with my grandmother, the girl whispered, her cheeks flushing. Excellent. The willingness to understand is the most crucial first step, Anthony responded gently. And what about the rest of you? I am fascinated by Muggle sports. They do not use flying broomsticks. Rather, they run on the ground. And I have heard there is only one ball. A tall student interjected eagerly. I know nothing about Muggles, so I thought taking this course might be beneficial. I was persuaded by him, Angelina chimed in. I, too, was convinced by a friend to enroll. I find Muggle music quite intriguing. My grandmother was a witch of Muggle descent, and during her lifetime, we would play Muggle Christmas songs every year, Fred remarked. We believe the inventions of Muggles are rather interesting, George added. Father insisted that we choose this course, Fred continued. And we need a similar number of certificates, he reiterated. My roommate is of Muggle origin. She invited me to spend Christmas at her home, a girl stated. I need to prepare for that. Once everyone had shared their thoughts, Anthony clapped his hands to regain the students' attention. Very well, let me summarize. Interest, persuasion from friends, and the pursuit of a certificate, correct? Low laughter and murmurs of agreement rippled through the classroom. He rose and returned to the podium, inscribing these 3 reasons on the blackboard. What would you think if I said your reasons have already been predicted by Muggles? He set down his pen and gazed at the students below. Our course is called Muggle Studies. Wizards study Muggles, and Muggles study themselves. In our first lesson, we shall illustrate this with a theory developed by Muggles themselves. By the end of this lesson, I hope you will discover that Muggles and Wizards are not so fundamentally different. This is the essence of my course. This theory pertains to Muggles' study of human behavior. For those unfamiliar with the Muggle context, refer to Chapter 9 of the textbook, titled Muggle Nomenclature, as well as Appendix 2 at the end of the book. Above the 3 reasons for course selection, Anthony wrote in capital letters, Muggle theory, theory of planned behavior. Just as magical theorists refine their theories, Muggles have also developed various theories to explain their behavior. This theory is one such example. Just as magical theorists may amend their theories, Muggles will revise theirs based on real-world circumstances. Thus, I cannot predict whether this theory will be corrected or disproven in the future. However, for now, he inscribed attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control beneath interest, persuasion from friends, and the pursuit of a certificate. Attitude refers to one's personal disposition towards undertaking a particular task. An interest in Muggle studies fosters a positive attitude towards course selection, thereby facilitating the act of enrolling. Several students began to nod. Subjective norms refer to how important individuals perceive the matter at hand. If a friend, who holds significance in your life, encourages you to select a particular course, this can indeed influence your decision. Some students, why are you blushing? Perceived behavioral control denotes the extent to which you believe undertaking this action is challenging. If you choose an uncomplicated course and feel confident about passing the examination, you would perceive the task as manageable, thereby facilitating your course selection. Through the amalgamation of these 3 factors, you find yourselves seated here. Anthony concluded, welcoming you all. Fred whispered to George, it seems we have covered all bases. We are intrigued, George replied, counting on his fingers. Father strongly insists we select this course, and half of the Quidditch team is present. We also believe this certificate is easily attainable, consider Charlie. Oh, Professor, this is merely an embellishment of Muggle attire. Fred mimicked Charlie's tone, similar to cufflinks. Muggles display the price of their garments to flaunt their wealth and status. The 2 burst into laughter. Anthony glanced in their direction several times, hesitating whether to assert the authority of the new professor or to overlook the Weasley twins, who were surprisingly subdued. The tall student interested in Muggle studies scratched his head, interrupting Anthony's gaze towards the corner. But Professor, that does not make sense. Even if I possess all 3 criteria, should the class schedule conflict with Quidditch training, I would undoubtedly abandon Muggle studies. Angelina sharply nudged him with her elbow, prompting him to realize, they actually do not conflict. I meant to say I selected the course, my apologies. Anthony chuckled, urging him not to worry. Interest, friends, and the perceived difficulty of examinations are merely examples of the three elements. Muggles are quite adaptable. They strive to encompass as much as possible within their theories, which can leave you dizzy when you attempt to critique them. For instance, if the schedule conflicts with training, all three factors would be affected. From the perspective of subjective norms, if your teammates dissuade you from selecting the course, this hinders your decision. Even if other friends encourage you, you could tell them, if I choose the course, my teammates will be furious with me, right? These three elements are an interplay of multiple perspectives. He nodded. Anthony awarded 5 points to the enthusiastic Gryffindor for his thoughtful contribution, raising his voice. All right, that concludes the theoretical portion. Let us perk up, gentlemen and ladies, as we proceed to some practical exercises. Chapter 11, Muggles, Wizards, and Humanity. Anthony wiped the board clean and inscribed 2 words, Muggle, Wizard. I have brought some Muggle trinkets here, and over there are the price tags. Discuss amongst yourselves and attempt to rank these Muggle items by their prices. He poured the contents of the bag, which had been enchanted with a non-detection charm, onto the podium. Come on, come have a look. Preparing these items had taken considerable effort on his part, thanks to his pen pal Arthur Weasley, who worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and the closely situated Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifacts. Mr. Weasley readily approved his procurement and modification report, providing considerable assistance in preparing these teaching aids. Professor Flitwick expanded his ideas on magical modifications, suggesting the addition of a trigger spell, which would eliminate the need for incantations. A mere tap of the wand would suffice, enhancing the visual appeal. In total, these endeavors consumed nearly half a month of his time, all in preparation for this inaugural lesson. The students choosing this course were undoubtedly intrigued by Muggles, and given that Hogwarts was an ancient castle steeped in magic, encounters with Muggle items were rare. Anthony was certain of their curiosity. The students immediately rose from their seats. One student touched his wand and inquired, Professor, may we use magic? Anthony nodded affirmatively. Of course. The student dashed to the podium and cast an incantation he had never heard before at the flashlight. His classmates watched eagerly. The spell began to emit a peculiar earthy hue, and the student's expression shifted from excitement to confusion, ultimately culminating in disappointment. Anthony, intrigued, asked, What was your spell, Mr. Thomas? I detected a prefix indicating detection and a suffix denoting limitation. It's a value detection spell, Thomas replied dejectedly. My uncle works at Gringotts. Anthony nodded in understanding. I suspect this spell is ineffective on Muggle items. In the Goblin's definition, Muggle objects hold no value. Has anyone ever attempted to exchange Muggle currency for galleons? The expressions on their faces would make you feel like a thief. I believe that is true, Professor, Thomas replied. Anthony chuckled. So, let us try employing your other senses. The vast majority of challenges encountered by wizards are similarly faced by Muggles. For these minor nuisances, Muggles have devised their own solutions. Let us see if you can identify their uses. The car engine. The Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. It was a Muggle alchemical product, equivalent to a sweeping charm of 5 stars. How much does it cost? A girl asked, accompanying a friend to class. I'm not sure, probably around 50 galleons. They calculated the price of the sweeping charm and considered a discount. This is a Muggle camera, a boy asserted, pointing confidently at the device. It's probably over 60 galleons. He positioned the camera in front of the engine, and its lens cap suddenly flipped open, spewing a slug at him. Hey, Fred! He shouted, irately poking the camera with the tip of his wand, causing the slug to vanish. Anthony barely registered the incident. Clearly, the Weasley twins' classmates had mastered a considerable number of counterjinxes for mischief spells. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm George, one of the brothers remarked. Trust me, the engine is worth much more than the Muggle camera. I'll wager you a transfiguration essay. Then let us wager. The other party immediately consented. And I wagered a paper on herbalism. Another Weasley placed his hand on his shoulder. Hey, what about me? 2 herbalism papers. And I'll add a paper on the defense against the dark arts. Anthony silently listened to their exchange. He might have understood why Professor Sprout often lamented the fluctuating quality of the Weasley brothers' assignments. Angelina scrutinized the object before her. I can't discern its purpose. It resembles a plate, yet the bottom is perforated. A record, exclaimed a boy who played Muggle Christmas songs at home. Muggles use this to record music so they can listen to it anytime. That is impossible, Angelina retorted. Even wizards can't do that. I mean, we have magic that transmits sound directly, but I've never heard of recording sound. Thomas prompted her. The Patronus charm? Oh, well, that could indeed work, Angelina pondered. But a Patronus can't be listened to at any time. It conveys a message, and then it's over. The Christmas song enthusiast enthusiastically nodded. Muggles have some rather convenient inventions. I truly wish I could record the Sorting Hat announcing my placement into Gryffindor. I could listen to that for a lifetime. Leaning against the wall, Anthony refrained from interrupting the student's discourse. He observed that wizards were not only unable to comprehend electronic devices, but also struggled with mechanical structures. Among today's exhibits was a water gun. He even dared to fill it with water, yet the students could not decipher its purpose. They concluded it was a cup for muggles to drink water from. George questioned why muggles wouldn't simply drink from a regular cup, instead opting for such a peculiarly shaped vessel. Angelina suggested that perhaps muggles just decided to do it that way, much like how you decided to conjure legs for an apple pie to walk into your mouth. I must say, that is truly bizarre, she remarked. Thus, the Weasley brothers ceased their objections. The students continued to debate over the flashlight until Fred fortuitously flipped the switch. "Oh, it's light," they exclaimed, curiously toggling the switch back and forth as the flashlight bulb flickered wildly. They soon concluded, "We can't let Filch know about this. He would be absolutely enamored." As class approached its end, Anthony stepped up to the podium, surveying the students' organization of the items. Through the collaborative efforts of Muggle enthusiasts and whimsical thinkers, Mr. Thomas seemed to have discovered a minor trick for cheating, yet Anthony had no intention of addressing the perfectly arranged Muggle items by price. He nodded appreciatively. "Well done. Entirely correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. However, having listened to your discussions regarding their uses, I must point out that there are some slight misunderstandings. Muggles lack magic. Hence, they have developed numerous technological means to achieve the effects of magic. For the demonstration, the electronic devices you currently possess have been magically modified. I must declare that without the Ministry of Magic's approval, the application of magic to Muggle-made items is strictly forbidden. I have written several reports on this, children." He picked up the items from the podium and explained each one in turn. "This is a calculator," he said. "People input numbers, and it produces results without fail, a flawless machine." The former cashier, Anthony, spoke with deep affection, noting its ability to effortlessly resolve algebraic problems. "As for the magical realm, I have yet to discover its equivalent. Perhaps arithmancy practitioners possess their own methods." Next, he presented a flashlight. With the press of a button, a beam of light appeared on the classroom ceiling, illuminating the darkness, an example of Muggle ingenuity. He then held up a manual can opener, demonstrating its use by opening a can of tomatoes before the students. Even without kitchen magic, one can manage to open a can, though it requires a bit of skill and practice. He moved on to an engine. With a flick of his wand, the engine came to life. Pistons began to move, the crankshaft rotated, and the cylinders emitted a rhythmic rumble, propelling the vehicle forward. Cars are a common mode of transport for Muggles. Lacking the ability to apparate, they typically opt for a car when traveling long distances, such as from Edinburgh to Glasgow to visit their grandmothers. Next, he approached the corner of the classroom, where the students' curious gazes followed him to a previously unnoticed record player capable of capturing music. Magic allows instruments to play themselves, provided one knows the appropriate spells to direct them according to one's desired score. However, replicating the human voice through magic is quite challenging. A soothing melody drifted through the classroom. Among the many Muggle record shops outside the Leaky Cauldron, Anthony had selected a choral record. Then came the lighter. With a soft click, a small flame flickered to life, capable of igniting anything one could imagine. While some wizards might conjure roaring flames, if one simply wishes to light a candle charm, or a lighter may be more practical. He then brandished a water gun, spraying the blackboard and transforming the word Muggle into a cascade of white chalky water that dripped down. Wizards, on the other hand, summoned clear water as from a spring. A stream of water gushed from the tip of his wand, washing the chalk away and merging it with the Muggle water. With a wave of his wand, the chalky water flew back to the board, forming the letters of the word human. A water gun can bring joy to humanity. Observing the eager expressions of his students, Anthony returned the water gun to his bag and smiled, declaring the lesson over. Chapter 12, Reflection and Peeves. Anthony returned to the staff lounge, exhaling deeply. "How did it go?" Professor Burbage asked, offering him a piece of cupcake. "Did the students cooperate?" "I believe it went well," Anthony reflected. "I was a bit nervous while preparing, so I scheduled a practical session for half of the class. At least they seemed to enjoy that part. All tasks were accomplished, so I awarded 10 points to Gryffindor. I hope that wasn't too excessive." Professor Burbage reassured him, 10 points is quite appropriate. "Do not worry, Henry, you did splendidly. The Weasley twins are indeed a considerable challenge for the new professor." Anthony maintained a commendable mindset. He held no expectations regarding the level of attentiveness from his students. His contentment stemmed solely from their willingness to enroll in his course. Should they acquire even a modicum of knowledge about Muggles, it would surpass his expectations. "It appears you are addressing the entire class," Professor Burbage jested. Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. New professors often exhibit such sentiments, at the very least. "You are well prepared, Professor Anthony." Anthony took a bite of cake, choosing not to respond. He was acutely aware of whom Professor McGonagall was referring to. Poor fellow. Professor Burbage sighed, lamenting over Professor Quirrell. "I must admit, his teaching on Muggle studies leaves much to be desired. Even from my perspective, the previous graduate's understanding of Muggles was shockingly scant." Anthony defended Quirrell. However, his expertise in defense against the dark arts is indeed commendable. Aside from their brief encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, he had scarcely interacted with Professor Quirrell. Quirrell rarely frequented the staff lounge, and during mealtimes in the Great Hall. He always appeared suspicious, flinching at the slightest conversation. Consequently, Anthony refrained from disturbing him, even though their offices were situated on the same floor. He had never visited Professor Quirrell. At that time, Anthony was preoccupied with lesson preparation. Quirrell had once come to visit him, but Anthony's cat had been exceedingly displeased, yowling in the room, prompting him to politely see Quirrell off. The professor's comically large scarf accentuated his pallor, leading Anthony to suggest he seek Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing for a potion. While he possessed considerable skill, he struggled with student interaction. Had Professor Quirrell approached lesson planning with the same diligence as Professor Anthony, perhaps his classes would not have been so disastrous. Professor McGonagall fairly noted, I had to deduct 50 points from my own house because the Weasley twins decided to surreptitiously cast a spell on Professor Quirrell's scarf, causing it to sag. Quirrell was nearly brought to tears. Anthony widened his eyes in astonishment. He had heard that Quirrell's scarf was a gift from an African prince, a token of gratitude for assisting the prince in ridding himself of a zombie. Anthony found the concept of a zombie fascinating. He still believed he was resurrected rather than a mere oddity of time magic, yet it also instilled a certain fear of Professor Quirrell. Did they succeed? Professor Burbage inquired with curiosity. No, Professor McGonagall replied, pursing her lips and shaking her head. She seemed to find the situation somewhat amusing. Noting that Quirrell had employed exceptionally advanced magic to protect his scarf. He certainly has his talents, Professor Burbage remarked. By the way, how is Potter faring? A gentle smile graced Professor McGonagall's face. Quite well. He is adapting to magic swiftly. I still think that Albus. She abruptly ceased her discourse. Anthony, sensing the shift, rose. I shall seek some reference materials in the library. Until dinner, Henry. Professor Burbage waved him off, bestowing upon him another small cake. At times, Anthony felt that Professor Burbage resembled his grandmother. En route to the library, he encountered nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor. At that moment, Nick was deep in thought, contemplating how to pass through the middle of a wall, when he was suddenly called by Anthony, causing him to tumble headfirst and become ensnared within the wall. Anthony gazed at him with a hint of regret as Nick extricated his head. Ah, greetings, Professor, Nick said, scratching his neck, his head wobbling precariously. Is there something you need? Sir Nicholas, I have a rather audacious question I wish to pose, Anthony began. Please, go ahead, Professor. Our ghostly existence has persisted for so long that it is challenging for us to be genuinely vexed by matters of the afterlife. Oh, how I yearn for the days of the living, he lamented. I crave a steak. I can imagine, Anthony empathized. Even if it's not steak. Anything that reminds one of being alive, rather than a mere void. Indeed, let us not dwell on that, Professor. What is your inquiry? Well, I have some questions regarding Peeves, he replied. Anthony had encountered Peeves the previous day while leaving the library after preparing for his lessons. At that time, Peeves was hiding within a chandelier, tearing to shreds the assignments of some unfortunate soul and tossing paper wads at the students passing below. Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor, was attempting to intervene, only to be struck squarely on the nose by a flying paper wad. Haha, 10 points, Peeves exclaimed, performing a somersault while clinging to the chandelier. The little red-haired imp has a red nose. Anthony was astonished to discover that, unlike other ghosts in the school, Peeves was not a translucent white and could interact with objects. In other words, Peeves resembled more of a poltergeist familiar to the realm of the living than the spirits wandering the castle. He attempted to utilize methods for controlling poltergeists to extract Peeves from the chandelier, but Peeves suspiciously surveyed his surroundings. Annoying spirit is tickling me, Peeves huffed, indignantly scattering the shredded paper onto the floor before vanishing into the ceiling. Today, Anthony had initially planned to visit the library to research the school's history and delve into the origins of Peeves. As the only living necromancer, he held a profound interest in all matters pertaining to necromancy. Encountering Nick along the way, he did not hesitate to inquire directly with the ghosts more familiar with Peeves. Ah, Peeves. Nick, nearly headless, exclaimed irritably. Do not mind him, Professor. He is rude to everyone. I truly do not comprehend why Dumbledore tolerates him. Aside from the monk who continually forgives him, all the ghosts despise him. I mean, he doesn't even qualify as a basic ghost. Anthony caught the key phrase. What did it mean to not even qualify as a basic ghost? Look at his appearance, Professor. Nick insisted passionately. He lacks a clean, translucent form, no chilling breath of death, and certainly no dignity befitting the deceased. I am truly curious about what he encountered on that road to become such a frenzied being. That road, the nearly headless Nick suddenly fell silent. He became momentarily paralyzed, then sighed deeply, filled with profound sorrow. I do not wish to speak any longer, Professor. I do not wish to speak. I apologize. Chapter 13. Everything is on track. Anthony expressed his gratitude to nearly headless Nick before continuing his journey towards the library. He had a vague understanding of what Nick was alluding to: death. Anthony had also encountered death. Water surged into his mouth and nose, and he was engulfed in a blur of white and black, the world gradually receding into the distance. Yet, he remained perplexed about the significance of this path. He sensed it was connected to his inexplicable transformation into a spectral wizard upon awakening. Madame Pants glanced up as he entered, then lowered her gaze once more. Anthony frequented the library, often spending entire days in the study area while preparing lessons, effectively transforming the library into his personal study. Madame Pants had reminded him that the professors were not restricted by the number of books they could borrow. As long as they returned them promptly, they could take all their preparatory materials back to their rooms. Anthony declined this offer. He relished the scent of parchment and ink that permeated the library and adored the soft footfalls of students weaving among the shelves. Here, the dust settled more gently than elsewhere. The tome Hogwarts, a history, made no mention of the origins of Peeves, only chronicling a few of his more destructive pranks. It seemed he had been present since the inception of Hogwarts, and one day, after the consequences of his mischief grew too severe, the chroniclers decided to document him in the school history, suddenly pondering, when did this fellow first appear? Interestingly, Anthony discovered that Professor Binns had been the history of magic professor since the school's founding. Renowned as the youngest master of magical history, Binns held great esteem among students. If anyone knew of Peeves' origins, it would undoubtedly be Professor Binns. Determined, Anthony resolved to pay him a visit. Previously, he had harbored some apprehension that the ghosts might uncover his identity as a spectral wizard. However, it appeared they possessed little curiosity. According to Nearly Headless Nick, the ghosts of Hogwarts seemed to traverse two distinct paths of death separate from that of the spectral magic. Furthermore, given that Dumbledore had hired him despite knowing of his status as a spectral wizard, perhaps this identity was not as significant as he had once believed. Conversely, as his understanding of the wizarding world deepened, he found himself increasingly baffled by Dumbledore's sudden decision to employ him. Undoubtedly, the Ministry of Magic seemed intent on punishing him, whether through the kiss of a Dementor or the severing of his hands, making Hogwarts a considerably more lenient option. Yet, he could not fathom Dumbledore's rationale for extending the invitation. Undeniably, allowing a spectral wizard who kept a skeleton as a pet into Hogwarts was one of the safest arrangements the headmaster could make. Spectral magic? How delightful. He could conveniently take students for a thorough cleaning of the Forbidden Forest. When Anthony sought Hagrid, he discovered numerous magical bones concealed deep within the wooded depths, ample enough for him to breach Hogwarts. After returning Hogwarts, a history to the shelf, Anthony stretched languidly and sauntered towards the Great Hall, where the corridors were bustling with students heading to dinner. Since the commencement of the school term, the culinary sprites in the kitchen have been delighting us daily with an array of delectable dishes, far surpassing the variety available during the holiday. I do hope that this evening the sprite has prepared steak and kidney pudding. However, it would also be delightful to indulge in a syrup pie. Who is the weeping fool of Gryffindor? Longbottom. Suddenly, Anthony heard the voice of Peeves. Who is the unfortunate soul perpetually losing points? Longbottom. Who is the forgetful one who can only remember to eat? Longbottom. Anthony approached. A young student, appearing quite small, was cornered by Peeves at the end of the corridor, anxiously glancing over his shoulder. His face was flushed with embarrassment as groups of students passed by Peeves, casting sympathetic looks at the helpless young Gryffindor before hastily pretending not to see, fearful that Peeves might redirect his attention. Oh, the fat and foolish Longbottom. No one likes you, Longbottom. Peeves mocked. Oh, Neville, what are you doing here? As Anthony struggled against the throng of students, a girl clutching two oversized books suddenly exclaimed. Striding over to Neville's side, Peeves, go away. Hermione. Neville exclaimed gratefully. Haha. The unloved Granger comes to save the unloved Longbottom. Granger likes Longbottom. Peeves cackled, conjuring a gust of wind that sent her parchment fluttering. Granger likes Longbottom. Hermione impatiently brushed aside her long brown hair sticking to her face. This prank is truly tiresome. You know? Moreover, you've committed a logical fallacy. If I like Neville, then he is not unloved. Logic, consider it, Peeves. Well said. Anthony finally managed to reach a position where he could influence Peeves. Ravenclaw? No, Gryffindor. Hermione proudly declared. Hermione Granger, first year of Gryffindor, Professor Anthony. Excellent argument. 2 points to Gryffindor. Anthony nodded, having heard of her reputation as a student who seemed to have previewed all the lessons for the entire term, then turned to Peeves. Enough. Peeves, the prank is over. What? Peeves muttered, annoying creature. What annoying creature? Professor. He grimaced and glanced around. The annoying professor is hindering me. He was pulled by Anthony into an adjacent empty room. Peeves seemed to find this amusing, grinning widely without much resistance, inadvertently shattering a crystal chandelier in the classroom. Even amidst the noisy chatter of students heading to dinner, Anthony could still hear the furious bellowing of Filch from downstairs. Let us go? He smiled at the two children. Dining is of utmost importance. It is said that tonight's dinner will be splendid. After thanking him, Neville and Hermione hurried toward the Great Hall. Anthony overheard Hermione chastising Neville along the way. You shouldn't be afraid of him. Peeves is nothing to fear. He only plays pranks. I've already lost 8 points since the term began, all because of Peeves. Oh, that truly shouldn't be the case. I mean, I gained 2 points due to Peeves, right? Anthony stood watch in the corridor, anxious that the poltergeist might emerge once more to disturb the students on their way to dinner. The poltergeist's strength was far greater than Anthony had anticipated, and he had not even genuinely resisted. Since mastering necromancy, it was his first encounter with such an uncontrollable spirit. Leaning against the wall, he greeted the students as they passed by. A third-year Gryffindor seemed to have promoted him a little, for he observed more smiling faces amidst the throng than he had expected. Once the corridor was nearly deserted, he made his way to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall inquired about the students, and they praised him and the water gun effusively. Perhaps I might retire earlier than anticipated, he mused. After taking a seat, Professor Burbage smiled and said, "We saved you a syrup pie." Chapter 14, The Fragility of Muggles. As Anthony gradually adapted to the rhythm of lesson preparation, teaching, grading papers, and conducting remedial classes, his days at Hogwarts became increasingly stable. This semester, he was responsible for teaching only 3rd and 4th year students, allowing him ample energy to tailor his instruction to their needs. He prepared different courses for the various houses and year groups. These modifications were not made arbitrarily. He had perused the syllabus for Muggle studies at Hogwarts over the years. Initially, the course had been quite novel, but with the evolution of the Muggle world, the materials had gradually grown outdated. As Professor Burbage had pointed out, the course had devolved into a study of 17th century Muggle life long before she took over. While a historian focused on the 17th century might find the materials engaging, they strayed far from the original intent of the course. Muggle studies, as Anthony emphasized in his first lesson, was established to remind wizards that there existed a world of non-magical humans. They possessed no magical abilities, yet maintained a well-ordered way of life. In the library, he discovered the lesson plan of Hogwarts' first Muggle studies professor, which bore the inscription, "I constantly remind myself how easily magic can breed arrogance." Anthony transcribed this phrase onto the cover page of his own lesson plan. Following Professor Burbage's counsel, he undertook significant reforms to the curriculum for the 3rd year students who were just beginning to engage with Muggle studies. He focused on cultivating their interest by sharing intriguing anecdotes from the Muggle world. The 4th year students, having previously attended Professor Burbage's Muggle Studies course and possessing a basic understanding of the theory, were taught based on their existing questions. For instance, today, "Good morning, Professor Anthony," greeted a 4th year Hufflepuff student as she entered the classroom, smiling. "Good morning, Midgen," Anthony nodded at the girl. "Today, we shall address the question you posed last time. How fragile are Muggles?" A Ravenclaw boy who had already taken his seat interjected, "That's splendid. I have been pondering this question since last time. My grandfather was a Muggle, so he passed away long before I was born. I had never considered how my grandmother viewed this matter. My father is a Muggle," Midgen sorrowfully expressed. "I do not wish for his early demise." Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Oh, dear child." Anthony cautiously extended a packet of tissues. It appeared that Hufflepuff students were notably susceptible to emotional sentiments. During his previous discourse on the composition of Muggle families, he had corrected a student, informing him that Muggles lack love potions, thereby eliminating the option of fervent infatuation induced by such elixirs. Instantaneously, the Hufflepuff boy's eyes sparkled with delight. "How beautiful it is," he said, "that there are no lies in Muggle love. Thus, in the love of the vast majority of the world's populace, there exists no deceit." Anthony felt compelled to deliver a harsh truth. Even in the absence of love potions, humanity, whether wizards or Muggles, inevitably finds ways to weave falsehoods into love. Although the subject of Muggle mortality was one they had broached themselves, he did not wish for a multitude of tearful students to emerge once the class concluded. "Before we commence our lesson, I would like to share my personal perspective." As the time for the class arrived, Anthony waved his wand to close the door. Indeed, Muggles are prone to mortality, though not in the manner many wizards might envision. A glimmer of good news is that the average lifespan of Muggles is gradually increasing. I hope this brings you some solace. They have exerted tremendous effort to resolve issues that could be easily addressed with a single potion or spell. Thus, today, let us discuss what Muggle medicine entails. Has anyone ever consumed a stimulant? Anthony inquired. Almost the entire classroom raised their hands. Excellent. Then I presume I need not elucidate the rapid efficacy of a stimulant. A cup of stimulant quickly alleviates a wizard's cold, serving as both prevention and treatment in one. Of course, there is no need to ponder the nature of a cold, he continued, yet it is a remarkably common ailment among Muggles, typically treated with rest and appropriate care. Long before Muggles understood the reasons behind catching colds, they devised methods to manage it. It was only in recent years, specifically, those recent for wizards, that Muggles discovered colds are caused by something known as a virus, at least in their context. Once the virus was identified, they could more accurately prevent and treat colds. A typical example of a virus appears as follows. We cannot perceive it with the naked eye, yet Muggles have successfully identified it. Initially, it was purely through experience, logic, and wisdom, But eventually, they obtained an image of this entity. Yes, through an inexplicable means. He regarded his students with encouragement. Electricity? Yes, precisely, electricity. More accurately, an electron microscope. This can be seen as a microcosm of Muggle medicine, observation, practice, research, technological advancement, and specialization. Humanity is a resilient species. In the absence of magic, an entirely different system flourishes. If a time traveler were to inform me that 3 or 4 centuries hence, Muggles have discovered ways to live longer than wizards, I would not be particularly astonished. The Ravenclaw boy, whose grandfather was a Muggle, could not help but inquire, why? Because they are numerous and possess an insatiable curiosity. If there were a Pandora's box, they would undoubtedly open it. It may not be a sudden revelation, yet I can envision them gradually unveiling the lid, eventually appending the box to shake its contents, before discarding the remnants beside a pile of refuse. Anthony jested that, from a certain perspective, immortality might also be akin to a magic box. However, what can one do? Cats possess an innate fascination for boxes, while humans are creatures inclined to dismantle them. He observed that only a handful of individuals in the class bore knowing smiles, as most had gazed at him in confusion since he began discussing Pandora's box. Thus, a succinct explanation is that Muggles are driven by curiosity and an audacity to embrace trial and error. Anthony elucidated to those who seemed perplexed that what prevents them from making reckless leaps may merely be the self-restraint of reason, humanity, and ethics. Yet, the knowledge they presently possess is inconceivable for the majority of wizards. He showcased an anatomical diagram he had procured from an ordinary bookstore. You can enter any Muggle bookstore or some Muggle pharmacies, where they sell illustrations of the human body structure to all. Amidst gasps of astonishment, he raised his voice while pointing at the diagram. This is knowledge. This is the knowledge that has saved countless lives. Muggles have sacrificed much and navigated many missteps to arrive at this illustration. I hope their knowledge is accorded the respect it deserves in my classroom. They have explored methods to halt the heart without leading to death, restoring the heartbeat post-surgery, all without the aid of magic. Thus, yes, Muggles are considerably more fragile than wizards. Their lifespans are fleeting, and they are beset by ailments that wizards do not encounter. They have exerted immense effort to elucidate their existence through a framework that is often incomprehensible to wizards. Upon death, Anthony paused. It typically signifies an end. Ghosts assert that only wizards can choose whether to become specters. Supremacists among wizards claim this is because Muggles lack souls, thereby arguing that wizards are superior to Muggles. He scanned the classroom. The students were intently focused on him. Apart from those who enrolled out of curiosity, he recalled several students confiding in him that they chose Muggle studies due to close Muggle friends or relatives. His gaze met that of Mid-Gen, who, covering her mouth, was fervently shaking her head. Anthony smiled at her. But death holds no significance for the living. Such a conclusion is akin to asserting that, due to a longer blooming period, a peony is superior to a rose. No one truly knows what lies beyond death. In realms where magic cannot elucidate, perhaps there exist electronic specters wandering the earth. As for life, Muggle studies reveals that Muggles, much like wizards, if not more adept, excel at living. Chapter 15, The Bustling Corridor. After class, Anthony returned to his office, opened his Transfiguration textbook, and commenced his studies for the day. He was gritting his teeth, attempting to transform his desk into a horse, when the cat, which was perched on his lap, serving as a small tabletop, suddenly twitched its ears, stood up, and caused the textbook to tumble to the floor. Anthony, along with the cat, listened attentively. Outside, the sounds of an argument echoed through the corridor. Both his and Professor Chilo's offices were situated in a relatively secluded corridor, where few ventured aside from students seeking their counsel. He cracked open the door to the office and peered inside. There was Neville, and beside him stood a student he did not recognize, who, judging by his manner of speech, was undoubtedly a Slytherin. It was astonishing how they could mimic their head of house so closely while lazily twirling their wand, repeatedly forcing the struggling Neville back to the ground. "You would do well to look up at me while speaking, you feeble coward," the Slytherin taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "It's quite dull to bully someone like you, but your mere existence has become a nuisance. I don't wish to hear any more nonsense about how her distant aunt has driven Longbottom's parents mad." "Oh, Longbottom, your parents are insane." As if that were something to be proud of. "If I were you, I would keep such matters to myself." Neville trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he defiantly glared at the older student. Anthony touched his wand, feeling the sting of the Slytherin's harsh words. The spells employed in this encounter were hardly sufficient to warrant a proper Hogwarts duel, and the professors in the staff room appeared rather indifferent to the ongoing dispute between the two houses, seemingly believing it served to hone the students' combat skills. "If you witness a brawl within a house, you may summon their head of house," Professor Burbage advised. "However, should you observe a quarrel between houses, you can deduct points from both sides. But if it's Gryffindor and Slytherin at odds, let them fight. They have been at it for years, both on and off campus. Anthony focused intently on the unfolding scene in the corridor, resolved that if the older student cast another spell, he would intervene and deduct points. If Snape wished to confront him, so be it. He was eager to discuss the moral education of his students. "I am not a feeble coward," Neville shouted, hands pressed to the ground as he gasped for breath. The Slytherin's eyes glinted with malice. "Hey, if you're not a coward, dare to venture up that corridor?" "But that corridor," Neville stammered. "We can't go there. We'll lose points if we're caught." "Huh, lose points?" The other scoffed. "Listen to your own words. Surely you can find a better excuse for your cowardice, can't you, Longbottom? Think hard now. I forgot. Thinking must be quite difficult for you." His laughter rang out, cruel and mocking. Neville's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He took a deep breath and said, "Well." At that moment, Anthony felt compelled to intervene. Even if the student intended to coax Neville into Snape's office, he might have continued to observe the situation. However, the corridor on the third floor was off limits. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had strongly emphasized the significance of that corridor to all staff, warning of its genuine dangers, and instructed them to swiftly expel any student seen loitering nearby. "If it's Gryffindor," Professor McGonagall had said through gritted teeth, "I suggest starting with a deduction of 20 points. Anything less is ineffective for them." The professors unanimously agreed that Gryffindor was most likely to attempt a challenge in that perilous corridor. From the outset of the school banquet, Anthony perceived Dumbledore's speech as a veiled call for valiant heroes to rescue him from the clutches of a metaphorical dragon, lingering in apprehension that there might be reckless students eager to test their mettle. To his surprise, he encountered a Slytherin instigating a Gryffindor that very day. He feigned an intention to leave, shuffling at the entrance as he donned his shoes, clutching his lesson plans as he stepped into the corridor. The Slytherin released Neville with astonishing speed, passing right before Anthony, who had just opened the door, and even offering a polite nod in greeting. Neville stood against the wall, his face streaked with tears and dirt, gazing vacantly in the direction from which the Slytherin had vanished. "Professor Anthony," he murmured softly, looking at the man at the door. "How would a brave person respond to bullying?" "I am uncertain, Mr. Longbottom. You must discern the answer for yourself. However, I do know that bullying others is inherently an act devoid of courage," Anthony replied gently, moving closer to wipe Neville's face, grateful for his sensitive students. He now always kept tissues at hand, then patted Neville on the shoulder. "I truly wonder where you acquired such a face full of mud, young man." After bidding farewell to the consoled Neville, Anthony lingered for a moment in the corridor, lost in thought. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that he gradually recognized the profound impact of the last great war in the wizarding world, the remnants of which were still visible among the students, perhaps due to his absence during those tumultuous years. His feelings towards Voldemort were nearly akin to his sentiments regarding the Goblin Rebellion, mere chapters in the annals of magical history. As he engaged in discussions with the students, his understanding of that war deepened. On one occasion, he inquired of Professor Burbage how many children at Hogwarts had lost loved ones during that conflict. Professor Burbage regarded him for a moment before revealing that, due to the small size of the British wizarding community, nearly all who had wizarding relatives had been affected. This was also why Harry Potter was so renowned. "I am truly relieved that Voldemort is no longer among us," Anthony stated. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." Professor Burbage responded with a smile. As he intended to return to his quarters, he happened upon the Weasley twins descending the staircase. The staircase conveniently connected to the corridor on the right of the third floor, which bore a warning against fatal misadventures. Perhaps influenced by having just overheard the Slytherin student attempting to provoke Neville into an escapade, Anthony felt a twinge of concern regarding the twins' activities above. "Good afternoon, Weasleys," he called out. "Good afternoon, Professor," they replied in unison. "What are you doing upstairs?" Anthony inquired directly. "The weather is splendid today," one of them remarked. "Thus, we decided to admire the breathtaking vistas of Hogwarts," the other added. "Professor, truly, you ought to venture up there yourself. You can even glimpse the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The sunlight dances upon the lake, creating a truly magnificent sight. It makes me yearn to compose poetry." Anthony, bemused, rubbed his forehead. He remained uncertain of the twins' pursuits, but it appeared they had ventured to a lofty elevation, completely unrelated to the third-floor corridor. "I recall that the Gryffindor dormitory is located within the tower, where the view should be equally splendid," he remarked before waving them off. The two brothers chimed in unison. "Indeed, Professor." Anthony chuckled as he watched them scurry away, only to turn and find Professor Chilo descending the staircase. "Good afternoon, Professor Anthony," Chilo said, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Weasley twins. Suddenly, Anthony was reminded of the mischief he had overheard in the staff lounge. The Weasley twins were rather restless in their defense against the dark arts class. "I fear they may have ventured to the third-floor corridor," Anthony explained to Chilo. Chilo shuddered, his eyes widening as he looked at Anthony. "Students are not permitted to go there." "Indeed, they should not have gone," Anthony reassured him before returning to his office. As soon as he sat down, his cat leapt onto his lap. The feline disliked the scent of the living. Anthony embraced the cat, saying, "I understand." The corridors have been quite bustling today. Chapter 15. An afternoon out with the cat. Anthony stared into the eyes of his cat, both locked in a silent standoff. "I know. I share your sentiments," he said, holding up the collar. "Let us give it a try today. If all goes well, you may roam freely henceforth." The Hogwarts office was spacious, but Anthony had no desire to confine his cat within its walls. Ever since he had inadvertently encountered Lady Loris in the hallway, he had wished for his cat to explore the castle as well. The cat had significantly mellowed, no longer attempting to eliminate every living thing within its territory, which relieved Anthony greatly, and he suspected the owls delivering messages felt similarly at ease. To enable its excursions, he had fashioned a tracking collar, inspired by the enchanted biscuit box of Professors Tongs and Flitwick. Flitwick had expertly maintained a levitation charm within the box, allowing cookies to float enticingly at the lid's opening, making them easily accessible. However, his cat showed no appreciation for his efforts, merely arching its back in fury. "No. Do not destroy the place. We will not wear it." Anthony hastily discarded the collar, wishing to avoid a sorrowful house elf. He crouched down, arms outstretched towards the cat. "Come. Let me hold you. This should suffice." The cat cautiously regarded him with its golden eyes before leaping into his embrace. "Good kitty," he murmured, stroking the cat. "Remember, do not let anyone hold you. Your body temperature is too low." The cat yawned impatiently. The weather had been splendid of late. Sunlight bathed the lawn. Students lounged beneath the shade of trees with books, and couples whispered sweet nothings amidst the bushes. "Professor Anthony." A student waved joyfully at him. Anthony recognized him as a third-year Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout had discreetly informed him that this student had a stellar reputation in Hufflepuff, partly because he had never deducted points and partly because his classes assigned no homework. "Good day," he smiled and nodded. "Professor, is this your cat?" the inquisitive student inquired. Leaning closer, he moved a bit closer, and the cat turned its head to gaze at him. His face was positioned perfectly for an impending attack. Anthony instinctively tightened his grip on the cat, anticipating that any moment now, this student might require a visit to the infirmary for a repair to his nose. Fortunately, disaster did not strike. The cat cautiously sniffed the student, then disdainfully sneezed and turned its head away. Anthony gently patted the cat's head, acknowledging, "Yes, it's best to let it observe. It doesn't particularly enjoy the company of people." "That much is evident," interjected a bystander, noting that few animals dislike Cedric. Cedric chuckled. "Indeed, few do, but not all. Professor Kettleburn's chimera isn't fond of me at all. That creature seems to have an aversion to everyone except Professor Kettleburn," his classmate nonchalantly remarked. "Oh, perhaps with the exception of Hagrid. Hagrid is quite adept at handling magical creatures. Professor Anthony, may I attempt to pet it? Just once." Anthony glanced at the cat, interpreting its expression as a firm no. "You would be wise to refrain," he advised the student. "It actually quite likes Diggory. That was probably its most amiable display." "All right then," the student replied, visibly disappointed. As Anthony walked away, he overheard a group of Hufflepuff students chattering animatedly behind him. He genuinely appreciated the camaraderie of the Hufflepuffs. They resembled a pack of social creatures, seizing every opportunity to exchange information. How can Professor Anthony be so affable, yet have such a peculiar cat? Perhaps it's the cat that keeps him in good spirits. One student mused. Anthony chuckled, stroking the cat. "Your temperament is rather pleasant as well." The student's comment prompted him to decide to take the cat to visit Hagrid. He was not particularly familiar with Professor Kettleburn, so Hagrid was the most capable individual he knew when it came to dealing with animals. The somewhat incapacitated Professor Kettleburn seldom frequented the staff lounge, and Anthony had no pressing reason to seek him out. Conversely, he shared a good rapport with Hagrid. Once, when Anthony visited Hagrid for a drink, Kettleburn had unexpectedly been there. The two of them had engaged Anthony in an enthusiastic 3-hour discussion about Ashwindurs and hippogriffs. However, Anthony had ultimately outdrank them both. He knocked on the door of the small hut, and Hagrid's voice called from the backyard, "Over here." Anthony rounded the corner to find Hagrid examining pumpkins in his garden. "I want to add a hint of creaminess to them." Hagrid removed his dragon hide gloves, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Oh, who asked this little fellow? Henry, is this your cat?" "Indeed," Anthony replied, lifting the cat for Hagrid to see. Hagrid bent down for a closer inspection. "Ah, a ginger cat." He attempted to check its gender, only to be met with a fierce scratch, causing blood to immediately seep from the wound. Anthony quickly pulled the cat away, grasping Hagrid's hand to examine it. "It's nothing, Henry," Hagrid said, appearing even more delighted. "What a lovely little creature. So agile. I'm certain it possesses some remarkable magical creature lineage. Ordinary cats cannot manage such feats." He shook his bloodied hand and proudly declared, "You know, Dumbledore would never appoint just anyone as the keeper of the grounds." Of course, Anthony replied, his gaze darting nervously to the cat. The skeletal feline, disguised as a ginger tabby, was far from an ordinary cat. This creature, capable of shredding a sofa with ease, was now sitting obediently in Hagrid's pumpkin patch, meticulously licking its front paws. Hagrid reached out to stroke its head, and this time, the cat offered no resistance. Look how clever it is, Hagrid beamed. Shall we, Henry? Fancy a drink? Anthony ambled back to the castle, clutching a handful of colorful fish treats. Surprised that his cat had developed a taste for them, Hagrid laid out all his jerky reserves, and after surveying the peculiar assortment, the cat settled down atop the strange fish treats. A cat that enjoys fish, Hagrid exclaimed, tossing a generous handful of colorful fish snacks into Anthony's arms. Here, Henry. You take them. After all, Fong doesn't care for them. The dog named Fong, feeling neglected, had curled up discontentedly at Hagrid's feet. When the door opened, he had intended to leap forward to lick Anthony, but upon noticing the cat in his arms, he barked twice before Hagrid admonished him, leaving him to sulk on the floor. The cat, meanwhile, appeared to be in high spirits, its tail playfully winding around Anthony's arm. Professor, Anthony. As soon as Anthony stepped into the castle, a voice called out in surprise. His cat lay calmly in his embrace. Good afternoon, Friar, he greeted the approaching ghost. Oh, good afternoon, Professor, the portly ghost replied, but your office may be in disarray. We have been searching for you. Anthony quickened his pace towards his office. What has happened? It's Peeves, Professor, the friar said anxiously. He said something to moaning Myrtle, and now she has been crying incessantly. Water is overflowing from the lavatory. Your office is flooded. Puzzled, Anthony inquired Myrtle. She lives on your floor, Professor, in the girls' lavatory, the friar explained, his tone urgent. She means no harm, and didn't he intend to flood your office? Understanding dawned on Anthony. The sorrowful cries emanating from the girls' lavatory belonged to a melancholic ghost. He had often wondered which student was perpetually despondent, while the headmaster seemed unconcerned. It's all right, Friar, he reassured. Let us return and assess the situation. Chapter 17, Moaning Myrtle. The corridor leading to his office had transformed into a vast expanse of water. Curious students congregated at the entrance, while Filch stood on the stairs, vociferously protesting, though no one paid heed to his complaints. The only dry spot in the entire corridor was in front of Professor Quirrell's office. Evidently, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had invested considerable effort in protecting his office, for not a single drop of water dared to intrude within a meter of his door. He stood on that dry aisle, watching in trepidation as a toothbrush floated past. Professor Quirrell, Anthony greeted with a smile. I'm truly glad to see you unscathed. Professor Anthony, perhaps you should tend to your office. A student shouted from afar. The sudden outcry startled nearly headless Nick, nearly causing him to plunge into the water. Pale-faced, he wished Anthony good luck before retreating to his office. Anthony cast a waterproof charm on his clothes and shoes, cautiously stepping into the stream that originated from the girls' lavatory. The rotund ghost hesitated at the entrance, reluctant to proceed. Anthony, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Go on, Professor. The onlooking students jeered. A girl kindly reassured him. It's all right, Professor. This is the domain of Moaning Myrtle. No one usually comes here. Ha ha. Everyone despises you. Peeves' voice echoed from the lavatory. No one wants to see you. Ugly. Crybaby. With a loud sob. The water surged even more violently. Resolving his hesitation, Anthony knocked on the door and stepped into the lavatory. As he entered, a wave came crashing down upon him. Quick-witted, he cast a protective charm, narrowly avoiding becoming soaked. Peeves floated in midair, grinning at him with malicious glee. Above the toilet sat a sobbing ghost, repeatedly lamenting Peeves' words. Everyone hates me. Hello there, Myrtle. Anthony cleared his throat. The weeping Myrtle briefly paused her weeping, looking up at him in surprise, only to erupt into an even louder wail. You're a boy. I suppose so, Anthony replied. I am, your neighbor, having just arrived at Hogwarts. I thought I might visit the friends living around me, so I took the liberty of coming in. Myrtle sniffled. Did you knock? I did, he responded, omitting the fact that her cries had completely drowned out the sound of his knocking. However, Peeves leaned close to Myrtle's ear. You're crying too loudly. Myrtle's eyes widened in sorrow as she took a deep breath. No, Anthony interjected immediately. Just then, nearly headless Nick floated straight out of the wall. Get lost, Peeves. And stop bothering Myrtle. I'm off to summon the Bloody Baron. Peeves pondered for a moment, then indignantly created a massive wave that crashed against the lavatory walls, rushing out. Goodbye, loathsome professor, he shouted at Anthony, splashing mud on the gathered students as he cackled and vanished amidst their startled cries. This commotion seemed to interrupt Myrtle's desire to have a good cry. Burying her face in her arms, she mumbled, Are we neighbors? Where do you live? Just next door. The second office on the right outside, he replied cautiously. P.S. the new Muggle Studies professor, nearly headless Nick added. Anthony endeavored to smile at her. Henry Anthony, a pleasure to meet you. Lies. Myrtle cried in anger. No one is ever pleased to see me. Everyone hates me. Professor Anthony is pleased to see everyone. He responded softly. Nick, nearly headless, assured with a certain enthusiasm that he was genuinely pleased to see both Filch and Professor Snape. This was, indeed, a fabrication. Anthony mused silently, choosing not to expose the deceit. Myrtle, with tears welling in her eyes, lifted her gaze to scrutinize him closely. It was then that Anthony realized she was a very young girl, clad in a studentess attire. Behind her thick glasses were eyes swollen from crying, and her face bore the marks of adolescence, resembling that of his own students. Anthony found it hard to fathom how someone her age could become a ghost. She should have been, like his students, fretting over essays, strolling on the castle's lawns, or teasing an unfriendly cat under the sun. He blurted out, "Little girl, how did you die?" Myrtle gasped in shock, her eyes widening. "What I mean is, you look very young," Anthony hastily clarified. "Too young. I cannot comprehend why you would." He fell silent. Myrtle inhaled sharply. A sudden glow illuminated her pale, ghostly face as she proudly declared, "I died right here." She then became animated, eagerly recounting to Anthony how a girl named Olive Hornby had mocked her glasses that fateful day. Nick, nearly headless, lost interest halfway through and slipped away, discreetly gesturing to Anthony about the puddle on the bathroom floor. The water was swiftly retreating back into the toilet where Myrtle sat. Myrtle elaborated to Anthony about her heartbreak, how she entered the girls' restroom, aware that no one would notice her, for no one cared about Myrtle. She recounted how, in her deepest sorrow, she heard a boy's voice scolding her to go to the boys' restroom, and then she gloriously met her demise. "Wait," Anthony asked incredulously. "So a boy burst into the girls' restroom, and because you were trying to maintain order, he killed you? Who was he?" "I don't know, Professor," Myrtle replied eagerly. "I didn't get a good look at him. I only remember seeing a pair of yellow eyes, much like this." She pointed at the cat in Anthony's arms, "but far larger, terrifyingly so. And then I died." Anthony furrowed his brow. "You saw a large cat? Did someone bring a lion into the girls' restroom?" "Not at all." Myrtle shook her head, seeming to relish discussing the details of her death. "My body remained intact. I linger here, waiting for them to discover my corpse. It took them a long time to find me. In truth, they weren't even looking for a body. No one expected that I had actually died. Olive Hornby came to inform me that Professor Dippet was looking for me. She knew that if anyone were to search for me, it would be best to check the restroom to see if I was crying, and then she found my body." "Oh," the expression on her face, she chuckled. It was unforgettable. Nick, nearly headless, returned to inform Anthony that the water had receded entirely. Anthony thanked him and, deep in thought, exited the restroom. Myrtle sat atop the sink, contentedly reminiscing about her death. Chapter 85, The Restricted Section. In the faculty lounge the following day, Anthony inquired, "Are you aware of the Myrtle in the girls' lavatory on the second floor?" "Indeed, that ghost," replied Professor Bubbage, as she accepted a platter of treats from Professor Flitwick. "Oh, the Honey Duke's coconut ice. Where did you acquire this?" "I confiscated it." Professor Flitwick chuckled. "Malfoy from Slytherin evidently finds the school lunches lacking." He erupted into laughter at Professor Bubbage's horrified expression. "Just kidding. It was given to me by a student of Pomona's." Professor Sprout nodded. "It was Tonks who provided it." "What was that about Myrtle?" she asked Anthony. "Oh, Tonks. Is she well at the ministry?" Professor Bubbage asked. "Did you not know?" Anthony's office was flooded, Professor Flitwick remarked. "What?" Professor Bubbage gasped. "Goodness, has Myrtle thrown another tantrum?" "Now that you mention it, I did overhear students complaining about Peeves attempting to soak everyone's essays." Professor Sprout sympathized. "I hope your office is all right now." "The office itself is fine," Anthony replied. "What I wish to inquire is whether you know how Myrtle met her demise." Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow. "She was supposedly a student of Ravenclaw, but I was not yet employed at that time." He shook his head. "You might want to ask the headmaster or Minerva. She mentioned to me that she was crying one day when a boy with enormous yellow eyes entered. And then she simply perished." Anthony, perplexed, questioned, "What sort of magic is this? A boy with enormous yellow eyes?" Professor Bubbage pondered. "Scringer?" Professor Sprout gently admonished her, urging her not to jest. "It sounds as though someone has brought a magical creature to the school." Her expression shifted subtly, and she hesitated to continue. "It could also be some form of disguise magic. Maintaining ignorance in an opponent is a considerable advantage. Many duel masters possess their own methods of disguise and counter-disguise." Professor Flitwick noted. "Disguise?" Professor Bubbage inquired. Professor Flitwick took a bite of the coconut ice. "I recall that Tonks excelled in practical charms, as she successfully deceived the examiner into believing she was a student who had already taken the exam, taking him by surprise while he was distracted. 'Do not look at me,' she said. This is when he approached me to inquire what I had taught the student. And only then did I learn. I promised not to disclose his name." He glanced at Anthony's puzzled brow and suggested, "If you truly wish to know, Minerva would likely have the answers. She should be in her office." Professor Sprout added, "However, she has been quite busy with the Gryffindor Quidditch team selection. Wood visits her 8 times a day. She hardly has time for tea. She is always so occupied." Professor Bubbage remarked sympathetically, "I suggest you consult the library, Henry. There's no harm in reading more." Indeed, Professor Flitwick concurred. Anthony exchanged greetings with Madame Pants, passing by a few students scattered about, engrossed in their essays, and made his way directly to the restricted section. He seldom ventured near the tomes of dark magic within the restricted section. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and had no intention of challenging dark sorcery with a foundation of magical knowledge that was far less robust than that of a Hogwarts graduate. Unlike Professor Quirrell, who specialized in Muggle studies and seldom required references from dark magic texts, he found himself in the company of Severus Snape this time. As Quirrell was absent, Snape stood before the bookshelf, engrossed in a purple-bound volume, swiftly scanning its pages. Suddenly, an illustration on one page oozed deep purple ink, nearly spilling onto his hands. With a sardonic smile, he tapped the page with his wand, restoring the book to its original state before returning it to the shelf. At which point he noticed Anthony approaching. Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone subtly insinuating, "Professor Anthony, what a surprise to find you here." Anthony harbored a faint suspicion that Dumbledore might have revealed his identity to Snape. He pondered Dumbledore's thoughts. If a dark wizard were to be chosen from the Hogwarts faculty, Snape would undoubtedly receive a significant number of votes. The man might as well have emblazoned his passion for dark magic across his forehead, obscured as it was by his greasy black hair. "And you as well," he replied politely, moving towards the bookshelf. "After you." Snape silently stepped aside. His interest piqued as he observed Anthony's finger become ensnared by the compendium of dark creatures. Anthony yanked his hand away sharply, staring at the wound for a moment before deciding to ignore it. He could not heal his injury while Snape was watching, even though self-healing was almost instinctual for him, akin to the stunning spell. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Snape inquired insincerely. "Of course, you're too kind," Anthony responded, shaking his hand. "I presume you've heard of some dark magic related to yellow eyes, Professor Snape? Something akin to a large cat, but without damaging the corpse?" Snape recommended the venomous leopard and scoffed at his meager grasp of magical knowledge. After Snape departed, Anthony settled down to peruse the information on the venomous leopard for quite some time. The description of this highly dangerous beast, exuding toxic fumes and resembling a leopard, indeed matched all of Anthony's criteria. The only conundrum was how one could possibly transport such a creature from East Africa to Moaning Myrtle. Clearly, the scenario was already unfolding in his mind. He thought in frustration as he closed the book. Evidently, someone had stuffed a sizable magical creature into an envelope, addressed it to England, Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, second-floor girls' lavatory, to be received by a weeping myrtle, and then dispatched an owl with a male voice to deliver the message. Regardless, this was the magical world. He sighed and walked over to the restricted section to return the book to its rightful place. Suddenly, a notebook captured his attention. It was an unremarkable brown hardcover notebook, seemingly forgotten by a student who had inadvertently tucked it among the shelves. Yet, it emanated a certain familiar aura that drew Anthony's gaze instantly. He reached out and pulled the notebook free. Experiment log. The distinctions between the application of fresh pig bones and human bones are notable. Materials: pig 1, pig 2, pig 3, human 1, human 2, human 3. Bone weight. Anthony comprehended the source of his familiarity. This notebook exuded an aura reminiscent of his skeletal cat and the vengeful spirit chicken, a terror that belonged to none of the living. He summoned the notebook, as if invoking a specter from the void. This elucidated why no one dared to take this perilous tome. It cleverly concealed itself within the interstice of life and death, only to be retrieved by those capable of traversing such a chasm. This was a necromancer's notebook. Chapter 19, Necromancy. Anthony hesitated to return the peculiar notebook to its rightful place as he exited the library. Influenced by the afternoon tea gathering, he harbored a slight wariness towards all inexplicably manifesting magical artifacts. Yet, it was not an inexplicable emergence, a voice whispered within him. It had always been there, concealed from the sight of others, for they were not necromancers. Only Anthony was. "Professor Anthony." Angelina greeted him. He smiled and nodded, passing by as he overheard her lamenting to her friend, "What has truly lost his mind? I cannot join you again this week. Perhaps next week." Her friend, entwining her arm, offered her snacks of unknown origin. "It's all right. Otherwise, I'll go with Alia." Angelina replied apologetically. "Alia should also be training. I must have a word with Wood." Her friend remarked, "I truly regret not participating in the Quidditch trials. Otherwise, we could be training together now. Indeed, had you participated, you would surely have made the team. Sometimes I feel you fly even better than I do." Angelina sighed. "Some opportunities, once missed, are forever lost." I suppose Wood thinks the same, hence his frantic desire to secure the Quidditch Cup before graduation. Anthony paused. The ordinary brown hardcover notebook resurfaced in his mind. What if it contained the reason behind his sudden emergence as a necromancer? What if it narrated the tales of the necromancers? Was he not curious? Was he content with merely instinctual talents in necromancy? Did he not yearn to delve deeper into the secrets of magic? The notebook lingered in Anthony's thoughts, as if it were moments away from being claimed by another, leaving him to ruefully lament this lost opportunity. He retraced his steps back to the library, rushing to the bookshelf and hastily stowing the notebook in his bag. Madame Pants regarded him with curiosity. Anthony displayed the cover to her, a notebook. "You are truly diligent." Professor Anthony, Madam Pants remarked wistfully. If all students applied themselves as you do, they would pass by their third year. Anthony smiled and thanked her as he made his way back to his office. His bag felt slightly heavier than before. Yet this added weight was trivial compared to the buoyancy of his heart. He flipped through a few pages, unable to suppress a grin as he embraced his cat. My dear feline, I had thought the knowledge acquired in university to be of no use. His cat cautiously sniffed the notebook before settling down. The nameless necromancer undoubtedly received what is deemed a conventional education, with all records, even marginal notes, inscribed in the medieval Latin, a lingua franca of religion, politics, and academia. Anthony, ever diligent, never allowed his attention to waver during lectures. His notes contain not only some rather macabre experiments, but also a few amusing endeavors. The necromancer lamented in his writings about his mentor's insistence on barbecuing in the wilderness, while resolutely refusing to consume the corpses of summoned creatures. What difference is there between the dead of a moment ago and the dead of this moment? The necromancer philosophically recorded that if he were to bind magic to their remains, they would become a part of him. Thus, what significance lies in the act of consumption? The crackling of flesh over the fire merely differentiates the quantity of fat, and what does it matter whether salt is present? Adjacent to this contemplation was a hastily scribbled note. Salt makes it taste better. The notes also chronicled aspects of necromancy that Anthony had never previously considered. By sharpening bones, one could summon deadly arrows from graves. To conceal the identity of a necromancer, one could restrict the movements of vengeful spirits and skeletons. Through a series of incantatory steps, he could exert complete control over the summoned undead, whether they be specters, skeletons, or even, had he not perused the notes, corpses. Should a pupil possess considerable aptitude and practice diligently, they might even perceive the whispers of the bones. The notes stated, a true necromancer can hear the whispers of the bones. They speak softly to their mentor day and night, some yearning for life, others for death. The mentor advised that if one wished to retain their humanity, they should refrain from listening too intently to those voices. Converse more with the living, he urged. Hence, I still cannot discern their speech. The mentor remarked that I struggle to master my emotions. The realm between life and death is profoundly silent. Emotions only serve to disrupt my magic. Perhaps I am ill-suited to be a necromancer. My mentor increasingly resembled a dark creature, prompting our decision to relocate underground. Yet, apart from his ability to wither everything around him while he slept, I noticed no significant difference. I suspect he merely sought tranquility amidst discord. Today, he consumed an entire box of pastries, an entire box. Anthony experimented with the spells documented in the notes, causing his cat to momentarily sprout sharp claws, only to freeze in confusion upon the bookshelf. Necromancy may indeed test one's confidence more than the study of charms. Anthony was quite certain that his gestural incantations were flawed, yet he casually attempted several intriguing necromantic spells, none of which failed. Perhaps this is the reason the Ministry of Magic categorically classifies necromancers as dark wizards. Anthony had to concede that these spells possessed a certain eeriness, especially when contrasted with the reliance of other wizards on their wands. Necromancers typically employed gestures only in the most intricate of spells, and those gestures were merely simple instructions such as raising a hand or forming a fist. During other times, the essence of necromancy documented in his notes was fundamentally this: envisioning a connection between his magic and the corpse, imagining a light glowing within, and picturing himself enveloping that light. If he succeeded in this mental imagery, he could then proceed to perform any manner of task. It was utterly irrational magic, yielding an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Anthony had never experienced a form of magic that felt so instinctively accessible. The notes served merely as inspiration, and he grasped the concepts effortlessly. He could feel that the more he practiced necromancy, the more adept and powerful he became. He stood on the precipice between life and death, akin to Maxwell's demon, manipulating the spirits at will. Yet, one question lingered. How could a novice like him possess such formidable power, while necromancers had been eradicated? Chapter 20. Do not act on impulse during exams, as it will only harm yourself. After 2 days of research in the library, Anthony was reluctantly compelled to admit that necromancy had been submerged in the annals of lengthy magical history. Even the materials he procured from the Hogwarts library left him uncertain as to their authenticity. He had also consulted Professor Binns, the spectral instructor, who received him but was reluctant to address inquiries regarding necromancers. I study facts, not myths and legends, he stated curtly. However, Professor Binns, necromancy must have existed during your lifetime, Anthony countered. He distinctly recalled that the decline of necromancy coincided with the founding of Hogwarts, and Professor Binns had been the history of magic professor since the school's inception. The professor retorted, irritated, "Can you recall every event from that era, Professor Anthony? Do you not rely on records?" He regarded Anthony with a stern gaze, reminiscent of a teacher scrutinizing a student for posing a foolish question, as if the inquiry transported him back to a time when necromancy was still a facet of dark magic. The eloquence chronicled in the school's history shimmered within the translucent form of this ancient, ghostly professor. Then, with a sudden sigh, his demeanor grew sluggish. I am uncertain. I am not a necromancer, he stated flatly, his eyes half closed, transforming into the mundane and tedious professor of magical history that students often found dull. Anthony was compelled to temporarily set aside his queries regarding magical history and practice necromancy in accordance with his notes. Nowadays, aside from preparing lessons and teaching, he seldom ventured outside. However, this morning, he visited Honeyduke's to purchase some coconut ice. He had arranged a small quiz for the third years that afternoon and required some prizes, recalling the delightful ice that Professor Bubbage had praised during tea time. If you return in a few days, you will see our new Halloween products, sir, the shop assistant casually remarked while packing the ice into a bag. Halloween? Is it time for new products already? Anthony queried in surprise. Not too early. October is nearly upon us, the assistant replied, handing him his ice and receipt. May your life be as sweet as the confections of Honeyduke's. Standing on the streets of Hogsmeade, Anthony calculated that indeed. The first month of the school year was swiftly coming to a close. A month prior, he found himself grappling with fifth-grade textbooks at the Broken Cauldron pub. Yet now he is wholly engrossed in his studies of necromantic spells. This fresh realm of magic has abruptly intruded upon his mundane existence, swiftly becoming an integral part of his daily life. He idly shook the softly glowing pink confection in his hand, basking in the sunlight for a moment before returning to school. During the afternoon class, all the students noticed a bag of coconut ice cream placed on the lectern. Don't look over there just yet, Anthony chuckled. That essay prize. We're having a little quiz today. A chorus of groans erupted from the students, though not overly vigorous. With a beaming smile, Anthony distributed the test papers. It's not difficult. I merely wish to assess your grasp of the material. This examination was entirely a whim of his. Recently, he had been absorbed in the study of necromancy and lacked the energy to prepare lessons for 2 grades across 4 classes, so he decided to administer a test instead. To compensate the students, he had crafted the quiz with simplicity, directly transcribing fundamental concepts from his lesson plans. Surely, no one would falter on this, he thought uncertainly. Hey, George, Fred whispered. The third question. It's the elevator, right? George replied. They're S1 in the Ministry of Magic. It can't be Muggle. And the 6th question? All right. Fred decisively circled an answer on his paper. I think it's metal. I've never seen the other options. Good job, mate, George said. Their classmate, seated in front of them, could no longer contain himself and leaned back, gritting his teeth while muttering. The third question is about the electric plane. It doesn't carry passengers. The 6th question is rubber. Really? I remember we spent an entire class discussing planes, George asked skeptically. His classmate rolled his eyes. If you don't believe me, fine. Just keep it down. You're distracting me. Anthony leaned against the wall, not intending to remind them that he had overheard. If this prompted the Weasley twins to remember what rubber was, he wouldn't mind in the least. As they reached the 11th question, the twins exchanged glances and sighed. Fred nudged Angelina beside him with his elbow. Angelina, which is the correct attire? Angelina pushed her paper towards him, grumbling softly. If only you would take this class seriously. Are we not serious enough? Fred protested. We are diligently completing the quiz, George asserted. After a while, Angelina quietly asked, Hey Fred, which is the answer to the 15th question? It's the squirt gun, Fred replied confidently. Angelina hesitated, frowning as she selected the squirt gun. All right, she conceded. When Anthony announced that time was up, everyone had finished. As he collected the papers one by one, he remarked, You do know that formal exams have anti-cheating quills, right? The students chuckled at him. Anthony shook his head. This is just a little quiz, and since I didn't give prior notice, I want to pursue it. But formal examinations cannot be treated this way. The consequences can be quite severe. With that, he laid the papers out on the lectern. The entire assessment consisted solely of multiple-choice questions, and Anthony could swiftly discern the correct answers at a glance. Although it was merely a rudimentary quiz, the results were disheartening. The students displayed a stark division in performance. Out of a mere dozen, 4 or 5 achieved perfect scores, while 6 or 7 failed to pass. You could have at least copied correctly, he lamented. Is there truly a lack of judgment? I shall remember your scores, and to spare you some dignity, I will refrain from writing them on the paper. Please come forward to collect your tests. As the students approached to retrieve their papers, Anthony called out to the few who had scored full marks. Collect some coconut ice cream, Stinson, well done. Perfect score. The girl, who had expressed a desire to communicate with her grandmother during the first lesson, beamed with joy. Her face flushed with excitement as she clutched a generous handful and returned to her seat to share with her desk mate. Her companion playfully stuffed a piece into her mouth, snatched the paper from her hands, and began checking answers. Once all the tests had been distributed, Anthony inquired, Was the quiz difficult? The students silently shook their heads. Even if they could not answer correctly, they sensed that the exam was not overly challenging. Difficult? Fred asserted confidently. Anthony shook his head. Weasley, is it really surprising that the Ministry of Magic's elevator is a magically modified Muggle lift? He refrained from mentioning that this modification project required approval from Mr. Weasley every year during maintenance. A classmate seated in front of them triumphantly slammed his palm on the desk and declared, "I told you so." After reviewing your answers, I believe I could have simply asked one question on the test. Sighing, Anthony said, "Am I truly such a poor teacher?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly froze. The students, aware of their unsatisfactory performance, fell silent. "No, Professor," a student shouted. Anthony recalled that this very student had also failed. "Thank you, Toller," he replied, taking a deep breath. "Let us move on to reviewing the test." Chapter 21. Professor Anthony must be feeling quite disheartened. As he opened the examination paper, he smiled gently. There is no need for such gravity. If nearly half the class has failed, it is undoubtedly a reflection of my teaching, and I do not blame you. Question 1. Both muggles and wizards are human. Everyone answered correctly. He expressed his gratitude. Question 2. Why does the Hogwarts Express emit steam? The answer is to mimic a muggle steam engine. It has nothing to do with electricity. So do not select an option just because it mentions electricity. Question 3. Identify the incorrect option, electric airplane. When we discussed transportation, we mentioned airplanes. Muggle aircraft are not electric. Once again, do not choose an answer simply because it involves electricity. I have reviewed past examination questions, and the examiners particularly enjoy asking about the use of electricity. Question 4. What is the universal currency of British muggles? Pounds and pence. Muggles, my dear students, muggles. Why would anyone select galleons or sickles? Please be more attentive to the questions next time. Question 5. Besides Anthony's explanations, the classroom was filled only with the faint rustling of paper and the gentle scratching of quills. Occasionally, his analysis was punctuated by whispers of triumph, quickly subdued by the dissatisfied glares of nearby classmates. All right, that's enough. I have finished the review. Is there anything that remains unclear? The students shook their heads. Well, class is over. Cheer up. It's not the end of the world, Anthony consoled them. This class was the most vivacious he had ever taught, and he was taken aback by their despondency following a single examination. He began to question whether he should allow other classes to take the same test. As he approached the classroom door, he turned back to point at the coconut ice cream on the podium. "Oh, before you leave, remember to divide the sweets. I bought too much, thinking everyone would perform well." He then returned to his office. The atmosphere in the classroom was unusually somber. Accustomed to stern reprimands, lost points, and detentions, the gentle disappointment expressed by Anthony filled them with profound guilt. "I am truly unhappy," Fred lamented. "I know," George replied. "Why didn't he deduct points? Is it because he felt ashamed?" Fred said with a lackluster tone. Angelina delivered a sharp punch to him. "Be quiet, both of you. Isn't Professor Anthony good enough? He teaches excellently." Patricia Stinson affirmed, "I wrote home last week, and my father praised his teaching as being far more precise than my father's professor during his student days. I don't know about Professor Bubaji, but the fourth graders seem to like him too, so he is surely not inferior to Professor Bubaji." "What is Professor Bubaji's pass rate?" Fred inquired. 87%, he replied. "Percy mentioned it. He studies it daily," George added. Stinson asked, "What is our pass rate?" They huddled together, calculating the scores from all the papers, arriving at a pass rate of 56% for the examination. No wonder the professor was so disappointed. The students exchanged glances and sighed. Slowly, they packed their belongings, feeling dejected as they prepared to head for dinner. The news of the examination swiftly spread throughout the third grade, with whispers circulating that Professor Anthony had unexpectedly given Gryffindor a test, and nearly half the class had failed. However, the new professor of Muggle Studies maintained his record as the only one who had never deducted points. According to Hogwarts history, even Professor Binns had deducted points, leading to disbelief that Gryffindor had performed so poorly. How could that be, unless Snape knocked him out and used a polyjuice potion to replace Anthony in class? Scoffed a fourth-year Muggle Studies student. Besides, did Gryffindor lose points? Did they face detention? As the golden sun began to descend gently, it cast a warm amber light on the lush Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts. Wood finally announced a training pause, allowing the Hufflepuff team to practice. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team had a cordial relationship with Gryffindor, as Wood had bluntly stated, primarily because everyone disliked Slytherin, leading both teams to frequently share the training grounds. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff substitute seeker, was well-liked and maintained good relations with the Gryffindor players. During the overlapping training session, he asked the Weasley twins, "Did you choose Muggle Studies?" "We did. Were you inquiring about the exam?" Fred said with a grin. "The paper was particularly difficult," George remarked. "Do not heed their foolish chatter," Angelina interjected, abruptly halting her broom and leaping down to join them. She took a hefty swig of water and sighed. "The exam was quite straightforward, yet we did not perform well." The professor seemed rather disheartened. Cedric scratched his nose, admitting, "I did not intend to inquire about the exam's difficulty. Nevertheless, I appreciate your insights." Rising to take his leave, he was halted by the Weasley twins, who encircled him, asking, "Where do you think you're off to? What do you wish to ask?" The golden snitch taunted them, fluttering provocatively before Cedric. who deftly captured the flitting creature and tossed it to Wood, who was busily organizing the equipment. I could only wish you were our seeker, Wood expressed enviously. Hey, what are you saying, Hufflepuff's chaser? This is our seeker. You'll find a suitable seeker soon enough, right? The selection is next week, correct? Cedric mounted his broom and smiled at the Weasley twins. I originally intended to ask if the exam had indeed occurred. Now that I know, I shall return to review. Anthony was engrossed in studying necromancy, entirely oblivious to the rumors circulating outside. Professor Sprout overheard a student fervently advising their peers to review diligently, claiming Gryffindor had fared poorly, and that Professor Anthony was currently in his office, weeping. Another student insisted that Professor Anthony was actually in the girls' lavatory, sobbing while clutching a myrtle. Some even suggested he was contemplating resignation to become a gamekeeper in the Forbidden Forest. But what about Hagrid? A worried listener interjected. He could become the new professor. Came the response. Goodness. News travels swiftly among Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout brought a small bag of homemade cookies to comfort Anthony in his office. It's all right. You've done splendidly. The headmaster would never allow Hagrid to replace you. Anthony, bemused, summoned a chair for her from his office with a wave of his hand. I am neither overly sorrowful nor angry, he asserted. Their poor performance reflects on me. The academic year has only just begun, and there remains ample time for adjustments. Professor Sprout regarded him with a hint of skepticism before kindly assuring, Of course, Professor Anthony. We all have faith in you. As he escorted her to the office door, she insisted on leaving behind the cookies. Have a sweet treat. It will lift your spirits, she urged. Reluctantly, Anthony accepted her kind gesture. Chapter 22. Anthony's Steady Resolve. For reasons unknown, every student, except for Gryffindor's third years, performed exceptionally well on the assessment. The fourth-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students achieved perfect scores, compelling Anthony to promise to procure an additional bag of sweets to distribute in the next class. Moreover, these anxious students exhibited expressions of disbelief upon receiving their exams, with the fourth years repeatedly confirming whether he had mistakenly distributed the third-year test papers. Anthony overheard a third-year Ravenclaw furiously ticking off the correct answers while muttering in frustration. The Weasley brothers have truly outsmarted everyone. The student's accuracy exceeded his expectations. Were it not for his certainty that the exam papers for the 4 classes were distinct, he might have suspected they had exchanged answers in secret. You all surpass my imagination, he remarked as he concluded reviewing the papers, tapping the lectern to regain the student's attention. I confess, I may have underestimated you. 10 points were awarded to each house, prompting an eruption of cheers from the students. Don't resign, Professor Anthony. You're the best. Midgen exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. Anthony found himself repeatedly assuring them that he had no intention of resigning within a month of the term's start. Has any professor resigned? He inquired curiously. A perfect score for the class also meant that the grading time was significantly reduced. Moreover, the students had even submitted their papers early, well before class ended, allowing ample time for a leisurely chat. Professor Chilo, a Hufflepuff student exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, he hasn't resigned. He must be on leave? Then came Professor Burbage, followed by you, and Professor Chilo returned to teach defense against the dark arts. Anthony calculated. So, you coincidentally chose courses just as Professor Burbage arrived? Yes, the students replied with beaming smiles. We're fortunate not to have to switch textbooks. Previous years complained about the drastic changes in materials, having to start all over again. Anthony made a mental note to inquire with Professor Burbage about the grading standards for Muggle studies when he had the chance. The library's archive contained past exam questions that he had examined closely. They did not seem overly disconnected from the real world. If Hogwarts students had been using 17th century answers until the previous year, the sudden increase in pass rates was easily understood. After class, Anthony did not return to his office. He intended to relax in the staff lounge and engage in conversation, but upon opening the door, he was surprised to find it completely empty. He settled into a chair and randomly picked a book on Transfiguration from the public shelf, comfortably leaning back in a black wooden chair as he began to browse through it. He had not practiced Transfiguration recently, and the notes from the Dark Wizard were exceedingly disorganized. Experimental records, magical research, diary entries, and incomprehensible doodles intertwined, requiring him to invest considerable time deciphering the chronological order of the notes and extracting useful information. This task was immensely intriguing, yet it left his eyes exceedingly dry. He decided to grant himself a moment of respite. When studying necromantic magic, he invariably recalled his nightmares, the desolate office, the austere bedroom, increasingly resembling a familiar coffin. Were it not for his cat, wandering around the room and brushing its cool fur against his ankle, he might have succumbed to the depths of a hallucination at any moment. The fire in the staff lounge flickered gently in the hearth, the firewood crackling, and sparks swirling gracefully. In the empty armchair, shadows danced in the flickering light. Anthony gently placed the book over his chest, nearly drifting into slumber. Suddenly, someone pushed open the slightly ajar door of the lounge. Of course, it was his father. Ah, Professor Anthony. What happened? Anthony awakened. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall entered. Rarely stepping into the lounge, Professor McGonagall sat at the table with a smile. We have found our seeker. Who is it? Anthony inquired with curiosity. Potter. There was a hint of pride in McGonagall's tone. I do not wish to boast, but wait and see. Professor Anthony, when the Quidditch season begins, he will astonish everyone. Indeed he will. However, Ravenclaw also has some promising talents. To be fair, they are all remarkable players. Professor Flitwick said joyfully. Tea, Minerva? Yes, thank you. McGonagall nodded, accepting the teacup that floated over, taking a sip. Oh, wait. She briskly stood up, cup in hand, and headed outside. Do enjoy your afternoon tea. I have matters to attend to. But, Minerva, it's just a cup of tea, Flitwick exclaimed. He was adding milk to his tea, barely having sat down. It's quite urgent. McGonagall stated calmly. I am going to buy Potter a broom. She elegantly departed. She was determined to outdo Severus, wasn't she? Flitwick complained. He pulled a few books from the shelf, propping himself up in his chair to sit beside Anthony. 25 Common Transformations explained. A splendid book, offering some truly unique insights into transfiguration, particularly on biological transformations. He spoke enthusiastically about the novel interpretations of transfiguration presented in this book. After a while, Anthony found himself somewhat distracted. Flitwick was erudite, possessing deep understanding of various forms of magic. Yet, regrettably, he lacked knowledge of necromancy. Anthony had recently delved into necromancy, formulating hypotheses and discoveries, yet felt frustrated by his inability to share them. This yearning for academic exchange was nearly driving him mad. Perhaps he should invite Dumbledore to lunch and then propose to show him a walking roast chicken. Dumbledore might appreciate his creativity. Who knows? Yes. He had recently discovered that a substantial portion of the house elves' culinary efforts in the kitchen, whether steamed, boiled, fried, or roasted, could be rather crudely categorized as corpses by necromantic standards. It was indeed peculiar, hence he adhered to his grandfather's admonition, do not play with your food. This adage applied equally to 7-year-old and 27-year-old Anthony. His cat, however, lacked such discernment. Ever since she discovered that Anthony could animate the fish sticks, she had completely disregarded the quiet fish sticks lying in her bowl. But after all, she was a cat, and Anthony had no intention of teaching her table manners. Even if only the skeletal parts were entirely feline. He suddenly grew curious whether he could control the cat to revert to her skeletal form or disguise her more convincingly. There should be a branch of necromancy that alters appearances. His notes recorded their summoning of horse bones for transport along the mountain path, dissatisfied with the discomfort of riding. The mentor had instructed the horse bones to grow false muscles and skin. They rode on 2 spectral steeds that required neither sustenance nor rest to the next village, with not a single villager noticing anything amiss. Yet, the notes omitted how this was accomplished. Anthony recalled that he had matters to attend to. He drained the last remnants of tea from his cup and, with a hint of apology, addressed Professor Flitwick, his eagerness to return and experiment with his new ideas palpable. Chapter 35. A giant had once lurked below. Time swiftly slipped away amidst the practice of necromancy. The weather gradually turned colder, and the fires lit throughout the castle grew increasingly warm. Professor Filch often nestled with Madame Loris in the corners of the hallways, triumphantly catching several students attempting to warm themselves by trapping flames in jars. By the time Anthony regained his focus, Halloween had passed. No one admits it, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his voice piercing the air. I have questioned everyone, and no one acknowledges their involvement. Anthony sat in front of the fireplace in the staff lounge, observing a group of professors storm in, their tempers flaring. He had recently come to grasp the meaning of necromancers being akin to dark creatures. As his understanding and proficiency in necromancy deepened, his body temperature began to lower, and his sensitivity to the cold diminished. It was only when a student inquired with concern if he was cold that he realized he was clad in summer attire, consequently informing them that he was practicing a warming charm. They dare not confess. Professor Burbage seethed, this is quite excessive. Just think. If Potter and Weasley had not been present, leaving Granger on her own. Deduct 200 points, Professor Sprout interjected. Even I am quite displeased. No expulsion. I shall expel the culprit, Professor McGonagall declared, her face stern, fury igniting in her eyes. I certainly will. This is no prank fit for younger students. I am fairly certain of that. This individual is old enough to possess sufficient magical prowess, fully aware of their actions, yet still chose to proceed. Even the Weasley twins would not stoop to such malevolence. Anthony, perplexed, inquired, what are you discussing? Professor Anthony, long time no see. I did not notice you were here, Professor Flitwick replied, leaping onto the nearest chair. We are discussing the giant. All the students claim ignorance regarding its origin. What giant? Indeed, Henry was absent that day, Professor Sprout remarked, having inquired about Anthony's homemade cookies a few times since, and they had begun addressing each other by their titles. On Halloween, a giant appeared in the underground classroom. The oaf rampaged, smashing everything in sight. It nearly crushed Granger, she recounted, a tremor of fear lacing her words. Anthony reflected on that day. He had been preoccupied with a brilliant idea, seeking to test whether he could control already lifeless limbs, and had requested the house elf to deliver dinner to his office, thus skipping the feast in the Great Hall. Is Granger unharmed? He asked with concern. She is fine. Potter and Weasley saved her, Professor McGonagall replied. That foolish girl told me she thought she could defeat the giant, as if I could not discern her deceit. Regardless, Potter, and Weasley are friends now. She shook her head, wishing she could encourage Potter and Weasley to devote more effort to their studies. It was indeed a fortunate occurrence. I wondered why Potter and Weasley's essays had suddenly improved so dramatically this week, Professor Sprout remarked. I shall not condone academic dishonesty, Professor McGonagall said sternly. Should you uncover any evidence, you are entitled to impose penalties. Even friends, Miss Granger, should not be allowed to tolerate such misconduct. No. I believe they merely sought Granger's assistance in reviewing their essays, perhaps with a bit of help in literature research, Professor Sprout assured her. Relax, Minerva. They are first-year students. First-year students who have just vanquished a troll, Professor McGonagall replied. Professor Flitwick interjected enthusiastically. They performed splendidly and collaborated remarkably well. Mr. Weasley informed me that they employed the levitation charm I taught that day. Minerva, your students possess a strong sense of combat awareness. Professor McGonagall revealed the first smile of the day. That is not my doing. Phileas, I attribute it to charms and defense against the dark arts. By the way, how is Professor Quirrell faring? Anthony inquired, having not seen Professor Quirrell in quite some time. Quirrell discovered the troll. Professor Sprout shook her head. He immediately rushed to inform everyone. Poor man, his face was ashen, yet he bravely notified everyone. I hope he is all right now, Professor McGonagall said. He is fine. Severus checked on him. He told me there was nothing amiss. Nonetheless, he truly does not like Professor Quirrell. She cleared her throat and mimicked. There is no need to worry about Quirrell's health, Minerva. He merely wished to provide everyone with a bit of Halloween amusement. He greatly admires the underground troll and believes everyone ought to see it. It is truly unfortunate that you cannot appreciate the humor in it. Professor Flitwick chuckled. Oh, I am not surprised. I mean, you all know which subject he most desires to teach. Laughter erupted among them. Snape's obsession with the defense against the dark arts position has long been an unspoken jest among the faculty. I have yet to encounter a troll, Anthony said. You wouldn't want to, Henry, Professor Sprout replied. That creature looks just like the illustrations in textbooks, albeit a bit larger. But the stench, good heavens. I cannot fathom those who claim it smells akin to dragon dung. It is utterly dreadful. I have not seen many trolls either, Professor Flitwick mused. I wonder who is larger, a troll or a giant. A troll, I suppose, Professor McGonagall asserted. Those we have encountered can only be deemed as hill trolls. Forest trolls are even larger than hill trolls. Anthony curiously inquired. How tall is the underground classroom? I cannot say. I have no concept of height. Professor Flitwick gestured casually to his own stature. It is always at least 10 feet. I would estimate 12 feet, Professor McGonagall remarked. Not insignificant for a human. For a moment, Anthony seemed entranced. He has continued to conduct experiments using frogs, mice, and chickens, creatures that could easily be provided by domesticated sprites. Yet he has yet to explore the realm of genuine magical beings. According to historical records, corpses infused with magic, particularly those associated with dark sorcery, are exceptionally conducive to necromantic arts, almost as if they possess a life of their own. And what of the giants? Such colossal magical entities, if their remains, souls, and even bones could be harnessed, would serve as magnificent materials for spellcasting. If only he could discover a giant, extract its bones meticulously, and summon its spirit back from the abyss, he could experiment with those sharp and formidable necromantic spells on this robust behemoth. No, wait. Anthony pressed his forehead, a chill running down his spine. He was not a sadist. Such thoughts were not his own, but rather the bloodthirsty whispers of the necromantic magic coursing through him. He had never imagined that necromancy could so profoundly distort his essence. Yet, upon reflection, every page of that notebook recorded the horrific demise of various experimental subjects with unsettling calmness, while he had become ensnared in the intoxicating thrill of control, forgetting who he truly was. Chapter 24, The Investigation resumes. Since his resurrection, Anthony had seldom experienced such intense emotional upheaval. The temperature of his unusual blood surged through his veins, his temples throbbed, as if a vengeful spirit were drumming within. He yearned to incinerate that notebook, to instruct the cat to shred it into fragments, to dissolve it in the most corrosive of potions, and cast it into the most desolate of places, allowing vermin to devour its pages and bindings until the weight of the notebook was derived from dust rather than paper and ink, allowing the seemingly innocuous brown cover to blacken with age. He wished to consign it eternally to oblivion, leaving the study of necromancy to the dead, for he desired to live a peaceful existence as a mere mortal. He exhaled slowly. Are you all right, Henry? Professor Sprout inquired with concern. I'm fine. No need to worry, Pomona, Anthony replied with a reassuring smile. I was just a bit startled. That desire for destruction, which struck every nerve in his being, should not belong to him. I understand, Professor Sprout comforted. Just think, a giant. A student could have been injured. Upon returning to his office, Anthony firmly shut the door behind him. Beneath his desk, a box silently secured the notebook. Awaiting his customary arrival to unlock it as he had done for the past month, he retrieved the notebook. Its familiar cover suddenly felt foreign, as if he were grasping something repulsive, wishing to cast it far away. Just as it had seduced him into opening it in the library and urged him to practice during his studies, it now unabashedly exuded an aura of death. Once he realized how necromantic magic was shaping him into its vessel, that aura became particularly loathsome to the living. Now he understood why the notebook had been relegated to that corner. It had been discarded. It lay in its neglected nook, quietly chuckling, fully aware that foolish souls would inevitably pick it up, irresistibly drawn to the knowledge and power it contained. Indeed, humanity has a penchant for unboxing. Anthony thought helplessly. I harbor no resentment towards you, nor do I fear you. He spoke to the enigmatic owner of the notebook. He recollected his own essence. Even as the magic within him clamored to abandon or obliterate the notebook, Anthony merely clutched it, seated in quietude. He would not permit anything, even if it were his own, to be swayed or dominated by the surging magic. He resolutely refused. Yet, I confess, I am somewhat vexed, he added. His cat leapt onto his lap, curling into a ball. Anthony caressed its fur, scratching behind its ears. So, confinement, Mr. or Ms. Notebook, whichever you prefer. He placed the notebook on the lowest shelf of the bookcase, reflecting, I have yet to reprimand a student since becoming a professor. Well, upon further contemplation, perhaps you are indeed my teacher. Next to the notebook, he laid a small sprig of mistletoe, a clever trick he had gleaned from the notes. This branch, which revealed a golden hue upon drying, was believed to harbor living magic. Suddenly at a loss for what to do with his newfound leisure, Anthony perused his entries from over a month ago, recalling how he had stumbled upon the necromancer's notebook. He had been investigating the death of the Myrtle. It was then he realized how deeply his obsession with necromantic magic had caused him to overlook so much. He had forgotten that a ghost, unaware of its own demise, resided next door, perpetually weeping in the washroom. He had neglected the caring smiles of his students, merely adhering to lesson plans and pushing open the classroom door to teach. He had ignored invitations for afternoon tea from colleagues, dismissing the chance to dine with them, prompting Professor Sprout to traverse half the castle and knock on his office door, worriedly inquiring if he was under too much stress. And you, he cradled the cat. How long has it been since you savored white wine? The cat purred contentedly. Anthony gently pressed his hand to his chest. Once tranquility enveloped him, his heartbeat resumed its slow and faint rhythm. Yet, he was aware it pulsed steadily, akin to the heart of the living. He retrieved a bottle of wine from the kitchen. Remember, I only think to feed the cat when I am still human, he remarked to the skeletal cat. He had indeed figured out how to reveal the true form of the skeletal cat, not for any other purpose than to have it ignite the wine with soul fire. The last time he had poured white wine into the cat's bowl, it had barely begun to drink before a well-meaning house elf, delivering frogs, had kindly replaced it with milk. He had to restrain the irate cat, express gratitude to the eager elf, and subsequently endured a few scratches. The skeletal cat buried its head in the white wine, utterly ignoring him. I know you rather fancy that notebook, Anthony said, but it cannot be. Your presence here serves to remind me of my humanity. The cat flicked its tail. The moment Anthony stepped into the library, Mrs. Pants spotted him. Professor Anthony. She nodded towards him. Is everything well? It has been quite some time. Couldn't he be better? Anthony replied with a smile. Madame Pants remarked, that is good. I was rather concerned. She called out to a student attempting to slip away during their conversation. Hey, you. Come here and register to borrow a book. All right. The student mumbled, as if anyone truly cared. There are at least 100 copies of healing manuals here. Madame Pants scrutinized him skeptically. What do you need this book for? It is not as if it belongs to the restricted section. The student replied impatiently. My ambition is to attend St. Mungo's, and I wish to learn about healing now. Is that all right? Very well. Remember to return it on time. Madame Pants handed him the book and, as he walked away, lamented to Professor Anthony. They scribble all over the books, spill tea and pumpkin juice on the pages, and thoughtlessly tear out sheets. There is nothing these students will not do. You cannot imagine, Professor Anthony. Every year, we must repair damaged volumes. And there are still some piled up in the back room. And those authors, attaching curses and dark magic to their works, make repairs nearly impossible. She continued her tirade about these individuals, from students to authors, publishers, and the leaky cauldron, ultimately including Dumbledore as well. In the midst of her grievances, she interrupted 4 readers attempting to eat in the library and caught a student who nearly wandered into the restricted section due to being lost. Professor Anthony stood at the front desk, astonished at how Madame Pants could recall so many names of rule-breaking students. Passing students looked at him with sincere sympathy, to which Madame Pants noticed, Thank you for listening to my complaints, Professor. Are you looking for a particular book? Anthony pondered. It may be a bit presumptuous, but do you remember all the students' names? I would wager that I remember at least all the ones who have broken the rules, Madame Pants proudly declared. So yes, I remember all the students. Then do you know the full name of Moaning Myrtle? The Ghost on the Second Floor? Chapter 25. His Investigation and the Investigation of Him. Oh, I know her, Madame Pants said. The pockmarked Ravenclaw girl who scrawls terrible poetry in the margins of books. Let me think. Warren, Myrtle Warren. That is her name. I do not recall her middle name. Do you know how she died? Anthony inquired. You might as well give it a try. Madame Pants furrowed her brow in thought, then shrugged in resignation. I do not know. This is an ancient magical school. Accidents are bound to happen. Perhaps she simply mispronounced a spell while practicing and summoned a Welsh green dragon. You know, Professor, there are always a few students foolish enough to defy belief. That is quite all right. Thank you very much, Anthony replied. I only need the name. He had to ascertain Myrtle's surname to swiftly filter through her relevant information. He sought to find all reports pertaining to her. He made his way to the archive room, inhaled deeply after confirming Madame Pants was not observing him, and waved his wand to summon books containing information on Myrtle Warren, a skill he had acquired while residing at the Leaky Cauldron. Having exchanged a few drinks with the staff at Flourish and Blots, the last time he attempted to summon publications containing Myrtle, at least 30 hefty volumes, periodicals, and scholarly journals on herbalism came hurtling towards him with a whoosh. Had he not evaded them in time, it would not have been a shattered vase in the archives, but rather his own head. What a remarkably intricate spell, Professor, remarked Madame Pants, who rushed over upon hearing the sound of shattering glass. However, please refrain from conducting such experiments in the Hogwarts library. It is a repository of vast literary treasures. There is a reason we have always prohibited students from casting spells on books. Even though he immediately repaired the vase, she continued to grumble about the absurdity of allowing professors to perform magic in the school library, as if professors would never harm precious materials or vases. She exclaimed loudly. Nevertheless, today Anthony resolved to employ the spell regardless. Worst-case scenario, he would simply have to mend the vase once more. He stood apologetically, awaiting the material's response to his summons. This time, only 2 tomes appeared. Perhaps due to a prolonged lack of practice, his incantation had grown rusty. They no longer soared towards him, but merely tumbled from the shelves, landing with 2 dull thuds and sending up puffs of dust. I hope Madame Pants does not notice, Anthony murmured as he picked up one of the volumes. The corner of the cover was bent, and Anthony's repairing spell proved ineffective. This thick collection of the Daily Prophet encompassed 5 years of newspapers from 1940 to 1945, while the other was a tome exceeding 2,000 pages, chronicling all students enrolled from 1935 to 1939. The yellowed parchment recorded, in dark green magical ink, the dates on which students' names appeared in the admission register and which house the sorting hat proclaimed, among other tedious details. Anthony sighed. Considering the timelines of both the newspaper and the register, Myrtle's demise had occurred long before Professor McGonagall's tenure. If he truly wished to take a shortcut, he would have to consult the gargoyle at the headmaster's office and guess the password. He carried the 2 books to a table and settled into a chair. For the next while, he anticipated engaging in some rather eye-straining work. Rubbing his eyes, he returned the register to the shelf. By the time the library closed, he had managed to peruse only over 300 pages of names. Perhaps he should contemplate alternative strategies. The option of conversing with the gargoyle had never seemed so appealing. The weather grew increasingly chilly, and nightfall descended ever earlier. Apart from a distant glimmer of gold and crimson, the sky was enveloped in a deep blue twilight. Students hurried through the corridors, clutching their textbooks, eager to reach the great hall for dinner. Anthony spotted 3 red-headed figures congregating in the hallway, seemingly Percy lecturing the twins. Amidst the throng of first-year students, Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, murmuring incomprehensibly. Neville trailed some distance behind, still searching for a friend willing to be by his side at any hour. Ah, Professor Anthony. He encountered Professor McGonagall at the office door. I was just looking for you. The Ministry of Magic has just dispatched a letter, indicating that representatives will arrive tomorrow to conduct an inquiry. An inquiry about what? The image of the dark green list flickered before Anthony's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss. A troll. Professor McGonagall wore a tense expression as she entered the office with him, evidently dissatisfied with the efficiency of Hogwarts faculty, and they were eager for him to submit to their questioning. Anthony invited Professor McGonagall to take a seat and inquired, "Am I the only one?" Considering your background prior to your appointment, Professor McGonagall subtly remarked, along with the fact that you were absent from the Great Hall that day, the Ministry believes they have gathered sufficient leads. Excellent. The Ministry is certainly sparing no effort to send him back to Azkaban. Anthony found it utterly implausible that the Ministry would be interested in the troll in the dungeons. Based on his investigation of Moaning Myrtle, they seemed rather indifferent to the yellow-eyed cat in the girls' lavatory. It seemed that Dumbledore's firm assurances had irked some individuals, though neither Dumbledore nor Anthony seemed particularly concerned about this. Given my background prior to my appointment, They ought to have considered that I possess options far superior to a troll, Anthony complained, even options more in keeping with the Halloween theme. Moreover, I was here the entire day of Halloween. Professor McGonagall nodded solemnly, preventing Anthony from pouring her tea. I understand, Professor Anthony. Which is why I have never believed the troll to be connected to you. Very well, what time tomorrow? Anthony replied, I had intended to visit the library. The ministry has indicated 9 o'clock in the morning. Personally, I interpret that to mean 10:30. Professor McGonagall expressed her profound dissatisfaction with the ministry's interference in Hogwarts affairs, stating that she would request they limit the duration to within 2 hours, so as not to encroach too much on your library time. She rose, retrieving her wizarding hat. Thank you for informing me, Professor McGonagall. Anthony escorted her to the door. My pleasure, she replied, glancing down with a smile at the leaping cat. A fine cat indeed. It seems to have spent more time in the corridors recently than you have, Professor. Pomona is quite concerned about that. Yes, I took a slight detour earlier. Anthony admitted candidly, now realizing it. That is quite all right, Professor Anthony. Quite all right, Professor McGonagall reassured him. I trust Albus will not misjudge character. Until dinner, then? Until dinner. Chapter 25, The Arrival of the Inquiry Team. Professor McGonagall's predictions were entirely accurate. Although the notification letter Anthony received stated 9 o'clock. The ministry officials did not arrive at the school until after 10. 3 individuals were present in total. The head of the inquiry team, much like the ministry officials he had encountered in his memory, seemed only capable of hearing what he wished to hear. There was also an Auror, whom he recognized as the wizard who had escorted him to Azkaban. This Auror kept his hand perpetually poised on his wand. Anthony hesitated to remind him that it was best to ambush a dark wizard. Accompanying them was an intern, tasked with utilizing a magical quill to record their dialogue. Additionally, he encountered an unexpected individual, Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander will assist the Ministry of Magic in examining your wand, Professor McGonagall elucidated, yet he will not partake in the investigation. Anthony willingly extended his wand to Ollivander, placing complete trust in his expertise regarding wand craftsmanship. Regardless of the ministry's fervent desire for him to wield the wand and identify Anthony as the one who had cast the troll summoning spell, whatever the incantation, Ollivander would not utter a falsehood. The wand maker scrutinized the wand, his brow furrowed, conveying his displeasure. Ollivander's silvery eyes cast a reproachful gaze upon Anthony. What do you mean? Anthony inquired, puzzled. You have neglected it, sir, Ollivander gently remarked. It disapproves of the magical path you have chosen, yet it remains loyal to you. This has rendered it melancholic. Only then did Anthony comprehend that the diminishing potency of his spells was not due to a lack of practice, but rather because his wand was sorrowful. He recalled the warm sense of completeness he felt upon first encountering the wand in the shop, and how it had eagerly harmonized with him during every practice session. Now, it was slowly withering from a companion into a mere stick. Is there a remedy? He asked. It is not so dire. Just coax it a bit, Ollivander advised. It holds affection for you. Do not betray that trust. Understood. Anthony reclaimed his wand, caressing the silver shaft. Ollivander had imparted similar wisdom on the day Anthony first acquired his wand, though he had failed to grasp its significance at the time. Ollivander then turned expectantly toward his investigative team, shaking his head. Despite its melancholy, the core of the wand did not require replacement. Its master had not yet succumbed to a lust for slaughter. Very well, the team leader replied sternly, but questioning must proceed. He may have merely used another's wand. Anthony had intended to invite the team to his office, but they reacted as if he were inviting them to the underworld. Ultimately, with Professor McGonagall's assistance, they secured an empty classroom and locked the door. A few students turned their heads curiously as they passed, but quickly vanished down the corridor under McGonagall's stern gaze. Today, there are lamb chops, Professor McGonagall remarked before exiting the classroom. You wouldn't want to miss that, Professor Anthony. Anthony chuckled. The team leader transfigured a wooden chair into an office chair, leaning back as he preemptively asked, You are quite aware of why we summoned you, are you not? Professor McGonagall informed me. Anthony nodded, pulling up a chair for himself. You are here to investigate the troll incident, correct? Noticing the Aurors and the newcomer still standing, he gestured for them to take seats. Please, sit down. Would you care for some tea? We shall dispense with the pleasantries, the leader interjected. What were you doing on Halloween? I was in my office. I did not step outside, Anthony replied. The house elf, Coco, can attest to that. Coco. Oh, the house elf from the kitchen, the newcomer exclaimed. His shepherd's pie is the best among all the elves. We have always believed his magic to be exceptional. The leader's voice trailed off, and she flushed with embarrassment. The group leader sighed, disregarding her words. House elves cannot serve as witnesses. Then there are no witnesses, Anthony remarked. But let us consider this from another perspective. Even if I were indeed planning to entertain at the Halloween feast, it is not as though I require the presence of a troll. You all know I am a necromancer, correct? The expressions of the group leader and the Auror were inscrutable, yet the newcomer gaped in shock. Oh wait, does someone not know? My apologies. The Auror could not resist asking. Did you not read the materials, Tonks? I did, but I might not have paid attention. The newcomer waved her hand, accidentally knocking a quill from the record. I'm sorry. The enchanted quill paused momentarily, seemingly hesitating to document this absurd exchange. Anthony smiled at Tonks, who infused a modicum of amusement into this tedious inquiry. What are you doing in the office? The group leader inquired, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. I don't know if you've noticed, but I am still somewhat of a professor at Hogwarts. That is my office, sir, Anthony replied with a blank expression. This was a lesson he learned from Snape, who had looked at him in much the same way when he discovered Anthony's utter lack of understanding regarding potions. Anthony interpreted that gaze as one of incredulity at his foolishness. The group leader remained unyielding. I am asking what you are doing in the office while everyone else is enjoying dinner in the Great Hall? Studying magic, Anthony answered. The group leader pressed on. What kind of magic? Controlling trolls? Breaching Hogwarts defenses from within? Why does your wand appear so morose? Necromantic magic, he replied candidly. Tonks gasped, nearly choking. We are watching you, Anthony, the group leader stated menacingly. Moments earlier, Anthony had pointed out that Ollivander had indirectly corroborated that he had no connection to the troll, and even if they attempted to drag him to Azkaban without any evidence, he could easily escape at any time. Once this fact was established, it meant that the inquiry was essentially over. After all, any further action would equate to sentencing Anthony to death, be it by beheading or otherwise. Even if it did not incite a war of the undead, it would signify a complete rupture with Dumbledore. If they could not find evidence to prove Anthony's guilt, they would essentially be powerless against him while Hogwarts was tasked with protecting a necromancer. Of course, Anthony said submissively. My door is always open to you. If you are interested in Muggle cooking, you are welcome to attend my class next Thursday morning. Although, you may need to circumvent Hogwarts' defense system. Considering the trolls can manage it, I trust you can as well. Are you questioning Hogwarts' defense system? The group leader scoffed. I thought you all firmly believed that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Anthony shook his head. When a troll appears in the underground classroom, and you sit across from me with no intention of offense, sir, I know that there is no safety in the magical world. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Name. As soon as Anthony finished speaking, the leader of the investigation team changed his expression. How dare you? Just because I have always been a lawful taxpayer, both in the Muggle world and in the magical realm, Anthony stated earnestly, regardless of whether I am a cashier or a professor at Hogwarts. I approach every task with dedication and responsibility. As for the Ministry of Magic, he shook his head. If you truly cared for the trolls, you would not squander so much time on me. The leader retorted, the ministry has always been committed to ensuring the safety of students. It is Hogwarts that has failed in its duties. Of course, I do not question your intentions, sir, Anthony replied, but I recently discovered that 50 years ago, a student mysteriously died here, and her spirit still lingers within the castle. Had the ministry at that time been as resolute as it is now, I would not need to invest so much effort in this investigation. What? The leader exclaimed. I believe he is referring to Moaning Myrtle. I know what you mean, Anthony, the leader said vehemently. Your accusations are baseless. If you conducted a little more research, you would find that the ministry had already decided to close Hogwarts at that time. There is no record of Hogwarts being closed, Anthony asserted. If the school had ever been shut down, it would be impossible for me to have overlooked it while reviewing its history, because the culprit was found. Indeed, then why have I seen no records of this? Because Dumbledore protected him, you fool, just as he wishes to protect you now. Dumbledore has always been eager to shelter dangerous individuals and dark creatures within the school, with his usual rhetoric about their yearning for the light, claiming they are good, loyal people who would not act in such a manner. But we, those of us who genuinely care for the students, understand what constitutes a threat. Hogwarts is not his picnic basket. Allow me to point out that aside from being a necromancer, I have found no evidence of the instability you speak of. Every staff member has been dutiful. Of course, you are preoccupied with bringing trolls into the school, entirely blind to the world around you, the leader sneered. Take the giant groundskeeper for instance. Ask him why he never graduated from Hogwarts. Hagrid? Anthony inquired, bewildered by such an unexpected reply. Heaven knows. He had been anticipating the other to speak ill of Snape. Aren't you asking how Moaning Myrtle met her demise? The leader fixed a steely gaze upon him. Inquire of the keykeeper. No one knows better than he. You cannot be suggesting that Hagrid is a murderer, Anthony exclaimed. Allow me to point out, sir, that Madame Pomfrey is far more akin to a perpetrator than Hagrid. At least she had genuine enmity with the students. Huh, what do you say, Professor? Is it not those who appear innocent on the surface that harbor the most wickedness beneath? The leader disregarded the Auror's attempts to silence him and whispered furiously. What does he take Hogwarts for? A magical menagerie. It is no wonder, after all, he himself was the first to transform the school into a sanctuary for dark wizards. As Anthony exited the classroom, his heart brimmed with confusion. To his knowledge, the eight-eyed giant spider did not possess yellow eyes. After informing Professor McGonagall that the investigation had concluded, Anthony emerged from her office and spotted Tonks conversing animatedly with Professor Sprout in the corridor. In her exuberance, She gesticulated wildly, inadvertently knocking over a torch overhead. Students on either side hastily stepped aside, yet a few of them were still caught in the fallout of her mishap. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Pure water," Tonks exclaimed as she and Sprout simultaneously extinguished the flames engulfing her wizarding robes. "Why must you always be so reckless?" Professor Sprout chided gently, patting Tonks on the arm. Upon noticing Anthony emerging from Professor McGonagall's office, she cheerfully waved him over. "This is Tonks, Henry, a graduate of Hufflepuff from the previous year, now employed at the Ministry of Magic," Professor Sprout said with delight, unaware of Tonks' purpose for being at Hogwarts. Akin to a faithful patron of coconut ice cream. "Tonks, this is Professor Anthony, our esteemed professor of Muggle Studies." "Miss Tonks," Anthony nodded in her direction. "Ah, Professor Anthony." Tonks responded awkwardly. Professor Sprout glanced back and forth in confusion, furrowing her brow. "Do you two know each other?" "We met not long ago." "Miss Tonks is a member of the investigation team," Anthony clarified. "What investigation team?" Professor Sprout inquired, her surprise evident. "Has the ministry taken such swift action on this matter? I assumed we would at least wait for the Board of Governors to protest. Yet, I received no notification about the investigation." "Perhaps only I am required," Anthony replied candidly. "But what?" Professor Sprout abruptly turned to Tonks. "Tonks?" Tonks, who had been preoccupied with mending her robes, suddenly looked up. A hint of distress in her eyes as she whispered to her head of house. "Confidentiality, I can't disclose." Professor Sprout's brow furrowed deeply. Why would there be an investigation concerning Henry? He is one of the least likely individuals to release a giant troll. "Nothing to worry about, Pomona. It might simply be because I was absent from the feast and lack an alibi," Anthony reassured her, shifting the conversation to, "Who do you think is most likely to have released the troll?" Professor Sprout hesitated, striving to conjure a name. Tonks cast a grateful glance at Anthony, offering him an apologetic smile. Sprout shook her head in frustration. "I don't know. Perhaps Peeves. I must say, aside from him, I cannot fathom anyone who would find amusement in a troll wandering the dungeons." Tonks, taken aback, asked, "Professor, do you believe that person acted merely for fun? Not to harm the students? If it were to harm students, that would make them even more foolish than simply seeking amusement." Professor Sprout replied without reservation. Most of the professors at Hogwarts were present at that time, not to mention the headmaster, but Phileas, Minerva, and Severus at the main table. Who among them could not subdue a troll? Even if Granger, oh my, fortunately, she was unharmed, but regardless of her vague recollections, the giant could never have caused widespread fatalities. The magical realm is rife with far more terrifying entities than giants. Uprooting a mandrake in the hall poses greater peril than releasing a giant in the depths below. Anthony noted her unwavering certainty when she spoke of mass death. A thought struck him. "Pomona, you are aware of how Hagrid was dismissed, are you not?" "Yes, and I find it hard to believe," Professor Sprout remarked. "Henry, we send good children like Tonks to the Ministry of Magic so that the ministry can truly engage in benevolent acts, rather than indulging in incessant, baseless suspicions." Chapter 25. Rumors are the swiftest of short tales. Whispers about the professors perpetually circulate within the castle of Hogwarts. For instance, it is said that Professor McGonagall engages in altercations with Madame Loris when she transforms into a cat. Snape is rumored to be a vampire. Professor Flitwick's favorite book is Hogwarts, a history, as it provides the finest support for his feet. Professor Binns is said to fall straight down when he attempts to sit in his beloved chair. And Trelawney prophesied that she would frighten herself to death by foreseeing her own demise, leading to her subsequent eccentric behavior, among countless other tales. As for Professor Sprout, it is rumored that each night she extracts secrets from the hollows of trees. Consider why she perpetually dons patched attire. Surely it cannot be that she has yet to master the mending charm? She must be stitching the secrets within. Students confidently assert that all Hufflepuffs are privy to numerous secrets, undoubtedly imparted by their head. This statement is half true and half false. Professor Sprout indeed possesses a wealth of secrets, but contrary to the rumors, she is an excellent keeper of them. She only discusses matters once she is certain that her audience has gathered ample information and believes they can uncover the truth themselves. After bidding farewell to Tonks, Anthony followed Professor Sprout to her office, where he acquired contact information for a magical creature expert, Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank. She holds great respect for Hagrid and, like us, is skeptical of the ministry's nonsense. I recall she attempted to argue that if an acromantula had caused student fatalities, the bodies would not have remained so intact. Professor Sprout noted, however, that she has yet to ascertain what the lethal beast within the castle might be and where it resides. Your information should greatly assist her. I never anticipated that Myrtle would be the victim. Anthony nodded in understanding. Both the professors and students seemed to regard the ghosts as part of the castle, rarely contemplating that they were once alive, nor expressing curiosity about how they met their end. "Thank you, Pomona," he expressed sincerely. Professor Sprout was his first friend upon entering Hogwarts. Yet, to be candid, she is friends with everyone. Anthony now comprehends fully why this is so. despite sharing similar professional and cultural backgrounds with Professor Bubaji and holding him in high regard. He found himself more at ease in the presence of the affable and cheerful Sprout. Such moments are indeed rare. From Anthony's perspective, while his colleagues were often kind-hearted individuals, few transformed into true friends with remarkable swiftness. No need for such formality, she remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. As it was merely a casual gesture. Upon returning to the office, Anthony encountered members of the investigation team. They were preparing to inspect the underground classroom, hopeful of uncovering clues left behind by the perpetrator. The team leader cast a skeptical glance at the documents in Anthony's hand, but refrained from interrogating him out of respect for Professor Sprout. Curious students turned their heads to observe the investigation team, some even greeting Tonks as they passed by. Tonks endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, yet her hair suddenly transformed into a bubblegum pink hue. The students erupted in cheers, prompting the leader and an auror to look back, intrigued by the commotion. Apologies. It's a habit, Tonks said, firmly closing her eyes and transforming her hair to a shade of brown. Be a bit more composed, the leader said impatiently. Change it again. Students in the corridor implored Tonks, requesting her to conjure a double chin. You have no idea how much fun our common room has lost since you graduated. As the leader turned to depart, Tonks seized the opportunity and quickly shut her eyes. A peculiar bulge appeared beneath her chin, inciting uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Anthony watched in astonishment, having never witnessed the shape-shifting prowess of Tonks before. Now he comprehended the nature of the disguises Professor Flitwick had described. Professor Chilo happened to descend the stairs at that moment. Good afternoon, Professor Chilo. Anthony greeted him with a nod. Ah, Anthony, Chilo replied. It has been quite some time. He cast a couple of doubtful glances at the investigation team. Oh, the ministry's investigation team, Anthony clarified. They are inquiring whether I was the one who released the troll into the underground classroom. Professor Chilo adjusted his headscarf, stammering. Was it you? No, Anthony replied, bemused, recalling the students' grievances. When one is a professor of an elective course with an untarnished reputation, students tend to engage in whispered conversations during class, compelling one to become acquainted with numerous school tidbits. He had heard from students that Professor Chilo's classes had become increasingly absurd, and he himself appeared more neurotic than ever. On one occasion, he had burst into laughter during a fourth-year class, startling all the inattentive students, only to subsequently dissolve into sobs. Both his laughter and tears were stuttered. A Gryffindor had candidly remarked that if gaining insight and enhancing patience constituted a form of learning, then indeed, they had learned something in that class. His classmates attempted to defend Chilo, noting at least he had demonstrated some skill, recalling the tissue box he summoned during his tears, effortlessly employing the silencing charm. They debated Chilo's magical prowess and teaching capability for a while, eventually reaching a consensus that excessive garlic could drive one to madness. The investigation team naturally took notice of the professor with a distinct garlic scent. Upon learning that Quirrell was the first to discover the troll, the leader courteously invited Professor Quirrell to a vacant classroom to recount the events of that fateful night, hoping to gather evidence that would substantiate their suspicions about the dark wizard's machinations at Hogwarts. Trembling, Quirrell accompanied them into the classroom. According to whispers circulating among the students, Anthony was astonished by the fervor and swiftness with which they pursued information unrelated to their studies. Quirrell emerged shortly thereafter, stammering through his account, his timid demeanor and unique odor evidently leaving a lasting impression on the investigation team, much like every student in defense against the dark arts classes. I truly wish the troll was let in by Quirrell, one student remarked, suggesting that the investigation team should remove him. Then Snape could come and teach defense against the dark arts, her despondent classmate added, fervently scratching at parchment with her quill, connecting a woolen skirt and a pair of square-toed shoes. At least it's still Quirrell. He doesn't enjoy deducting points. The student hesitated for a moment, then resolved that it would be better if Snape were the one to have released the troll. How splendid it would be if they conspired together, her classmate mused. Filch opened the door, and Anthony stood behind them, clearing his throat. Apologies, Professor. They turned to smile at him before returning to their earnest practice of Muggle fashion combinations. Chapter 29, The Basilisk. On the very day the letter was sent, Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank replied, This is a crucial lead. I can scarcely believe I hadn't considered it. Grubbly-Plank wrote. She exuberantly enumerated a plethora of dangerous magical creatures with enormous yellow eyes, including the Chimera, the venomous Tentacula, the leopard, the Sphinx, the basilisk, and a significant number of dragons. Considering the condition of Moaning Myrtle's remains, I am inclined to believe the culprit is either the Chimera or the basilisk. While the venomous Tentacula would indeed leave the body intact, its toxic fumes are not immediately lethal, which contradicts Myrtle's account. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Myrtle witnessed someone smuggling a venomous Tentacula, and the individual, fearing her potential to reveal their secret, resorted to the killing curse. This infamous curse can indeed cause instantaneous death without damaging the body. It is perplexing, however, that all the aforementioned creatures are of considerable size, making it challenging to conceal them within the school without drawing attention. Moreover, aside from that particular time, we have not heard of any other beasts roaming Hogwarts. At that moment, it was even uncertain whether the damage was a result of human dark magic or the actions of magical creatures. I surmise that it is either still lurking in the Forbidden Forest or has been smuggled away by intruders. She encouraged Anthony to take advantage of his position and explore the Forbidden Forest or the peculiar corners of the castle during his leisure time. Every brick in Hogwarts bears witness to ancient secrets, and she believed that Anthony would surely uncover more clues. Anthony paid another visit to Moaning Myrtle. She seemed quite pleased to have company and invited him to take a seat upon the toilet. Yet, when Anthony inquired whether the yellow eyes she had seen before her demise resembled those of a cat, a snake, or a bird, she suddenly became incensed. "I do not care about any eyes. I was weeping sorrowfully at that moment," she exclaimed, deeply offended, as she plunged headlong into the toilet, exclaiming, "It's Olive Hornby. She mocked my spectacles. I mean, it matters not. Nobody cares about me anyway," Myrtle cried, her voice echoing against the toilet walls, causing the entire restroom to resonate with her lament. No one cares about Myrtle, short and plump, with a face full of acne, like a four-eyed dog. "I stand here precisely because I care," Anthony reassured as he gently patted the toilet tank. Myrtle ceased her weeping and, with skepticism, queried, "You care?" "I am a professor. Naturally, I care about the students in my school. You are not much younger than my students. How could I remain indifferent to your demise?" Anthony replied earnestly, "I wish to discover the identity of your murderer, as this individual is likely still at large." He crouched down, gazing into the eyes of this emotionally sensitive teenage specter. Myrtle, sniffling, looked at him and murmured, "Professor." Anthony chose to overlook the fact that she had existed long before his birth. When she became a ghost, she was a student, and her mind had forever remained in that state. The specters watch as the living grow and change, while time brings them only decay. They are trapped in their own demise. He implored, "Myrtle, if you could assist in recalling those eyes, I would be immensely grateful. It is of great importance to us." "I could not see clearly," Myrtle lamented. "Olive Hornby ridiculed me for wearing glasses, calling me ugly and ludicrous." "Would you still wear glasses and weep after being mocked as a four-eyed dog?" Anthony silently sighed and spoke to Myrtle's head, which floated upon the surface. "It is all right. We will discern what that was. Thank you. Goodbye, Professor," Myrtle said dejectedly as she retreated back into the toilet. "Goodbye." Anthony held the restroom door and turned back to say, "By the way, I must assert that whatever Olive Hornby, whoever she may be, stated is sheer nonsense. I have several students who wear glasses, including this year's most popular student, Harry Potter, who also sports a pair. Your glasses are perfectly normal. Moreover, your voice is quite lovely. Cheer up, Myrtle." Myrtle burst into tears. Anthony also visited Hagrid. He brought a letter from Madame Grubbly Plank, inquiring whether Hagrid had noticed any signs of such creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was deeply moved, wiping the corners of his eyes and assuring Anthony that he would inform him immediately should he discover any clues. "Thank you for wanting to help me." He pinched the letter between his large fingers, reading it attentively. "Oh, a chimera. If only it were in the Forbidden Forest. I hope it enjoys life there. But that creature is in the castle. Aragog would not lie to me," he stated with certainty. That day, Anthony accompanied Hagrid for drinks well into the night. In a half-drunken state, Hagrid even took him to the Forbidden Forest to meet his dear companion, Aragog, a giant eight-eyed spider. "Hagrid, why did you bring a person here? He doesn't smell very appetizing." Aragog, with the eloquence of a gourmet, offered his appraisal. Surrounding him were colossal spiders, who approvingly manipulated their formidable pincers. While the air was thick with the sound of clicking, Anthony scratched his arm, feeling a delicate strand of silk brush against him. In this vast hollow, a veil of mist enveloped the atmosphere, with the dense fog and the shroud of night concealing the lair of these eight-eyed giants. It was difficult to discern whether the depths were obscured by thicker fog or an intricate webbing. "Aragog, allow me to introduce Henry," Hagrid said, giving Anthony a hearty slap on the back that nearly sent him tumbling into the grasp of one of the spiders. The deep black arachnid, nearly blending into the night, had 8 eyes that glimmered faintly with starlight, gazing hungrily at Anthony, its pincers quivering with excitement. Hello," Anthony managed, striving to disregard the multitude of eyes upon him as he addressed the enormous spider. His inebriation had worn off, leaving him uncertain if he should extend a hand, and if so, which of the dark, grayish legs he should grasp. "Henry is researching that creature, the one you've been reluctant to disclose," Hagrid informed Aragog, who appeared to have a few conjectures. "Is it a acromantula?" Anthony ventured. If an 8-eyed giant spider could laugh heartily, Aragog's reaction would surely epitomize that. He waved his pincers dismissively. "If that is your finest guess, my dear Hagrid-esque friend, you ought to do some more research. How about a chimera?" Aragog pondered for a moment, slowly responding, "That sounds somewhat more delectable." The spiders nearby echoed in agreement, clicking their pincers. "A basilisk. The clicking abruptly ceased. How dare you utter that name? Aragog whispered with fervor. I cannot speak of it. We must not. He retreated deeper into the webbing, and the swarm of spiders withdrew like a receding tide. Starlight illuminated the drifting webs, casting a silvery glow. Anthony and Hagrid stood amidst the silence, a cool evening breeze caressing them. I believe it is indeed a basilisk, Anthony finally declared. Hagrid scratched his head. I concur. Chapter 30. The Centaur. They traversed quietly through the dense, shadowy woods, making their way to Hagrid's hut. Moonlight occasionally filtered through the branches above, casting faint patches of light upon the fallen twigs and leaves. Who would bring a basilisk into the school? Anthony inquired. Certainly a Slytherin, Hagrid replied without hesitation. Only they have an affinity for serpents. Anthony gazed at him in astonishment. I thought you appreciated all formidable beasts? Not at all, Hagrid exclaimed, taken aback. I favor the adorable little ones and loyal companions. Do you truly consider Aragog to be a fearsome monster? Ah, Anthony hesitated, shifting the subject. Do you think the basilisk still resides within the castle? I do not know. Hagrid furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Merlin, how could I have allowed Aragog to linger near the basilisk for so long? No wonder he has always yearned to escape. What sort of companion am I? What kind of friend? He lamented, striking his own head in self-reproach. Anthony quickly interjected. There's no need for such harshness, Hagrid. None of us could have foreseen this. If it weren't for Madame Granspur, we wouldn't be here. You are right, Hagrid replied, his focus shifting. I must express my gratitude to her when I return. She has been exceedingly kind. Hagrid continued. And you, Henry, you needn't go to such lengths. I am rather indifferent now. I am already the keeper of the grounds, and Dumbledore has retained me. His words were abruptly interrupted by a rustling sound emanating from the woods. The murmur of leaves hinted at the approach of a substantial creature. Anthony immediately turned his gaze in that direction. Hagrid yanked him behind him, raising a hand and calling out, It is I, Hagrid, I mean no harm. Who goes there? The branches beside them parted, and with a gentle sound of hooves, a centaur emerged. Anthony gazed in awe from behind Hagrid. The centaur's platinum hair and the silver sheen of his horse-like body glimmered in the darkness of the forbidden forest, reminiscent of a crescent moon against the night sky. It truly feels like a fairy tale now, Anthony murmured. Ah, Firenze, how do you fare? Hagrid inquired, lowering his hand in greeting. Firenze's blue eyes scanned the two of them. Good evening, Hagrid. Good evening, stranger. Good evening. We have come to visit Aragog, Hagrid stated. What brings you here? When called upon by the celestial bodies, I shall respond, Firenze replied. Hagrid nodded. Are you here to convey something to me? Anthony wagered that he, like himself, had not comprehended the meaning. The centaur gazed skyward. I have seen Pluto. Magnificent, Hagrid remarked. If you don't mind, we shall. At that moment, another rustling echoed through the woods. Under the vigilant gaze of Hagrid and Anthony, a second centaur stepped into view. You should not be here, the centaur said sorrowfully. We merely observe the heavens. Firenze, we do not interfere with them. You have ventured too far, attempting to disturb the stars. Good evening, Ronan, Hagrid greeted. Are you here to tell me something as well? The centaur nodded politely, but offered no reply. He bypassed Anthony, focusing intently on Firenze, gently tapping the ground with his front hooves. Firenze calmly responded, I cannot disturb the stars, Ronan. I can only perceive what they choose to reveal to me. If they beckon me to enter the marsh, I shall do so. Have you not seen the same? Ronan sighed, his gaze unwavering upon the sky for a moment. Tell me, Ronan, Firenze urged, scraping the soil beneath his hooves. Have you become so blind and deaf that you cannot see the stars? Ronan, in his mournful tone, replied. Pluto has emerged. Indeed, Firenze affirmed. They gazed upwards at the sky for a while, then turned their attention to Hagrid and Anthony, seemingly awaiting their words. After a moment of contemplation, Anthony cautiously complimented, Your eyesight is truly remarkable. Hagrid remarked on their peculiar manner of communication, noting how centaurs never spoke directly. What do you suppose they wish to convey this time? Anthony pondered aloud. Could it be concerning the basilisk? Unlikely, Hagrid replied with annoyance. Centaurs are captivated by the stars, believing that celestial omens are of utmost significance. I doubt they would concern themselves with warning us about a mere serpent. Perhaps it is a particularly large basilisk, Anthony suggested, finally eliciting a chuckle from Hagrid, who had been sullen since their frightful encounter with Aragog. Another drink, Henry? Hagrid inquired. You have no classes tomorrow, do you? Their little cabin finally came into view, the warm, golden glow of the fire flickering in the windows, and they could hear Fong excitedly thumping against the door, straining it with his eager weight. All right, but no rock cakes for me. Anthony laughed. I truly cannot eat another bite. When Anthony awoke, he momentarily found himself disoriented, cloaked in darkness with a weight pressing upon him, lying atop a hard wooden surface. He sensed the presence of bodies and bones surrounding him. His body was oddly relaxed, yet a deep instinct within him screamed in alarm. No, how am I back in a coffin? He thought. Struggling, he attempted to raise his hand, but it felt inexplicably heavy and uncooperative, slapping against the wooden board instead. His magic surged chaotically. What? Oh dear. With the sound of splintering wood, a thunderous voice exclaimed. Merlin, Henry, how did you end up in there? Suddenly, light flooded his vision. He saw Hagrid rubbing his eyes as he sat up from the floor, surrounded by shattered cabinet panels. Fong, wagging his tail with excitement, voraciously devoured the scattered meat and bones, saliva dripping onto the floor. Careful, above you, Anthony began. But before he could finish, Hagrid collided with the table, crashing back down with a thud. Anthony pressed his forehead in realization. He recalled how Hagrid, half drunk the previous night, had taken him into the Forbidden Forest to visit the Acromantula, and they encountered centaurs. Was that experience real, or merely a bizarre dream spawned from his inebriation? After returning, they had continued drinking until Hagrid passed out under the table. He wished to return to the castle, but found himself unsteady. So he resolved to spend the night in Hagrid's cabin, groggily seeking a familiar and comfortable spot, Fong's snack cupboard. Chapter 31, starting with an egg. Upon returning to the castle, Anthony's first order of business was to take a shower. His cat initially intended to greet him in a courteous manner, yet upon approaching, it halted, slowly arching its back and hissing at him. I know, Anthony remarked with resignation. A thorough cleaning is not a panacea. He inhaled his own scent, which had improved significantly. Cat, you should have seen me this morning. At that time, he had reeked of a concoction reminiscent of red currant rum, dog food, and drool, akin to Hagrid's description of tartar from a child's teeth. The standard bathroom in the staff quarters was a small cubicle, and Anthony made no significant adjustments. His room was largely furnished with default items, while his office consisted merely of a desk and a chair, devoid of any suitable portraits or sculptures at the entrance. He preferred to carry his keys rather than establish a password for his office. He gazed at the showerhead, contemplating the extraordinary events of the previous day. After entering the magical realm, he had learned of the existence of mermaids, unicorns, and centaurs, yet it remained mere knowledge without any expectation of witnessing them firsthand. It was somewhat akin to his attitude towards the auroras over glaciers. Having lived in England, he never traveled during holidays with classmates due to his grandparents' health. After their passing, he found himself without companions for travel. Nonetheless, the knowledge of auroras existing in the world always brought him joy. Such wonders served as a distant anchor, preventing him from drifting too far into nightmares. He ventured out of the school to procure some entirely muggle cooking ingredients from a supermarket. The price disparity between the magical and non-magical worlds was eye-opening. After a brief exploration of Hogsmeade, he immediately resolved to source all materials from non-magical supermarkets, even if it meant being the sole individual to record pounds on his expense reimbursement form. He could not comprehend the pricing differences. Despite being separated by merely a brick wall, the sunflower oil in the magical realm was priced as if sunflowers were infertile within that world. It seemed the sun of the empire on which the sun never set did not shine upon his magical side. He purchased a substantial quantity of eggs, bacon, milk, flour, and then at the condiment section, he acquired oil, salt, sugar, and black pepper. These items formed a small hill in his shopping cart, prompting the cashier to glance at him several times while he waited in line. A grand gathering, sir? The cashier inquired amidst scanning the items. Anthony gazed enviously at the way he scanned the barcodes. His previous employer, Whimsy Supermarket, was a traditional small retail store that had relied on ledgers and calculators until his departure. The admiration he held for the scanner might have been misinterpreted by the cashier as impatience, prompting the unsolicited conversation. No, sir, practical learning, Anthony replied. This Thursday, he intended to have the fourth-year students attempt Muggle cooking. This was the topic chosen by the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw class as a reward for their consecutive perfect scores on 2 assessments, allowing them to select the most intriguing practical activity from a series of options. After he announced the counting results, the students were filled with joy, and it was reported that some even returned to consult with their classmates of Muggle origin. The following morning, there were an unusually large number of owls delivering letters and publications, as those teenagers, unaccustomed to cooking, opted to write home for guidance. Professor Sprout was equally intrigued. However, as the Wednesday fluxweed was perfectly ripe, she was compelled to spend the entire night harvesting and preparing the herbs, leaving her with no energy to cook with the students in the early hours. Anthony could only assure her that she would be invited to future similar activities. But you already possess the skill, Anthony remarked in confusion. You are not the type of wizard who relies solely on culinary magic. I do, but the students do not. Professor Sprout chuckled, adding that it would be amusing to witness Severus bemoaning a burnt cauldron or observing the charred bottom of a pot. Anthony meticulously contemplated the selection of recipes, deciding to commence with the simplest of breakfasts, fried eggs and bacon. If all went well, they might venture into Yorkshire pudding next. After persuading the house elves to assist in transforming the classroom into a kitchen, the gleaming new stove replaced the original desks, and the area where chalk and erasers were stored became a repository for knives and dishes. To ensure proper ventilation, The windows were enlarged at least twice their original size. In order to effectuate these changes, Anthony had to explain to the elves at least 30 times that this was merely an educational activity. They could not comprehend why. Despite preparing delectable food, the professor and students insisted on cooking themselves, nor could they fathom why Anthony needed to procure ingredients from outside. Our eggs are excellent, Coco lamented. We handpicked them, and all exceed 3 ounces. Yes, that's the reason, Anthony replied helplessly. Muggle eggs do not all exceed 3 ounces. Fortunately, the kitchen-like classroom won the students' affection. As they pushed open the door, the first exclamation from everyone was a collective wow. Anthony, clad in a chef's outfit, stood before a podium piled high with raw ingredients. Welcoming them, grab an egg, he instructed, halting the students who rushed towards the stove. We shall begin with frying eggs. Though the students found frying eggs rather mundane, the practical session was fraught with mishaps. Is the bottom of the pan not fully coated in oil? No, Muggles do not clean it thoroughly. Use this. The wire scrubber. The oil is too cool, let it heat for a while longer. Anthony paced back and forth near the stove. To his surprise, all the students who burnt the bottom of their pans were from Hufflepuff. Aren't you all adjacent to the kitchen? He queried, puzzled. I assumed you were adept at cooking. His students raised their hands, gripping the wire scrubber, and exclaimed, Professor, that's a stereotype. They had just discussed the stereotypes wizards and muggles held about each other in the previous class. Anthony chuckled. All right, my apologies. A powerful rebuttal, Hufflepuff earns a point. Thankfully, as he had purchased all ingredients in double quantities, the session did not have to borrow eggs from the house elves, a decidedly non-muggle solution. Nevertheless, the students thoroughly enjoyed themselves. They clumsily maneuvered the spatula, attempting to shape the fried eggs into a myriad of forms. Without the aid of molds, a particularly gifted student astonishingly succeeded in crafting a star-shaped egg. Anthony immediately regretted awarding a point for this feat once his classmates discovered the student's talent for shaping. He became a frequent presence at various cooking stations, assisting others in frying eggs to their desired specifications. Soon, an array of differently shaped fried eggs adorned Anthony's workspace, with stars being the most prevalent, followed by hearts, and a more challenging attempt at spelling out initials. What was the idea behind this? Anthony inquired, pointing at a crooked, elongated fried egg that he felt resembled a snot-colored snail. It's you, Professor, the student replied sheepishly. Chapter 32. Food is the best marketing tool. With newfound experience in frying eggs, the task of cooking bacon became considerably simpler. Aside from one indecisive student who forgot to turn off the heat, resulting in bacon being charred to a crisp, everyone successfully produced several strips of sizzling bacon. A few clever students even poured the fried eggs back into the pan for reheating. As muggles lacked a warming charm, Anthony remarked while restraining a student's wand, crafting a quintessential English breakfast. Honestly, their presentation could cause any house elf to faint in a fit of despair, yet the students eagerly shared their haphazardly cooked eggs. Did you add too much salt? Who knows what just right is? Anthony clapped his hands to recapture their attention. Have you all finished? Let us move on to Yorkshire pudding. This savory delicacy, much like the majority of British cuisine, is composed entirely of eggs, flour, milk, and oil. It is simple to make, yet all would marvel at how the batter transforms into a fluffy, delectable treat within half an hour. Anthony loudly reiterated the essential points. The oil must be hot. Do not open the oven door. Remove it promptly when the time is up. The students endeavored to conjure a smooth batter devoid of lumps. Some attempted to let the mixer work on its own, only to splatter flour all over their tablemate. Under the influence of magic, the other was evenly coated in a thick layer, resembling a large gingerbread man, as the mixer struggled to break apart the clumps. Hey, his classmate protested, grabbing the mixer and smearing a glob of batter into his hair. Why didn't he do it on purpose? The student exclaimed defensively, retaliating in kind with more batter. Anthony then noticed the chaos. Stop. You are wasting food. As he pulled them apart, both students were laughing. Professor, can we make an exception and use a cleaning charm? Anthony replied curtly, no. He helped the classmate remove the flour covering his body, but left the batter clumps in their hair. I've never seen such a hair treatment method before. You should let the nutritious batter penetrate to the roots, their peer jested. Oh, what a smell. Anthony then proceeded to attend to a student who had burned his finger. She was initially the fastest in her class, yet became so engrossed in watching the comedic chaos of the batter that she inadvertently left her solitary Yorkshire pudding forgotten in the oven. It was only when the dough began to emit a burnt aroma that she gasped and rushed to salvage her creation, forgetting the oven mitts in her haste. Be more cautious next time, Anthony advised as he handed her the burn ointment generously sponsored by Madame Pomfrey. The professors had long anticipated such an incident. Understood. The student replied glumly, still mourning the cremation of her Yorkshire pudding. I shall reiterate. Anthony announced to the entire class, Muggle practices do not permit the misuse of magic. At that moment, the first perfectly baked pudding emerged from the oven, its chef donning oven mitts as he carefully retrieved the tray. I wish I could use the levitation charm, a classmate murmured, instantly garnering agreement from those nearby. Anthony chuckled. Think of the muggles, my dear students. They have lived this way all along. Try employing tools beyond magic, and I assure you, you may use cleaning spells when we tidy up the classroom later. He then noticed the pudding, perfectly browned, and remarked, well done, Ravenclaw, you earn a point. The student proudly placed the tray on the table, the warm air wafting from the oven reddening his cheeks. It's still hot. Let it cool for a while before eating, Anthony cautioned, restraining his eager hand. For safety's sake, he decided not to assume any prior kitchen knowledge on the part of the students. All right, the student replied sheepishly, whispering to his desk mate once Anthony turned away. The professor's hands are so cold. Upon hearing this, nearby students took notice. In this bustling kitchen, Anthony had not a single bead of sweat. A warming charm? His desk mate speculated. It's so unfair, the student half joked. We can't even use cleaning spells. Hearing their conversation, Anthony decided to adopt this explanation. The greatest advantage of the Wizarding World was that he need not justify his unusual constitution, as there were ample spells to account for it. In truth, were it not for the detectable presence of dark magic, he could even argue that his cat was merely a pile of transfiguration blocks. They spent 4 hours preparing a meal that would only require half an hour in the Muggle world. By the time they finally sat down to relish their labor, it was already lunchtime. Anthony nodded. Everyone did splendidly. Let us commence our feast. No sooner had he spoken than plates appeared before them, featuring slightly charred broccoli, steaming potato cakes, bursting sausages, and most importantly, the delectable roast beef, for a Yorkshire pudding always lacks flavor without it. Thanks to our most devoted house elf, especially you, Coco, for preparing this perfect meal for us. Everyone was elated. They had been informed to eat the food they had prepared themselves, so for your own sake, be cautious. Ladies and gentlemen, do not add too much salt. They had not anticipated such a sumptuous array of side dishes. Anthony took a bite of his Yorkshire pudding and remarked that it always provided a great deal of comfort. When he announced that there would be ice cream and cake to follow, the students had already indulged to their fill. You should have mentioned it sooner, Professor, Midgen exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled. I did not wish to interrupt your meal, Anthony replied with a cheerful smile. No worries. Those who cannot manage to eat any more may take a portion of dessert back to their dormitory. Do remember to use the warming charm. That afternoon, it became common knowledge throughout the school that the fourth-year students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had prepared a grand feast. The pudding paired with roast beef was absolutely delightful. Those enrolled in Muggle studies animatedly gestured as they shared the brownies they had brought back with their friends. Anthony was astonished to find that his reputation within the school had reached new heights. In a single day, it seemed as though the entire school had become acquainted with him. Professor Babbage even approached him to borrow his recipe, intending for the upperclassmen to give it a try as well. The students were quite intrigued. You truly have a knack for this, Henry, she remarked. Today, someone even asked if they could sit in on the 3rd and 4th year classes. Anthony replied, it appears that everyone enjoys a good meal. Chapter 33, Snape's Warning. Not everyone shared the same enthusiasm for dining. At least Professor Snape did not seem to. Upon hearing about the lively Muggle studies class that afternoon, he coldly remarked, I hope they do not carry such dreadful habits into potions class, or I shall regretfully have to allow them to sample the potions they concoct themselves. Is there really such a vast difference between potion making and cooking? Anthony inquired with curiosity. Professor Sprout reached across 2 empty seats and gently pat Snape's arm, reassuringly stating, Henry lacks a foundation in potions. Does the order of adding onions and potatoes affect your soup? Snape retorted sarcastically. Ah, yes. You must surely ensure that the carrot pieces are uniformly sized. And the perilous sugar, Professor Anthony, far too dangerous. I can only imagine that adding an extra half ounce would cause your little cauldron to explode. I was unaware that you were a vegetarian, Professor Snape, Anthony replied, astonished. Why did your example lack even a single piece of beef? Snape glared at him for a moment, seemingly convinced of his hopelessness, and turned to discuss freshly harvested fluxweed with Professor Sprout. It is a pity you were not there, Severus. We could undoubtedly have procured more perfect fluxweed, Professor Sprout said. Ah, I am not complaining. Your leg is of greater concern. It was then that Anthony noticed a faint whiff of blood emanating from Snape's leg. He held his teacup and scrutinized for a moment, until Snape abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with him. What is it, Professor Anthony? Snape hissed. How did you sustain that injury? Anthony inquired thoughtfully. Thanks to his status as a former dark wizard, his awareness of such, flesh and blood matters was far more acute than that of an average person. Even through the fabric of Snape's robes, he could discern that it was a significant wound. Had he not been aware of Yaya's temperament, he might have claimed that Snape had raided Hagrid's hut in the dead of night, only to be bitten by the guard dog. A magical experiment, Snape stated. Very well, Anthony shrugged, relishing the excuse he often employed when he preferred not to elaborate. Professor Sprout had another herbology class in the afternoon. As she departed, she wished Snape and Anthony, seated at opposite ends of the room, an enjoyable afternoon tea. Chuckling as she added, do as you please, but try not to argue, all right? Anthony, taken aback, inquired, Is that the impression I give you, Pomona? That I enjoy quarrels? Not at all, Professor Sprout replied with a laugh. But Severus does relish a good argument, while you prefer a more passive retort. Anthony had to concede the accuracy of her observation. I merely humbly point out the folly of others, Snape interjected. At times, some people's ignorance is simply unbearable. You are a professor yourself, Pomona. Go suffer. Professor Sprout donned her patched hat, remarking, the students are delightful. She added, as she exited the lounge. And so are the colleagues, Severus. With that, she closed the door behind her. Anthony gazed at the sparks flying from the fireplace, sipping his tea. I warn you. Snape suddenly declared. What? Anthony was taken aback by Snape's unexpected engagement. I know precisely what you are, Snape hissed. Pomona might be a trusting soul, but I am not. What? There is no need to feign ignorance. Why would the ministry be interested in you? On Halloween, Professor Anthony, he emphasized the title with a sardonic tone. Where were you? Do not presume that no one has discerned your little secret. Examine your borrowing records. Do not tell me you have suddenly developed an interest in magical creatures. What? Anthony was genuinely bewildered by Snape's insinuations. Am I conversing with a parrot? Snape rose, limping toward Anthony's seat. Somehow, even in this demeanor, he exuded an air of superiority and menace. He leaned in closer to Anthony. You know what I am alluding to. Anthony, why do you not dare to sit further from the fireplace? Has your body temperature dropped? Is the desire to unearth the secrets of life and death gnawing at your bones? A malicious glint flickered in his eyes. I could have refrained from reminding you. I truly wish to see Dumbledore's expression, but I have had enough. I have no idea what you are insinuating. Have you consumed something I am unaware of? Perhaps some nonsensical potion? Anthony set down his teacup, frowning as he distanced himself slightly. To answer your question, Snape, I was in my office on Halloween, nowhere else. In your office? Snape repeated with a scoff. Doing what? Anthony shrugged. Well, a magical experiment, you know. We cannot be certain we were conducting the same experiment. He was oblivious to his misstep, as Snape suddenly displayed a satisfied sneer. Absolutely correct, Anthony. The same experiment. Listen, I do not know what madness you are indulging in. Anthony declared, I have no connection to that giant. Snape nodded. Well said. Nor do you have any association with the magizoologist you met through Pomona. Or with that clumsy oaf, Hagrid. You have acquired the answers you sought, have you not? Listen to what you are saying, Snape, Anthony replied, his tone unyielding and tinged with irritation. Unless you intend to inform me that the giant is merely the basilisk's source of sustenance, I suggest you seek psychiatric assistance. I am uncertain if St. Mungo's has such a department, but I can recommend several well-reviewed Muggle hospitals. Snape inquired enigmatically, Basilisk? How fortunate that you still seem capable of comprehending human speech, Snape, Anthony retorted. If you have noticed, my office is adjacent to a weeping student ghost. I wonder, have you ever contemplated how she met her demise? Frowning, Anthony strode back to his office. He could not fathom why Snape had suddenly lost his composure for no apparent reason. Regardless, you know the answer in your heart, Anthony, Snape had remarked. If I were you, I would temper that ill-timed curiosity of yours. Refrain from prying too deeply, or else. He concluded the conversation with a chilling smile. With a sigh, Anthony concluded that he might indeed need to discuss matters with the headmaster. This castle had already harbored giants, basilisks, and acromantulas, alongside wandering ghosts, malevolent spirits, and vengeful wizards. If yet another neurotic vampire were to emerge, the school might truly reach its breaking point. Chapter 35, Dumbledore and a topic of discussion. As if aware of his thoughts, a barn owl tapped at his window during lesson preparations. Puzzled, Anthony retrieved a letter from its talons, which bore a long, slanted script encircled in loops. Dear Henry, congratulations on winning the student's affection. If you are willing, please visit my office tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I look forward to your response. Have a pleasant evening. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Recently, it has been quite suitable for indulging in lemon sherbet. Headmaster? Anthony murmured, hastily seizing a quill to pen a note, ensuring he would arrive punctually the following morning. The owl circled the room, failing to spot any owl treats, and dissatisfied, landed on the table, attempting to peck at his hand. Suddenly, a cat sprang up from beneath the table. Startled, the owl took flight. But before it could flap its wings twice, the cat's claws ensnared it. As Anthony's first summon, the cat appeared to have acquired a portion of his abilities. As he gradually grasped the intricacies of necromancy, the cat also developed various fighting techniques, some of which Anthony, in his quest for sanity, would never employ. For instance, the ability to manipulate severed limbs. Ugh, Anthony remarked disdainfully, please don't actually kill it. That would be a violation of school property. The cat retracted its claws. Its gaze fixed intently on the owl, its tail flicking back and forth. Anthony affectionately rubbed its ears. Good cat. Lemon sherbet. Anthony felt a twinge of foolishness as he conversed with the stone monster, akin to placing an order with it. The statue leapt aside, revealing a spiraling staircase nestled within the cracked wall. Curiously, Anthony ascended, having never visited the headmaster's office before. The door swung open automatically. Come in, Henry, do step inside. Dumbledore beckoned with a smile. Before we commence our discussion, I must express my delight at seeing your owl returned in nearly pristine condition. Anthony nodded. My cat's temperament has improved significantly. He restrained himself from fixating on an instrument upon the desk. The peculiar silver device hummed and spun. Sunlight streaming through the partially drawn curtains, its emitted smoke dissolving in the radiant beams. He forcibly averted his gaze, only to be captivated by another sight, a phoenix, perched upon a branch, sleeping with its head nestled beneath its magnificent wings, its resplendent red and gold feathers breathtakingly beautiful. Isn't it splendid? Dumbledore remarked. Regardless of how many years I have spent with it, it never ceases to astonish me. Please, take a seat. Henry, I assure you it will not take flight immediately. With a sense of reverence, Anthony seated himself slowly. The phoenix glanced at him from beneath its wings, shifted slightly toward Dumbledore, and resumed its slumber. What brings you to me, sir? He inquired, wondering if it was regarding a recipe for Yorkshire pudding. Nothing of great consequence, Dumbledore reassured him. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you, Henry. It appears you have adapted remarkably well to Hogwarts. I have heard numerous commendations about you. Students and faculty alike seem to hold you in high regard. Well, most of the faculty. Anthony quickly comprehended the implication. Snape must have reported him. Neither the trolls nor the basilisks concern me, he declared, mentally cursing the instigator of the Halloween troll incident, who had caused him considerable trouble. Dumbledore shook his head. Relax. Henry, I never suggested it was related to you. I merely wish to inquire about your impressions of Hogwarts. Quite good. Dumbledore chuckled, gazing at Anthony. Personally, I find the castle exceedingly easy to lose oneself in. Once, intending to visit Minerva's office, I inadvertently wandered into the kitchens. The house elves are excessively hospitable. I ended up consuming 3 pieces of cake and 2 cups of ice cream there. Anthony laughed in agreement. The elves are indeed like that. They constantly wish to redecorate my office in a Baroque style. I can imagine, Dumbledore replied, under his encouraging and penetrating gaze. Anthony articulated both his fondness and reservations about the school. He concluded, overall, I truly believe it is a magical castle. Perhaps not quite like those in fairy tales, yet still imbued with magic. Splendid. I am delighted to hear you appreciate this magical castle. Ah, speaking of magic, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Henry, how fares your necromancy? Anthony stared wide-eyed at him. Dumbledore effortlessly uttered the words pertaining to necromancy. Prior to this moment, even in the most adversarial circumstances, the head of the investigative team had regarded this term with trepidation, as if merely allowing those syllables to pass through his throat would transform him into a wraith. There was some progress. Sir, Anthony candidly stated, do you wish to see a walking roast chicken? Are you suggesting that you can resurrect a roast chicken? Dumbledore inquired earnestly. No, I can control it, Anthony replied, except for myself. By the way, you don't think I am involved in the resurrection aspect yet. Dumbledore brought his fingertips together, scrutinizing him, and finally remarked gently, I truly prefer not to believe that it pertains to resurrection. Anthony, nervously fixated on Dumbledore, sensed an unspoken but within his words. He was uncertain as to why he felt anxious, yet he could sense an impending revelation that Dumbledore seemed hesitant to share with him. However, we have conducted some investigation. Dumbledore continued. It appears that your experiences indeed do not align with my initial conjectures. I must concede that resurrection might be the most concise explanation, at least. In terms of wording, believe me, the magic involved is intricate enough to perplex even the most profound theorists of magic. Anthony shook his head and replied, for me, it is quite the opposite, sir. I would prefer to believe that a soul can return from death than to introduce time magic that would disrupt everything. Well, both are equally perplexing, Dumbledore acknowledged. Regardless, I have an assignment for you. He gazed intently at Anthony and succinctly stated, consider this for me. Henry, if a person wishes to be resurrected, what must they do? First, they must desire to live, Anthony asserted without hesitation. Secondly, they must possess a modicum of determination. The experience of clawing one's way out of a coffin is hardly a pleasant memory. Dumbledore nodded. I believe those conditions are met. I mean, what methods might this individual wishing for resurrection attempt? Perhaps find a necromancer to summon vengeful spirits posthumously? Anthony proposed, lacking hope. Dumbledore offered a slight smile. No need to rush. Henry, just help me ponder this. Severus kindly suggested that I assign you a task to satiate your abundant curiosity. Chapter 35, Roosters and Fireworks. Before departing from the headmaster's office, Anthony reminded Dumbledore of the potential presence of a basilisk within the castle. Thank you, Henry, Dumbledore replied. I will keep this matter in mind. Anthony was uncertain how he would attend to this issue. Yet the following day, he heard that Hagrid had been parading around Hogwarts with 2 roosters. Hagrid brandished the 2 unfortunate creatures, commanding them to crow like a bell, feathers flying in all directions. Filch was incensed, but Dumbledore remarked, it was I who instructed Hagrid to do this. And the students seemed quite delighted, do they not? The students, filled with curiosity, followed in Hagrid's wake, partaking in a parade around Hogwarts. As the mischievous creature, known as the Pippy Ghost, took the opportunity to adorn Madame Loris with feathers, it vanished amidst the cacophony of Filch's curses, chuckling gleefully. The Weasley twins, inexplicably producing a whistle, marched in step behind Hagrid, issuing commands. Students adept at whistling followed their rhythm, while a few playfully imitated the crowing of roosters. The ancient vaulted corridors of the castle reverberated with the sounds of crowing and whistles. Hagrid, puffing out his chest, attempted to shoo them away, asserting that he was attending to Dumbledore's business. When Harry inquired about the nature of this business, Hagrid brusquely waved the rooster, exclaiming, "Don't ask, Harry. It's classified." "Isn't it?" Harry, brushing feathers off his head, replied, "I don't understand. If it's a secret, why not do it at night? Now the whole school is following you." Hagrid was taken aback. He had not considered that angle. During Anthony's class, students arrived later than usual, having gone to witness Hagrid's rooster antics. "Apologies, Professor," Cedric panted slightly, a well-regarded student who had also come to join the commotion. "No problem. Take a seat." Anthony was unfazed. Had he not woken late, he too would not have missed the excitement. After returning home the previous night, he spent time contemplating his resurrection. And only when the stars began to fade and dawn lightened the horizon did he remember he had class the next day. Once everyone had settled, he closed the door and announced the commencement of the lesson. "Does anyone recognize what this is?" He waved his wand and unveiled a painting at the front of the class. Against a vast, dark backdrop lay a desolate gray-white landscape. "Azkaban," someone ventured. "Namungered?" Another guessed. "I recognize it. It's the moon," remarked a student seated in the back. A few laughter erupted, and Anthony joined in, asking, "Who said that?" "Ah, splendid. 2 points for Ravenclaw." The laughter subsided as the students scrutinized the image, attempting to discern any semblance of the moon within it. "This lesson will explore the night sky beneath the feet of Muggles," Anthony declared. "Indeed, that is the moon. Muggles traveled to the moon, captured this photograph, and left behind a famous footprint." He showcased the footprint and inquired if anyone knew how they accomplished such a feat by building a very long ladder. A student suggested quietly, "By stacking Muggle metal brooms." Another speculated. They had come to accept that Muggles utilized various tools to achieve effects similar to magic, thus creating a lexicon, prefixing Muggle to a term to denote Muggle tools achieving comparable results. For instance, an airplane was essentially a Muggle-esque large enclosed metal broom. "Well, that sounds somewhat close," Anthony remarked, "but the answer is too vague. My answer would likely involve combustion and interaction." This lesson was hastily prepared after his return from the Forbidden Forest, inspired by the Centaur's fascination with the stars. He decided to use rockets as a starting point to discuss the power of combustion. Although he had previously covered airplanes, for students who were already avid Quidditch enthusiasts, the notion of flying in the sky was not particularly thrilling. Furthermore, Anthony's lectures at that time primarily focused on the modes of transportation utilized by Muggles, without delving deeply into principles such as aerodynamics. He was cultivating wizards who understood Muggle life, rather than training physicists. The physics of Muggles is utterly ineffective within the realm of magic. In this wholly idealistic world, physics is as chaotic as a ball of yarn under a cat's paw. Concepts such as the conservation of mass and energy are non-existent in the eyes of magic. Students found it challenging to comprehend the necessity of generating thrust through combustion. All that was required to set something in motion was simply the correct command to make it move. Consequently, Anthony dedicated a substantial portion of the lesson to elucidating the physical world as perceived by Muggles. Even after inflating several balloons and observing them whizzing about the classroom, the students remained perplexed. Ultimately, Anthony had to almost forcibly instill in them the concept of interaction, akin to compelling them through transfiguration to envision the mouse before them as a rubber object. He demonstrated the power of combustion and explosion through magic. Once they grasped the notion of a propellant, he spent additional time discussing the significance of weight reduction. In a world devoid of magic, one must contend with gravity to achieve flight. Have you ever noticed how much lighter owls are compared to similarly sized cats? The students nodded in acknowledgement. They relinquished considerable weight to enable flight. Anthony explained that their bones and digestive systems are designed for this purpose, but that is a tale for another time. What I wish to convey is that, much like birds, for this hefty creature to soar to the moon, it must be sufficiently light. However, Professor, dragons are certainly not light. A student challenged. Indeed, but what do dragons possess in abundance compared to Muggles? Anthony inquired. Wings. The students guessed. Anthony chuckled and shook his head. Magic. Classmates, the astonishing achievements of Muggles are precisely due to their lack of wishful magic. He gestured to the blackboard and the balloons. All of this is grounded in a set of rules they have devised themselves. Rules that do not change according to personal whims. Much like chess, they can only move pieces within the confines of the rules, yet observe this image. He gestured towards a photograph of the moon, addressing it as General Mr. Moon. By the end of the lesson, he led them to the window to witness the fireworks ignited below. Professor McGonagall wore a peculiar expression while approving his procurement request, cautioning him explicitly against selling fireworks to students. Anthony suspected she was referring to the Weasley twins. The fireworks burst forth before the class, illuminating the space with vibrant colors even in daylight, casting beautiful shadows across the castle. First feathers, then fireworks, the students murmured. Today truly feels like a carnival. Explosions and interactions, dear students, Anthony remarked. The force that propels the fireworks to us is of the same essence that enables mankind to set foot upon the moon. So, Muggles place themselves atop a grand firework? A student marveled. Anthony pondered for a moment and smiled. That is indeed a rather apt comparison. After all, humanity's earliest attempts at flight involved transforming their chairs into grand fireworks and launching them skyward. Chapter 35, Concerning Death. Anthony took a moment to visit the neighboring chamber, informing moaning Myrtle that the pair of yellow eyes likely belonged to a serpent creature. Myrtle displayed little interest in this revelation, yet she was pleased that someone had come to see her. If you wish to socialize, why not venture outside more often? Anthony suggested. Myrtle, with a hint of sorrow, replied, no one wishes to see me. Do not speak like that, Anthony replied earnestly. Moreover, you may go wherever you desire. Hogwarts is not so perilous. At least, he could not conceive of any danger for a ghost. There are places I wish to go but cannot, Myrtle lamented softly. I long to be outside the castle. It was then that Anthony recalled that nearly headless Nick had mentioned that ghosts could only roam the areas they had inhabited during their lives. Outside the castle? Where? He inquired with curiosity. The Quidditch pitch, Myrtle exclaimed suddenly, her spirits lifting as she giggled. I wish to watch Harry Potter play Quidditch. That Gryffindor captain boasts daily in the 6th floor lavatory about how well he flies. I want to see that bespectacled genius seek the snitch. Anthony solemnly cautioned Myrtle that regardless of whether she appeared to frighten anyone, she should not sneak into the boys' lavatory. He was uncertain if she had truly absorbed his words, as she seemed preoccupied with her tears. He had never considered that she could traverse the plumbing to access the boys' bathroom. Initially, he had assumed Myrtle was confined to the 2nd floor girls' lavatory, only to later discover that she could freely wander throughout the castle. One night, unable to sleep, he roamed the halls draped in his robe and spotted Myrtle slowly ascending the staircase, weeping quietly. It was the staircase leading to Ravenclaw Tower. I wish I were dead, she sobbed. Olive Hornby, Peeves, everyone mocks and torments me. I truly do not want to live. Had it not been for the fat friar emerging from the wall to inform her that Peeves had been banished, she might have truly returned to her former dormitory. Upon realizing her own demise, Myrtle emitted a forlorn wail and fled back to the lavatory. She rushed past Anthony, leaving him and the fat friar in stunned silence. At times, Anthony found himself curious about the state of ghosts, and this curiosity intensified after he received his research topic on resurrection. How do they perceive death? Can ghosts die a second time? What do they see as they pass through walls? Do they sleep? Do their memories from life fade with the passage of time? So many questions lingered. Anthony had many rather impolite inquiries, yet he had yet to find a suitable subject for his interviews. Does becoming a ghost count as a form of resurrection? They traverse the world in a near-eternal manner, akin to shadows of yesterday. Considering Professor Binzage, or rather, his duration of existence, Anthony was quite certain that a formidable magic supported the existence of ghosts. He felt compelled to retrieve that notebook once more. After relinquishing his concerns about the snake monster within the castle, Anthony found himself with an abundance of leisure time, which he devoted to exploring the subject assigned to him by Dumbledore. It was during this period that he realized his lack of comprehension regarding the concept of resurrection. Much like how migratory birds instinctively navigate their way during seasonal changes without needing to grasp the intricacies of geomagnetism, he too could wield necromancy despite his ignorance of its principles. However, should an ordinary wizard aspire to resurrect someone, he would require theoretical guidance and practical experience to ponder the methods by which one might lift the veil of death and return to the realm of the living. Perhaps this was the reason Dumbledore entrusted him with the task, to caution him against becoming overly engrossed in practice while simultaneously not entirely shunning necromantic arts, to observe its capabilities and to discern how its close relatives operate. As Professor Flitwick had advised him, blind magical experimentation often culminates in tragedy. While a complete suppression of magic may lead to an explosive outcome in the future, Anthony was willing to believe that the headmaster had no penchant for observing the bloody endeavors of the Muggle Studies professor. He spent time categorizing the notes, an amalgamation of diary entries, musings, experimental records, and research insights, according to content, adding his own queries and reflections, supplemented by excerpts from other reference materials. This endeavor filled 3 folders with information on skeletons, wraiths, corpses, life curses, and various auxiliary magics. With half a volume still awaiting organization, the notes no longer swayed his emotions. Once he understood the potential consequences of necromancy, he could prepare himself adequately. Now, at the conclusion of his studies, Anthony would cast a flickering lumos from his wand. as long as the wand remained happily nestled in his palm, and the soft white light continued to shine steadily at its tip, he knew he was in control. Simple and effective. Both he and his wand found satisfaction in this practice. Recently, he often lingered near the dark magic shelves in the restricted section. The magical realm possesses its own logic for categorizing black and white magic. Spells intended to bring death to the living are deemed black magic, just as those aimed at resurrecting the dead fall under the same classification. If someone genuinely wished to resurrect a being, Anthony might suggest they either become a dark wizard plagued by Ministry of Magic officials or seek a priest in the Muggle world. Thus we return this body to the earth, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. In a firm and hopeful conviction, resurrection leads to eternal life, Anthony murmured to himself. Considering the costs, Muggle methods seemed far simpler. Moreover, to be candid, they bore a striking resemblance to magic. All that is required is unwavering belief. He glanced at his parchment notes, which outlined the various methods he had conceived, including becoming a ghost, a wraith, a skeleton, a ghoul, or even seeking a vampire to bite him, among other ideas. One plan even involved deceiving a centaur. Simply deceiving the centaur into revealing the star in the cosmos that corresponds to one's demise, and then, upon their death, altering the position of that star by any means possible, provided one possesses the ability to modify the celestial paths, would render this individual's fate so significant that it would hang over everyone's heads, thereby diverting them from their destined end. The sole complication lies in the fact that altering the position of stars likely contravenes confidentiality laws. Countless Muggle astronomers are intently observing the night sky. A star that moves erratically would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, upon resurrection, this person would inevitably receive an owl from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. However, considering Anthony's simultaneous assumption that he has deceived the centaur, he would also receive correspondences from the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Anthony sighed, contemplating that it might be preferable for this person to simply pass away peacefully. Chapter 37. The Chill. Anthony strolled along the shores of the Black Lake with his cat. Today, the sun had emerged, coaxing those with leisure to bask in the scant winter sunlight. Following Halloween, the weather had turned notably frigid. The surface of the Black Lake was blanketed in ice, thickening a little more each day. Initially, only birds perched upon it, but soon students ventured onto the surface, and now, Anthony even witnessed Yaya leaping onto the ice. Hagrid, bundled in his moleskin coat, tugged on his large dog, waving a distant greeting to Anthony. The mountains encircling the school had succumbed to frost and snow, their white peaks glinting in the sunlight. Madame Pomfrey's cabinet was filled with invigorating potions. Students were wrapped in their winter cloaks, their noses and ears flushed red from the cold. Professor Anthony. Midgen waved at him. She was also a member of the top-performing class, having accrued numerous points and treats from him. She walked alongside a few girls, holding a small bag of colorful snacks, evidently just returned from Hogsmeade. Hello there, Anthony greeted. Ah, is this the cat that dislikes people? Midgen crouched down to examine the feline, which was indeed quite beautiful. His cat had garnered a certain reputation among the students. While it could not rival that of Mrs. Norris, many were aware of the particularly wary ginger cat that would scurry away at the approach of anyone. The Weasley twins had even pursued the cat, chasing it all the way from the greenhouse to the second floor of the castle. Had they not encountered Professor Quirrell, who happened to be descending from the office, Anthony mused that they might have barreled into the pet passage he had left open. The cat leapt into Anthony's arms, surveying Midgen from its elevated position. Amused, Midgen remarked, Professor, where did you acquire this cat? I found it, Anthony replied, scratching the cat's head. The cat, impatient, shook its ears and nestled its head into his wizarding robe. Actually, I dug it up, but that need not be disclosed to the students. How lovely. Midgen expressed with envy, I wish I had a cat. Anthony, aware of her modest background, knew she could not afford a pet. The pristine creatures sold in the magical creatures shop came at a steep price, and there were numerous students at Hogwarts without pets. A thought struck him. Couldn't one purchase a cat from Diagon Alley? Of course. Professor, do you know anyone who sells cats? Midgen exclaimed in surprise. Anthony shook his head. No? Let me ponder for a moment. It's too early to say. I must first consult with other professors. However, if you all continue to support this idea, the feasibility should be considerable. He envisioned taking the students to the Muggle world in the UK for a first-hand experience. Rather than merely recounting how the majority of people live just beyond the classroom walls, he believed it would be far more enriching to immerse themselves in the experience. Fortunately, there was a pet adoption agency nearby that had straightforward procedures, perfectly suited for diligent students like Midgen who were eager for a pet. Even though he didn't fully grasp the conversation, Midgen nodded emphatically. I will perform admirably. Anthony chuckled. Just maintain your current demeanor. I dare say you are at least. To put it succinctly, my quizzes encompass the necessary knowledge, albeit with simpler question formats. He had previously discussed Muggle studies and examinations with Professor Bubbage. Based on the questions he had seen in the archives, the examination topics were closely aligned with contemporary Muggle life, remarkably relevant. And as students submitted increasingly chaotic responses each year, the difficulty of the exams had diminished to an astonishing degree. At that time, he had inquired of Professor Bubbage, who was responsible for the exam questions, and why there was such a disparity between the questions and the current curriculum. Professor Bubbage informed him that these formal examinations were crafted by expert committees, and the professors had little influence over the content. Anthony asked if she knew who the experts in the Muggle Studies Committee were, genuinely curious about their thoughts upon reviewing the students' answers. Under the questions posed at the turn of the 20th century, students had diligently answered queries about Muggle life in the 85th century. I was the team leader at that time, Professor Bubbage stated calmly, so when I heard about the vacancy in Muggle Studies, I decided to come and have a look. After assuring the students of her grades, Anthony watched as she joyfully departed with her friends. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous shout. "Hey you!" Turning, he spotted Hagrid striding purposefully towards a group of younger students. The children, previously engaged in laughter on the icy surface of the Black Lake, seemed to be in a playful frenzy. Hagrid approached angrily, pulling one student from their midst. "You little rascals, get back to the castle." Anthony recognized the student he had extracted, Neville Longbottom. He had been cursed, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, glistening in the cold air. "We were just reviewing class material, right, Longbottom?" The leader of the group chuckled dismissively. "Since when is studying against school rules?" Hagrid growled. "You lot, back to the castle, or I shall personally escort you there. Now, Neville, stop crying. We can find a solution." All right, the student sneered. "Hiding behind others, are we? What's the matter?" Longbottom, feeling a bit clever now. "Peeves sometimes speaks a kernel of truth, doesn't he? What was it he said?" Gryffindor, boasting recklessly. Hufflepuff, silently enduring. Neville, gasping for breath, broke free from Hagrid's grasp and dashed toward the student, wiping his nose as he charged. His head collided forcefully with the opponent's abdomen, sending the student crashing onto the icy surface. The latter, clutching his belly, struggled to rise, his finely crafted wizarding robes smeared with Neville's tears and snot. "Your clothes are destined for the rubbish bin, Draco," a girl nearby remarked disdainfully. The student, identified as Draco, gritted his teeth and quickly muttered an incantation. His wand slicing downwards with force, the ice beneath Neville vanished abruptly. With a splash, he plunged into the water. "Oh my goodness! Neville!" Hagrid reached out in an attempt to rescue him, but Neville seemed unable to find the hole and did not resurface. "He needs a thorough wash," the student scoffed. "Come on, I'm going back to change." At the moment Neville fell, Anthony sprinted towards the scene. His cat, faster than he, leapt unhesitatingly into the icy hole. He urged Hagrid to disperse the nearby students while he pressed against the ice, closing his eyes to sense the skeletal spirits in the lake, confident they would respond. The spectral magic belonging to his cat surged violently, as if straining to grasp something struggling beneath. "Here!" Anthony exclaimed, clenching his fist. The vengeful spirits near the lake bed stirred to life, illuminating the ice with an eerie glow. Under his command, they relentlessly assaulted the ice above the cat's head, swiftly breaching it. The cat emerged, dragging the unconscious Neville, and Hagrid promptly scooped him up and dashed toward the hospital wing. The drenched cat crawled ashore, irritatedly attempting to shake off the water. Anthony withdrew his hand from the ice and slowly rose. Having lost his magic, the spirits in the lake gradually dissipated. A fish, curiously swimming through the hole, quickly submerged again, leaving only ripples behind. He approached the shore, where a group of students stood in the shadows cast by withered branches, observing the unfolding events. They looked up at Anthony. "You lot." He scanned their faces. "Slytherin, 20 points deducted for each of you. I need to speak with your head of house." They were oblivious to the fact that they had nearly taken a life. Chapter 38, Punishment. The winter sun streamed into the circular office of the headmaster, casting a long beam of light across the floor. Fawkes perched on his branch, tilting his head as he regarded Anthony and Snape at the desk. "I must express my gratitude, Henry," Dumbledore said solemnly. "Madame Pomfrey has just informed me that Mr. Longbottom is out of danger." Anthony replied bluntly, "This is no minor affair. I demand these students be punished until their arrogant and ignorant minds recognize that others are also living beings." Snape scoffed. 160 points, Professor Anthony. "I dare say this is the highest point deduction since the term began." "What are you talking about, Snape?" Anthony incredulously inquired. "Lombard is nearly dead." That boy, along with his companions, stood on the ice and merely watched. The portraits of former headmasters, which had seemingly been in slumber, abruptly opened their eyes and gazed at them. Severus Snape calmly nodded. "Indeed, I comprehend." He waved his hand impatiently at the portraits, as if attempting to shoo away an annoying fly. Dumbledore stated gravely, "I fear we must inform Mr. Malfoy, Severus. Such egregious incidents are exceedingly rare, particularly when they are still in their first year." He raised a hand to forestall Snape's interjection. "I also wish for you to arrange a detention and have a serious discussion with these students." Henry is correct. They possess an alarming ignorance of the value of life while wielding too much magic. Detention? Snape echoed. Suddenly, the door to the headmaster's office was thrust open once more. Professor McGonagall marched in, her face ashen, fury blazing in her eyes. Anthony had never witnessed her in such a state. Detention? She asked stiffly. I thought it would at least be suspension. Snape replied softly, do not fret. I must even ponder whether to arrange a detention at all. In fact, several board members have already contacted me. They are all willing to further support the educational endeavors of Hogwarts, believing the school to be the most solid bastion for students. You cannot. Anthony abruptly turned to Dumbledore, Headmaster. I propose expulsion, at least for the primary culprits. I dare say Mr. Malfoy would be willing to offer a considerable sum. His family has an abundance. Snape interrupted him with a derisive snort. Moreover, Dumbledore, they are merely children. He savored each syllable of that statement. The soothing hum of the silver instruments suddenly ceased. A profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office. Fawkes shifted position, the perch creaking softly. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, are we to disregard the future and souls of these children? Snape replied. Lombard nearly perished. True, but was he not also saved? Is that not so, Minerva? Professor McGonagall glared at Snape, who met her gaze without flinching. For some inexplicable reason, McGonagall's chest heaved, and she was the first to avert her eyes. It was not those children who saved him, Severus. They merely stood by. Dumbledore said calmly. They did not realize they had erred. Anthony furrowed his brow, standing beside them. Sensing that their discourse was not truly about Malfoy's fate, he interjected, Excuse me, may I inquire about Mr. Lombard's current condition? Oh, he was still lying in the hospital wing when I left. McGonagall turned to him, her stern expression softening slightly. He is somewhat weak, but it is nothing serious. Primarily, he is just frightened. Nothing serious, Anthony repeated in his mind, astonished at the state of healing in the magical realm. Overall, the principle upheld is that as long as one breathes, no matter what misfortune befalls them, they will survive. The healing arts of the wizard serve as a robust safety net, rescuing all adventurers who unwittingly tread upon the forbidden grounds of death. With such medical assurance at their disposal, it is hardly surprising that they do not regard near-death experiences as particularly grave matters. Ultimately, this incident concluded with Severus imposing a month's confinement upon all participants. Anthony found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. However, Dumbledore consented, and the head of Ravenclaw, Professor Longbottom, refrained from further protest, thus accepting the resolution with a furrowed brow. Do have a proper discussion with them, Severus, Dumbledore gently advised. We cannot afford any more tragedies. Upon entering the office, Anthony beheld a scene of chaos, soon realizing that his cat had returned on its own, soaked to the skin and in a foul mood. It proceeded to knock all of his ceramic teacups to the floor. Anthony stoked the fire, creating a brilliant blaze, and settled cross-legged before the hearth with the cat in his arms. I am sorry, he murmured. It was his familiar, and in that moment of desperation to save, his fervent desire had undoubtedly influenced it. He stroked the cat, transforming it back into its skeletal form with ease, and soon dried its coat. The once damp ginger fur now appeared soft and dry again. Yet, even though the wetness had dissipated, it languidly rested upon his lap. Would you like to see that boy? Anthony inquired. The cat twitched its ears in response. Thus, he cradled the cat and ventured to the hospital wing to visit Neville. Madame Pomfrey initially opposed his entry, but after his assurance of silence, she firmly denied the cat's admission. Let it in, madam, Neville pleaded from his bed. It saved me. With a resigned sigh, Madame Pomfrey scrutinized the cat for a moment before nodding. Hold it tightly, Professor Anthony. It must not leap about the hospital. Furthermore, only half an hour is permitted. The patient requires rest. Thank you, Professor Anthony, Neville murmured, adding, and thank you, casting a hopeful glance towards Anthony. I haven't named it. Anthony replied with a shake of his head. You should thank Madame Pomfrey and yourself. You possess a remarkable will to survive. It was you who saved yourself. Neville managed a faint smile at this juncture, just as Professor McGonagall entered the room. She nodded at Anthony before addressing Neville, Mr. Longbottom. We are all deeply incensed regarding the handling of this matter. Professor Anthony has deducted 160 points from Slytherin, and all involved in this incident will serve a month of confinement. Additionally, they will receive a warning about their academic standing. The school has already sent an owl to your parents. Oh no, Neville muttered. Your grandmother has replied, indicating she will arrive at Hogwarts as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, her expression complex, as she softly added, Merlin. Oh Neville, Merlin. Chapter 39, The Outcome. Do you feel well, Mr. Longbottom? Anthony asked, sensing that Neville appeared suddenly more unwell. Yes, I am all right, Neville murmured. I am fine. Should you feel any discomfort, please inform Madame Pomfrey immediately, Anthony advised. Do not push yourself. Struggling to suppress other issues, Madame Pomfrey would only grow more irate. Neville nodded. I understand, Professor. Oh, by the way, Professor Anthony, would you mind accompanying me to my office for a discussion? Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected, "Do take a good rest, Longbottom. Do not fret about your assignments. The Transfiguration essay due on Monday can be submitted a bit later." Neville's complexion turned pale, and Anthony suspected he might have entirely forgotten about the paper. "Of course, Professor McGonagall." He rose and followed her to the door, adding, "All in all, it is truly a pleasure to see you alive and well, Mr. Longbottom. Farewell." He squeezed the cat's paw and waved at Neville. With a slight smile, Neville extricated a hand from beneath the blankets and waved back at the cat. "See you later." The students in the corridor remained largely oblivious to the unfolding events, casually greeting Anthony and Professor McGonagall as they passed. Upperclassmen returned from Hogsmeade with an array of trinkets, distributing them to envious younger students. They relished the sunlit weekend, sharing snacks and secrets, borrowing friends' essays, their youthful faces radiating the unique joys and troubles of adolescence. Professor McGonagall ushered Anthony into her office, gesturing to the chairs before the desk. "Make yourself comfortable, Professor Anthony." She waved her wand, conjuring a cat tree adorned with jingling toys for the cat. She placed the cat upon it, and it immediately began to play with great delight. The door closed softly as she settled into her most familiar seat, suddenly appearing somewhat fatigued. "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" Anthony inquired. She pursed her lips. "The headmaster wishes for us to refrain from discussing this matter further. Severus is managing the situation on the Slytherin side, and I shall explain to Longbottom's grandmother." Anthony regarded her intently. His expression must have been quite evident, for Professor McGonagall sighed. "I know, Henry." She suddenly called him by his first name. "But this is also for your protection. Although Hagrid has dispersed the surrounding students, when you rescued Longbottom, a significant portion of the Black Lake illuminated, inevitably drawing attention." Anthony shook his head. "Just tell them I utilized an exceptionally powerful Lumos spell to illuminate Longbottom's figure." Professor McGonagall replied, "Indeed, that is our intended explanation. However, the potent aura of dark magic at the time would likely be discerned by wizards familiar with the dark arts. Not to mention, even Quirrell was stirred, emerging to see what transpired." "Professor Quirrell?" Anthony remarked, setting aside his classes. "He does indeed possess a knack for dealing with dark magic." Professor McGonagall responded with admiration. "He was lamenting to me about Severus's perpetual hostility towards him when, suddenly, he ceased speaking and dashed out of the castle so swiftly that I scarcely realized what had occurred. It seemed Severus was oblivious as well." Anthony, with little hope, asked, "Is there a dark magic equivalent of a Lumos spell in the Wizarding World?" "There is, but it is no superior to the magic of the deceased," Professor McGonagall said. "Thus, Severus suggested we claim that your powerful Lumos spell startled the magical creatures beneath the Black Lake." "What creatures?" Anthony inquired. Professor McGonagall nodded. "The unknown magical creature. Hogwarts, an ancient school of wizardry, is replete with secrets buried beneath the dust of history. If anyone is genuinely curious, they can certainly venture into the Black Lake to discover the truth. At least, that is what Severus suggested." "Very well," Professor McGonagall remarked. "Let me recount our tale. However, should a determined individual insist on investigating this matter, there are always loopholes. The agreement made by the headmaster with the Ministry of Magic included a clause preventing the public from knowing about the existence of a ghostly wizard beyond Azkaban." She looked apologetically at Anthony. "I realize this is quite unfair to you. I do not relish this situation, but it possesses its own logic. As for the handling of Malfoy," she paused, "this matter is rather intricate." "I can see that," Anthony replied with a hint of sarcasm. He found it utterly unbelievable when he was in the headmaster's office. Hence he left after the punishment was decided. Professor McGonagall lowered her gaze. "I fully accept your criticisms." Anthony inhaled deeply. "It is fortunate that Longbottom survived." "Indeed," Professor McGonagall said, "I cannot fathom what would have happened if Alice's son had perished for such a ludicrous reason." "That is not a ludicrous reason," Anthony stated earnestly. "I have long wished to inquire, why is the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin so profound?" "Because of that individual." Professor McGonagall replied gravely, "Because of blood purity, because of war, because their parents harbor deep-seated enmity. Yet the school still chooses to place them in the same classes." "Precisely," Professor McGonagall affirmed. "Avoidance yields no benefits. We require them to communicate, even if it manifests as conflict. Henry, wizards are unlike muggles. One might argue that wizards are more barbaric, yet much of the school's curriculum revolves around teaching students how to engage in combat. I am glad that Kyridi has accompanied you." She continued, "Many fail to realize that Muggle studies is, in fact, a remarkably significant subject. It teaches students to understand others, to harbor curiosity about those who are different, and ultimately to recognize that the differences are not as vast as they may appear. Henry, understanding is a form of kindness." Anthony conversed with Professor McGonagall for an extended period. His act of rescuing Neville from the lake seemed to have earned him considerable trust. As a witness to the horrors unleashed by Voldemort upon the British magical community, she shared her experiences with him. Before he departed, she generously gifted him a cat tree. "I know what type of structure and toys are most entertaining." Perhaps you should have the house elves relocated to your office. I have overheard them complaining about your room being too empty, with nothing worthy of cleaning. Take it back? Anthony inquired, seeking the cat's opinion. The cat, half closing its eyes while nestled in his arms, emitted a contented purr. Then thank you, Minerva. Professor McGonagall observed his cat with keen interest. By the way, does it shed? Not at all. Anthony shook his head. If it did, the house elves would have even more work to do. Stepping out of Professor McGonagall's office, he gazed at the still setting sun and exhaled deeply. The setting sun cast a cold, blade-like brilliance upon the snow. Professor Anthony. A student called from the corridor. Tonight's dinner features Yorkshire pudding. Professor Anthony chuckled. Is that so? How does it compare to your own? I dare say mine is rather more delectable. The student, brimming with confidence, retorted, just wait until Christmas when I return home to showcase my skills. Chapter 40, Aftermath. Despite the institution's efforts to shroud the incident in secrecy, the students inevitably became aware of the unfolding events. Initially, Slytherin noted a significant depletion of the gems in their hourglass, followed by Gryffindor discovering that Neville Longbottom had been hospitalized. Soon, Hufflepuff learned that the Black Lake had transformed into a beacon, and a handful of governors appeared in the corridors of Hogwarts, while the creaking old staircases underwent renovations. Ultimately, Ravenclaw observed several students circling around Professor Anthony. Did you hear? Students whispered among themselves. Professor Anthony deducted 160 points from Slytherin. Which professor? Professor Anthony, the one who never deducts points. A gasp followed. Moreover, Slytherin students were sentenced to a month of detention. Severus Snape's expression darkened. Yet, no one could fathom the true nature of the incident. The most absurd claim suggested that Slytherin students had pushed Neville down the staircase, causing him to tumble all the way to the Black Lake, where Professor Anthony's precious flashlight, some said it was a gift from his first love, others claimed it was a family heirloom, plummeted into the depths. Those who genuinely understood the significance of the flashlight refuted this tale. Some students, fresh from a lesson in whimsical chemistry, insisted that what fell was a piece of alkali metal. Why did large holes suddenly appear on the ice? They reasoned, because it released intense heat. These rumors temporarily failed to reach Professor Anthony, who was currently entertaining Neville Longbottom in his office. Neville sat in the sole guest chair, appearing rather uncomfortable. The chair was somewhat oversized for him, and as he shrank back, his feet dangled above the ground, giving him an amusing appearance. What troubles you, Longbottom? Anthony inquired. I assumed you would return to your dormitory. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be Neville when he opened the office door. Almost as soon as Madame Pomfrey announced his discharge, he had come by. Neville, with his gaze lowered, murmured, I came to express my gratitude. You have already thanked me. Anthony replied, astonished. In fact, I ought to apologize. I was nearby yet failed to prevent the incident. Neville stammered, producing a heavy, clinking bag from behind him. His face flushed. He appeared distressed. My grandmother insisted this is not an appropriate way to express gratitude. It amounts to 200 galleons. Anthony quickly pressed down on his hand. Good heavens, what are you doing? He looked into Neville's tear-filled eyes, softening his tone. Child, the school compensates me. Would you care for a cup of hot chocolate? The warmth of the glass cup in his hands seemed to alleviate Neville's discomfort considerably. He sipped his hot chocolate slowly as he recounted stories about his grandmother to Anthony. He mentioned that she had always been kind to him, yet he often disappointed her due to his own shortcomings. He had been easily bested by Malfoy, leaving him in a dire state, nearly losing his life, which understandably angered his grandmother. However, since he had survived, she felt a measure of relief. He shrugged and remarked, I almost thought I was going to drown, but I suppose my will to survive is merely adequate. Anthony handed him a packet of chips. Oh, thank you. Neville took a chip and thoughtfully said, You know, Professor, I've had quite a history with the Black Lake. When everyone else deemed me a squib, only Uncle Algy believed in me. Once, he pushed me off the dock, hoping I would showcase some magic. As he munched on the chips, swinging his legs, he chuckled at the memory. Of course, nothing happened. I nearly drowned, and my family was ready to send me to the Muggle world. Is this a common occurrence? Anthony gently inquired. To push a child to the brink to reveal their magical potential? Neville shook his head, then nodded. It's more common in pure-blood families, I suppose. He glanced at Anthony, hastily adding, but my family isn't one of those pure-bloods. Once I reach third year, I will definitely choose your class, provided I don't get held back or expelled. He sighed in frustration. I struggle with every subject. Without Hermione's help, I wouldn't even complete the class exercises. Perhaps I truly am better suited to being a squib. Anthony reassured him. You are only in your first year. True, but I've already burned 3 cauldrons, Neville lamented. I can only manage a passing grade in potions. Well, you are ahead of me. I can barely scrape by, Anthony replied with a smile, noticing Neville's wide eyes. Oh, didn't you know? I'm not a student at Hogwarts. I've lived in the Muggle world until now. I know nothing about potions. And Professor Snape has looked down on me for quite some time. Neville chuckled, but you deducted 160 points from Slytherin. So now Professor Snape must regard you with some esteem. Alas, not just potions. I often disappoint Professor McGonagall as well. Anthony nodded. I'm not great at transfiguration either. If I were proficient, the chair you're sitting on would be the perfect size for you. Neville gazed at him eagerly, whispering, and charms. Anthony, who excelled in charms and received high praise from Professor Flitwick, quickly diverted the conversation, speaking of which, I know almost nothing about herbology. Neville offered a somewhat sheepish smile. Anthony chuckled. Ah, see? I vaguely recall Pomona mentioning that you possess some talent in herbology. In truth, Professor Sprout had never said such a thing. Anthony merely remembered that she hadn't participated in the complaints when other professors spoke of Neville. Really? Neville asked in disbelief. Me? Anthony nodded. Yes. Don't you feel it? Don't you sense your own potential? Neville's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Indeed. I found the herbology class to be the most effortless of all. They continued to engage in aimless chatter about various topics, such as the food at Hogwarts and whether anyone snored in the dormitory. After downing 2 cups of hot chocolate and consuming half a bag of crisps along with a handful of coconut ice cream, Neville suddenly realized he had lingered far too long in Anthony's office and hurriedly bid him farewell. He departed with the heavy purse still in hand. Yet his steps were light, almost as if he might take flight. Anthony heard him softly murmur in a dreamy tone, I possess a certain talent for herbology. I possess a certain talent for herbology. Chapter 41, Hagrid and Quidditch, Brandy. After seeing Neville off, Anthony sat in contemplation for a moment before deciding to seek out Hagrid for a drink. The winter sun had set early. By evening, only a few golden clouds lingered in the western sky, while deep shades of blue and purple spread across the distant mountaintops of Hogwarts. A chilling wind rustled through the withered grass, and only a handful of students remained outside the castle, the majority nestled comfortably by the warm fireplace within the school. Hagrid was not in his wooden cabin, so Anthony circled the castle and eventually spotted him near the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid, Anthony called out, noticing Hagrid clutching a large bundle of brooms. What brings you this way? I was actually looking for you, Anthony replied. I went out earlier to purchase some white wine and happened to buy a bit of brandy, thinking you might be interested. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, brandy. Of course. He glanced down at the brooms, then added, but not right now. Henry, I have work to do. The bundle of brooms appeared pitifully squished in Hagrid's massive hands, akin to a pile of inadequate firewood. What are you working on? I'm preventing frost, Hagrid proclaimed proudly. But I also have to defrost every morning. It's too cold. Henry, the Quidditch season has commenced. We cannot allow them to take the field with frost. As such, brooms lack agility. Besides, students might slide off from above. With eager interest, Anthony watched Hagrid skillfully polish and oil the brooms, saying, That's all right. I have nothing pressing today. He felt no fear of the cold. As long as Hagrid was willing, he could easily spend the night on the Quidditch pitch with him. Have you ever watched Quidditch? Hagrid inquired. Not yet, Anthony replied. Minerva invited me to watch the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, Oh, that's the next one. I will certainly be attending. Whenever there's a Gryffindor match, I make it a point to be there. Do you understand the rules of Quidditch? Anthony cautiously responded, A group of people riding brooms and playing a game in the air. My goodness, Henry. With that understanding, you 1T grasped the game. Hagrid boomed. First, remember the golden snitch, the most crucial little thing. Do you know what a seeker is? He then proceeded to enlighten Anthony on the rules, history, and terminology of Quidditch, recounting with ease the names of past Gryffindor seekers, chasers, beaters, and keepers. The broom he clutched emitted a strained creak under the weight of expectation. Charlie soared through the air with remarkable skill. He animatedly exclaimed, gesturing grandly to Anthony, indicating the goalposts on the field. One moment here. The next he could dash towards them. But I dare say Harry would prove equally adept. From a tender age, he could glide about on his toy broom. And James often proclaimed that his son would become a Quidditch star. Suddenly, his hand froze, his unruly beard twitching. Hagrid? Anthony quickly grasped his elbow. What's the matter? I truly wish James could witness Harry playing Quidditch. Hagrid piled the brooms into the broom shed and slammed the door shut, stating brusquely, Let us go have a drink. Henry, Gryffindor is bound to win the next match. When Hagrid mentioned a drink, he meant to bring forth the entirety of the liquor stock and consume as much as one could manage. Anthony, feeling a slight intoxication, inquired, How's that giant spider of yours doing? Oh, splendid, Hagrid replied. Thank you for asking. He was startled last time. It wasn't he intentional that he didn't bid you farewell. He is usually a gentle and polite companion. That is wonderful. Can he still sense the basilisk? Anthony asked. Hagrid scratched his head. He is reluctant to discuss that topic with me, but I suppose not. However, he hasn't shown any desire to leave in quite some time. I suspect the basilisk may have perished long ago. Anthony remained somewhat uneasy. I'll look into the basilisk matter again after a while. Anything that dies should leave behind a corpse, right? After Hagrid's week-and-a-half-long parade around Hogwarts with 2 roosters, Anthony meticulously wandered through the school, attempting to sense any remnants of a colossal, magical carcass, yet to no avail. Unless that basilisk was absurdly small or located far from Hogwarts hallways. Surely Anthony should have discovered traces of its demise. However, Hogwarts was too pristine to resemble a grave for such a creature. Apart from uncovering a vast small animal burial site beneath Hogwarts, likely remnants from potions class, dead snakes, deceased mice, expired toads, and perhaps the discarded bones of cattle and sheep from the kitchen, it yielded no further discoveries. Hagrid took another swig of his drink. This wine is delightful. Where did you acquire it, Henry? The Muggle world, Anthony chuckled. While they may not craft those magical brews, I must say, Muggles excel in the production of conventional wines. Like ordinary brandy, even better than the magical community, and it's quite affordable. When his salary was counted in galleons, converting it to pounds made everything seem remarkably inexpensive. Anthony left Hagrid 3 or 4 bottles of wine and returned to the castle. It was already past curfew, and the entire path was deserted. Save for the flickering torchlight spilling from the castle windows. He noticed a shadow cautiously traversing the staircase, vigilant for anyone who might catch sight of them. Anthony smiled. He does not intend to catch students wandering at night today, nor has he ever done so. Although he often roams outside after curfew and has encountered several students emerging late at night, either for exploration or clandestine meetings, he has never intervened as long as they do not venture towards the third-floor corridor or the restricted section. He himself suffers from insomnia and understands that sleeplessness is simply a state one cannot escape. He wonders which solitary student has ventured out this time, judging by their silhouette. They appear to be a senior. Lost in thought, Anthony allows his musings to drift aimlessly. Under the influence of alcohol, he feels languid, as if enveloped in a gentle reverie. Today is yet another clear day, with a multitude of stars shimmering overhead, radiating a distant and cold, diamond-like brilliance. Anthony, sensing something, turns to gaze at the forbidden forest. In the pitch-black woods, a centaur with a silvery white coat watches him from afar. Upon noticing his gaze, it nods before retreating into the depths of the shadowy grove. Chapter 42, A Discussion on the Soul. As Anthony enters the library, he is astonished to find that Madame Pants is absent from the front desk. The library is eerily quiet in the early morning, with early arriving students hunched over towering stacks of books, diligently writing with quills in hand. He makes his way directly to the restricted section. Although the books on Muggle studies are located in the public area, he has spent more time in the restricted section lately, both for the basilisk and the research assigned to him by Dumbledore, than in the public section. When he approaches his favorite bookshelf, he notices someone already standing there. Even without the signature purple scarf, the distinct scent reveals the person's identity to Anthony. Good morning, Professor Quirrell, he greets. Startled, Quirrell turns abruptly, closing the book in his hands with a thud. Ah, Professor Anthony, good morning, he replies. Anthony nods apologetically, gesturing for him to continue reading without minding his presence. He kneels before the bookshelf, attempting to locate the book he hastily skimmed through last time. What are you looking for? Quirrell inquires softly. Taking a breath, Anthony responds with a hint of exasperation. I can't quite recall the title. Something like The Mystery of the Soul or The Enigma of the Soul. It should be on this shelf. Quirrell silently presents the book in his hands. The Mist of the Soul. Yes, that's the one, Anthony smiles. But I'm in no rush. If you're reading it, I'll find something else to peruse. He scans the bookshelf, pulling out a vibrantly covered book and settling into an adjacent empty seat. Upon opening it, an odd odor wafts from the pages, reminiscent of a person who has lost 800 chess games. It was this peculiar scent that had led him to abandon the book previously. Quirrell lingers at the bookshelf for a moment, hesitating before approaching him. You can use the Muggle banishing charm to dispel the smell. What? Anthony lifts the book to inspect it, draws his wand, and attempts to cast the charm on the book. The scent of the high stone has mysteriously dissipated, leaving only the aroma of ink and, of course, the refreshing scent of garlic in the air. He smiled gratefully at Professor Chilo. You've been a tremendous help, Professor Chilo. What is the principle behind this? He pondered the need for one to prove themselves as a wizard. Chilo, visibly anxious, spoke of ancient tomes concerning the souls of magical creatures. This hardly seems worthy of being relegated to the restricted section, Anthony remarked casually as he flipped a page, only to be taken aback. The illustration depicted a griffin in torment, half kneeling on the ground, trembling, with the corpses of an eagle and a horse scattered nearby. Yet he was quite certain that a tree had once adorned this page, explaining why mistletoe was the representative plant of life magic. Professor Chilo chuckled nervously. No. The true content has been concealed. He directly took a seat across from Anthony, pushing the book, The Soul's Mist, towards him. You no longer require it? Anthony inquired. I have read it thoroughly. I have perused every book in this section. This particular volume offers a fascinating explanation of the soul, Chilo replied, appearing particularly loquacious today. What are you studying, Professor Anthony? Anthony candidly stated, I am contemplating resurrection. Upon receiving the topic, he had questioned himself. What is resurrection? From the perspective of necromancy, resurrection entails retrieving the soul from the clutches of death back into reality. Should an individual desire to resurrect, they must pull their soul back from that realm of demise. Intact. Based on Anthony's own experiences and the materials he had encountered, traditional summoning methods could not restore a complete soul. Once a soul treads into the domain of death, it quickly takes root there. Any attempts to bring it back to the living realm would sever its roots, with the distinction lying only in which portion is lost and to what extent. Unlike wizards who received conventional magical education from a young age, Anthony's muggle mind was always governed by a set of conservation laws. He had previously entertained the notion that perhaps by introducing a fragment of the soul, he might be able to extract the remaining essence. With this idea in mind, he vaguely recalled a book he had once perused that elaborated on how death affects the soul, prompting him to venture into the restricted section for further investigation. Do you find this line of thought feasible, Professor Chilo? Anthony inquired. Chilo, bending slightly and trembling, contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Quite intriguing, but ultimately impractical. He explained to Anthony that the soul lacks a concept of quantity. It is merely a singular entity. A fragment of a soul cannot equate to another fragment, as they are inherently priceless. Furthermore, he dismissed the possibility of trading souls with death. According to him, death is an unreasonable monopolist, never relinquishing one's soul from the right hand simply because another has been added to the left. On the contrary, when one causes another's demise, their soul tears open a fissure alongside the deceased, sometimes shattering in the process. The soul is a captivating subject, he cautioned Anthony, fraught with danger and allure. You are drawing too close, Professor. Resurrection is a formidable challenge, requiring utmost caution. Anthony chuckled, assuring, fear not, it is merely an intriguing subject, a theoretical exploration. I am simply observing, with no intention of practical application. After all, I have already experienced resurrection once. I have no desire to perish again. Professor Chilo regarded him for a moment, nodding. Regardless, Professor, regardless. His pallid complexion suggested trepidation as he rose to leave. Anthony noted the sweat soaking his back. Oh, Professor Chilo, Mrs. Plinz at the front desk exclaimed in astonishment. I had no idea you were inside. Chilo stammered. Yes. I thought you were not present at the time. Anthony could vividly imagine his flushed face, embarrassed. Although Professor Chilo may not excel in social interactions, he undoubtedly possesses great strength and fervor as a wizard. Upon reflection, Anthony counted the numerous occasions on which Chilo had assisted him. His profound understanding of souls allowed him to incisively highlight the naivety in Anthony's conceptualizations. Anthony mused that if Dumbledore had entrusted this topic to Professor Chilo, progress might have been swifter than if he were to undertake it himself. He picked up the book Souls Mist and opened his notebook, resolved to endeavor diligently. Chilo had already perused every dark magic tome in the restricted section, while he had scarcely completed half of the Muggle Studies collection. Today his focus would be on the subject of resurrection, followed by a thorough organization of the Muggle research materials in the library tomorrow. Chapter 43, A Day of Serendipitous Encounters with the Weasleys. Perhaps due to having spent too much time contemplating the nature of souls and death the previous day, Anthony found himself once again ensnared in a nightmare. Just a second before being roused by a fierce scratch from his cat, he was adrift upon that dark river. Thanks, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he glanced at the gradually healing wounds on his arms and chest. As he sat up, his cat unceremoniously leaped onto the pillow, provocatively settling down after a few rounds of pacing. Anthony paid no heed to it, proceeding with his morning routine, as the cat was devoid of shedding fur. Upon emerging from the washroom, he discovered the cat had dozed off on the pillow. He observed it for a moment before gathering his belongings, preparing to enjoy breakfast and spend the day in the library. He sought companionship today. After a brief stroll along the bookshelves, he was taken aback by the towering piles of books before his seat. He opened his notebook, resolute to tackle these volumes today. To rest, he chose predominantly Muggle studies-related texts, and his reading speed in this domain had notably increased. At times, he could infer the central arguments merely from the titles and authors. Today, he had deliberately selected works by authors he was familiar with. Morning light streamed through the library windows, gracing his desk. As the sun ascended, the patches of light gradually expanded, cascading down the shadows of the book piles to illuminate the dust on the floor with a golden shimmer. The library began to fill with patrons. Just as Anthony repositioned himself in a corner, two lower-year students hurriedly took seats across from him. Hurry up, Seamus. Hermione won't let me copy this time, a student exclaimed. Anthony glanced at him amidst the pile of books. Ron Weasley, often mentioned by professors as Harry's companion, wore the same fiery hair as his brothers. The student addressed as Seamus tossed his book onto the table and began to rummage through his materials in frustration. Don't rush me, I haven't written anything either. What about Harry? He inquired. He hasn't written anything, Ron replied, but would said if Harry attends the practice, he would give him all his first-year potions essays. But isn't Wood's potions class? Yes, Ron said glumly. We asked Fred and George. Seamus fell silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Here, I found it. Madame Pants glanced over alertly, prompting Seamus and Ron to hastily cover their mouths. Right here, Seamus whispered, it lists 12 uses. Let's copy separately, or Snape will definitely catch us. Ron nodded, you copy the odd ones, I'll take the even ones. The corner returned to silence. Apart from the wind rustling outside the window and the distant footsteps of students, the only sound was the swift scratching of quills against parchment, which seemed almost excessive. Anthony glanced over, noting that Ron's writing was nearly breaking through the parchment and leaping onto the table. He lowered his gaze back to his book, which detailed how muggles mistreat children with magical abilities. The author firmly believed that the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy should not be abolished, and even suggested that once a child displays magical talent, they should be taken to a completely isolated magical community. Anthony thoughtfully noted this perspective in his notebook, having never considered the matter from that angle before. I've had enough of Snape's essays, Ron complained. I want a holiday. What are your plans for Christmas? Seamus asked quietly as he continued copying. Anthony already knew the answer. His pen pal, Arthur Weasley, had recently written to him asking if he needed any Romanian specialties. In his letter, he mentioned that they planned to visit the Weasley sibling who studied dragons after graduation, leaving Ron and his twin brothers at school. Ron pondered for a moment. Probably staying at school, just like Harry. That sounds lovely, Seamus remarked. Dean and I are going home, and Neville should be too. You two can sleep in 5 beds. Just wait, we'll jump from this bed to that one like 2 Christmas ornaments, Ron mumbled. Speaking of which, it seems Neville doesn't have to submit this essay. Seamus replied, P.S. injured, after all. By the way, what do you think Slytherin did to make Neville so happy lately? If Slytherin's hourglass ran out because of me, I'd be happy too, Ron said morosely. That Anthony, managing not to be cursed to death by Snape, should be the one teaching defense against the dark arts. After a while, Ron and Seamus finished copying that section. Ron measured the length of their essay. We still have half left. Seamus measured his as well. Me too. I wish I had written larger. Where are we supposed to find the principles for explaining the order of material addition? As the afternoon approached, there was little time left. Come on, let me copy yours, and you copy mine, Ron boldly suggested, asserting that he doubted Snape would notice any discrepancies in their work. Seamus nodded in agreement. Exactly. He couldn't possibly scrutinize every single essay, could he? Anthony, curious, leaned in for a closer look. He witnessed Ron transcribing Spine of the Hedgehog as Spine of the Sea Urchin, only for Seamus to subsequently transcribe it as Spine of the Lamenting Hedgehog. He decided against alerting them to their errors. After a while, Ron noticed Anthony and nudged Seamus's elbow, indicating that the professor was seated nearby. The two of them quietly tidied their belongings and stealthily changed their seats. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Ron finally regained his senses, he realized he had missed lunch. After some contemplation, Anthony resolved to venture into the school kitchen to procure something to eat. The house elves were already quite busy, and he did not wish to burden them with additional tasks. Cloaked under the disillusionment charm, he entered the kitchen, only to find that he was not the sole individual with intentions of enjoying an afternoon meal. The Weasley twins, along with their friend Anthony, who he believed was named Jordan, were gleefully seated at the kitchen table, 2 large plates of fries and pork chops before them. Hail to the Hogwarts house elves. I am so pleased to be out of the lavatory, one of the Weasley brothers exclaimed while slicing into his pork chop. This room is perfect, except for the lack of food. I detest the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, the other lamented. Come on, you lot can overturn that blasted rule. Jordan encouraged. Can we? Of course we can. The speaking Weasley declared, squeezing lemon over his pork chop. Every day, we can dream of overturning 7 laws. Anthony revealed himself. Good afternoon, ambitious gentlemen. If you could be so kind as to bring me a plate of those fries as well, I would greatly appreciate it. Ketchup would be splendid. The 3 students in the kitchen gaped at him. Anthony shook his head. Eating doesn't violate school rules. Please, do not let me disturb your merriment. Can anyone tell me what room you are speaking of? Chapter 44, The Kitchen and the Pitch. Once everyone had filled their bellies with fries and pork chops, Anthony had gleaned the entire story from the house elves. This included how the Weasley twins had ingeniously utilized an abandoned lavatory and how they had sneaked into the kitchen to enlist the help of the elves, ultimately discovering a magical room. We use it to store things, the little elf said, its tennis ball-like eyes gleaming with pride. For centuries, we have kept items that their owners have forgotten or that ought not to be in the school. If the owner truly wishes to reclaim them, they can do so while wandering in melancholy. Of course, a touch of luck is required as well. You are conducting experiments in the storeroom? Anthony inquired, furrowing his brow. That does not sound particularly safe. The little sprite proudly informed Anthony that when they discussed a room known as the Room of Requirement, the Weasley brothers lay dejectedly on the table, feigning death. I should never have come to this meal, Fred lamented. Keep this to yourself, Professor. We can offer you a discount. 80% off, George interjected. Anthony remained noncommittal. Fred pressed on, 60%. George countered, 50%. Fred widened his eyes at George, exclaiming, it can't go any lower. At that price, we would incur losses. George gritted his teeth, declaring, do not hinder me. Today, even at a loss. I shall ensure our dear Professor Anthony enjoys the best price. Anthony chuckled, raising his hand. Worry not. I am not your headmaster. Students' private transactions are none of my concern. Just ensure your own safety and that of your classmates. Do not sell dangerous contraband, and refrain from conducting experiments in the supply closet, understood? Of course not. The Weasley brothers assured him. We only sell chocolate frog cards. Besides, that room is quite safe. When we use it, it is far from a supply closet. They explained to Anthony that the magical room earned its name, the Room of Requirement, because it strives to fulfill the desires of its seekers. It can transform into the most secure laboratory one can conceive. I believe it is the most wondrous place in the entire castle, Fred remarked. We first encountered it while evading Filch. It appeared quite suddenly. George added. At the time, it resembled a broom cupboard. Anthony inquired with curiosity. Can the brooms inside be taken out? If they were placed there by someone else, they should be, Fred pondered. But if they were conjured by the room, then no. Anthony chuckled. It sounds as though you have experimented. Lee Jordan chimed in. Professor, you have no idea what they have attempted to bring out. As long as you dare to speak it, I will fill your wardrobe with nargles, Fred threatened. His friend quickly capitulated, and Anthony grinned, asking, Where did you acquire nargles? Mr. Weasley? When Anthony handed a whole bag of nargle eggs to Professor McGonagall, she did not even raise an eyebrow. Weasley, is it? She inquired with customary composure. How many points were deducted? Anthony shook his head. I did not deduct any points. They assured me they would pass all subjects this term, except for history of magic and astronomy. Professor McGonagall opened the bag to inspect its contents. I look forward to their divination grades. Is Lee Jordan with them? Indeed. I am very much looking forward to it, Professor McGonagall remarked. Before long, the weekend arrived. The sun shone brightly over the Quidditch pitch, with the stands filled to capacity as players made their final preparations in the locker room. As Anthony exited his office, he coincidentally encountered Professor Karkaroff, who was also heading to watch the match. Professor Karkaroff is interested in Quidditch as well? Anthony casually inquired. He found it difficult to imagine Karkaroff riding a broom with exuberance. The pallid wizard, seemingly on the verge of collapsing, possessed arms as slender as a broomstick. Quirrell, adjusting his turban, exclaimed in a fluster, Yes, I am indeed interested. Which team do you support? Anthony casually inquired as they descended the stairs side by side. Being a Ravenclaw alumnus, it was only natural for him to inquire about Quirrell's preferred team. Quirrell fell silent for a moment, trembling as he softly replied, Gryffindor. Oh, so do I, Anthony responded cheerfully. I've heard that Gryffindor boasts the strongest Quidditch team. However, I am also familiar with Slytherin's playing style. I hope Gryffindor triumphs over them in a fair manner. Indeed, Quirrell agreed. Upon reaching the stadium, Quirrell parted ways with him. Anthony made no effort to search for Professor McGonagall, who had invited him, but rather sought an empty seat to settle down. She had informed him earlier that she would be monitoring the commentator, Jordan, from the commentary box, in case he uttered anything peculiar again. Of course, I do not imply that his words lack merit, Professor McGonagall explained when Anthony questioned her about not choosing a different commentator. It's just that sometimes he can be excessively subjective. Moreover, the students enjoy him. Anthony suspected that she, too, held a certain fondness for him. Over here, Henry. Hagrid waved from the highest row of the stands. Anthony nodded in acknowledgement, struggling through the crowd, only to be hoisted up the final few steps by Hagrid. Oh, thank you. There are far more people here than I had anticipated. This is Gryffindor, Hagrid proudly proclaimed. Whenever Gryffindor faces Slytherin, the audience turnout is always the highest. I initially planned to watch from the hut, but thought you might require commentary. Gryffindor's matches are traditionally of the highest caliber, especially with Harry in the lineup. Wouldn't you agree? His final remark was directed at those around him. It was then that Anthony noticed a group of first-year Gryffindors beside Hagrid, the red-haired Ron, along with his classmate Seamus, the warmly bundled Hermione, Neville, who smiled at him while clutching a toad, and another student he did not recognize, who was squeezed in with them, holding a large, dirty bedsheet. Anthony cast a curious glance at the soiled sheet, recalling overhearing students discussing the need for someone to hold a mattress beneath Harry Potter to prevent him from falling. Was there truly someone willing to put that into practice? Harry's coming out. The student with the bedsheet shouted, suddenly unfurling it and nearly hitting Neville in the face. Ron quickly caught the other end and held it aloft. Anthony stepped back slightly, clearly seeing the bold lettering proclaiming Potter for the win. A Gryffindor lion majestically glared out from the banner. The cold wind made the banner flutter vigorously. Did they make that themselves? Anthony whispered to Hagrid. Of course, they are Harry's friends, Hagrid replied, watching the petite red-clad seeker stride toward the Quidditch pitch, raising his fist with enthusiasm. Go, Harry. Show those rascals a thing or two. Anthony observed the diminutive player glance in their direction, flashing a broad smile at his friends. Chapter 45, The Chaotic Quidditch Match. With the sound of a whistle, the game commenced. The red and green jerseys darted across the field, and several balls soared past Anthony's eyes. Hagrid's voice boomed beside him, rendering Jordan's commentary inaudible. Do you see that ball? That's the bludger. Ah, Angelina, good girl, fly. Hurry, Angelina. Oh, Hagrid bellowed, pass it. Did you see that, Henry? Pass it. Anthony discreetly rubbed his ears and chimed in. Yes, pass it. Harry is flying so high. Hagrid, holding a large telescope, gazed skyward, exclaiming, look at how well he flies. Anthony squinted up into the sky. Under the brilliant sunlight, he could barely discern a tiny figure floating above, seemingly detached from the game. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the field. Pulling his gaze back to discover that Gryffindor had scored, he turned to the bearded commentator beside him and inquired, what just happened? I don't know. I'm watching Harry. Hagrid clapped enthusiastically. Well done, Gryffindor. Anthony shrugged, applauding as he turned to Ron. What just occurred? Angelina scored. Ron shouted, his voice straining in excitement amidst Hagrid's cheers. She's a chaser. She just threw the bludger into the Slytherin goal. Which one is Slytherin's goal? Anthony asked, realizing Ron was far clearer than Hagrid. Hagrid slapped Anthony's back with great force. Look, Harry's flip was magnificent. It's as if he melded with his broom. The snitch. Ron shouted, ah. Slytherin is faster than Harry. He anxiously clung to the railing, leaning half his body over. Suddenly, a hefty Slytherin player charged forth, violently knocking Harry's broom askew. Ron recoiled as if he too had been struck, emitting a frustrated roar. All around him, the Gryffindors were shouting. Hagrid's voice boomed like thunder, filling Anthony's ears with his furious cries. Despicable. Shameless. Hagrid thundered, his large hand striking the back of the front row seats, startling the Gryffindor who had been stomping and shouting slogans. The child who had initially wielded a bedsheet shouted indignantly, red card. Referee, send him off. Professor of Muggle Studies. Anthony glanced at him, realizing that the shout echoed the thoughts swirling in his own Muggle mind. Madame Hooch, fuming, blew her whistle and spoke to both teams. Anthony was once more perplexed. What is happening? I don't know, the Gryffindor who had shouted for the red card replied angrily, but it's not the punishment they deserve. Ron, distracted, attempted to explain what a free kick was to him and Anthony, his gaze scanning the field in search of Harry's elusive golden snitch. What is Harry doing? Hagrid mumbled, furrowing his brow in confusion as he trained his telescope on the broom that was drifting outside the field. Anthony followed his gaze. Harry ascended higher and higher, reaching perilous heights. Is this some sort of Quidditch maneuver? Anthony queried, taking the telescope from Hagrid. No, not quite. Harry clung desperately to the broom, his hands turning white from the grip, his teeth clenched as he glared at the broom, striving to force it downward. The broom stubbornly soared higher, twisting and rolling, desperately attempting to throw him off. It was as if he were taming a wild stallion in midair. Now, everyone had noticed something amiss. Spectators in the stands began to rise one by one, pointing at Harry and murmuring among themselves. Lee Jordan's commentary was drowned out by the discussions of the crowd. No one was paying attention to the match anymore. Chaos erupted on the field as the Slytherin team seized the opportunity to score several goals. Timeout. Anthony shouted at Madame Hooch, his voice ringing clear. Timeout. At the far end of the field, Madame Hooch appeared to be oblivious to his calls. She was anxiously watching Harry in the air, her wand drawn but held aloft. Awaiting action. The captain hasn't signaled for a timeout. Hagrid gasped. Now he truly sounded like a commentator. What is Madame Hooch doing? Anthony asked. She's waiting for the right moment, Hermione replied, her words tumbling out rapidly as if rehearsed. If there's a severe foul or an emergency, the referee can intervene. This is definitely an emergency. Ron shouted. Hermione exclaimed in distress. I know, but she needs to aim. Harry's broom was trembling violently. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hagrid muttered. We need the safety measures from the Quidditch World Cup. The broom shook violently, eliciting gasps from the stands. Harry was thrown off. Now, he clung to the broom with just one hand, swaying precariously in midair. Anthony scanned the vicinity and seized the blanket from Ron's hands. Make it large. The enormous blanket floated in the air, covering a portion of the stands. He shouted upwards, Jump, Potter. Harry was wholly consumed with battling the broom. He gritted his teeth, hanging on for dear life, trying to flip back onto it. Neville squeezed his toad, which croaked loudly. Anthony could wait no longer. He raised his wand and called out, Harry Potter, fly here. As if suddenly paused, the player in the red jersey and his broom froze in midair, and then Harry, unable to control himself, soared directly towards Anthony. Thank goodness, he had risen high enough to disregard the need to dodge the goalposts, still firmly gripping the broom. Even with the blanket prepared as a makeshift safety net, Harry crashed into the stands like a cannonball. He collided with the blanket and Anthony with considerable force. The broom left a long trail on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust, just as a fine broom should do. Harry tumbled and sat up, struggling to emerge from the tangled sheets. One leg of his glasses dangled precariously from his ear, while the other was ensnared in his messy hair. The words Potter for victory were haphazardly wrapped around him, shimmering in vibrant colors, as the Gryffindor lion beneath the banner lay crumpled. His broom lay obediently on the ground. What on earth are you doing, Henry? Hagrid exclaimed. Harry, indignant and aggrieved, retorted, I had it under control. Just a moment ago, I was about to turn it around. A sudden cheer erupted from the Slytherin side, as they seized the opportunity to capture the golden snitch. Chapter 45. Infuriating. The pitch was in disarray. Gryffindor players descended around Madame Hooch, protesting vehemently, while the Slytherin seeker triumphantly held the golden snitch aloft for the spectators to see. The Gryffindors near Anthony booed loudly. Invalid. Invalid. Dean Thomas, who had previously called for a red card, organized the crowd to clap rhythmically on the barriers. Gradually, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw joined in the chorus of invalidity. The air was filled with the cries of discontent. As any rational individual would concur, the audience felt the score should be declared null and void. Gryffindor demanded a rematch, as Lee Jordan proclaimed that Slytherin had deceitfully seized the snitch amidst the chaos. Professor McGonagall had no time to correct his phrasing. She was striding through the throng toward the agitated Gryffindors. Snape, with a self-satisfied demeanor, clapped his hands, feigning regret as she passed by, saying, "Oh dear, Minerva, so close." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips as she approached Harry. "We could have won," Harry exclaimed with frustration. "I saw that flash of gold just as I was called." Hermione pulled him from the sheets. "Oh, stop thinking about the snitch. Are you all right, Harry? Are you hurt?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Is there any discomfort, Potter?" Jordan continued from afar. The match had not yet been paused when the snitch was caught. "The referee has declared the score valid." "Well, let us congratulate Slytherin for somehow attaining victory." The boos resonated like thunder. The Gryffindor players encircled Madame Hooch, animatedly gesticulating toward the sky, mimicking the tumbling broom. Yet their arguments seemed to only fortify her decision. If Potter had caught the snitch under those circumstances, I would have declared Gryffindor the victors. They did not violate any rules. Hagrid bellowed, "This is unreasonable. The rules of Quidditch need to be revised." Wood, in frustration, slammed his fist against the goalpost. And while others continued shouting at Madame Hooch, he glided over to inspect his valuable seeker. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Dean surrounded Harry. Harry was repeatedly assuring his friends that he was unscathed, and upon seeing Wood approach, he exclaimed, "Wood, I saw it. When I was called. The snitch was right beside me. I was so close, I almost had it." Wood gloomily consoled him, remarking that today was Slytherin's lucky day. His expression suggested that he intended to ensure Slytherin's fortune would not last once the professor departed. Anthony picked up Harry's broom and examined it. It appeared to be an ordinary broom, indistinguishable from the Nimbus 2000 displayed in the shop window. At his skill level, he could at least assure that it was devoid of any dark enchantments. "Minerva, take a look," he said, passing the broom. "What on earth just happened? What just transpired?" Wood exclaimed, his anger ignited as if by a sudden spark. "Do you wish to hear the account from the individual involved?" Harry had regained control of his broom. And then, in a swift motion, he soared into a sizable patch of fabric while Slytherin seized the golden snitch. "Explain that. Wood, are you intending to admonish the professor?" Professor McGonagall warned, glaring at him. "You are the captain. Potter's broom malfunctioned, and yet you are solely concerned with the golden snitch." Under her fierce gaze, Wood recoiled. "The Nimbus has issues, but we have spare brooms," he muttered, "the Clean Sweep 7, the Comet 219. But this year, against Slytherin, we only have one chance to secure our ranking." Professor McGonagall glared at him menacingly, prompting Wood to shake his head, swallowing the remainder of his words. Harry appeared entirely unfazed by the gravity of the situation, even more disheartened than Wood himself. Even as Professor McGonagall prepared to dismantle the broom, she could find no faults. It seemed that Harry's broom had whimsically decided to perform a mid-air somersault with 2.5 rotations. Slytherin was emboldened. "Potter, what's wrong? Can't keep your broom steady?" They jeered. "If you fly poorly, blame the broom. If you fail, blame the dog," they added, a rather peculiar method of drawing attention. Anthony silently stepped forward, gripping the railing of the stands, gazing at the group of Slytherins. Their mockery faltered, and after a feeble attempt to articulate their taunts, they retreated. Embarrassed, his reputation among the students had transformed from Anthony, who never deducted points, to Anthony, who had stripped Slytherin of all their scores. Following Neville's fall into the lake, the offending Slytherin students had angered Snape during their confinement, leading him to unprecedentedly deduct points from Slytherin. Having points deducted by the headmaster seemed a considerable punishment. For quite some time, even their own housemates refrained from speaking to them. Naturally, they attributed this misfortune to Anthony, resulting in a reputation that seemed unbefitting for a newly appointed Muggle Studies professor. As the match concluded, the spectators in the stands dispersed, seething with discontent. Ron and Hermione offered consolation to Harry, while Professor McGonagall resolved to speak with Madame Hooch, quite certain that there had been a previous match annulled due to unforeseen circumstances, and she intended to request a rematch as per tradition. Every match in the Quidditch season held great significance. "I certainly do not wish for Gryffindor's ranking to be so low," she told Anthony. "Alas, Henry," Hagrid lamented, tucking the telescope into his pocket. "You should not have interrupted the match. Harry was flying splendidly." Anthony shook his head, expressing his disbelief, but I thought Potter would fall. However, Hagrid insisted on the importance of the match. With astonishment, Anthony queried, "Is the game truly more significant than Potter's life?" He had presumed that Hagrid and Potter shared a bond of friendship, assuring himself that Potter would be unharmed. Hagrid resolutely stated that Hogwarts had not witnessed a fatality due to Quidditch in many years. I mean, there might be a broken arm or something. His voice dwindled into a whisper. Or a broken neck, Anthony added, reflecting on the precariousness of a single unfortunate angle. As they conversed, they descended from the stands. In the distance, Professor McGonagall appeared to be persuading Madame Hooch, while Snape was frowning and gesticulating about something. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid called out in a coarse voice. "Isn't it infuriating?" Quirrell, pale and defeated, sat in the lowest row of the stands, wrapped in his wizarding robes, lost in thought. He flinched at Hagrid's greeting, replying, "Yes. Yes." Chapter 47, Some Misunderstandings. Once the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin concluded, December arrived. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with leaden clouds blanketing Hogwarts. And sunlight waned day by day, like the gems in each house's hourglass. The gloomy atmosphere exacerbated the students' tempers, leading professors to frequently encounter students brawling before their eyes. Yet when points were deducted, all insisted they were merely engaged in a wizarding duel. Only Anthony and Professor Quirrell's office resided on the second floor of the castle. Professor McGonagall requested that they patrol the area during their free time. Bored after catching two Gryffindors scribbling on the walls, Anthony seldom ventured out. The lingering authority he held over the Slytherin students made it unlikely for him to encounter any rule breakers. Upon his appearance in the corridors, this group, regardless of their adherence to the rules, hastily gathered their belongings and exited his sight. Reliable sources indicated that to preserve their remaining points, Slytherin had been remarkably compliant of late, with their deductions even fewer than those of Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, the largest house, primarily lost points for forgetting to submit assignments, with both truths and falsehoods circulating, perhaps due to the Slytherins downplaying the incidents. Very few within the school comprehended how Anthony managed to deduct such a significant number of points all at once. What baffled Slytherin the most was their firm belief that Snape had protested, yet the substantial deductions remained unrevoked. Professor Sprout informed him that the prevailing sentiment within Slytherin was that Anthony was ruthless, willing to entirely deduct points to curry favor with the Gryffindor-born headmaster and deputy headmaster. Furthermore, Anthony's background was undoubtedly formidable, to the extent that those privy to the details spoke of it in hushed tones. After Anthony saved Harry Potter on the pitch, even more supporters of this perspective emerged. Indeed, he had saved Harry Potter. Following Madame Hooch's agreement to a rematch, the players seemed to regain their sanity, soaring away with the golden snitch. Aside from Harry, who still felt victory was but a step away, everyone else believed that Professor Anthony had safeguarded their precious genius seeker at a critical moment, and they were immensely grateful to him. Just look at how popular he is at school now. After the two Gryffindors allowed Anthony to deduct points with cheerful smiles, a Slytherin remarked warily that Gryffindor's points were genuinely deducted, and that punishing Slytherin would be even harsher. On one occasion, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, who was evidently on his way to class on the third floor, hesitated at the sight of Anthony passing by the staircase and unhesitatingly retreated back to the first floor. Professor McGonagall, patrolling the first floor, called out to him, "I recall Slytherin has a charms class at this hour. Return to your classroom and do not skip class." The burly Slytherin glared at Anthony with feigned bravado and cautiously ascended the stairs. His athletic prowess was vividly displayed at that moment as the creaky old wooden staircase emitted not a single sound, leaving Anthony quite astonished. "There's no need to be so tense," Anthony chuckled. "I'm not your headmaster. I want to deduct points for your left foot stepping on the stairs." The Slytherin glanced down and switched his right foot for his left. Just as Anthony pondered whether he was provoking him, the foot seemed to retract as if scalded. The tall Slytherin upperclassman anxiously inquired, "Which foot is the left foot?" Upon seeing Anthony's expression, he added, "Professor." Nowadays, Anthony only patrolled the corridors when going to or returning from the library. He had temporarily lost interest in watching the Slytherins scatter like frightened birds. However, as he returned from the library with his notebook in hand, he unexpectedly heard Snape's voice. "You know what I'm speaking of, Quirrell," Snape hissed, his voice echoing against the vacant walls of the corridor. "Do not presume I have not noticed your peculiar fascination with dealing with trolls, have you?" Professor Quirrell stammered. "I do not know what you are talking about, SS Snape." "Oh, really?" Snape said coldly. "Shall I remind you of the Halloween incident? When I entered your room at the deputy headmaster's request, what potion was displayed on your bedside table? How dare you think I wouldn't recognize it?" Quirrell insisted. "I do not know what you are talking about." Snape smoothly replied. "Do not play the fool, Quirrell. You are quite intelligent. No more stuttering, Do not attempt to disguise it. I have seen through you. I could have refrained from reminding you. I truly wish to witness the expression on the headmaster's face when he realizes he has misplaced his trust, but I have grown weary of your pitiful demeanor." Anthony found this somewhat familiar. He felt that Snape had previously employed the same rhetoric against him in the staff lounge. If a student dared to submit 2 answers so strikingly similar, Anthony would seriously consider the possibility of plagiarism. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Snape. Life with a persecution complex must be quite unbearable. After Snape departed, Quirrell remained cowering against the wall, seemingly still trapped in panic. Anthony approached him, offering comfort. "I heard everything." Quirrell trembled, casting a fearful glance towards him. Anthony hastily reassured, "It's all right. He has expressed similar sentiments to me before." Gaining Professor Snape's favor may well be the most arduous yet ultimately futile endeavor within the entire castle. Professor Quirrell inquired softly, "Similar?" Anthony comfortingly patted his sweat-drenched back. Were it not for his awareness of Quirrell's expertise as a distinguished defense against the dark arts professor, he might have overlooked Quirrell's erudition, focusing solely on the garlic-scented turban adorning his head. "Indeed, it is almost identical," Anthony affirmed, "so fret not. I am on your side." Professor Quirrell nodded. "I trust you." "Professor Anthony." He then inquired, "How goes your research on resurrection?" Anthony regarded him with astonishment. After Snape's intimidation, Quirrell had remarkably stuttered less. "The resurrection, you say?" "It's progressing adequately," Anthony replied. "I've encountered a few challenges regarding the essence of the soul, so I have temporarily set it aside. Apart from that, there are no significant issues. By the way, thank you for lending me that book last time. It was immensely helpful and truly enlightening." Quirrell affirmed, "Indeed. It is an excellent book. In addition to it, there is another tome concerning the soul that should be in the restricted section, but I cannot seem to find it. That one is also quite remarkable." "Oh, I believe I can surmise which book you refer to," Anthony said. "Though it is an old volume, its perspective appears refreshingly novel. However, since my employment commenced, I have yet to locate it." He tapped his head, attempting to recall the title of the magical theory book that both he and Madame Pants had been unable to find before the term began. Quirrell refrained from revealing the title. "It is indeed very innovative," he remarked, "truly cutting edge." Chapter 48, The Quidditch Match Remake. 4 Quidditch enthusiasts at Hogwarts, regardless of house affiliation. This weekend held significant importance. In addition to the originally scheduled match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, a rematch between Gryffindor and Slytherin was also to take place this Saturday. Dumbledore had been exceedingly busy, scarcely seen for 5 days, yet he still attended the match at Professor McGonagall's insistence. "Sometimes one must accept defeat," he sighed. "At times, even a slight deviation can yield entirely unexpected consequences. Fate, Minerva, invariably veers towards directions one cannot anticipate." Professor McGonagall firmly asserted, "Not in such a manner shall we fail. Not due to a broom that has suddenly gone awry. Should you choose not to attend, should you oppose the rematch, I shall have Wood speak with you. You truly ought to witness Wood's fervent outbursts directed at Severus and Madame Hooch. In all my years of teaching, I have never seen a student so reminiscent of a fire dragon." Dumbledore chuckled benevolently. "Very well, I shall attend, Minerva. You must understand, even in my advanced years, I wish to preserve my hearing for a while longer." On that day, Dumbledore donned his finest attire, taking a seat at the very center of the stands. He wore a flamboyant purple wizarding robe, almost as grand as that worn during the opening feast. "It has been ages since I witnessed a Quidditch match live," he remarked joyfully. However, his hat was excessively large and tall, completely obstructing Professor Flitwick, who sat behind him, necessitating the use of magic to bend the tip of the hat down, causing the brim to droop limply. This rendered his grand attire resembling more of a nightgown. The match continued to be narrated by Lee Jordan, with Professor McGonagall overseeing the proceedings. Hufflepuff engaged in a remarkably clean contest against Ravenclaw, allowing Anthony to finally witness what a foul-free game resembled. However, the audience appeared somewhat distracted. Gryffindor and Slytherin provoked one another across the pitch, daubing various phrases on bedsheets with paint. The stands were filled with various taunts, Slytherin trashing Gryffindor, "Cry your eyes out, Potter," as you scramble for the snitch, nearly drowning out the few banners from Ravenclaw. Eagles soar high, and Hufflepuffs climbing to new heights. Gryffindor had the upper hand in this bedsheet slogan war, as their paint tubes allowed them to inscribe insults without needing to devise retorts. Anthony had heard that the Weasley brothers had played a minor role in this. They merely provided product samples to customers, employing no illicit magic. While distributing paint to Gryffindor for free, they cautioned, "Oh, be careful. It's not fully calibrated yet. Some of the paint tubes might explode." Filch was visibly exhausted this week. Shortly after the start, Ravenclaw's seeker captured the snitch right in front of the headmaster. "Your purple robes make the golden snitch remarkably conspicuous," she exclaimed cheerfully. The frustrated Hufflepuff players found her amusing. Amidst Jordan's congratulations to Ravenclaw for their victory, both teams exited the field. The blue and yellow uniforms melded together, replaying the events of the day. Once they departed, individuals immediately came to tidy the arena. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams conducted their final checks in their respective locker rooms. Even before they had taken to the field, the audience had already begun to hurl insults at each other. Hermione frowned as she watched Ron squeeze an entire tube of automatic insult paint onto their enormous bed sheet. Yet she said nothing. Slytherin can go to hell. The paint swiftly inscribed. Hermione's brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. That essay misspelling, she remarked. During the pre-match handshake, both sides were more tense than in any previous encounter. Everyone's hands were turning white from the pressure, yet none were willing to relent. All right. I hope this match proceeds without incident, Madame Hooch stated sternly. If anything goes awry, I expect the captains of both teams to signal me for a pause. The silver whistle blew, and both teams ascended into the air. Lee Jordan narrated, once again, we witness a clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin, just as we did last week. Angelina is the first to seize the quaffle. Excellent. We have indeed seen Slytherin defend against the Weasley brothers, providing cover for Angelina's feint. What a move. Angelina, filled with fury, slammed the quaffle into Slytherin's goalpost. The quaffle soared like a bludger, leaving the Slytherin goalkeeper utterly unprepared. A chorus of boos erupted from the Slytherin stands. Did you see that, Henry? Hagrid exclaimed, clapping his hands. As long as Slytherin doesn't cause any trouble, we're sure to win. Ron remarked gloomily. It's hard to believe they won't stir up mischief. He was right. Throughout the match, Harry had been flying low. Slytherin's chasers attempted to hurl bludgers at him, only to be deftly intercepted by the Weasley twins, who seemed to appear from nowhere. Eventually, they even began to chase after Harry's broom, trying to knock him down with their bodies, but the Firebolt 2000 nimbly dodged their attempts. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught even Anthony's eye. Is that the golden snitch? He queried, pointing. Dumbledore's purple hat certainly made the little golden object stand out. Harry noticed it too. He crouched low and darted towards it. The Slytherin seeker was closer, but he remained oblivious. It wasn't until he noticed Harry speeding towards him, with the crowd erupting in cheers, that he realized what was happening. Instantly, he kicked his broom into action, attempting to block Harry's path. No matter where the snitch was, as long as Harry couldn't get past. But Harry skillfully executed a roll on his broom, evading the obstruction. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the tiny golden snitch. Bang! When Harry made contact with the snitch, a muffled thud echoed across the field. Had the audience not been so tense that they were nearly silent, Anthony might not have even heard it. Amidst the cheers, Dumbledore rose immediately, his gaze fixed on the center of the pitch. Following his line of sight, Anthony gasped in shock. Good heavens, he murmured. The Slytherin captain lay limply on the ground, his broom several feet away. Madame Hooch rushed over. Rib fractures, she announced. Quick, send someone to notify Madame Pomfrey. I will take him to the hospital wing. The Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, wore a pallid face, yet bore a triumphant grin. My broom is out of control, he coughed. This match is null and void. Chapter 49, The Meeting. Marcus Flint was promptly taken to the hospital wing by Madame Hooch. Without a referee, the Quidditch pitch descended into chaos once more. If it weren't for the presence of the headmaster and professors, Gryffindor would surely have charged the Slytherin stands. Some waved their wands angrily, hurling insulting paint towards the Slytherin section, only to have it repelled by upper-year Slytherins on the pitch. Exploding in vibrant colors as if in celebration, the descending paint dutifully fulfilled its mission on the Quidditch field, transforming the ground between Gryffindor and Slytherin into a riot of colors, filled with derogatory phrases aimed at Slytherin. The Slytherin spectators, amidst the furious shouts from Gryffindor, reveled as though they had just clinched the Quidditch Cup. Now it was a matter of how biased Dumbledore truly was, they murmured amongst themselves. Harry descended slowly to the grass, clutching the golden snitch. His pallid face suggested that he was the one who had fallen. Harry, the Weasley brothers immediately surrounded him. Are you all right? Harry cast a glance towards Madame Hooch, who was directing the stretcher away. Will he be okay? That was Flint. Angelina exclaimed incredulously. He attempted to sabotage your score with such despicable tactics. And you're concerned about him? He fell. Harry Potter exclaimed loudly. Even Dudley. I never wished any real harm upon him. He wasn't pushed by you. Angelina retorted impatiently. He just needs to lie down for a few days. Focus on the match results, Harry. Wood was engaged in a heated argument with the Slytherin players, completely oblivious to the situation at hand. Harry turned back to observe Dumbledore, who was speaking gravely with Professors McGonagall and Snape. The once comical hat had been removed, and his silver hair and beard fluttered in the cold wind. Prefect, take the students back to the common room and provide some comfort, Dumbledore finally declared, his resonant voice echoing across the pitch, drowning out all the quarrels. Percy stood up, feigning authority. Did you all hear what the headmaster said? Stop arguing. All first-year Gryffindors, follow me. Shut it, Percy, or I'll squirt paint into your mouth. Ron retorted angrily. Professor Burbage squeezed through the crowd and waved at Anthony. Leaning in, he heard her say, Minerva asked me to tell you. There's a meeting in the headmaster's office in an hour. I was somewhat taken aback. Dumbledore, calm and candid, surveyed those in the office. The situation had undoubtedly exceeded many expectations. In his office stood the faculty involved in the match, referee Madame Hooch, Gryffindor head McGonagall, Slytherin head Snape, and Anthony, who had forcibly interrupted the match during his first viewing. Marcus Flint was now resting in the hospital wing, enjoying a hero's treatment. Numerous affluent Slytherin students visited him, extending offers for post-graduation employment. At least 4 families had made invitations. Madam Hooch remarked that the strategies on the field should have been deliberated within Slytherin. Yet it was only this large fellow, singularly focused on Quidditch, who truly jumped. Are both match results valid, Madam Hooch? Dumbledore inquired. Madam Hooch frowned, responding. It ordinarily wouldn't be, Headmaster. According to the rules, in the event of an emergency, both matches should be deemed null. I concur, Snape added. If the first result is valid, I question why we even had today's match. Everyone knows what happened today, Professor McGonagall stated, her gaze serious as she looked at everyone. And Potter's broom truly malfunctioned at that time. Though the first match was an unforeseen circumstance, this time it was deliberately disrupted. What does everyone know? Snape smoothly remarked. Why not explain it to me? A person residing in a remote cellar? Have you found evidence proving that Potter's broom is under the influence of a malevolent curse? Professor McGonagall gritted her teeth and replied, We have yet to uncover any evidence or the perpetrator. Anthony interjected. I am afraid I cannot bear to listen any longer. It is evident to me that without a decisive outcome, no one will relent. If both matches are rendered null, will there be a need for a rematch? Until one side is incapable of performing any further aerial feats. Madam Hooch suddenly exclaimed, Slytherin has more substitutes. Anthony cast a surprised glance at Snape. From his inscrutable expression, it seemed he might indeed be implying that. Professor McGonagall expressed her astonishment. But those are your students. Snape nodded. Yes, and they are also your students. Should you have paid attention to the cellar, by the way, please refrain from doing so, you would have observed that after the hourglass ran out, they had become frenzied over a mere handful of house points. Their collective sense of honor has nearly reached its zenith. I thought this was precisely what you wished to witness, Dumbledore. Anthony interrupted them. Those are Hogwarts students. If you do not care for their safety. At least I do. Dumbledore gazed at Anthony and calmly said, I am quite moved, Henry. Whether it be the basilisk or Quidditch. You have exhibited an extraordinary concern for safety. He refrained from mentioning nearly headless Nick. This remark, coincidentally, struck a nerve with Anthony. Such words should not be uttered by the headmaster. I am curious, Headmaster. Anthony inquired in a composed tone. You must have been teaching at the school when Myrtle was a student. What was that like? Excuse me. Dumbledore replied. What is it like to suddenly discover that one of your students has become a ghost? Anthony pressed on. To have a deceased student eternally wandering the second-floor corridor and lavatory, reminding you that a young life has inexplicably perished here. What is that like? Professor McGonagall let out a small gasp, quickly suppressing it. Madam Hooch looked at them in confusion, as she had always been in that Quidditch pitch where Myrtle longed to be, unaware of such a ghost's existence. I cannot endure the sight of those who should be alive perishing before my eyes, Anthony declared. Wizards possess a far superior level of medical knowledge compared to muggles. Yet wizards too can succumb to death. A tumultuous surge of magic coursed through him. During my tenure, I will not permit the events surrounding Myrtle to transpire. Headmaster, you know precisely what I mean. I am fully aware, Dumbledore replied, sorrow flooding his blue eyes. I understand exactly what you mean. Chapter 50. One always encounters little surprises. Anthony's cat lounged on the cat tree gifted by Professor McGonagall, lazily batting at the small toy dangling before it. The mouse-shaped trinket collided with the structure. Emitting a squeaky sound, it lifted its gaze to regard the other occupant of the room. Anthony sat behind the desk, diligently grading the students' tests from the previous day. After achieving a remarkable feat of having all 4 classes pass consecutively twice, he finally introduced short-answer questions, necessitating more time for evaluation. Following the Quidditch match, Madam Hooch announced that the scores from both games would be combined, resulting in a draw between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This outcome left both houses dissatisfied. Gryffindor accused Slytherin of dishonesty, while Slytherin claimed favoritism towards Gryffindor, asserting that their combined scores were higher. Nevertheless, Professors McGonagall and Snape firmly upheld Madam Hooch's ruling, thus concluding one of the season's most contentious results. Gryffindor's discontent manifested during the test, with no fewer than 5 students elaborating extensively on a question concerning 3 Muggle sports, significantly increasing Anthony's workload. He pondered why anyone would not only fail to submit their papers early, but also request additional sheets. Suddenly, the cat's ears twitched. Someone was knocking at the door. Come in, Anthony called out, waving his wand to open the office door. To his surprise, it was not one of his students, but Professor Burbage. I knew you would be in here, she said. Phileas has received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the British Society for Advanced Charms, and we are planning to celebrate at the Three Broomsticks. Would you care to join us? Of course. Anthony set aside the test and its accompanying lesson plan. No one could refuse butterbeer. I was informed back in March that I was in the selection process. Rosmerta, sherry, sparkling water with ice, and an umbrella. Madame Rosmerta placed the drinks before Professor Flitwick and deftly served everyone else their orders. Yes, thank you. Professor Flitwick exclaimed joyfully, continuing to recount the details of the award. However, the selection process only concluded last month. An owl delivered the invitation yesterday, inviting me to attend the awards ceremony next February. That process is quite lengthy, Professor Sprout remarked. I recall that the Herbology Society took about 3 months to announce their results. How long does the Potion Society take, Severus? Severus Snape sat gloomily in a warm corner of the tavern, having been dispatched there by Dumbledore. Coincidentally, when Professor Flitwick extended the invitation, he had been in conversation with Dumbledore. Approximately 4 months, he replied curtly, having not been selected. Professor McGonagall reminded Professor Flitwick, do remember to find a good seat. When I attended the awards ceremony years ago, the wind was particularly fierce, and I could scarcely hear anything but the wind from my position. It took the announcer 3 calls for me to realize it was my turn to approach the stage. Curiously, Anthony inquired of Professor Burbage. Does the Muggle Studies Society also award a Lifetime Achievement Award? Professor Burbage nodded. Indeed. Would you like a medal? I can inquire. Really? Professor Burbage shrugged. Their selection process is lengthy due to the multitude of competitors. After years of Muggle studies, everyone has accrued a few rather impressive titles. Anthony gazed at her in silence. Sitting before him was none other than the esteemed president of the British Muggle Studies Society, a recipient of the European Muggle Studies Society Lifetime Achievement Award. The chair of the International Muggle Studies Committee, the former head and examiner of the Muggle Studies Examination Board, and currently the professor of Muggle Studies at Hogwarts, Professor Charity Burbage. As they returned to Hogwarts, they were greeted by the gentle caress of falling snow, the first of the winter season, with flakes small and firm. The ground of Hogwarts was damp, and a thin layer of snow had settled atop the castle's roof. The joyous laughter of students floated through the crisp, cold air of winter, enveloping everyone in a sense of relaxation. It's snowing. I must visit the greenhouse, Professor Sprout declared. Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. See you in the castle, Pomona. Henry, if you are inclined, you may accompany me, Professor Sprout invited. I recall you have yet to explore the greenhouse, have you not? Out of respect for a discipline he knew nothing about, Anthony had indeed refrained from entering the greenhouse. What if there were sphinx plants lurking, ready to attack those inadequately versed in herbology? After considering his schedule, which bore no pressing engagements for the day, he replied, that sounds splendid. Professor Sprout guided Anthony through the lower-level greenhouse, instructing him almost as if she were teaching a first-year student. The shoe covers are over there. No, secure them from behind, or else the soil will spill in as you walk. Gloves on, goggles too. Though we may not need them today, it is always wise to wear them. Despite the leaden clouds and biting winds outside, the herbology greenhouse was a vibrant oasis. Snowflakes fell upon the transparent glass dome of the greenhouse, gradually melting into droplets that slid down the surface. Tall and short herbs thrived in various corners of the greenhouse, swaying gently in response to the cold air they had ushered in. What is that over there? Anthony inquired, pointing to a corner of the greenhouse. Unlike the other orderly sections, that particular plot seemed a chaotic amalgamation of various herbs, haphazardly planted. Strangely, while the other plants flourished, this crowded area exhibited a mix of vitality and decay. Some plants thrived exuberantly, while others lay withered and desiccated. Oh, that is where students are allowed to plant freely, Professor Sprout said briskly, her tone light. Let me see. This is from the first year. Over here we have Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. In the Hufflepuff section, not a corner was devoid of a few flowers or leaves. That small plot was filled with various herbs, thriving together, climbing the iron framework to occupy space that was originally meant for other houses. They all chose the hardiest plants, Professor Sprout humbly remarked as Anthony praised them. If there is anything to take pride in, it is that our students rarely exhibit overambition without the skill to back it up. Sometimes, they are even unaware of their own capabilities. Anthony was inspired. Pomona, that third-year student, Diggory, should have already excelled in Muggle studies. He confided to me that he often felt perplexed during lessons, prompting him to seek additional references after class, resulting in him significantly surpassing the course material. Professor Sprout was overjoyed but cautioned Anthony against discussing this with Diggory. Generally, we refrain from revealing our predictions about students' performance until we witness the outcomes, Professor Sprout remarked. For instance, look here, this plant was cultivated by Gryffindor's Longbottom. I dare say his herbology grades will reflect that this year, but I shall not divulge this to him beforehand. Anthony chuckled. Let us keep it as a delightful surprise for them. Chapter 51, Approaching Christmas. Snow continued to fall incessantly. Each time Anthony gazed out of the window, he beheld the snowflakes gracefully spiraling downwards. A thick blanket of white snow enveloped the ground, and the surrounding fir trees sagged under the weight, shedding snow in small heaps onto the ground. The Black Lake had frozen solid, its surface concealed beneath a heavy layer of snow, blurring the boundaries between lake and lawn. The fireplaces throughout the castle blazed warmly, casting flickering light upon the walls. Yet, a chill seeped through every crevice, and the draft in the corridors dissuaded students from lingering. With the interior of the castle as frigid as the exterior, many opted to engage in snowball fights outside. Their ears and noses turned a rosy hue, breaths forming clouds of vapor, and they became so engrossed they lost track of their class schedule. As Christmas drew nearer, students eagerly anticipated the holiday, leaving few with the inclination to attend lessons. Observing the lack of focus among his peers, Anthony decided to organize a midterm assessment. I can assure you, the difficulty will closely resemble what you will encounter in your final exams. Oh, and the usual protocol. Do not discuss answers with other classes, he stated while distributing parchment. As with previous assessments, this one would not contribute to the final grade, but a reward awaited those who performed well. He had previously shared the test questions with Professor Bubbage, who assured him that the scope and difficulty were appropriate. I have been the principal architect of the examination syllabus for nearly a decade, Professor Bubbage jokingly boasted. If I mispredict, I shall resign and return to being an examiner. Hogwarts can be entrusted to you, Henry. We shall collaborate splendidly. What is the reward this time, Professor? The students inquired with eager smiles. Noting the absence of treats on the podium today, Anthony replied with a grin, it's a secret. If fortune smiles upon you, you shall discover it upon your return after Christmas. Is it a Christmas tree adorned with Muggle gifts? Someone speculated. I hope it's a record of Muggle Christmas carols. Santa Claus. I've heard Muggles believe fervently in him. An igloo? Are we to have classes in an ice house, Professor? Anthony regrettably informed them that he would disclose nothing. Life always requires a touch of surprise, especially around Christmas. The students, having had their appetites whetted, could only strive to answer the questions to the best of their abilities. Since his tenure began, with a touch of assistance from the Duke of Hinny, Anthony had garnered a commendable reputation among his students. Every reward he promised had been fulfilled without exception. When Anthony returned to his office with the collected quizzes, the curious students continued to pester him, eager to glean any information. Past surprises had often been meticulously prepared, even if he refrained from divulging details beforehand. Anthony would invariably conjure small trinkets from unexpected places, beneath the podium, outside the window, or even from within his hat, and present them with a smile once they completed their tasks. This marked the first occasion when he had not disclosed the specifics of the rewards, and even now, they remained unable to guess what they might entail. I truly cannot say, Anthony surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. It's still uncertain. I must write several reports before I can share the results with you. All I can say is, based on your performance in class, you should all find it quite delightful. Cedric, struck by a whimsical thought, asked, Professor, are you going to give us an extra 200 points? That would certainly require a report, Anthony replied in astonishment. He glared at the fanciful student, reminding him that Slytherin had already lost enough points. If he added 200 to the other three houses, what would become of Slytherin? They would surely despise Professor Anthony. A student nodded, acknowledging that they had indeed impressed him with their diligence. While being labeled as diligent might unconsciously offend the proud Slytherin students, Anthony had to concede that the statement held merit. At least within the context of Hufflepuff, this student had paid respect to the Slytherin cohort. All right, off you go. ISNT the next class about to begin? Not a single one guessed correctly. Anthony waved them off, hoping their luck during the examination would prove better than their guessing skills. I didn't guess, Cedric retorted with a grin. I know, Anthony replied, eyeing the top student with exasperation. Hurry back, or you'll be late. Merry Christmas, Diggory. His students waved enthusiastically, responding, Merry Christmas, Professor Anthony. One student shouted, if the rewards aren't approved, remember to give us our Christmas gifts. Understood, understood. Merry Christmas. Anthony called back, hey, slow down. Just then, with a sudden crack, a student slipped on an ice block disguised as a stone, seemingly having done something there. The heavily bundled student suffered no harm, and, after being helped up by classmates, continued to race down the corridor. Anthony watched them dash away, retrieving his keys to unlock the door, when suddenly, the office door creaked open behind him. Professor Quirrell stood at the threshold, leaning against the doorframe, gazing at him, seemingly unaware of how long he had been eavesdropping. Students are quite fond of you, Quirrell remarked. Anthony regarded him with a scrutinizing glance. Without needing to mention teaching proficiency, Professor Babbage's knowing smile conveyed enough. Quirrell, having once been a professor of Muggle studies, could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia upon witnessing the new instructor, Anthony, being well received by the students. Anthony, in turn, could not overlook the fact that the students did not hold the new defense against the dark arts professor in particularly high esteem. His stammering speech, coupled with a rather eccentric teaching style, was further accentuated by the bizarre purple headscarf he donned and the lingering odor of garlic that clung to him, all of which hindered the students from recognizing his true talents and expertise. To Anthony's astonishment, even some professors seemed oblivious to Professor Chilo's capabilities. During his undergraduate years, he encountered numerous peers of a similar ilk. They appeared to be peculiar individuals, yet were remarkably astute and accomplished, often lamenting their inability to present effectively. resulting in their evaluations typically culminating in mere satisfactory grades. I consider myself fortunate, Anthony consoled himself, as I teach elective courses where students are generally interested in enrolling. And with the assistance of Professor Bubaji, my teaching responsibilities are significantly lighter as I only have to manage 2 grades. Professor Chilo shook his head, remarking, "You are quite impressive. Both professors and students hold a great deal of trust in you." "Ah, thank you," Anthony replied, somewhat bewildered. Professor Chilo nodded and quietly closed the door. Anthony stared quizzically at the door of his office adorned with a garlic portrait for a moment before shaking his head and returning to his own office. Perhaps Chilo merely intended to convey goodwill. Perhaps he had imbibed a bit too much. Who could tell? Beneath the overwhelming scent of garlic, Anthony doubted he would even be able to discern how much alcohol he had consumed. Chapter 52, Christmas. After the completion of exams for all 4 classes, the Christmas holiday commenced. Anthony spent an afternoon tallying the results of the assessments, meticulously incorporating the findings into a report he had pre-prepared. He had been confident that the students would deliver an impressive performance, and indeed, they did not betray his trust. Most students had returned home, leaving the castle eerily vacant, while the poltergeist, feeling dejected, roamed the corridors in search of a victim. As Anthony passed by, the poltergeist's eyes lit up, and it attempted to splatter ink onto the report he was holding. With a loud splat, its outstretched arm veered unexpectedly, resulting in ink being splashed all over its own face. With a shriek, the poltergeist vanished. Anthony cast an apologetic glance in its direction. It had acted on a whim. It appeared that the poltergeist was indeed more akin to a vengeful spirit. Taking a deep breath, Anthony reluctantly rapped on Professor McGonagall's office door, hoping she would forgive his intrusion. He had no desire to discuss work with her on Christmas Eve. "Ah, Henry," Professor McGonagall opened the door, looking rather fatigued. "Is there something you need?" "I have come to seek approval for an event and teaching funds, Minerva," Anthony said, handing her a thick stack of documents. "I wish to take the students on a day trip to the Muggle world before they return home." Professor McGonagall responded with skepticism. "A day trip? The students have essentially grasped the theory," Anthony replied. "They have all completed a comprehensive assessment before returning home, with a passing rate exceeding 90%. I am confident that their grasp of the material in the latter half of the year will not differ significantly from this." Professor McGonagall perused the report, her brow slightly unfurling. "You have prepared thoroughly, have you not? How many students, and where do you intend to take them?" Anthony shook his head. "That is yet to be determined. I plan to outline several options for the students to choose from." The last cooking practice chosen by the students proved to be a resounding success, and Anthony felt that granting students a modicum of autonomy was indeed a commendable approach. When his pedagogical aim was to foster wizards' understanding of Muggles, student engagement became paramount. Professor McGonagall perused his itinerary: a zoo, a botanical garden, a chocolate factory, a pet rescue center. She elucidated, "I have discovered that many students do not possess pets." Midgen mentioned her desire for a cat, while Toller expressed a longing for a dog. Professor McGonagall almost immediately interjected, "Dogs are not among the pets permitted at Hogwarts. The Weasley twins yearn for owls, but I am aware that pet rescue centers typically do not house owls," Anthony remarked. "Nonetheless, I aspire to convey to the students that in this world, Muggles constitute the vast majority, possessing an abundance of resources, including a variety of pets. If certain issues cannot be resolved within the magical realm, contemplating the Muggle world is also a commendable alternative." Professor McGonagall skimmed through a few more pages of the plan and nodded. "Tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after, I shall inform you of the outcome. There is no need for you to review it now. Tonight is Christmas Eve, Minerva." Anthony, somewhat taken aback, replied, "I merely placed it here, with no intention of having you attend to it immediately. The holidays are still in session, and I am planning to return home the day after tomorrow." It had been quite some time since he last visited his neighborhood. Even after residing at Hogwarts for an extended period, he still found himself nostalgic for the steady illumination of his room, the unpretentious bathtub in the bathroom, and the absence of dozens of watchful eyes resembling tennis balls in his kitchen. "I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow," Professor McGonagall assured him. "And do not forget about the Christmas feast." Upon awakening, he discovered a modest pile of gifts awaiting him at the foot of his bed. A Transfiguration notebook from Professor McGonagall, who understood his struggles in that area, accompanied by a conventional Christmas card. Professor Flitwick gifted him a Honeyduke's gift card, while Professor Sprout's present was a small jar of herbal tea. Professor Burbage simply sent a Christmas card, informing him that her gift was en route, and urging him to be patient for a few more days. There was also a highly coveted tome on dark arts, one that the library did not even possess. This precious gift from Professor Quirrell compelled Anthony to promptly plan a visit to Diagon Alley to procure a suitable token of gratitude in return. Dumbledore bestowed upon him 2 pairs of extraordinarily warm socks, with a card that read, "Merry Christmas," adorned with whimsical lettering. What astonished him most was Neville's gift. Neville had sent a remarkably lightweight parcel, which, upon unwrapping, revealed a set of deep blue wizarding robes. They were as light as clouds and as smooth as water, seemingly woven from a single piece of fabric with no discernible seams. The envelope containing the Christmas card was meticulously sealed with wax and infused with incense, and the card bore a long, beautifully pinned message of blessings and gratitude in burgundy ink. Anthony placed the robes in his wardrobe, grappling to devise an appropriate gesture of reciprocation. He surmised that this was likely another of Madame Longbottom's thoughtful contributions. Almost everyone's morning was spent unwrapping gifts and compensating with equally valuable returns. The entire castle radiated an atmosphere of jubilance. Golden streamers cascaded from the ceiling to the floor, while holly and mistletoe adorned the surroundings. Owls flitted back and forth repeatedly. The students who remained at school emerged. The Weasley twins, clad in two distinctly hand-knitted sweaters, exuberantly sang cheerful tunes about dental care while distributing boxes of creamy fudge to the crowd. Their classmates cautioned against being deceived, yet a curious younger Ravenclaw, eager to discover the outcome, took a piece and popped it into their mouth. Nothing happened. "When you fear I might play a trick, you'll miss out on the sweets," Fred solemnly remarked. "Indeed," George chimed in. Even with half the school empty, the house elves of Hogwarts exerted their utmost efforts, preparing an extraordinarily lavish lunch and dinner. The long tables were adorned with turkeys and Christmas puddings, while platters overflowed with mountains of roasted meats and potatoes. Golden trays held beverages, while silver ones showcased desserts. Anthony recalled his grandmother's adage, "A grand feast is one devoid of leafy greens." Just as he settled at the staff table, Professor Burbage handed him a magical cracker. With a vigorous tug, he emerged from a cloud of smoke with a purple satin top hat, embellished with silver stars and moon patterns. "Just like a magician's hat," Anthony remarked, reaching inside to attempt to pull out a rabbit. Professor Burbage chuckled as she placed the hat atop his head, declaring, "It suits you well." Her smile hinted at a playful falsehood. But what did it matter? Dumbledore sported a hat adorned with flowers, while Professor Flitwick had a Niffler specimen perched on his shoulder. Even Filch draped a red and green Christmas sweater over Mrs. Norris, the emaciated cat, resulting in a comical sight as she glowered at the students who pointed and giggled. "Merry Christmas, Henry," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, donning a large black top hat. "Your event funding can be reimbursed. Also, I truly appreciate the planner you gifted. It's exceptionally practical." Anthony had meticulously selected the layout design, paper quality, thickness, and size of the planner during his undergraduate years, later purchasing a few more while studying various subjects at the Leaky Cauldron. He gifted one to the busy vice principal of Hogwarts for Christmas. "Wonderful. And thank you for your notes. I'm currently at a bottleneck," Anthony replied, deftly slicing some roast turkey for himself. "Though, I seem to be perpetually at a bottleneck." Professor Flitwick jested, "Your transfiguration might be a narrow-necked bottle, Professor Anthony. However, your charms must be ajar." Dumbledore mischievously inquired, "And what am I, Phileas?" "You are a pot," Flitwick replied. Dumbledore joyfully accepted the compliment. Chapter 53, Anthony Goes Home. The holiday had uplifted everyone's spirits. Hagrid's face, hidden behind his bushy beard, flushed a deep crimson as he insisted on playing cards with Professor Flitwick. After winning a few rounds, Professor Flitwick began to deliberately manipulate the game, a fact even Anthony noticed. Hagrid, inebriated, merrily proclaimed his exceptional luck that day. Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Quirrell, and Snape also participated in a lively game of exploding snap, courtesy of the confiscated items from Filch's storeroom. Quirrell was the first to be eliminated, followed by Snape, and ultimately, Dumbledore, with his fingertips charred, cheerfully conceded defeat. In a show of persistence, Professor McGonagall donned a golden hat, crowning her as the champion of the exploding snap. Even Professor Trelawney ceased her morose predictions of doom, merely suggesting that Professor Sprout might break her ankle while watering the hanging plants. "Thank you for your concern, Sybil," Professor Sprout politely replied, shaking her head at McGonagall. Professor Burbage engaged Anthony in an animated discourse about the variations in Santa Claus costumes worldwide. It was then that Anthony realized she was an enthusiast of Christmas gatherings, operating annually to partake in Muggle festivities across the globe. A few students, having overindulged, lay sprawled on the benches of the castle, unable to move, yet persistently stirring their bowls of raspberry ice cream. Eventually, Anthony and several professors levitated them back to their respective dormitories, while Madame Pomfrey insisted they needed a lesson and refused to assist. Even as the sky glittered with stars and moonlight bathed the pristine snow, laughter and conversation echoed through the brightly lit hall. Hundreds of floating candles seemed poised to burn throughout the night. This was perhaps the most splendid Christmas Anthony had ever experienced. The following day, Anthony packed his belongings, preparing to bid farewell to the professors before returning to London via the Flu Network. He had yet to obtain his apparition license for the upcoming semester. With little personal effects to take back, he filled his empty suitcase with a few books: McGonagall's Transfiguration Notes, Quirrell's Dark Arts book on the soul, and a comprehensive guide to magical creatures borrowed from the library. Of course, There was also that notebook on necromancy. The grand feast had not diminished the students' energy. Those who had sprawled in their chairs, complaining of being too full to move, were soon engaged in snowball fights around the castle. The gates of Hogwarts were wide open, the floor littered with snow and muddy footprints, while Peeves took the opportunity to smear words in the mud on the backs of unsuspecting students. As Anthony dragged his suitcase past, he saw Harry attempting to clean the mud from his red-haired friend's clothing with his wand. Peeves, inspired by the Weasley twins' creative insults, concocted new derogatory phrases each time he cleaned. "Blast it!" Ron exclaimed in frustration, twisting his neck to catch a glimpse of the latest insult Peeves had concocted. Anthony waved his wand, dispelling Peeves' mischievous trick with a modified spell he had learned from Professor Flitwick. With a flash of white light from Harry's wand, the mud vanished instantly. "Success, Ron!" he exclaimed joyfully, lifting his gaze to see Anthony standing at the threshold, clad in his most unassuming wizarding robe and carrying a suitcase. Anthony was making his way towards the fireplace that connected to the leaky cauldron. With a cheerful nod, he stowed away his wand. Since the Quidditch match, he had seldom encountered Harry and his friends. However, he had heard Professor McGonagall mention that when she announced the results of the match against Slytherin, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, had leaped up in excitement, while Cedric merely nodded, assuring his teammates that he would be swifter next time, so swift that no one would have time to tumble off their brooms. As Anthony descended the steps with his suitcase, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. "Professor Anthony," Harry called out. "Yes? What is it, Potter?" He turned to find Harry Potter awkwardly wishing him, "Merry Christmas, Professor." "Merry Christmas, Potter. And to you too. Merry Christmas, Weasley." Ron awkwardly returned the festive greeting. A sudden realization struck him that Anthony was his father's pen pal. As Anthony departed, he overheard Ron quietly asking Harry, "Do you think my dad remembered to send Anthony a gift?" "I reckon he LL forget." Indeed, Mr. Weasley had forgotten. After receiving Anthony's copy of Life and Social Habits of British Muggles, he had penned a lengthy apology letter, enclosing a large package of fudge. Now, half of Anthony's suitcase was filled with sweets. The sensation of returning home felt entirely different. As Anthony unlocked the door, a familiar scent enveloped him. His neighbor called out from a distance, "Mr. Anthony, welcome back. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Anthony replied, bringing his suitcase inside and securing the lock. After becoming accustomed to the magical keys and doors of Hogwarts, this simple act of locking felt somewhat foreign. As he closed the door tightly, he thought to himself that it was merely a matter of performing an Alohomora spell. The skeletal cat leaped from the suitcase, nimbly climbing onto its favorite battered sofa. Anthony drew his wand, intending to restore the sofa to its former glory, but after a moment's thought, he returned the wand to its place. "Life need not be laden with so much magic," he murmured. Once everything was arranged, Anthony sat on the bed in his bedroom, contemplatively gazing at the empty space within the room. "Do you wish to return?" he inquired, with a faint pop, reminiscent of a soap bubble bursting. A spectre hen landed on the floor of Anthony's bedroom. It looked around in mild confusion before soaring to the head of Anthony's bed, confidently claiming its favored spot. The skeletal cat dashed in from the living room, tumbling playfully with the spectre hen. It had been quite some time since it had seen its companion. Unlike the fully corporeal skeleton, the spectre could only move within the vicinity of its summoning, much like a poltergeist that roamed only within Hogwarts. "I shall find a way," Anthony assured. Anthony assured the vengeful chicken that he had discovered a peculiar, yet invaluable notebook. "We shall undoubtedly devise a means to transport you to Hogwarts. By the way, are chickens among the pets permitted at Hogwarts?" The skeletal cat enveloped the vengeful chicken within its bony frame, rolling beneath Anthony's bed. He felt the vibrations of their playful antics resonate through the floorboards and sighed contentedly. There would certainly be a solution, worst-case scenario. He could simply claim it was an owl that merely resembled a chicken. The vengeful chicken, dissatisfied, pecked at the cat a few times before fluttering up to the top of the wardrobe. The cat, thrilled, swished its tail and leapt after it. The entire room was soon filled with a cacophony of clattering sounds. "I am indeed home," Anthony murmured, wrapping himself in his blanket without even changing his clothes, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 54, The Hope of the Patronus. Anthony was stirred awake by gentle pecking. The vengeful chicken perched at the head of his bed, tilting its head to observe him. The familiar sight of the chicken, the well-known ceiling, and the comforting dreamscape enveloped him. He yawned and burrowed deeper into his blanket, muttering, "Yes, you have returned. Thank you for being so dependable." The chicken let out a soft cluck. The skeletal cat leapt onto the bed, rubbing against Anthony and then the vengeful chicken. Its bony structure was rather uncomfortable for Anthony. He patted the cat's skull and slowly rose to wash up. After changing into his pajamas, he placed the kettle on the stove, deciding to brew himself a pot of tea. His room was devoid of any edible provisions. The entire neighborhood was celebrating Christmas. The corner shop, convenience store, and restaurants were all closed for the holidays, their owners having returned home, festively adorning the doors with Christmas wreaths. He had initially planned to purchase some food from his previous workplace, but upon calculating the days, he realized that no one would be working at this time. Fortunately, his electricity bill was charged quarterly, so when he returned home after several months, everything appeared as usual, save for an electricity bill nestled in his mailbox. His refrigerator hummed steadily, dutifully cooling a bottle of milk that had long expired and turned to yogurt. The kettle began to whistle on the stove. Setting aside his transfiguration notes, Anthony poured himself a cup of red tea. Professor McGonagall's notes were remarkably thorough, almost tailored specifically for him, a slim volume that significantly enhanced his learning efficiency. On the front page, she had written, "I am delighted to have you join us. I hope this proves helpful." Anthony tapped his teacup, transforming the yellow pattern into a Christmas reindeer. It was indeed helpful. He could now effortlessly transfigure a pencil into a straw, a kettle into a basket, and a chair into a sleigh. However, he still struggled to turn a beetle into a button or a snuffbox into a mouse. Unsure of where he had gone awry, he made annotations in the notebook, intending to consult Professor McGonagall upon returning to school. The skeletal cat, having circled twice in search of alcohol, hesitated, contemplating dropping a soul fire into Anthony's teacup, but was promptly pushed aside to frolic with the vengeful chicken. To occupy the cat, Anthony transformed its fur into something new. Instantly, it abandoned the chicken and leapt onto the coffee table, licking its coat with great enthusiasm. Now, the vengeful spirit hen has taken to harassing the cat. This is its first encounter with the feline's disguise. Tentatively, it grasped a tuft of fur and tugged, only to be overturned on the coffee table by an irate cat. The two adversaries resumed their scuffle. Meanwhile, Anthony persistently prodded the precious beetle before him with his wand. When both a cat and a hen are present in the room, locating the beetle becomes quite a challenge. After a flurry of flapping and meowing, the defeated cat plaintively yowled at Anthony. Its fur afforded the hen numerous opportunities to peck, while it struggled to land a blow on its opponent. Whenever the spirit desired, it could traverse through any tangible object, vanishing into thin air. It too possesses a corporeal form. I find myself pondering this. Anthony soothingly scratched the cat behind its ears. Even if I were to discover a means to usher it out of the house, I could never divulge to Hogwarts that this translucent hen is my owl. The victorious spirit hen strutted proudly atop the sofa's backrest. Given that one must always eat, Anthony unearthed flour from the depths of the cupboard and retrieved butter from the refrigerator, intending to conjure up some buttery biscuits. The hen sat motionless on the sofa, watching alongside the cat as Anthony scrubbed a glass bowl. After an extensive wash, he suddenly slapped his forehead, dried his hands, and pointed his wand at the sink. The dishes lined up, leaping into the water, clattering as they cleaned themselves to a pristine shine. A towel hovered midair, catching the freshly cleaned dishes as they flew out, drying them before neatly stacking them. Anthony had to concede that magic is indeed quite convenient. I now comprehend why some wizards can be so ignorant and arrogant. They monitor a bowl leap atop the dish pile, perhaps unable to fathom a life devoid of magic. When such ethereal powers can influence the external world, it is perhaps difficult not to entertain some hubristic notions, such as the belief that one can manifest their desires or that the world revolves around them. Meanwhile, those mundane humans, devoid of such powers, are dismissed as inconsequential dust by the magic-wielding and dim-witted, completely unaware that in the unseen corners where their noses point skyward, this vast majority of dust coalesces into formidable strength. Yet, the portion of Anthony's mind that belongs to the mundane, which has shaped his 26 years of existence, reminds him that this is not the case. Beyond the wondrous, enchanting realm of magic lies a vibrant, ordinary world, one that belongs to the majority. A world that, without any magic, can still produce sweet, flaky buttery biscuits. Contentedly, Anthony dipped a biscuit into his red tea, enjoying the first meal of Christmas dinner at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. To his surprise, while exploring how to render the spirit hen entirely opaque, the most assistance came not from the notes on necromancy, but rather from the Christmas gift bestowed by Professor Quirrell, a tome on the dark arts of soul study. This book commenced with an exceedingly detailed overview, enumerating the attempts and results across several fields of soul research, endeavoring to summarize the experimental findings. The conclusion of the review posits that the manifestation of each individual soul varies, depending on the marks left by death. Intriguingly, it refutes the notion that a fragmented soul cannot summon a guardian spirit, instead asserting that even with a fractured soul, one can still invoke their own guardian, provided an abundance of positive emotions is offered. This thought stirred something within Anthony. He had long been fascinated by the guardian spirit incantation. Yet all tomes on spells and defensive dark magic claimed that dark wizards could never conjure those silvery, luminous visions. With a deeper understanding of the magical realm, Anthony had come to accept the idea that awakening from a coffin had abruptly made him a born dark wizard. After all, he truly toyed with life and death. Even if not in the human sense, his only defense lay in the fact that he had never harmed a human being. Regardless of how his primal instincts whispered bloodthirstily in his mind upon awakening, or how his magic sought to seize the living materials around him, He could proudly claim he had never truly lost control. If such pride could be considered a positive emotion, perhaps he could indeed summon a wise and beautiful guardian spirit. One that might dispel his nightmares, allowing the vengeful spirits and skeletal cats to cease their insomniac vigil at his side, granting him peace to sleep soundly at Hogwarts without the dread of awakening to some heinous act that would incite public wrath. Chapter 55. Kevin, the prospective Hogwarts student. Several days later, the convenience store resumed operations. With cookies and cream candies, Anthony bartered with his neighbor for some eggs and vegetables. Yet a comfortable life would require far more than these provisions. The snow had finally ceased. The sun emerged, illuminating the world brilliantly. Residents were shoveling snow in their yards, while children bundled in thick coats frolicked along the car-free streets of the neighborhood. Anthony strolled down the street with a smile. A boy in a knitted hat dashed past him, only to return. "Mr. Anthony," Kevin exclaimed joyfully, "where have you been? I haven't seen you in ages." "I've changed jobs, over in Scotland," Anthony replied. "How about you, Kevin? Which secondary school do you plan to attend?" Kevin leaned in conspiratorially, gesturing for Anthony to come closer. He whispered in Anthony's ear, "I'm going to a school called Hogwarts." "Sir, do you know where that is?" Kevin said slyly. "Those owls, Mr. Anthony. The moment I entered the pet shop in Diagon Alley, I sensed something was amiss." Anthony nodded. "The situation is a bit complicated, but I am now a professor at Hogwarts." "Wow," Kevin exclaimed. "What subject do you teach?" "Arithmetic?" "Muggle studies," Anthony replied, observing Kevin's puzzled expression. It was essentially a lesson on how those who wield magic coexist with those who do not. Kevin furrowed his brow in confusion. "But I've heard there are non-magic people everywhere. Is it possible that everyone actually can do magic, but just doesn't he tell me? Is it akin to Mr. Anthony pretending to be a cashier?" Anthony chuckled. "At that time, I truly was a cashier, invited by Kevin." He visited their home to clarify the curiosities of eager new students and their parents, while also introducing the Johnsons to some fundamental aspects of the magical realm. With great understanding, Anthony remarked, "The magical world is vastly different from ours." Indeed, we were all startled when that teacher appeared. We were dining, you see, when suddenly a man clad in black materialized at the dining table. "Did he not knock?" Anthony inquired, astonished. "No," Mrs. Johnson replied somewhat indignantly. "He claimed to be busy and urged us not to squander time questioning the obvious facts before us." "Was he named Snape?" Anthony asked. "How do you know?" Mrs. Johnson responded. As they were about to depart, Mr. Johnson cautiously inquired about the employment prospects for Hogwarts students. The former cashier, Anthony, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, assured him that he was indeed an exception to the norm. In reality, most graduates were often unaware that the Muggle world also offered employment opportunities, and they typically lacked the requisite qualifications sought by Muggle employers. "These are two distinct career paths," Anthony elucidated. "Employment for wizards encompasses options that are, shall we say, more thrilling. They generally demand a higher level of magical knowledge, but dismiss the importance of general studies. As far as I know, post-graduation opportunities include roles such as cursebreakers at Gringotts." "Gringotts?" Mr. Johnson pondered. "Ah, the bank. Battling dark wizards, such as necromancers. Are there many dark wizards?" Mrs. Johnson asked with concern. "Studying fire dragons." "Fire dragons?" Kevin exclaimed. "As a Quidditch player, one rides a broomstick, soaring through the sky, chasing and dodging the quaffle." Kevin grimaced slightly, as he had a mild fear of heights, or pursuing careers closely aligned with those we are familiar with, such as becoming a civil servant at the Ministry of Magic or working as a doctor at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Mr. Johnson nodded, saying, "That sounds rather appealing." He patted his son's head. "What do you aspire to be, Kevin?" "I wish to study fire dragons." Kevin replied without hesitation. "I want to investigate how they differ from dinosaurs." He gestured enthusiastically in the air, and the Johnsons smiled as they watched him dash off to retrieve his dinosaur encyclopedia. He was quite the little dinosaur enthusiast. As Anthony stood at their doorstep, preparing to depart, he noticed the shoe cabinet adorned with an array of dinosaur models. Next to Kevin's row of shoes, the area was plastered with dinosaur stickers, resembling a legion of ancient beasts guarding the boy's sneakers. "Mr. Anthony, which is more similar to a fire dragon?" Kevin asked, holding up his illustrated book. Anthony laughed. "I cannot say. That is a question for you to explore. It seems like a fascinating topic." Persuaded by Kevin's insistence, the Johnsons allowed him to escort Anthony to the gate alone. Kevin held Anthony's hand, guiding him to the door. Glancing back at Mrs. Johnson, who was peering in through the kitchen window, he gently tugged on Anthony, signaling him to bend down. "Sir, do I really possess magic?" he inquired nervously in a hushed tone. Anthony crouched down, responding, "If Hogwarts says you do, then you certainly have magic. Have you ever noticed peculiar occurrences around you? Escaping unscathed from perilous situations? Events unfolding illogically in accordance with your desires?" "I was hit by a car," Kevin pondered. "I landed on Mrs. Jones' balcony. Yet I was perfectly fine. Please don't tell Mom and Dad, all right? I haven't mentioned it to them. They would worry." Anthony smiled and nodded. "All right. I shall keep your secret." Rest assured, it is your magic that protects you. Kevin's eyes sparkled for a moment, but he soon shook his head anxiously. But nothing has ever happened just as I wished it to, he lamented. For instance, I've never suddenly been allowed a second scoop of ice cream. Remember, Kevin, magic is not a panacea, Anthony patiently explained. Whether it's ice cream or anything else, there are always alternative methods to achieve your goals. Kevin nodded. I politely request my dear mother and father, and I help them fetch the newspaper and slippers. Then I get ice cream. Precisely, Anthony chuckled. You will discover that language is also a vital component of magic. Magic with incantations is not inherently more challenging than magic without them. Language and communication, after all, can also be seen as a form of magic. Chapter 55, The Summoning of Unknown Entities. On this day, snow began to fall outside once again. Inside, however, it was warm, with a pot bubbling on the stove, preparing creamy mushroom soup. The spectral chicken tilted its head, scrutinizing its summoner, who was holding a can of acrylic paint, urging it to remain still. Since we cannot achieve our goals through magic, let us try the methods of muggles, Anthony coaxed. Come here, red comb. The spectral chicken endured as he painted its comb a dull red, and when Anthony, scrutinizing his work, attempted to add more strokes, it could bear it no longer and pecked at the outstretched paintbrush, flying up to the top of the cupboard. The skeletal cat rolled over, granting it a bit of space. The chicken and the cat perched above, observing Anthony from their lofty vantage point. He called out several times, but neither pet paid him any heed. Anthony resigned himself, flopping into the armchair and opening his notebook. All right, I shall seek a different magical approach. After a while, the spectral chicken flew down, landing on his knee. Anthony stroked its comb, using whiskey to remove its paint. After finishing his soup and bread, Anthony stared blankly at his notebook for several minutes, deciding to find something else to occupy himself. His inspiration had run dry. Neither necromancy nor soul research contained a topic on how to keep your spectral chicken lively. Indeed, were it not for that serendipitous vial of the elixir of immortality, considering the peculiar characteristics of the skeletal cat, it could be deemed an achievement of eternal existence. He might have even lacked the time to devise a means of masquerading as a feline. Anthony leafed through his notes, his gaze settling upon a previous entry regarding the Patronus charm, viewed from another perspective. The Patronus was perfectly aligned with the direction he needed to explore. It was a summoning entity, capable of traversing any location while remaining opaque. Should he succeed in conjuring a Patronus, he could delve into the enigma of why it, despite lacking a definitive physical form, could navigate freely across the globe. Expecto Patronum, Anthony murmured, gripping his wand tightly. Unsurprisingly, no reaction ensued. Naturally, he required a modicum of positive emotion, some uplifting memory, anything would suffice. Perhaps the recent joy of all his students passing their exams. He inhaled deeply, expecto patronum. Still, no response. The skeletal cat curiously approached to inspect the tip of his wand before disdainfully sauntering away. Very well, Anthony muttered. Retrieving a reference book on defense against the dark arts, flipping to the section on the Patronus charm. Let us see if a memory lacking sufficient emotion could be substituted with a more positive one. Easier said than done. He glanced at the sidebar suggestions. For instance, the first display of magical talent or the attainment of a personally gratifying achievement. Well, he recalled waking up to find himself enveloped in darkness. Feeling an overwhelming surge of restless energy, not quite that. He had successfully secured a job that required no background checks, diligently reconstructing his life. He was swift and efficient, always accurate with money, and received the fewest complaints as a cashier. Expecto patronum? Anthony uttered, lacking confidence. If this were to succeed, he might even ponder if magic showed an undue favoritism towards him. The wand's indifference suggested that magic was not so inclined. No matter, he thought again. He had acquired a wand that could not be faulted, yet he was troubled over how to bring the skeletal cat to Hogwarts. Only to fortuitously discover that the cat had resolved the issue on its own. His students and colleagues seemed to hold him in high regard. Upon returning home, he found that everything remained in order, with the skeletal cat and the wraith chicken keeping him company. These reflections swirled in his mind, providing him with a modicum of comfort and warmth. Once more, Anthony recited the incantation. This time, a small plume of silvery white mist erupted from the tip of his wand. Before he could discern its true nature, the mist dissipated into the air. For an entire afternoon, Anthony persisted in summoning that thin yet stable vapor. He grew increasingly adept, yet he could never truly conjure a Patronus. To say nothing of a potent corporeal Patronus, even the substantial silvery mist described in the book, capable of warding off Dementors for a time, eluded him. Not that he genuinely needed to fend off those creatures known as Dementors. Anthony sighed. Either it was due to his identity as a dark wizard, or perhaps he had failed to summon the appropriate memories, or it could be a combination of both. He set aside his wand and rubbed his aching forehead, contemplating brewing a pot of tea. While waiting for the water to boil, Anthony pondered the type of memories he truly needed. He nearly exhaustively sifted through his recollections of pleasant experiences, ranging from recent to distant. Yet, it was only after practicing the Patronus charm that he realized how many memories were almost devoid of positive emotions. Flint lay limply on the Quidditch pitch while Potter clung to his broom, swaying precariously in midair. Lombard had suddenly vanished from the icy surface, leaving behind a gaping hole, while the young Slytherins remained oblivious to the fact that they were committing one of humanity's gravest errors. In the washroom, Myrtle wept, and the Acromantula fled the forbidden forest in terror. He struggled desperately, yet for some reason, he remained unable to surface. A girl had been pushed into the lake, and the onlookers on the shore gazed on indifferently. The closest semblance of positivity these memories could offer was mere luck. Anthony waved his hand, attempting to cast these memories to the recesses of his mind. If there is anything I truly do not need, it is to practice the Patronus charm with them, he muttered. The final words seemed to kindle something within him, magic coursing through his being. Anthony froze. Could it be? The skeletal cat leapt over, observing him quietly. He cautiously pointed to the empty space before him. Expecto Patronum. The magic responded almost instantaneously. A swirl of dark gray mist erupted from within him as Anthony continued to dwell on the urgency and fear he had felt at that moment. The mist thickened, and he yearned not only for his own survival, but for the safety of others as well. The dark fog gradually solidified, transforming into a large creature. If he could choose again, he wished he could have intervened sooner. The creature rose from the floor, towering to a somewhat intimidating height. Anthony stared at the entity he had summoned, uncertain if it truly qualified as a Patronus. It was a bear. The apparition was opaque, capable of free movement. Yet it was certainly not a shield against Dementors. In fact, Anthony suspected it could devour a Dementa whole. Chapter 57. It was still Christmas. This colossal being nearly filled his kitchen. It glanced around, perplexed, at the creaking ceiling pressing against its forehead, before slowly and laboriously sitting down, extending its massive nose towards Anthony. Cautiously, he patted its nose. The coarse fur was bristly and prickly. The bear affectionately rested its head on Anthony's shoulder, compelling him to take a step back, leaning against the cabinet for support, while he bore the weight of this plush, furry head. Then, as quietly as it had appeared, the bear dissipated. Everything in the kitchen returned to normal. The ceiling remained intact. The kettle continued to emit soft bubbling sounds on the stove, and outside, the snowflakes gracefully danced through the air. What have I summoned? Anthony inquired of the cat. The skeletal cat leaped back to the ground from beside the stove, tentatively prodding the spot where the bear had appeared, then shook its paws and returned to the living room sofa without a backward glance. Upon sitting down at the restaurant, Anthony continued to ponder where he had gone awry, resulting in the summoning of such a colossal black guardian. Despite its warmth, the color and size seemed rather incongruous. Perhaps this was life's unexpected surprise, akin to his original desire for tomato meat sauce pasta, only to be served with a plate of pesto instead. The silver lining was that he rather enjoyed basil. What troubles you, Henry? Professor Bubagi observed him staring at the plate of pasta that had flown before him. She had been wandering through a Christmas market in London and recalled Anthony's expressed interest during the school banquet, prompting her to send him a letter inviting him to join her at the market. Anthony had never considered that wizards in England would host Christmas gatherings. Having spent extensive time at school, he had never encountered so many adult wizards in such a crowded place. These jovial wizards, reveling in the festive spirit, mimicked Muggle Christmas markets, selling mulled wine at the entrance, with cups that sang carols while the wine was magically kept at a gentle simmer, exuding the aroma of cinnamon. Food stalls were abundant, and on the bustling, warm streets, snowmen, crafted with magic to resist melting, stood tall. The Christmas tree loomed ominously, and Anthony was certain that the Muggle-repelling and confusion charms in this location were quite potent. Otherwise, it would be difficult not to notice the towering, illuminated tree. Duke Honeycomb also commanded a prominent stall at the market, right in the center, featuring squeaking candy mice, each adorned with a tiny Christmas hat. Surrounding him were restaurants constructed by magic, proudly displaying their culinary origins: French, Italian, Greek, and, of course, Turkish kebabs. Diners indulged in their meals, either indoors or outdoors, relishing every bite. As Anthony conversed with Professor Bubagi, he resolved to inform Kevin about this place, convinced that the Johnsons would find it intriguing. Perhaps not the wizard pretending to be a reindeer, soaring on a broomstick from one end of the market to the other, but the experience itself was undoubtedly fascinating. How are you, Henry? Professor Bubagi inquired, watching as Anthony brought the plate of pesto pasta to his mouth. He had ultimately accepted the basil sauce dish. After all, the price was the same. In such a cacophonous setting, should he wish to exchange his pasta, it would likely require not only a booming voice, but also an additional half to a full hour. However, the anxious novice waiter compensated him with a generous glass of lemonade. It couldn't be better, Anthony remarked. He reunited with the skeletal cat and the vengeful spirit chicken. He discovered that among his neighbors resided a clever and astute little wizard. He was warmly welcomed by his former colleagues at the convenience store, who insisted on offering him a generous 50% discount, completely disregarding the fact that the ingredients were far from expiring. During his absence, he learned of the changes that had transpired in the convenience store. His kind neighbor, upon hearing of his return and the lack of provisions in his home, nearly divided half of their refrigerator's contents to share with him. "This is your Christmas gift," they declared, accepting his cookies with a firm insistence that, though belated, it was indeed a Christmas offering. "You cannot deny me the chance to reciprocate, Mr. Anthony." Anthony never regretted his resurrection. He was immensely, profoundly enamored with this realm that was neither heaven nor hell. Chapter 58, the beginning of term. After the new year, Hogwarts reopened its doors. Students gradually returned from all corners to Hogwarts, and the castle buzzed with liveliness once more. Peeves the poltergeist joyfully chased after fleeing students, while Filch pursued Peeves, running up and down the stairs. Perhaps due to the long holidays spent at home, the students remained lethargically immersed in the festive spirit of Christmas and New Year, leading the professors to complain that their minds were not yet focused on their studies. Professor Sprout, concerned that the returning students might mishandle practical lessons, scheduled 4 theory classes in quick succession, instructing students on the identification of Christmas cacti, devil's snare, and poisonous tentacles. "I must admit, I feel a modicum of regret," she remarked in the staff lounge, a thick stack of essays beside her teacup, noting that the theoretical assignments were considerably longer than those for practical lessons. She sighed, sketching a note on the barely legible parchment before extracting another copy to peruse. Professor Flitwick stated, "Today, 3 students informed me that their essays were incinerated. They claimed they were reviewing previous lessons when flames erupted." He nodded toward the teapot, pouring a cup for both Professor Sprout and Professor Anthony. "The absence of essays will certainly ease the burden of teaching, Professor Anthony. You made a commendable decision." Anthony expressed his gratitude, sipping his tea. "Thanks to the examination board. After reviewing past exam questions, I cannot fathom the necessity of requiring them to write essays. Essays are quite significant in the study of charms," Professor Flitwick asserted. "The same ought to hold true for defense against the dark arts. I hope the students come to recognize this." Professor Sprout sighed. "Alas, Quirinus. Professor Kyrola's classes have nearly devolved into a farce, rapidly approaching a notoriety that rivals that of Professor Trelawney. Some students, in jest, submitted their divination essays directly to Professor Kyrola. They were supposed to compose a paper on identifying and combating vampires, yet Kyrola received several divination essays vividly detailing premonitory dreams, claiming that they would be brewed into concentrated blood by Snape for use in beef stew. In terms of quantity, they had at least provided Snape with 3 days' worth of meals. As Anthony entered the classroom, several students were still drowsily yawning. "Rise and shine, class is in session." Anthony closed the door and returned the pre-holiday assessments to the students. "First and foremost, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I am delighted to announce that your midterm pass rate has reached an impressive 91%. I knew you would excel." The 2 students who had not passed stared at their papers with solemn faces. What took me by surprise, however, was that the rate of excellence had soared to 55%. "Thank you for the Christmas gift," Anthony remarked with a smile. "And to those who did not pass, do not be disheartened. As I mentioned, this assessment will not factor into your final grades. But good performance comes with rewards, right?" Roger Davis interjected, an eager substitute seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Anthony nodded. "Indeed, there will be rewards. The school has approved my request for teaching funds, so if all goes well, we will organize a grand practical activity at the end of the academic year." Everyone perked up, gazing at him with anticipation. "We will spend a day in the Muggle world," Anthony added, observing their expressions with a grin. "Just remember to tell others that this is to experience Muggle life firsthand, applying what we learn in class to the real world. Similar to the practical activity with the 4th grade class, there will be several options to choose from. So select what you prefer. Since all classes will participate, we will not concern ourselves with grades and houses, shall we? We will group ourselves by destination rather than by class. However, some activities have limited capacities, so I cannot guarantee that everyone will get to choose their most desired location." The students listened intently. Davis, flushed with excitement, leaned towards his desk mate to share his thoughts. Anthony recalled him mentioning that he chose Muggle studies so he could one day stroll naturally down a Muggle street. In his childhood, due to his misunderstanding of the difference between sidewalks and roadways, he inadvertently wandered onto a Muggle street, where an irate driver rolled down the window and yelled at him. Davis was very curious about what he had done to provoke such fury. With a chuckle, Anthony retrieved the pre-holiday assessments. "Now, let us begin the explanation of the questions. Stay focused. The sooner we complete the explanations, the sooner we will know the available destinations." Aside from the occasional creaking of shifting chairs, the students were remarkably cooperative throughout the explanation. Anthony was pleased to note that no one gazed longingly at the students in the flying class. After he finished discussing the last question, he leisurely collected the papers, ultimately breaking into a grin at the silent, reproachful glares from the students. "All right, let us discuss the itinerary. For the first group, we will depart from Hogwarts and take a train to a nearby Muggle town, with our final destination being the Royal Botanic Garden in Edinburgh. Muggles have effectively simulated various environments without the aid of magic, cultivating plants from around the world on a small plot of land. This garden comes highly recommended by Professor Sprout, and I trust the judgment of professionals. For the second group, we will travel from Hogsmeade Village via freight lines to Diagon Alley, traversing through the Muggle districts of London, heading to an animal rescue center. I have observed that many individuals are yet to acquire pets, while Muggles possess a well-established process for pet rescue. Students interested in adopting a pet may register with me after their learning visit, and we shall collectively explore solutions to the adoption eligibility issue. He cherishes the fact that Hogwarts graciously permits students to bring their pets to school. From personal experience, Anthony is a staunch advocate for students keeping pets. At times, he even contemplates that if it were possible to compel Slytherin and Gryffindor students to each adopt a fluffy creature, the inter-house relations would significantly improve. The third group is the most distant, limited to 7 participants. We will directly utilize the portkey to Wiltshire, where I have rented a vehicle. We shall drive into the zoo, which has a capacity constraint due to vehicle size limitations. The zoo, as it stands, is a place where Muggles congregate various animals, including some that are perilously dangerous to them, for the amusement of observing their lives. The students are acutely aware of the exceedingly limited number of individuals who can join this group. Some have begun to scan the classroom, attempting to assess the number of competitors. For the fourth group, we will first travel to London, then take a train to Birmingham to visit the chocolate factory. Understanding industrialization, dear students, is a pivotal aspect of comprehending Muggle production and daily life. Grasping the intricacies of chocolate is also a significant component of a joyful student life. The exact schedule has yet to be determined, and arrangements will be made based on everyone's timetables after confirming the participant list. If conflicts arise, it will likely encroach upon the weekend. Overall, that is the situation. Do you have any questions? Cedric immediately inquired. Professor, how will you decide who attends if the number of applicants exceeds the limit? A pertinent question indeed. Anthony nodded, and after discussions with the school authorities, we have collectively resolved to employ a fair method commonly used by Muggles, a lottery system. Chapter 59, Quirrell, the Phoenix, and the Missing Book. Anthony cheerfully announced the conclusion of the class, instructing the students to ponder their decisions, as selections would be made in the next session. He reminded them to consult with their families as well. I shall send a letter to your guardians, and only upon their affirmative response may you partake in the activities. Before he had fully exited the corridor, he heard the sound of desks being moved within the classroom. Everyone was inquiring with their friends about which projects they intended to enroll in. The flickering flames in the corridor quivered from the commotion. With a smile, Anthony prepared to return to his office briefly before heading to the library to complete the necessary paperwork. Although Professor McGonagall had already granted her approval and he had been preparing for quite some time, there remained numerous tasks to accomplish: notifying the students' parents, ensuring safety measures were in place, informing the park coordinators of the anticipated number of attendees, coordinating the visit schedule, and confirming the availability of contiguous train tickets. Amongst other things, you are merely creating work for yourself, Professor Burbage disapprovingly remarked upon hearing his plans. Anthony nodded. Much like Pomona attending 4 theory herbology classes in one breath, or as you have decided to allow the upper years to attempt cooking shepherdess pie. Professor Bubaji pondered for a moment and let out a resigned chuckle. Well, it seems every professor is bound to find himself in a bit of trouble. Having prepared a letter for the parents of his students and a checklist for their attention, Anthony stretched lazily, intending to peruse a book from the shelves for a bit of relaxation. As he opened his notebook, he was astonished to discover the multitude of topics he had accumulated: the pursuit of the basilisk's whereabouts, the disguise of the vengeful spirit chicken, and the research task assigned by Dumbledore regarding the potential actions of one who seeks resurrection. However, regardless of which subject he chose to delve into today, it was evident that he would be wandering the forbidden section this afternoon. Even when he first entered the school, he had repeatedly cautioned himself against displaying curiosity beyond his duties. He was indeed curious about what lay in the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, yet he had never ventured near it, increasingly resembling a dark wizard with dubious intentions infiltrating the school. Just look at his borrowing list. To the uninformed, it might appear that he sought to resurrect a monster, while those as wise as the Ministry of Magic might suspect he wished to exterminate the entire school. To his surprise and delight, he encountered Professor Kettleburn beside the magical creatures shelf in the forbidden section. "Happy New Year, Professor Kettleburn," he greeted. Kettleburn looked at him with a hint of apprehension. "Happy New Year, Professor Anthony." His hands were clasped behind his back, preventing Anthony from discerning which book he was examining. Anthony gestured for him to disregard his presence while browsing the titles on the shelf, engaging him in idle conversation. "Thank you for the book you sent. It has been immensely helpful. The greatest assistance being the appearance of a bear in my kitchen," Anthony added. "It was my honor," Kettleburn replied. "And thank you for your calming tea and cufflinks," Anthony sincerely responded. "They pale in comparison to the help you have provided, Professor Kettleburn." He extracted a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from the shelf. If a basilisk's eyes are described as fearsomely large, one could reasonably assume it is indeed a magnificent creature. Kettleburn gazed at him with an odd expression as he inquired, "Does your research require the use of magical creatures?" Anthony contemplated carefully. He had not considered the application of magical creatures in the context of resurrection. Not at present, but it is a splendid idea. What about the phoenix? He suddenly exclaimed, standing upright from the shelf. Yes, the phoenix. Thank you, Professor Kettleburn. Kettleburn stammered, "No need to thank me." Anthony jotted down Fawkes in his notes, reminding himself to consult Dumbledore, Hogwarts expert on phoenixes. How could he have overlooked it? This creature, which undergoes rebirth through fire, is nearly synonymous with resurrection, perpetually experiencing death, yet returning whole and unblemished to the world. Of course, Anthony did not harbor any illusions of truly researching Fawkes. He merely sought inspiration. Did the phoenix not possess a soul? It was indeed astonishing that death could come and go so freely without transforming it into a wraith-like being. Rather than becoming a ghostly creature, the phoenix instead emerged as a warrior of life. The magnificent golden-red bird appeared to harbor a distinct aversion towards Anthony. On several occasions, during his meetings in the headmaster's office, the phoenix, Fawkes, perched at a considerable distance, elegantly bending its long neck in slumber. However, Dumbledore once perceived the longing in its eyes and, with a gentle smile, beckoned it closer. "Fawkes does not peck at people," Dumbledore remarked, "at least, not excessively. Sometimes, upon awakening, it finds my beard rather enticing." The phoenix seemed to comprehend Dumbledore's words, lifting its head from beneath its wings to gaze intently at him. All right. I admit I once irked it," Dumbledore confessed. Anthony discovered the information he sought within Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The book stated that, akin to Hagrid's method, this creature, hatched from a rooster's egg and brooded by a toad, harbors a profound fear of a rooster's crow, which is fatal to it. However, if it falls into a prolonged slumber, it requires no sustenance and will not perish from the rooster's call. Accounts indicate that a snake monster rarely enters such a deep sleep in the wild. The text noted that, conversely, a snake monster in deep slumber resembles a hibernating snake, exhibiting significantly reduced aggression and posing minimal threat to wizards. The document referenced a source that purportedly chronicled, in greater detail, the experiences of predecessors in hatching and nurturing these formidable creatures, as well as the unfortunate tales of those who were slain by the very monsters they had raised. Anthony glanced at the book's title, The Adorable Big Friends. He wondered if anyone had ever gifted Hagrid this book for Christmas. Nevertheless, he attempted to locate it using the variant spell provided by the clerk at the Leaky Cauldron, but it seemed the perilous book, evocative of bedtime stories, was absent from both the restricted section and the public areas. Once again, Mrs. Pants recalled that the library's collection should encompass this title. "I shall catch that thief," she declared vehemently, her feather duster sweeping angrily across the shelves. "Stealing books. I tell you, Professor Anthony, this thief is in for trouble." This individual certainly lacked the authorization to access the restricted section, Filch informed her. During Christmas, many students roamed the school at night. Perhaps that was when they took advantage of old Filch's overextended duties. She mused aloud. After wishing her good luck, Anthony quietly departed. During this Christmas holiday, he had at least released 3 pairs of couples who had wandered out at night before returning home. Yet, he suspected they would not dare to rendezvous in the restricted section. Chapter 50. The half-blood Slytherin in the astronomical tower. The past few days had been perpetually overcast. The roads outside Hogwarts were a quagmire, and the hall's floors were smeared with mud and footprints, causing Filch's temper to worsen as his face darkened ominously while he scrutinized those who failed to wipe their shoes before entering the castle. Once again, tonight was shrouded in thick clouds, with neither moon nor stars visible, casting an ominous darkness. The only source of illumination was the torches mounted on the walls. Feeling guilty for having allowed the night-wandering students to roam free, Anthony patrolled the castle, hoping to encounter the audacious individual who dared to trespass into the restricted section to steal a book. He did not anticipate encountering such a scene. A small shadow stood atop the astronomical tower, shivering slightly in the wind. As Anthony approached, he discerned that it was a lower-year girl clutching a book, her face devoid of expression as she gazed down at the ground. "What brings you here?" Anthony inquired, softening his tone upon noticing her sudden tremor. "Have you forgotten the password?" The girl replied, "I lost 2 points in astronomy class, Professor." Her tone suggested that this explanation sufficed. "You are quite upset, are you not?" Anthony attempted to comprehend the situation. Surely, one would not contemplate such drastic measures over a mere 2 points? "I am merely reflecting, Professor," she said calmly. "Pansy forgot to release me." The second-year Slytherin spoke with a remarkable tranquility. The darkness of the evening concealed the fact that her legs were tightly bound by a leg-locking charm, which Anthony only noticed at her prompting. He hastily dispelled the charm. "All right, let us return to the dormitory. If you require assistance, remember to seek out your head of house. I trust he cares for the welfare of his students." The girl paused and quietly asked, "Will you not deduct points, Professor?" It is not as though you ventured out at night intentionally. Why would I penalize you? Anthony replied. Come, I shall accompany you to the entrance of the dormitory. Should we encounter any other professors, I will assist in explaining the situation. That would be splendid. The girl expressed gratefully. For reasons unknown, Anthony sensed a hint of disappointment in her voice. As they reached the torchlight, Anthony noticed her face was pale with cold and her lips a shade of deep purple. He conjured a thick cloak with a transfiguration spell, quite practical, and summoned a small flame, placing it in a glass jar fashioned from stone. Warm your hands, and remember to visit Madame Pomfrey for some restorative potion tomorrow. She tremulously accepted the cloak and jar, her nails similarly tinged in purple, and politely said, Thank you, Professor Anthony. How long have you been standing up there? He asked, oblivious to the cold that she might have endured. Since the astronomy class ended, she replied. I believe it started around 8. That means you have been there for about 5 hours, Anthony sighed. Very well, let us head to the hospital wing. No need, Professor. I can manage a good night's sleep in my dormitory, she declined. Which year are you in? Anthony queried, recognizing a stubbornness he had only witnessed in his own adolescent students. Second year Slytherin, Professor Tracy Davis, she replied. Anthony paused momentarily. Second year? I recall Pansy Parkinson is a first year. I am half-blood, Professor, Tracy stated matter-of-factly. As Anthony led her toward the hospital wing, he asked, Are you related to Roger Davis? Tracy nodded, wrapping the cloak tighter around herself. He is my brother. Now, Anthony understood to whom she belonged. Roger Davis had once recounted the tale of a pure-blood wizard father, despised by his family for falling in love, and a muggle mother who had tragically perished during childbirth. Roger Davis once remarked, My father always said that St. Mungo's is far superior to any muggle hospital, but because of the mysterious circumstances. Oh, it's nothing, Professor, I do not recall her. Anthony sighed quietly and knocked on Madame Pomfrey's door. Who is it? Madame Pomfrey inquired immediately. After a rustling sound, the small room was illuminated, and she stood at the door, vibrant and alert. I apologize, it is I, Anthony. Miss Davis may have caught a chill. Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow. Miss Davis? She took Tracy's hand and felt her forehead, sternly stating, Why did you arrive at such a late hour? I shall fetch a restorative. I recall you took 2 vials from me just yesterday morning. Tracy nodded and replied softly, You have an excellent memory, madam. Madame Pomfrey scrutinized her for a moment before returning to the room with a small glass vial. Drink this. There is a bed available. And you may stay here for the night. Do not wander around the castle after dark. I am sorry for the trouble, Tracy said as she sat on the bed and consumed the potion in one gulp. White steam emanated from her ears, and her complexion improved significantly. Thank you for your efforts, Professor Anthony, Madame Pomfrey remarked. It should be fine now. I will take my leave. Anthony apologized. Of course, thank you for your assistance. Having just returned from the holiday, no student had sustained an injury severe enough to require hospitalization, leaving the infirmary eerily empty, the lights flickering, with only Teresa sitting on the bed, enveloped in steam. Based on what Anthony had observed while preparing his lessons, this steam would likely linger for several hours. What classes do you have tomorrow? Anthony pulled up a chair to sit. I fear Miss Davis will not get much sleep tonight. Tracy lowered her gaze. In the morning, there is a flying class, and in the afternoon, potions and the history of magic. Anthony nodded. If you cannot endure, remember to take a leave of absence. Do not push yourself. This is not your fault. Tracy subtly lifted her head to glance at him, remaining silent. Well, I hope Miss Parkinson will refrain from such behavior again. But if you momentarily forget the counter curse for the leg locker curse, remember to jump into the corridor. It might help you avoid the drafts in the astronomy tower, Anthony said, attempting to be tactful. Roger was a remarkably bright student, and he could not fathom why his sister was so rigid. Outside the castle, darkness enveloped everything, as if the entire school had succumbed to a void. On his way back to his quarters, Anthony pondered the plight of the younger Davis. Her brother was intelligent, strong, and exuberantly cheerful, well-liked among students. And Ravenclaw seemed indifferent to whether he was half-blood, pure-blood, or muggle-born. As for Slytherin, Anthony was aware of the tensions between Slytherin students and those of other houses. Yet he did not anticipate that they also ranked themselves internally by blood status. He truly needed to have a conversation with Snape. His house was heading down a perilous path. Just as he was lost in thought while ascending the staircase, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps echoing from downstairs. He peered out to see Pansy Parkinson, a first-year student from Slytherin, hastily ascending from the dungeon, her face contorted with fury. Chapter 51, The Nighttime Ramble of Pansy Parkinson. Anthony had no choice but to confront this unabashed nocturnal student. Miss Parkinson, what are you doing? Pansy replied with palpable impatience. It seemed she was oblivious to the fact that Anthony, devoid of Slytherin's usual decorum, held the power to determine her punishment. I am going to find Davis, she exclaimed. Pardon? Anthony responded. She's doing it on purpose. Pansy shouted. She deliberately stayed out of the dormitory to get back at me. Anthony was utterly baffled by the logic of her claims. That filthy mudblood. If she gets caught, if she loses points, it will all be my fault. Pansy lamented. She made me forget. Thankfully, Draco reminded me. The professor of Muggle studies, still capable of deducting points, observed the foolish girl in silence. Under Anthony's gaze, Pansy seemed to suddenly realize that she too was out after curfew and had just implicated another student who was still outside the dormitory. Her complexion swiftly shifted to one of dread. "Professor," she stammered, her face for the first time betraying a glimmer of human thought. Anthony inquired, "If I am not mistaken, is there another student out after curfew?" "No, no one else, Professor," Pansy asserted. "Then why are you outside? I heard you say you were looking for someone?" Pansy pondered for a moment, shaking her head. "No, Professor. I am out wandering, all alone." Anthony sighed. "A week of detention, Miss Parkinson. The details will be communicated to you tomorrow. It is late. Return to the dormitory and refrain from uttering any more disrespectful remarks, or I shall have no choice but to deduct points next time." "Yes, Professor," Pansy replied, hurriedly retreating back to the dungeon. Anthony refrained from advising her to tread lightly. If she were caught by others and lost points, it was not his concern. He returned to the infirmary. Miss Davis remained seated on her bed, her mind clouded with thoughts, the books she had brought neatly piled on the bedside table. She stared vacantly ahead, lost in contemplation. Anthony knocked on the open door. "Professor?" She looked up, surprised to see him at the threshold. Anthony got straight to the point. "I just encountered Miss Pansy Parkinson on the stairs. She intended to seek you out at the astronomy tower." Tracy pressed her lips together, replying in a calm tone, "Well, she is truly unfortunate." The slender girl had her hands clenched, her posture rigid, fixating intently on Anthony. "Did you deduct points?" she inquired softly after a pause. Anthony shook his head. "Detention. Oh." He observed her for a moment before nodding. "Take care of yourself, Miss Davis." He reiterated that should she require assistance, she should remember to consult her head of house. Tracy let out a faint, cold laugh amidst the haze, then quietly nodded. "Very well, Professor." Pansy's folly had thoroughly exasperated Anthony. He encountered the girl again on his way back. She had indeed remembered to muffle the sound of her footsteps this time. Holding her shoes in hand, she cautiously ascended barefoot, frequently scanning her surroundings until her gaze met Anthony's, who was lost in contemplation. Pansy's face turned ashen. "Professor, I am lost," she confessed. Anthony nodded. "I believe you, Miss Parkinson. Simply turning around would lead you in the right direction." Pansy insisted, "I am truly lost." Observing her frostbitten feet, Anthony sighed. "Even when lost, one should wear shoes. If you were searching for that student at the astronomy tower, I have already seen her." The first-year Slytherin gasped in shock, her eyes suddenly aflame with resentment and malice. "I did not deduct any points," Anthony remarked, glancing at the twilight beyond the castle. "However, you, Miss Parkinson, will lose 2 points for your second nighttime escapade. Now, return." Through clenched teeth, Pansy replied, "Very well." She rudely shoved her feet into her shoes and dashed back to the dungeon. Anthony hoped he had not erred. He truly did not comprehend the inner workings of Slytherin. He was also unaware of how Pansy would cope with her lost points, which curiously aligned with the deductions Tracy incurred in astronomy class. Yet, he would come to know. After all, Pansy was to endure a week's detention under his supervision. When Anthony encountered Roger Davis in the library, he deliberately called him over to discuss his sister. This student, wholly devoted to studies in Quidditch, remained oblivious to the fact that his sister's life was anything but normal by Slytherin standards, failing to notice her burgeoning maturity that belied her 12 years. Even at home, she has always been rather reclusive, Roger recalled, but during the last Quidditch match, I had her bring water for our team, and Slytherin didn't seem to react at all. His brow furrowed deeper as he desperately tried to recall any evidence of Tracy being bullied within Slytherin. Occasionally, when he could not spot her at the dining table, he assumed she was merely studying. Every Ravenclaw dormitory had at least one such student reliant on their roommates to remind them to eat. She would periodically visit the hospital wing. Slytherin was known for such occurrences, some due to fights, others from being beaten, and some simply caught in the fray. She always attended classes alone, but being half-blood and lacking her father's regard, this level of isolation was relatively mild within their house. Roger's depiction of Slytherin traditions astonished Anthony. His most vivid impressions of Slytherin students were of Malfoy, who would break through ice only to fill the holes with galleons, and the Quidditch fanatic who would leap from his broom. He overlooked the many students who drifted on the fringes of the collective, forming the backbone of points accumulation, yet suffering penalties for the slightest deductions. Slytherin had managed its house like a decaying society with rigid social hierarchies. "She always tells me there's nothing amiss," Roger said with self-reproach. "I should have paid more attention." "Thank you, Professor." Anthony silently shook his head. His office was about to welcome its first student in detention. He had deliberately consulted his colleagues and learned that most detention tasks merely involved students assisting professors with menial chores as a form of punishment. However, his intention was to resolve issues. He decided to have a thorough conversation with Pansy Parkinson, contemplating her expression after losing points for her late-night escapades. A simple discussion with Anthony might be torturous for her. Nevertheless, Anthony would not let this opportunity slip away. He had never engaged deeply with a Slytherin student. His pupils hailed from various other houses, all of whom harbored disdain for Slytherin, albeit to varying degrees. Slytherin was akin to cockroaches. One student had bluntly remarked during a break that they lurked underground, yet were omnipresent. Some feared them, others despised them, while some were indifferent. Anthony was unfamiliar with both cockroaches and Slytherin. He required some insight to comprehend the underlying dynamics. In truth, he did not even grasp why Slytherin cared so much about house points, which merely pertained to a trophy. Many of his students behaved as if they were entirely unconcerned with their scores, viewing point deductions as mere bad luck for the day. Yet, in Slytherin, it seemed to signify guilt. Anthony was curious as to why that was. Suddenly, he had pressing matters to attend to, and he would continue this tomorrow. As for the topic at hand, he found himself at a loss for words and wished everyone a pleasant day, intending to delete the note after completion. The peaceful specter of Hogwarts he abruptly had an engagement and would provide further details tomorrow. Chapter 52, Pansy Parkinson's first day of detention. Please take a seat. Miss Parkinson, Anthony said politely. Pansy stood at the door, silently protesting for a few moments before sternly pulling out a chair and sitting down. Due to Anthony's evident progress and transfiguration, she found herself seated in a chair of appropriate size. As Anthony sent the detention notice via the school owl to the Slytherin table, he watched Pansy, with a stony expression, tear the note under the table, angrily consume a few roasted potatoes, and then leave her place. No one inquired about her distress. She stormed out with indignation, roughly pushing aside two students exchanging chocolate frog cards on her way. Do refrain from making such a ruckus with the chair, Parkinson, Anthony remarked. You see, this is my first time administering detention, and I presume it is also your first time being detained, is it not? How many detentions have you had? Pansy stiffly replied. Twice. Under Anthony's prompting gaze, she added, Professor. Very well, Anthony acknowledged. What was your last detention for? Cleaning the classroom windows without the use of magic. Pansy retorted angrily. It was clear she did not relish household chores. Anthony pondered. Was forbidding the use of magic truly a punishment? Pansy's expression suggested he had uttered nonsense, yet she nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor. Then during this week of detention, you shall also refrain from using magic, Anthony shrugged. I hadn't considered that. Muggles seem to manage quite well. All right, Professor. What classes did you attend today? Anthony inquired suddenly. A flicker of confusion crossed Pansy's gloomy visage. In the morning, I had transfiguration and potions, and in the afternoon, charms and defense against the dark arts, she replied. It sounds like quite a busy day, Anthony remarked. Even with the early rise today, you still chose to seek out Miss Davis late into the night. You two must share a close bond, do you not? Not quite. Professor Anthony, we have a good relationship, Pansy responded. Anthony smiled and noted, I observe that Miss Davis is in her second year, while you are a first-year student. How did your friendship come to fruition? He could almost hear the gears turning in the student's mind. She stammered. She was bullied once, and I helped her. She was grateful, and we became friends. The wind whistled through the window of Anthony's office, creating a sound reminiscent of an aggrieved individual protesting. You did well, Anthony commended. But how is it that, within mere months of your arrival, you are able to assist a second-year student in evading bullying? Without hesitation, Pansy declared, of course. I am a member of the Parkinson family. Ah, the Parkinson family, Anthony echoed, a lineage comprised entirely of wizards, is it not? Pansy, her pride slightly piqued, replied, indeed. I am pureblood. My entire family belongs to Slytherin. Splendid. I hope you cherish the house that has nurtured your family, Anthony remarked. Pansy appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet for the first time upon sitting, she relaxed. Leaning back in her chair, she nodded, I do. And what of your family? Do they also hold it in high regard? Pansy asserted proudly. There is no esteemed individual who does not appreciate Slytherin. She glanced at Anthony, and upon noticing his lack of interruption, continued with satisfaction, it is quite evident, is it not? Slytherin is the finest house. No other house can rival Slytherin's power and influence. She articulated smoothly, we value intellectual prowess, unlike those foolish Gryffindors, who were selected as the elite after the most rigorous scrutiny, nor are we like the mediocre Hufflepuffs. Our ambitions are clear, destined for great success. In stark contrast to the lunacy of Ravenclaw, Slytherin has always endeavored to advance the magical realm. We uphold the purity of magical bloodlines, shaping the future of the wizarding world. Anthony listened in silence. She spoke with a natural ease, as if she had recited these words 1,000 times before. Once she paused with satisfaction, he asked, the purity of magical bloodlines? Those peculiar wizards, the Slytherin student scoffed. Entirely disregarding the fact that she was in the office of a Muggle studies professor, sometimes choose to intermingle with filthy Muggles. And the Mudbloods, they dare to call themselves wizards? But we understand the significance of lineage and heritage. You are a pure-blood wizard, thus you possess more influence within the academy? Anthony queried. What of Miss Davis? She is half-blood. Pansy's expression twisted slightly, and she chose not to elaborate further. Anthony nodded sympathetically. It must be quite challenging for you to transcend prejudice and befriend her. What prompted you to assist Miss Davis? Pansy stared at the ink pot on Anthony's desk, stammering, I pity her. Ah, that explains your disregard for curfew yesterday to seek her out, Anthony remarked with understanding. Caring for a fellow student is commendable, Miss Parkinson. But you need not put yourself in harm's way to do so. Pansy shook her head resolutely. If I do not seek her out, she may lose points. Is losing points that severe? The young Slytherin sat up abruptly, glaring fiercely at the professor, whose presence seemed to drain Slytherin's hourglass of its precious contents. Of course. It determines which house claims the House Cup, a competition that occurs annually, with no rewards apart from that solitary cup. Anthony replied, I see. Pansy, now infuriated, declared, as long as there is a competition, Slytherin must triumph. We cannot allow such people to smugly rise above us. Suddenly, a window slammed open, and a cat nimbly leaped inside, shaking off the raindrops from its fur. Well, I have no further questions, Anthony smiled. Thank you for engaging in conversation with me for so long, Miss Parkinson. Due to the insulting nature of your remarks, your detention for tomorrow will involve cleaning the windows of the Muggle Studies classroom. Pansy stared at him, as if she had just recalled her confinement. But I have astronomy class tomorrow night. Then you shall clean the windows of the astronomy tower, Anthony acquiesced. You may return to detention after class. Do not fret. I will arrive on time. Pansy took several deep breaths, but could not muster a compliant word. Anthony reminded her, the astronomy tower, Parkinson. Do not compel me to deduct more points from your beloved Slytherin. That is not my intention. Very well, Professor Anthony. Pansy gritted her teeth, slamming the door behind her. Anthony tapped the chair she had pushed aside with his wand, returning it to its original size. The cat unceremoniously leaped onto it, carelessly kneading the damp cushion. Chapter 53. Poor Professor Quirrell. Numerous students witnessed Pansy storming out of the second-floor corridor. Some claimed she had cruelly mocked Professor Quirrell's turban, resulting in her detention, while others suggested she was protesting to Anthony, who seemed to have deducted points from Slytherin once again. Is no one considering the two rumors in conjunction? Anthony mused as he spread butter on a slice of bread. For instance, could it be that Pansy ridiculed Professor Quirrell's turban, which led to Anthony deducting points from Slytherin? While simultaneously arranging for a detention, at breakfast, Professor Sprout enthusiastically discussed the student speculations with him. Some were curious as to why Pansy had ventured alone to the second-floor corridor instead of lingering beside Draco. Professor Sprout, astonished, repeated, Pansy mocked Professor Quirrell's turban? Surely not. I cannot imagine. I merely suggested that this rumor might be closer to the truth than the other two, Anthony replied. You are well aware that the confinement was my punishment. Why then do you all speculate about Professor Quirrell? It is because neither of you has ever imposed confinement upon a student. Professor Flitwick remarked, while standing on a chair and roasting a sausage, that it could possibly be attributed to you, Professor Anthony, although your reputation for deducting points precedes you. Professor Sprout commented, there are all sorts of rumors circulating. Some even suggested that she went to tend to the weeping Myrtle, yet Myrtle was ungrateful, which incited her ire. She smiled with indulgence, noting that the term has just begun and that even minor incidents are newsworthy for the students. Speaking of which, isn't the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Professor Anthony suddenly recalled. Professor Sprout nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Will you attend, Henry? To which Anthony replied, I shall certainly go if I have the time. After the last match, he had practiced the levitation charm for an extended period and experimented with the transfiguration spell to turn anything into a mattress. In the process, he discovered a very ancient Quidditch rule that allowed him, as an uninvolved adult neutral spectator, to alert the referee in case of an emergency by forcibly placing a whistle into Madame Hooch's mouth. Although this meant he would have to accompany the referee to the Quidditch arbitration court after the match, that court had already been dissolved. To maintain his status as a neutral observer, he decided he would neither sit with the Hufflepuff students nor support Gryffindor. Considering the sentiments of the other two houses towards him, he accepted Professor Flitwick's invitation and planned to sit beside him, watching the match alongside a group of Ravenclaw students, which Anthony looked forward to. He hoped they would provide commentary clearer than Hagrid's. As Anthony exited the office with his notebook, he happened to encounter Professor Quirrell leaving next door. Good day, Professor Anthony. Quirrell greeted with a nervous smile. Are you heading to the library again? Anthony nodded. Indeed. I seek to find some information. And you, Professor Quirrell? Quirrell hesitated before responding. I too am headed to the library. Thus, Anthony accompanied Professor Quirrell. Perhaps Quirrell had indeed filled his office with garlic, as the scent seemed to grow increasingly potent. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants, the two parted ways to seek their respective books. Anthony initially intended to research how to transform a wraith into a fully corporeal being, but to his dismay, he discovered that he had seemingly exhausted the library's collection of dark magic tomes regarding spectral magic and wraiths. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't seen Dumbledore lately, He might have gone directly to the headmaster's office to seek his counsel. After all, if a wraith were to fully materialize, it could be said to resemble a perfect resurrection, at least in appearance. He sighed and decided to venture into the magical creatures section instead. If anyone were willing to sleep beside a slumbering basilisk, that individual would certainly not be him. Then he caught another whiff of Professor Quirrell. Quirrell remained amidst the shelves of magical creature books, trembling and muttering to himself, "No, I cannot find it. No, I must not continue." He emitted a sound of despairing sobs. Anthony was poised to depart immediately, granting this unfortunate soul a moment of solace. Yet Professor Chilo had already noticed him. Standing upright, he wiped away his tears and forced a peculiar smile. "Professor Anthony, what are you searching for?" Anthony feigned ignorance to the sweat cascading down from Chilo's headscarf and hastily conjured an excuse. "I am looking for a charming companion, but it seems they are not here. I shall check the common area." As he said this, he turned to leave. Professor Chilo's lips trembled and distorted as he replied, I borrowed it. With a feeble smile, "I can retrieve it for you." Anthony, taken aback, exclaimed, "You have it?" Mrs. Pants mentioned there were no borrowing records. Chilo shuddered slightly and nodded. She wasn't at the front desk at that time. Unable to persist with his inquiries, Anthony noted Chilo's frail appearance. "Then let us return to your office together, Professor Chilo. Do you require me to fetch any potions from Madame Pomfrey?" Chilo silently shook his head and, stooped over, ambled out of the library alongside him. Unable to restrain himself, Anthony urged, "Do take care to rest, Professor." For the first time, Anthony stepped into his neighbor's office. It was indeed as the students had described, adorned with garlic. Yet what the rumors had failed to mention was the multitude of books and dark magical artifacts that filled the room. 3 walls were lined with bookshelves, and the floor was littered with stacks of tomes that could not be accommodated. Scattered across the desk were parchment sheets, inscribed with incomprehensible diagrams of spells in black ink, accompanied by hasty, trembling annotations that were difficult to decipher. With a flick of his wand, Chilo caused a bookshelf to suddenly fold away, revealing a bedroom behind it. Leading Anthony inside, the decor of the bedroom mirrored that of the office, save for the absence of garlic and the presence of a bed in the corner. The walls were again lined with bookshelves, and although Anthony could not discern the titles on the spines, he sensed their value and peril from the imposing tomes and the air reminiscent of the restricted section. Anthony speculated that Chilo's year-round modest attire, including his unchanged headscarf, was a testament to his devotion, having spent all his funds on books and the study of magic. I will have a look," Chilo said, gesturing for Anthony to sit at the desk and wait for him. Returning to his familiar surroundings, he appeared considerably more at ease. "Certainly. Thank you, Professor Chilo," Anthony replied, casually glancing at the open book on the desk. It featured a grand illustration, delicately rendered, depicting a magnificent unicorn. A smile graced Anthony's face as he noted the title in the upper right corner of the page, under Magic. Chapter 54, A Charming Companion and the Entrance of the Library. Chilo quickly located the book he sought. "Professor Anthony, here is the book you requested." Anthony accepted the forbidden tome, covered in pink velvet. "Thank you, Professor Chilo. Shall I return it once I finish, or give it directly to Mrs. Pants?" Chilo replied weakly. "Give it to Pants." He trembled slightly. "I have finished with it. Perhaps you will uncover more within its pages." "Good luck, Professor." Anthony flipped through the table of contents. This tome indeed compiled a plethora of experiences regarding the care of magnificent magical creatures, with each species graced by its own dedicated chapter. As he gazed at the contents, the words began to twist and morph, coalescing into illustrations of the corresponding fantastical beings, only to unfold gradually back into text. The creatures, delineated by these lines, regarded each other with bewilderment, seemingly perplexed by their unexpected encounter. This reaction was quite understandable, given their diverse origins from across the globe, whether it be the Gorgon, Chimera, and Cerberus hailing from Greece, the Sphinx from Egypt, the Naga and the 8-eyed giant spider from Asia, the poison bag leopard from East Africa, or the ubiquitous fire dragon. All were affectionately categorized as beloved companions in this volume. The author, in a heartfelt preface, lamented the misconceptions surrounding these enchanting creatures, perceived by many as fearsome and dangerous, prompting cries for their demise. Such a sorrowful reality. In my view, therein lies their charm. Their perilous nature is merely a divine gift for self-preservation. Do we not possess our own means of safeguarding ourselves? This book aims to describe how humanity tends to these grand friends, and how, due to our insatiable greed, we provoke our disheartened companions to rise in defiance. Only by genuinely regarding them as friends rather than mere subordinates can we coexist harmoniously with these marvelous magical beings. Anthony resolved that should he find this book in any bookstore, he would procure it as a gift for Hagrid. This delightful volume seemed perfectly suited for him. However, he could not recall encountering it at the Leaky Cauldron. The title Under the Magic did strike a familiar chord, yet he could not place where he had seen it. Anthony expressed his gratitude to Professor Quirrell, returned to the library, and greeted Madame Pants, informing her that he now possessed the book Beloved Grand Friends. Upon learning that it was not a student who had pilfered the book, Madame Pants appeared somewhat disheartened. Well, someone must have secretly taken it. There are all sorts among the students, Professor Anthony. I assure you, every kind exists. I believe it, Anthony replied, spending the entirety of the afternoon within the library. The author of this book had somehow managed to interview an Azkaban fugitive who cared for a Gorgon, recounting, "How I long for readers to behold the shimmering, deep green scales." The Gorgon, named Sabina, was breathtakingly alluring and could render the surroundings breathless with awe when she coiled atop the roof. Her caretaker spoke a smattering of Parseltongue, relying on this minimal communication. During my interview, he incessantly conversed with her. When I inquired about the meaning of that enigmatic hissing sound, he revealed that his most frequent admonition to Sabina was to close her eyes, followed closely by the command to eat. In subsequent passages, the caretaker was depicted as an abuser, permitting Sabina to consume only mice or select individuals, regularly insisting that she keep her eyes shut, never caring whether she wished to witness the world around her. Poor Sabina, reliant upon the very person who had introduced her to existence, obeyed him without question. It was only when a serpent ventured near her dwelling that she realized this human was not the soul being capable of communication with her. Without hesitation, as her caretaker returned home, she opened her eyes and swallowed him whole, clothing and all. The Aurors, who came to apprehend the fugitive, ultimately discovered only a dragon-hide boot and a small amount of unsold basilisk skin. In response to this thought-provoking tale, Anthony noted, deep green scales, serpent speech, shedding skin. As dinner time approached, the library was filled with the sounds of books being tidied and chairs being dragged. Students conversed quietly, departing in small clusters. Anthony packed his belongings, preparing to head to the hall to savor the happiest moment of his day. Coco informed him that they had prepared Wellington steak. Mrs. Pants scrutinized each individual leaving the library and, upon seeing Anthony signal her with the lovely great friend in his hand, she subtly nodded before swiftly grabbing a student attempting to smuggle something out. "You, come here. What do you have?" Anthony believed that as long as she could master a flying broom, she must have been an exceptional seeker during her school days. At the entrance of the library, Anthony encountered Draco Malfoy, who was pressed against the wall, his cold gray eyes warily watching the opposite side, threateningly stating, "I'll let you off today. But don't make trouble for yourself, Longbottom." Opposite him stood Neville, the round-faced Gryffindor first year, also against the wall, a wide corridor separating him from Malfoy, boldly declaring, "I'm not afraid of you, Malfoy. You can bring it on. I stood up to you last time, and I will again. I fear nothing." He trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead beneath his blonde hair. Students emerging from the library cast curious glances, but hurried past the side passage, choosing not to intervene in the confrontation. Malfoy leaned back a little more, nearly embedding himself into the wall. "Starting to use your brain, are you, Longbottom? Quite the accomplishment. You needn't bother. Unlike your thick-headedness, I know how to assess the situation." Neville inhaled deeply, trembling as he straightened his posture, stuttering, "I'm going to eat now. Don't come any closer." Malfoy laughed heartily, relieved. "You can't remember anything besides eating. I don't even know why I'm seeing you at the library entrance." "What? Looking for that insufferable Granger? That Granger who thinks she knows everything just because she memorizes her textbooks? You're as thick as they come, Malfoy." "Hermione is 100 times better than you," Neville bravely retorted. Malfoy, deeply offended, widened his eyes and scoffed quietly, "Just wait and see, Longbottom. Just wait." At that moment, a passing student called out loudly, "Hello, Professor Anthony." Malfoy immediately pressed back against the wall, glancing around, and his gaze landed on Anthony, who was quietly observing him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I didn't do anything." "I know," Anthony replied as he approached. The student, who had been greeting the void, was taken aback as Anthony smiled and nodded in his direction, awkwardly scratching his head. Professor, Neville exclaimed, suddenly at ease. Anthony returned his smile, saying, "It is truly a pleasure to see you, Longbottom. Come, rumor has it that there is Wellington steak today." Chapter 85, Weeping Parkinson. After finishing his pumpkin juice, Anthony spent some time playing with his cat before heading off to confine Pansy. It was a rare sunny day, the stars twinkling in the night sky, while the silvery moonlight softly enveloped Hogwarts. Anthony lingered beneath the tower for a moment, faintly hearing Professor Sinistra announce the end of class. Soon, the corridor echoed with footsteps and chatter. He stepped aside, overhearing Malfoy say, "She's truly annoying." The two large students who often trailed behind him chimed in, "Indeed." As if that Anthony could do anything about it. How embarrassing. They seemed to forget that Malfoy's family was involved, but Malfoy added, "However, my father advised me not to act rashly." It appeared that there was some secret behind Anthony that someone was quite determined to protect. He suddenly commanded, "Did you hear that, you two? Do not act rashly." "All right, Draco," both of them replied. Satisfied, Malfoy nodded, pondering aloud, "I wonder what that secret is. My father said he also doesn't know, or perhaps he simply refuses to tell me." They walked past Anthony, continuing on their way. Other Slytherin students spotted Anthony too. Their previously relaxed smiles abruptly froze on their faces. After cautiously greeting him, they quickly bowed their heads and hurried away, as if fearing he might transform into a fire dragon and scorch their robes if they lingered any longer. Once most of the students had departed, Anthony finally ascended the spiral staircase leading to the astronomy tower. In the corridor, he encountered Professor Sinistra, who, holding a textbook, nodded at him with a certain ease. "Parkinson is still up there." "Thank you, Professor," Anthony replied, and as they passed each other, he caught a faint, "Well done." He almost thought he had misheard, stopping and turning to look back, but Professor Sinistra had already walked briskly away. Pansy Parkinson stood atop the astronomy tower, the cold wind making her robes flutter. Stars hung high above, and tonight was colder than when Tracy Davis had been trapped there by the leglocker curse, yet the stars shone more brightly. Anthony nodded. "Good evening, Miss Parkinson." Pansy, gritting her teeth, replied, "Good evening, Professor." Anthony glanced at her, realizing her clenched jaw was not due to anger, but rather an effort to suppress the shivers in her voice. "I initially intended for the windows below the tower, but sweeping the astronomy tower is quite similar. Would you prefer to clean the windows or sweep the floor?" Pansy's expression conveyed her reluctance for either task, yet without hesitation, she declared, "Sweep the floor, Professor." Anthony nodded, handing over what might have been a branch blown in from who knows where, or perhaps a twig cast off by the willow itself, transformed into a broom, to Pansy, who was striving to suppress her trembling teeth. Surprisingly, Pansy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as she accepted the broom and began sweeping beneath her and Anthony's feet. She waved the broom about with casual indifference, as if it might miraculously consume the leaves, twigs, owl feathers, and dust scattered across the ground. Leaning against the doorframe, Anthony felt compelled to remind her that it would be simpler to gather them into a corner. Pansy retorted defiantly, "I cannot." He perceived her reluctance. Taking the broom from her hands, Anthony demonstrated a sweep before handing it back to her. "Shall we give it another try?" Pansy merely waved it about again, insisting, "I cannot." "Very well," Anthony replied with a hint of regret, "then let us clean the windows instead. I trust you have some experience with that." To his surprise, Pansy's already pallid face turned even whiter. This ghostly first year quickly responded, "I apologize, Professor Anthony. I will learn." She exerted herself in her sweeping, producing a clattering sound against the floor. Rather than sweeping, it seemed as though she was brushing the astronomical tower's teeth. "Why do you despise cleaning windows so much?" Anthony inquired. Pansy remained silent, the sound of the broom scraping the ground diminishing. "Was your last confinement particularly uncomfortable?" "No, that's not it," Anthony speculated, scrutinizing her expression. "Do you dislike windows?" "No, that's not it." "Do you particularly loathe cleaning the windows of the astronomical tower?" Pansy's complexion turned deathly pale, her lips pressed tightly together, as if a terrifying monster loomed before her, unbeknownst to whether it had noticed her presence. "If I have said anything to frighten you, I apologize," Anthony said gently. "Are you afraid of heights, Parkinson?" Tears suddenly welled up in Pansy's eyes. This cold and frightened child trembled as she glared at him. "I am not afraid of heights." "Fear of heights is not an inherently negative trait," Anthony remarked. "Of course, I do not suggest it is a good thing, but there are many things that are neither good nor bad. Fear of heights is one among them." Pansy hastily wiped her eyes, gritting her teeth. "I am not afraid of heights." "Very well, Miss Parkinson," Anthony replied. Pansy's sobs intensified, and soon she could no longer discern whether her tremors were due to the cold or her breathless crying. Anthony sighed inwardly, stepping forward to take the broom from her hands and crouching down. "Parkinson, it's all right. You know nothing." Pansy cried. "You, this muggle enthusiast. I should not. I cannot. I will not be afraid of heights." "Why?" Anthony asked, perplexed. "Everyone has their fears. Fear is a perfectly normal emotion." Pansy took a deep breath. "I should be concerned about tarnishing my family's reputation. I should worry about others corrupting Slytherin's ethos. I should be anxious about not finding a suitable husband. I should be worried about the continuity of my family." As she spoke, her emotions suddenly crumbled, and it was not fear of heights that overwhelmed her. "Draco has always loved Quidditch." "Goodness." Anthony spoke softly. All right. Everyone harbors their fears. I assure you, your parents, every member of your family, all your classmates at the academy, and the faculty at school, everyone has their own share of fears about less than glorious matters." Pansy, sniffling, replied. "I act like a weak muggle, because you are not so different from them, Parkinson," Anthony said earnestly. "Since the dawn of humanity, we have shared various emotions. This is not solely dictated by our souls, but also by our very flesh and blood. You are not alone in confronting your fears. We all are engaged in this struggle." He found a semblance of solace in observing the first-year Slytherin before him, her face flushed from tears. She was not beyond redemption. She had not yet been entirely transformed into the so-called Slytherin. She was still capable of tears. Chapter 55. The castle was particularly lively this night. Anthony informed Pansy that her detention had been lifted early today. Sniffling, She slowly descended the astronomy tower beside him, draped in a thick cloak, her head downcast, revealing no emotion. When he handed her the cloak, he remarked that it was identical to the one Tracy had worn a few days prior. Both of them had been buffeted by the wind atop the astronomy tower for quite some time, with Tracy having stayed there even longer. Pansy seemed poised to retort, the word she deserves it almost escaping her lips, but she bit her lower lip and refrained from voicing it. Think it over, Miss Parkinson. There is no rush. You have ample time ahead. Your life is just beginning, and there are many opportunities to choose your future path, Anthony encouraged. It was already past curfew. He escorted her to the entrance of the dungeon before leisurely making his way back. Starlight streamed through the doorposts into the hall, casting a broad expanse of silvery shadows upon the floor. Even the portraits on the walls remained silent. Filch had forgotten to close the back window today, and the January wind swept in through the main door, scattering a few dry leaves across the meticulously cleaned floor. Suddenly, Anthony caught sight of two furtive figures in the corner of his eye. The two students were huddled together in the shadows against the wall, gesturing animatedly at something. He approached quietly, overhearing their hushed plotting. Let us go this way first. Filch is here. Even if he sees us, he won't catch us. Wait, Professor McGonagall? One said. It's fine. She won't come over. As long as we can get past this, we can follow the old route past Hagrid's dog. Right. Same old plan. That Parkinson has finally returned to the dungeon. She shouldn't implicate us, said the other in agreement. Exactly, clever and patient. We truly are geniuses. They exchanged a high five. Ready to move. Anthony found it somewhat amusing to stand behind the Weasley twins. Good evening, geniuses, he said. The two red-haired Gryffindors instantly leaped from their corner. Blimey. One of them hastily stuffed a piece of paper into his pocket. Anthony cast a warning glance at the pocket, but chose not to pursue the matter. What are you doing in the hall? He inquired. I was sleepwalking. Without hesitation, Fred pointed at George. Anthony inquired. And you, Mr. Weasley? Are you also sleepwalking? He's here to accompany me, George sincerely replied, concerned I might leap into the Black Lake or something of the sort. I told you to refrain from being so obsessed with swimming. You've been rather peculiar lately, George, Fred lamented. Filled with remorse, George responded, Professor, I apologize. I truly shouldn't be thinking about swimming like that. Thank you for keeping me company, Fred. Anthony nodded. Very well, since you are now awake. It is time to return to your dormitory, gentlemen. The Weasley twins stood resolutely awaiting Anthony's announcement of their punishment for their nocturnal escapades, momentarily rendered speechless. Hurry up. While I can still pretend I haven't noticed your night wandering, Anthony urged. All right, Professor. The twins immediately bolted, only to collide with something on the stairs, nearly tumbling down. Bracing themselves against the wall, the twin brothers stared ahead in silence for a moment. Anthony hurried over, illuminated by the moonlight. 3 red-haired Weasleys and half of the Wizarding World's savior now occupied the cold, stone staircase. Ron Weasley glared at his brothers. Why did you suddenly take off? Only half of Harry Potter, in a fluster, extricated himself from the void, clutching an invisibility cloak tightly. He clumsily attempted to conceal the garment behind him, feigning calm as he glanced at Anthony, as if it were merely a handkerchief. Anthony glanced at the invisibility cloak, its value unmistakable, distinctly different from the cloaks sold in Diagon Alley. Once, someone had worn an invisibility cloak purchased from that magical shop in an attempt to pilfer liquor from Tom's cellar. They hadn't even reached the cellar door before being caught by Tom, who was polishing glasses at the front desk. Tom had smugly displayed the thief's invisibility cloak to the patrons and residents of the Leaky Cauldron, scoffing, You can't even master the disillusionment charm, yet you dare to attempt theft? And with such inferior goods, huh? He reminisced, in all my years running this pub, only James Potter and Black successfully made off with 2 glasses of brandy. I was genuinely startled when those 2 rascals emerged from the cellar, holding their cups. Anthony believed he might understand how James Potter had infiltrated the Leaky Cauldron's cellar. You lot, Anthony sighed. Lose 5 points or face detention tomorrow night. Choose one. He added. Including you, Fred and George Weasley. We didn't mean to. We were merely sleepwalking, one of the twins protested earnestly. Anthony nodded. Consider yourselves unlucky. I am not in the mood for leniency today. While escorting the 4 Gryffindors back to Gryffindor Tower, he curiously asked Harry and Ron. What were you 2 up to tonight? Harry replied, just wandering around. We've never seen Hogwarts at this hour. Noticing that Anthony had no intention of confiscating the invisibility cloak, he relaxed considerably. Turing, I see, Anthony remarked. All right, I can understand that. Meanwhile, Fred and George were instructing their younger brother. Did you not see the professor? How could you not wait a little longer for him to leave before returning to the dormitory? Another chimed in. You are so eager to sleep. How pleased our dear mother would be, little Ron. Ron, growing irritated, retorted, Shut up, both of you. If it weren't for your sudden dash, like a pair of wild Gryffindors. They had arrived at the portrait of the fat lady guarding the Gryffindor common room. The woman, roused from her slumber by their commotion, glared at them and inquired, Password? Anthony interjected. Well then, would you prefer detention or point deduction? Detention, detention. Both Harry and Ron replied wearily, uttering the password before squeezing through the opening created by the fat lady. And you, Weasley? Anthony turned to the twins. The brothers exchanged glances, then suddenly asked him, Professor, what if we happen to find another nocturnal wanderer? Can that offset our punishment? Anthony, taken aback, inquired, Another? Where? The castle is abuzz tonight. Just outside the castle, the Weasley twins grinned. Her name is Tracy Davis. Anthony sighed deeply. Chapter 85, The Meteor of Davis. Under the guidance of the Weasley twins, Anthony successfully intercepted Miss Davis, who was about to return to the castle. She almost slipped past them, but the twins adeptly pointed out a door that had been ajar but was now firmly shut, behind which stood the impassive Tracy. What are you doing out tonight? Miss Davis? Anthony asked. I couldn't sleep, Professor, Tracy whispered. I was contemplating whether to seek Madame Pomfrey for some essence of life. Had it not been for the Weasley twins' adamant insistence that she had been outside the castle, Anthony might have genuinely believed her story. She had indeed been wandering beyond the castle for at least 2 hours, rather than accepting that she intended to procure essence of life from Madame Pomfrey. It seemed more plausible that she was pondering whether to knit a pair of slippers for Aragog. Davis, Anthony warned. The Weasley twins leaned against the wall, enjoying the spectacle. Rarely were they the ones receiving admonishment from the professor. Tracy lowered her gaze, shifting the topic. I'm sorry, Professor. I shall return to the dormitory now. Anthony inquired. Do you wish for me to deduct points this time? Tracy shook her head, pursing her lips. If you forgive me for my previous remarks, no? I do not wish that, Professor. Anthony chuckled. Then it is detention, Miss Davis. I shall inform you of the specifics tomorrow. I truly need to organize your detention schedule properly. And you, Weasleys, would you prefer point deduction or detention? Fred protested. Professor, we helped you catch Davis. George supported him. Indeed, it's a deal. You cannot go back on your word, Professor. He disregarded the discontented glance from Tracy. First, gentlemen, I did not make any promises, Anthony replied. But you indeed assisted me. How about this? Only one of you shall be punished this time. You can decide who threw a game of rock, paper, scissors. Then choose between points deduction or detention. Point deduction, they said without hesitation. Anthony shook his head. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Well, the score is settled. Let us head back to the dormitory, Weasley. A 50% discount. Quite splendid, Fred remarked cheerfully. George nudged his arm. Indeed, but what is that? He fixated on the window that Filch had neglected to close. Right, Fred? What's the matter? Anthony glanced back, but saw nothing unusual. Yes, a meteor, Fred replied. He too had noticed it. Tracy suddenly turned her gaze towards the window, the fervor of her movement causing Anthony to look down at her in surprise. Her eyes brimmed with urgency and longing. In that moment, Anthony grasped why she lingered outside the castle. She was waiting for a shooting star. While the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws residing in the towers could easily behold the starry sky, this girl hailed from Slytherin, a house reputed to greet the giant squid through the common room window. Those Slytherin students emerging from astronomy class had indeed mentioned something about a meteor shower tonight. However, with the moonlight so bright, he hadn't paid attention to the stars. Davis. Tracy abruptly averted her gaze, as if scalded. I'm sorry, Professor. Anthony replied solemnly. Davis. Remember, today is an exception. He looked down at the young Slytherin and said, Come on, let us go to a higher vantage point. Tracy's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, her lips almost curving upwards, akin to a child who, expecting to be assigned the chore of cleaning a dirty fireplace, instead stumbled upon gifts left by Santa Claus. In the few fleeting encounters Anthony had with her, this was the moment she most resembled a 12-year-old child. Upon discovering she was the sister of the Ravenclaw Reserve Seeker, the Weasley twins had become much friendlier. I knew the surname Davis sounded familiar, they remarked. Your brother flies remarkably well. Tracy hesitated for a moment, then offered them a smile. Perhaps to atone for having been caught, or to continue wandering the school. They eagerly suggested they knew a splendid location. Fred whispered to Anthony, the room of requirement. Professor, you know. George set off ahead to prepare the room. As they had claimed, Anthony, somewhat astonished, inquired, Aren't you afraid of revealing anything, an opportunity? Fred replied with confidence, You must not have tested that room, Professor. We've safeguarded the entrance to our chamber quite well. If anyone can find it, we welcome them to collaborate with us. When this peculiar group of professor and students, a nocturnal coalition of Gryffindor and Slytherin, arrived, George was already at the door. The room resembled a terrace, with a path of large gray stones laid in the gravel leading to several telescopes. The ceiling soared high, as if it could accommodate another Hogwarts. Adorned with magic reminiscent of the Great Hall during the welcoming feast, casting the entire night sky. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the loungers arranged over the sandy floor, along with towering piles of pillows and blankets in the corner. Aside from the absence of a chilling wind, it felt entirely like the outdoors. As they entered, a point of light wobbled and fell. Oh, Tracy emitted a small gasp. Fred pulled over a lounge chair, comfortably reclining upon it, and with a masterly gesture beckoned, Sit. Davis. Please, have a seat, Professor. As he spoke, he summoned 2 pillows to float before them. George orchestrated a dozen blankets to soar through the air, gently descending at the feet of each individual. His movements were remarkably adept, evoking memories in Anthony of the sheets floating above the stands during Quidditch matches. I believe you should be returning to your dormitory, Anthony remarked with a hint of levity. Hogwarts regulations regarding curfews were rather flexible, while it was indeed against school rules for students to loiter outside their dormitories after hours. If a student was penalized with detention for nocturnal escapades, their return to the common room often exceeded curfew, and this was not deemed a violation. The distinction lay in whether a professor was aware of the situation. The Weasley twins were evidently cognizant of this. Fred exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Goodness, Professor, are you truly going to forbid us from enjoying the starlit sky on a night like this? You wouldn't be so cruel, would you, Professor Anthony?" George added in his most innocent tone, wrapping himself snugly in a blanket. Anthony shook his head, allowing them to remain. He stood by the wall, refraining from interrupting the students as they reveled in the cosmic display. Tracy sat silently in the lounge chair, gazing in awe at the occasional shooting star. "Mom," she whispered softly. Chapter 58, Detention and the Pitch. Anthony informed Harry and Ron that their detention would involve cleaning the Muggle Studies classroom alongside Pansy Parkinson from Slytherin. Their expressions reminded him of the scent of Quirrell's skeletal cat. "Hermione will be in stitches," Ron muttered. Parkinson. However, this timing was of their own choosing. Anthony had originally scheduled it for daytime, but Harry, expressing that his days were consumed with classes and Quidditch practice, requested if the detention could be arranged for the evening. Ron, complaining, opted to accompany Harry for the evening detention as well. Upon meeting Pansy, they exchanged fierce glares without hesitation. Even in detention, Pansy triumphantly proclaimed that this year's Quidditch Cup would undoubtedly belong to Slytherin, and naturally, the House Cup would follow suit, just as it had in previous years. Pansy further mocked Harry's loneliness and Ron's impoverishment, inciting both boys to retaliate with jibes about Pansy's foolishness and unattractiveness. Had it not been for the professor standing nearby, the task of cleaning the classroom might have devolved into a plea for house elves to restore order. Were Anthony not the enforcer of discipline, he would have remarked that tonight's detention was rather entertaining. Pansy's rag inadvertently fell atop Ron's head, while Harry, in the process of disposing of dirty mop water, accidentally drenched Pansy's socks. Ron, while sweeping, inadvertently knocked over a table, and in his flustered attempt to right it, clumsily dropped his broom, which fortuitously struck Pansy. However, Harry appeared to possess a certain finesse with domestic tasks. As Ron was compelled to re-sweep the dust stuck to the floor due to the spilled water, Harry skillfully took over the broom, deftly pushing the debris to a dry spot, his movements so practiced they seemed as if he had rehearsed them countless times. As Anthony announced that there were only 30 minutes remaining, the 3 individuals silently intensified their efforts. From the outset, he had assigned them specific tasks. Pansy was to wipe the blackboard and windowsills, Ron was to sweep the floor, and Harry was to mop. Each was determined to avoid any mishaps in their respective duties, and thus refrained from interrupting one another, focusing solely on the troubles at hand. To be honest, there was little that warranted cleaning, yet the house elves had executed their tasks exceptionally well. However, following a chaotic skirmish with cleaning tools, the classroom was now littered with broken chalk, splintered broom bristles, and mop cloths that had somehow detached from their handles. The dust that once lay on the floor had found its way onto the blackboard, and the dried leaves from the windowsill had tumbled to the ground. What surprised Anthony was that, half an hour later, the classroom appeared pristine once more, as if the trio had never been there. The students' potential was astonishing, demonstrating a remarkable degree of cooperation. When Pansy's rag fell to the floor, Harry even assisted her in retrieving it. Subsequently, while Ron was sweeping, Pansy silently stepped aside, ensuring that her waterlogged shoes, which squelched with every step, did not obstruct his path. Unable to find fault, he informed the 3 that they had completed their work and could return to the dormitory. Harry and Ron departed with relaxed expressions, while Pansy trailed behind, sullenly aware that she was to remain in detention the following week. Before long, Saturday arrived. The Quidditch pitch was teeming with spectators, the sun hanging high in the sky. The match had been scheduled for the afternoon to accommodate Dumbledore's attendance. Anthony sat beside Professor Flitwick. The Ravenclaw students were far less enthusiastic about Quidditch than their Gryffindor counterparts. Today, their house had no match, leaving many to remain in the castle, preoccupied with their own affairs, awaiting the results to tally the scores. He had assumed that Slytherin would be similarly indifferent, yet the stands were filled with numerous Slytherin students, as they typically preferred not to sit alongside those from other houses. This group, adorned with various silver and green embellishments, was easily identifiable in their overt desire for Gryffindor's defeat, even going so far as to support Hufflepuff. "Wait, is that Snape?" Anthony inquired, pointing towards the figure holding a broomstick beside Madame Hooch. "Indeed, he will officiate today's match," Professor Flitwick confirmed. From his tone, It seemed that Hufflepuff was assured of victory today. Anthony surmised that he would once again be deprived of witnessing a fair Quidditch match, which was rather detrimental to his understanding of the sport. He glanced around, realizing that many were not there to witness the game, but rather to partake in the spectacle. Snape blows the whistle. Professor Snape, the match begins. Lee Jordan's voice echoed. Hufflepuff seized the quaffle first, sprinting down the pitch, skillfully evading interceptors, a truly spectacular display. The Weasley twins executed a strategic maneuver, regaining control of the ball, which now rested in the hands of Elias Spinnet. Well done, the fresh talent of the Gryffindor team. Wait, why did the referee blow the whistle? Snape signaled a foul by Gryffindor, awarding Hufflepuff a penalty shot. Wood glared furiously at Snape, raising his hand to signal the players to obey the referee. 2 minutes later, Snape unreasonably awarded a penalty to Hufflepuff. Even the Hufflepuff students looked somewhat displeased. Anthony overheard their murmurs. What is this? Completely unfair. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team cast a scrutinizing glance at Wood, who took a deep breath and nodded in response, prompting him to maintain a stern demeanor as he instructed his players to shoot. Slytherin, however, appeared jubilant, as if they were the ones favored without cause. If it weren't for the yellow jerseys worn by the players on the field, Anthony might have thought he was watching the third match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, soared above the pitch. Anthony divided his attention, reassured by Dumbledore's presence, believing that if Potter's broom were to suddenly act out, the headmaster would intervene with a much better approach than he could. Yet, he could not suppress his desire to monitor the unfolding action. Suddenly, Harry leaned down, and his broom shot forward with remarkable speed, resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky. Anthony was startled and immediately stood up, but Gryffindor's seeker maintained steady control of the broom, lips pressed together, green eyes shining with determination as he sped towards Snape. Surely, he wouldn't strike the referee? The smallest player on the field caught the golden snitch and held it aloft. The stadium erupted in cheers. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and even Hufflepuff applauded. The Hufflepuff captain circled in the air, joyfully descending on his broom, giving Wood a thumbs up amidst the excited shouts. Chapter 35, The Spectre Hen and the Phoenix. Amidst the applause, whistles, and cheers, Anthony noticed Dumbledore smiling with satisfaction. The young seeker was surrounded by his teammates and friends, proudly raising the golden snitch and grinning widely. The fluttering little golden trinket remained perfectly still in his grasp. Snape slowly descended, spitting contemptuously at the ground. Dumbledore stood up and walked towards the stands. Anthony struggled to navigate through the celebrating crowd, passing by the gloomy Slytherins. Headmaster, wait a moment. Dumbledore turned, slightly surprised. Henry? What is it? I would like to know if you have any time lately. I need your assistance. Anthony caught up with Dumbledore and walked with him back to the castle, needing Dumbledore's wisdom to investigate the relocation of the Spectre Hens. I sent you a letter, but received no response. Dumbledore replied, I apologize. It must have been incinerated by Fawkes. The Ministry and the Board of Governors sent some letters that angered him, and before I realized it, he had already set the fireplace ablaze for me. I hope this hasn't caused you too much trouble, Professor. Not at all, Dumbledore said, a glint of joy sparkling in his eyes. No one has mentioned those letters. I still do not know what they contained. But truly important matters, such as you, Henry, will present themselves before me. He glanced at the sky, and unless you wish to invite me to a seaside retreat, we may proceed to the office now. I still have at least 2 hours of leisure time. I hope you do not mind if I indulge in afternoon tea while conversing with you? You do not mind? Splendid. A few minutes later, Anthony was already seated in the comfortable chair of Dumbledore's office. He cradled a cup of unadulterated black tea, watching as Dumbledore dropped a slice of lemon into the cup and added 7 teaspoons of honey, the small spoon clinking melodiously against the cup's rim. Fawkes perched atop the office cabinet, preening his feathers, his beauty rendering Anthony momentarily dizzy. Let us discuss the letter that Fawkes incinerated, Dumbledore suggested, pushing a plate of biscuits toward him. What can I do for you, Henry? Well, I have a pet, Anthony replied, dipping a biscuit into his tea. The biscuit emitted a familiar aroma, undoubtedly a Christmas gift from Professor Sprout to Dumbledore. I noticed, Dumbledore said gently. It seems indistinguishable from an actual cat. What troubles you? Anthony shook his head. Not a cat. To be precise, I have 2 pets. Besides the cat, I also keep a chicken. Ah, a splendid choice, Dumbledore remarked. If it weren't for Fawkes, I would covet a chicken myself. Fawkes lifted his head from his feathers, emitting a soft call. But it is a spectral chicken, Anthony continued. It can fly, cluck, tilt its head at people, and is superior to a living chicken as it requires no sustenance and does not shed feathers. The only drawback is that it cannot leave its summoning place and is transparent. Dumbledore pondered. I see you wish to bring it here, do you not? Yes, Anthony replied. On the other hand, I believe disguising a spectral being could also be an intriguing subject for you. Do you recall the topic of resurrection? Specters and souls are quite similar, though not entirely the same. If one seeks to resurrect, they might desire to create a corporeal form of their own. And that is precisely what I intend to accomplish for the chicken. He opened his notebook, presenting it to Dumbledore. On the left side were ideas regarding resurrection, and on the right, a disguise plan for the spectral chicken. Amidst a myriad of colorful notes, a direct suggestion to create one was hastily scribbled in deep blue ink, connected by an arrow that traversed the entire page, linking the two subjects. I have conducted extensive research. There are numerous studies concerning souls, yet scant information on corporeal forms. Anthony gestured to his notes. Retrieving the soul from death is merely the first step. To truly resurrect, a body is indispensable. People seem to stumble at this initial hurdle, neglecting to contemplate what to do once the soul has returned. I found no suitable texts in the library, hence 3 lines on the notebook were underscored. Soul, body, pieced together. Dumbledore set down his teacup, gazing at Anthony through his crescent-shaped glasses. You do comprehend the implications of your words, do you not? You are not merely suggesting the theft of souls from the clutches of death, Henry. Now you seek to encompass the very essence of life itself. Anthony pondered for a moment. No, I had not considered that. I simply wish to create a chicken. I cannot use a real one due to issues like rejection. And the wraiths are not authentic souls. Wraiths are not authentic souls. Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. No, Anthony affirmed, they are not chickens that once existed in reality, but rather a spectral embodiment formed by the collective essence of chickens that once inhabited the community. Perhaps one chicken yearned for a splendid red comb. Another desired a majestic tail, and yet another wished to soar. Ultimately, they all aspired to be vibrant, living chickens, and thus my pet was born. So, from this perspective, I am not usurping souls from death. He concluded, rather than saying I have a chicken, it would be more accurate to say I nurture the collective desire of a multitude of chickens. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Fascinating. I find myself curious about the wishes I shall leave behind after my demise. He sighed. But please do not dismiss the warning of an old man, Henry. As far as I know, the corporeal realm is no less complex than the soul, and life is as miserly as death. It seems I am the fortunate one. Anthony remarked, for death has been rather generous to me. At times, excessively so, Dumbledore murmured. Indeed, you are. Then, if I desire life to be as generous to me, would that be considered greedy? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly. Ah, greed. Few can escape its curse, especially when it comes to matters of life and death. I must remain honest. Henry, I am not particularly optimistic about your relationship with life. However, I shall always welcome the next miracle. Although he had an inkling, Anthony was still somewhat taken aback by Dumbledore's certainty. His bewilderment must have manifested on his face, for Dumbledore chuckled. The headmaster gestured to the magnificent bird perched above. The phoenix, Henry, embodies pure life. I am exceedingly pleased that you hold such affection for Fawkes, even if he does not reciprocate your feelings. Anthony sighed wistfully. You need not speak so harshly. He genuinely admired the phoenix. Had he not already possessed a wraith chicken, he would have truly desired one for himself. Chapter 70. Death, Hope, and the Unfortunate. The aroma of red tea and biscuits wafted through the headmaster's office. Under Fawkes' watchful gaze, Dumbledore informed Anthony that the magic of creating flesh still belonged to the realm of dark arts, and it was a rather obscure branch at that. He provided Anthony with several key terms and urged him to exercise utmost caution. I am willing to trust you, Henry, but please do not venture too far down that beautifully treacherous path. Dumbledore sighed. For, as far as I know, it is also a road from which one finds it difficult to turn back. The fervor for life and the dread of death often blur for me. Perhaps upon reaching the end, one might discover that they are merely 2 adjacent paths in the woods, leading to the same lake. It is not beyond possibility. Anthony recalled the silent, dark river that flowed perpetually through his dreams, and he found himself curious about its destination, having never witnessed it before. Dumbledore inquired, I beg your pardon for my audacity, Henry. This is merely a sudden curiosity. You are under no obligation to describe what death is like. Anthony paused for a moment. On the vast cabinet, Fawkes had ceased preening his feathers and turned to gaze at him. Outside, the mountains lay blanketed in ice and snow, as if they would never thaw. An owl hurriedly swooped in from afar, carrying a letter from an unknown sender. Couples strolled hand in hand by the Black Lake, their faces, ears, and noses flushed from the biting cold. Jubilant students celebrated Gryffindor's victory, leaping across the still damp ground. Filch stood watch at the door, scrutinizing everyone's shoes with a malevolent gaze, oblivious to the fact that Peeves had suspended a shoe above his head. Do you truly wish to hear me speak of death, Professor? The undead sorcerer, returned from the grave, posed the question. Even the silver instrument in the headmaster's office, which perpetually emitted a soft hum, fell silent at that moment, its smoke hesitating in midair. Time seemed distorted, for death is inherently detached from the passage of time. No. Dumbledore replied, No, I apologize. It is not that I am unwilling to discuss it. Anthony responded, I am merely confirming whether you genuinely desire to hear. Dumbledore removed his glasses from his crooked nose and polished them carefully. He stated firmly, No, do not unwrap gifts before Christmas, nor blow out candles before a birthday. You are correct, Henry. Thank you. It's nothing, for curiosity is a trait of humanity, Anthony remarked. He, too, had felt such curiosity before his own demise. In truth, Dumbledore's ability to swiftly and resolutely reject this temptation exceeded Anthony's expectations. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Let me hold on to this curiosity until the answer finds me. I hope it proves satisfactory." "I cannot guarantee that," Anthony chuckled, "but what I can share with you is that death is not the end of everything." Dumbledore replied, "That is sufficient, Henry, that is enough." His voice trembled slightly, and his blue eyes glistened with an unusual moisture, filling Anthony with hope. Anthony stood in the corridor, somewhat perplexed, clutching a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dumbledore, like the most benevolent of elders welcoming a child, enumerated a lengthy list of snacks, attempting to fill Anthony's pockets to the brim, ultimately resulting in Anthony inexplicably acquiring the bag of beans rumored to be Dumbledore's least favorite flavor. "I am perpetually unfortunate," Dumbledore lamented, "for I can never obtain the flavors I desire. I have always wished to converse with the manufacturers. They are far too unkind to those whom fate toys with." Anthony had initially approached this with skepticism until he popped a mint-flavored bean into his mouth. Witnessing Dumbledore consume a soap-flavored one, they had both been convinced that the pink, fragrant bean was strawberry-flavored. Thomas from Gryffindor spotted Professor Anthony and greeted him. "Professor Anthony, did you attend the match today?" Ever since Anthony had interrupted the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin with the flying charm and a large bedspread, many had been speculating that Madame Hooch would soon challenge him to a wizard duel, or that he would one day be banned from stepping foot on the Quidditch pitch. "Yes, I did. Potter played splendidly," Anthony replied with a smile. "Would you care for a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, Mr. Thomas? Consider it a celebration." "Of course," Thomas exclaimed joyfully, reaching into the bag for a bean. "Ah, strawberry." By the time Anthony returned to the corridor of his office, he had already distributed nearly half a bag of the beans. He had always believed in the delightful essence of snacks lay in sharing joy. His students seemed accustomed to him producing various treats, naturally reaching into the bag for a few beans whenever he inquired. As he walked along, Anthony had passed 2 pepper-flavored beans, 3 chocolate, 3 curry, for mustard, and an indeterminate number of spinach and orange-flavored ones. Before opening his office door, he paused and knocked on Professor Quirrell's office door. Amidst a flurry of clattering and shuffling, the door was eventually cracked open just a smidge. Through the narrow opening, Professor Quirrell stammered, "Anthony, Professor?" Anthony opened the bag and shook the colorful Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Care for one, Professor Quirrell? Let it be a celebration of Gryffindor's victory." He recalled that during the last match against Slytherin, Quirrell had also supported Gryffindor. "Very well," Quirrell said, extending a pale hand through the crack, trembling as he selected a bean. "Did you watch today's match, Professor Quirrell?" He couldn't recall seeing Quirrell in the stands. But then again, he hadn't been particularly concerned with which professors were present. "I did not attend," Quirrell replied. "Well, Gryffindor played exceptionally well today." "I begin to understand why Hagrid remarked that Potter flew wonderfully," Anthony said, "and the sun was quite pleasant today." He had always felt that their office corridor was in dire need of sunlight. One in-housed the ghostly lavatory, while the other contained the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, adorned with nothing but white garlic, and the office of the ghostly wizard and skeletal cat. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor pinched a dark green bean, which Anthony had to admit did not appear appetizing, and then he began to cough violently. "What's the matter?" Anthony asked, somewhat amused. "Mustard?" Not, cough, cough, it's vomit," Quirrell managed to say through his coughing fit. Anthony confirmed that Dumbledore was not the one fated to be the universe's favorite target for misfortune. He had found someone even more unfortunate. Chapter 50, The Deceased Charles and the Joyful Bubble Beans. Following Dumbledore's suggestion, Anthony discovered numerous dark spells for shaping flesh within the library. They are far more malevolent than he had ever imagined. Initially, he believed that he merely needed to extract essence from a few dead chickens, much like mending the skeletal structure of a skeleton cat, and subsequently piece them together to conjure a chicken magically bound by sorcery. However, Dumbledore was indeed correct. The corporeal form is exceedingly intricate. Amidst his exploration of flesh and blood magic, Anthony received a multitude of consent letters from parents regarding the practical activities. Mr. Weasley even volunteered to inquire whether he needed assistance with transportation, mentioning that he still had several days of annual leave remaining. Considering the innocently dismantled engine, Anthony graciously declined his kind offer. Nevertheless, several students' parents, prioritizing safety and expenses, declined the invitation to participate in the activities. Anthony had to console the disheartened students by assuring them that there would be opportunities next year, and at least they could enjoy a break, while others embarked on practical excursions this year. The letter that brought him the most joy was from a parent of a third-year Gryffindor. Her daughter had visited her Muggle-born roommate during Christmas and returned exuberantly relaying to her mother that Muggles are, quite like professors, merely individuals employing a different kind of magic. Although this mother did not fully comprehend what electricity entailed, she nonetheless transcribed her daughter's words verbatim in her letter. expressing gratitude to Anthony for allowing her child to enjoy her time at her roommate's home. Anthony carefully tucked this letter into his lesson plan, which had grown considerably thick. It now contained not only lessons prepared for 4 classes, but also intriguing insights on Muggle studies, assessment results, schedules for practical activities, communication progress with contacts, and his own timetable. Nowadays, apart from Tracy's detention, his schedule was primarily filled with classes and research. Tracy's detention was initially set for Tuesday evening, coinciding with Pansy Parkinson's final night of confinement. After Pansy, along with Harry and Ron, had tidied up the classroom, Anthony believed he could arrange for her to collaborate with Tracy on some light, yet cooperative tasks. However, upon receiving his notification, Tracy promptly wrote a note, regretfully informing him that she had astronomy class that very Tuesday evening. Thus, Anthony agreed to reschedule. During Monday's detention, he conversed with Pansy for an extended period. A week of confinement provided ample opportunity for him to understand the girl better, skillfully sidestepping topics she was reluctant to address, which in turn made Pansy more willing to engage in conversation with him. She genuinely required someone to talk to, and Anthony was an excellent candidate. Whatever she expressed, Anthony would provide a response. Unless she uttered exceedingly offensive language, he rarely admonished her. Moreover, he was an adult, indeed, a professor, which held significant importance for an 11-year-old child. When she spoke of her family's reputation and the honor of Slytherin, the peculiar glint in her eyes caused Anthony some concern. On the other hand, as a beneficiary of this system, she bore pressures that were not typical for her age in order to uphold a set of rules applicable to both the academy and society. Upon seeing Anthony's cat, Pansy wistfully remarked, "You know, I once had a pet. It is not Matilda. Matilda is my mother's owl, merely borrowed to deliver messages. I once owned a dog." This revelation greatly astonished Anthony. Based on his rudimentary understanding of Slytherin, the selection of pets they might consider would likely include cats or owls, of course, snakes, which are rather rare yet conceivable, toads or lizards, at least uniform in style, but certainly not a panting dog. It was akin to adding a steaming sausage to a salad. I had a lion dog. The pansy gestured, indicating its size, with golden fur, and I named him Charles. Eventually, my father discovered him. Even though he was aware of the story's trajectory, Anthony still inquired. "And then?" "Charles died," Pansy replied. "I had the house elf feed him twice daily, but that wretched creature informed my father. Charles perished. I suspect they simply threw him to his death, or something similarly grim." She swung her legs on the chair, her tone remarkably placid. "I am deeply sorry. I hope your father has provided an explanation for this." Pansy shook her head. She appeared somewhat aggrieved, resembling a disheartened lion dog. Anthony remarked, "I hope you at least received some form of compensation." "Oh, I beheaded that traitorous creature," Pansy stated, "though I can no longer recall its name. It shall never adorn my walls." Tracy's confinement was rescheduled to this Friday, for prior to that, Anthony was to assist Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. She required an aide to swiftly open a batch of late-maturing bubble bean pods and store the beans properly, offering a handsome reward of 2 boxes of cookies for the task. "You are exceedingly kind, Henry," Professor Sprout said, wiping the sweat from her brow, cheerfully. When Anthony arrived, she was busy clearing a large bag of dragon dung to make space for the storage of the bubble beans. He hurried to lend a hand. Perhaps due to its origin from dragons, this premium fertilizer was resistant to levitation spells, as even the gentlest wand movements could send it soaring to the ceiling, and attempting to confine it in a barrel would render it ineffective. Anthony shook his head. "No need to thank me. I truly enjoy visiting the greenhouse." He was not lying. Even amidst the gloomy rainy season at the transition of winter to spring, the greenhouse radiated warmth and brightness. The sunlight, conjured by magic, sparkled on the glass as climbing plants boldly reached for that enchanted sun. Forever in a realm of spring, the students' projects swayed with vibrant green leaves. Behind him, Professor Sprout, somewhat exasperated, prepared magical roses for a few students in love or ready to confess their feelings as Valentine's Day approached. As she rhythmically tossed the pods onto the wooden tray beside Anthony, she engaged him in conversation. "We haven't seen you around the common room in a while. Phileas mentioned you've been nearly as busy as Minerva." She added, "Oh, be careful with that. It was already split." Anthony carefully pried open the pod along its seam, placing the glimmering beans into the bucket. "You know, I am genuinely curious how they managed to confine so many individuals at once. Just dealing with Potter, Weasley, and Parkinson has drained quite a bit of my energy." Professor Sprout inquired, "Did you really confine all 3 of them together?" Her tone conveyed a hint of admiration. "Did you not know?" Anthony asked, astonished. If Dumbledore was privy to all that transpired within the school, then Professor Sprout was even more informed. She was aware of events that had never occurred. "I thought it was a fabrication," she replied, "as several individuals claimed you had them holding hands in a circle dance." "Wait, did you truly make them dance?" Anthony shook his head. "No, but it sounds like a rather amusing idea. Please extend my gratitude to your student, Pomona." "I shall," she responded cheerfully. "Here, this one is smaller. If you cannot peel it, Do not fret. So, you have concluded with Parkinson's detention, leaving you entirely free? Not quite. For this Friday, there remains Miss Davis's detention. What of it? Anthony noticed Professor Sprout nodding thoughtfully. Professor Sprout remarked, well, you should be available next Monday then. We have a celebration event. Do not inquire about the nature of the celebration, Henry. It is a secret, but you are the main character. I have said enough. Anthony reflected on his schedule. Apart from a class in the afternoon, he had no other commitments. Splendid. Chapter 72, Davis's detention. By the way, you mentioned Miss Davis? Professor Sprout asked, gently placing a large pod into the tray. Anthony deftly extracted the beans along the crack. Indeed, a second-year Slytherin, Roger Davis's sister. What of it? Professor Sprout hesitated before saying, I am uncertain. There is something unsettling about that girl. I suspect she may not be well-liked by her peers. Often left out during group activities, which is why I frequently cultivate herbs with her. And I have noticed she perpetually carries the scent of potions, not the kind that lingers from brewing, but rather that of prolonged usage. You see, as an herbologist, I often collaborate with potion makers, and I am slightly concerned she may be consuming them excessively. However, Poppy claims otherwise. I also inquired with Davis, and she insisted I must have misinterpreted the smell, as she had just exited the potions classroom. Anthony expressed his astonishment. Addicted to drugs? Professor Sprout was equally startled. No, it is not that severe. Potions are far superior to Muggle substances. I merely sense she may be in continual need of healing drafts. Perhaps due to chronic insomnia or poor health. I cannot ascertain. She shook her head. Perhaps I am misjudging her, which would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. As Tracy's herbology grades had always been commendable and her performance in class exemplary, Professor Sprout had never assigned her detention, thus limiting their opportunities for private discourse. I will keep a watchful eye, Anthony assured, feeding the pod shells to the eagerly reaching magical Venus flytrap. Friday dawned once again under a shroud of gray skies. The persistent drizzle infused the corners of the castle with the scent of moss, while the chill seeped into the very marrow of one's bones, leaving only the crackling flames of the fireplace to provide warmth and dryness to the surroundings. Anthony hung his coat beside the hearth, adjusting a chair to an appropriate size. Sit, Davis. Bubble pods? Tracy inquired, glancing curiously at the table. Indeed, we have been collecting these recently, Anthony replied, gesturing for her to place her scarf and gloves by the fireplace. This is the last batch, so I would appreciate your assistance in peeling them. He had deliberately prevented Professor Sprout from aiding in the task after the pod collection earlier that afternoon, reserving this particular endeavor for the evening's detention. Despite Professor Sprout mentioning that this was part of the third-year herbology curriculum, Anthony was not surprised that Tracy recognized them. Tracy nodded, adeptly rolling up her sleeves and taking a seat. Yes, Professor. Anthony studied her intently, reassured by his own perceptiveness as a necromancer. Fortunately, he sensed no grievous wounds upon her. The good news was that she was at least free from injuries that would be difficult to heal. However, the dark circles under her eyes accentuated her pallor, lending her an air of fatigue and disorientation. Be careful not to let them fall to the ground. Though I assume you don't require much reminding. Tracy silently commenced peeling a pod, delicately pouring the beans into a bucket. The shiny little orbs tumbled with a soft clatter to the bottom of the wooden vessel. Very good, Anthony remarked, pulling out a chair to sit opposite her. He opened a pod himself, explaining, tonight's detention revolves around these pods. Once we finish, you may return to your dormitory. He noticed her movements quickening slightly. How has your week been? Anthony asked, moving the filled bucket aside and replacing it with an empty one. Tracy pondered for a moment before responding, quite well, thank you. And you? Excellent, Anthony replied. Following the conclusion of Pansy's detention, he found himself with ample evening hours for research and lesson preparation. His discussions and labor in the greenhouse with Professor Sprout had uplifted his spirits. Hagrid had sent him a few unicorn tail hairs as compensation for the absence of unicorn sightings during his visits. Mr. Weasley, after his defeat in the driver election, had been diligently writing to inquire about Anthony's schedule, seemingly eager for a chance encounter with the students. Tracy smiled. That's wonderful. She added, thank you for allowing me to observe the meteor shower last time. Anthony scrutinized the beans in his hand. It was nothing, truly no need for gratitude. Were there any stars in Tuesday's astronomy class? He queried, holding one up to the light before discarding it into the refuse pile. Not at all, Tracy replied. It was still overcast, and we merely memorized another set of star charts. What a stroke of misfortune, Anthony lamented. Half jokingly, he asked, have there been any more nocturnal escapades? Miss Davis? Given the density of her dark circles, he suspected the truthful answer might be affirmative, even though he did not expect an honest reply. Surprisingly, Tracy hesitated for a brief moment before responding, no, Professor Anthony. Anthony exclaimed in surprise, that hardly sounds like a resolute no, Davis. Where have you been wandering off to at night? A fleeting smile danced on the corners of Tracy's lips before she replied firmly, no, Professor. Anthony shook his head. Very well, I shall leave that inquiry to Mr. Felch. He examined the beans in the barrel and straightened up, saying, "Well done, Davis. You may return now." Her movements were quite brisk. It was still before curfew. Tracy retrieved her gloves and scarf from beside the hearth, wrapping herself up meticulously, and bid farewell to Anthony. "Thank you, Professor. I shall be on my way." Anthony nodded. "Off you go. Do not let me catch you again, Davis." He glanced at the time, then added, "All right. I'll escort you to the cellar. Based on the time I escorted Pansy, you should just about make it before curfew. Having a professor accompany you is always rather convenient." Tracy lowered her head, accepting his kindness. It seemed she was accustomed to taking a path to her dormitory that was markedly different from Pansy's. So Anthony accompanied her as they navigated the twists and turns of the staircases and corridors. She veered further off course, and gradually, the number of students they encountered diminished, distancing them from the cellar. "Do you usually take this route?" He could not help but inquire during their third ascent, considering their destination was underground. Tracy's exertion was quite extraordinary. Lost in thought, Tracy suddenly snapped back to reality, her face paling. "No, I took a wrong turn." Anthony regarded her thoughtfully, catching a faint whiff of potion. He surveyed the desolate corridor, recognizing the restroom door adorned with posters. It had once been the laboratory of the Weasley twins before they moved into their current abode. "What materials are these? How do we end up here?" Anthony asked. Tracy softly replied, "I apologize, Professor. I was distracted." She turned around and began descending the stairs. "I suppose I've been lacking in sleep lately." Anthony nodded calmly, following her. "Very well, Davis. I hope you can rest well tonight." The cellar was even chillier than elsewhere, with torches flickering weakly, casting intermittent shadows along the corridor. Their footsteps echoed against the walls, reverberating repeatedly. Anthony escorted Tracy to the entrance of her dormitory, watching as she spoke the password to enter before promptly retracing his steps back to the abandoned restroom. Had it not been for the Weasley twins showing him their neglected hideout when they handed over the Bezoar, he might not have known how to access this rusted door. He discovered a wire beneath the door crack and privately doubted whether Tracy would employ the twins' method of unlocking the door. After some effort, the door creaked open. Anthony stepped inside. The interior's arrangement had changed since the last time he had seen it. The air was thick with the scent of potions, and a meticulously cleaned cauldron rested beside the sink. The toilet, transformed into a shelf by the twin brothers, was neatly adorned with potion ingredients. The entire room sparkled with cleanliness, save for the toilet's handle, adorned with a rainbow wig and grinning broadly, retaining its signature Weasley charm. Since Anthony's arrival, the handle had been chattering incessantly. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Welcome to the splendid lavatory. I wish you a day as delightful as a urinal. If not, may you have a tomorrow as splendid as a toilet." Anthony shoved it aside into a disused toilet, where it gurgled contentedly before falling silent. Furrowing his brow, Anthony surveyed the array of potion ingredients before him. Bottles corked with peculiar stones reflecting an unusual sheen, crystal vials containing viscous liquids, neatly compartmentalized boxes housing scales of varying sizes, and dried herbs stored in breathable linen sacks exuding strange aromas. Jars contained powders of diverse textures and colors, while a dark brown glass bottle, shielded from light, harbored, well, remains. As Anthony and Neville had remarked, he was utterly ignorant of potions. It would be more reasonable to expect a Myrtle to emerge from the toilet to enlighten him than to deduce Miss Davis's endeavors from this assortment. Fortunately, there was a certain individual in the castle reputed to be a master of potions, though he had not been awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award from the British Advanced Potion-Making Society. Tracy happened to be a student of his. Upon tapping on the ominous black door, it swung open abruptly. Snape glared at him irritably. "I trust you have sufficient reason." "Anthony, I believe I do," Anthony replied, perhaps a bit uncertainly. "Very well, speak." Snape's impatience reverberated down the corridor, rendering the dungeon even more somber and silent. With a hint of apology, Anthony began, "It may take a bit of your time, but I require your assistance in identifying some potion ingredients. Unfortunately, not every professor spends their days idly sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter," Snape retorted, stepping aside to reveal his bubbling cauldron. "As you can see, I am a busy man. Assisting colleagues with their curiosities born of ignorance is not within my purview, especially when I must remain in my office." Anthony smiled. "However, this matter is not solely my curiosity. It pertains to the students as well." Noting Snape's impending refusal, he added, "As I mentioned last time, one cannot disregard the students. And the good news is, my memory is quite sharp." A handful of slender, spiny solids, black-tipped, approximately this long, encased in a glass vial. "Hedgehog quills," Snape replied. Frowning deeply, he stirred the peculiar contents of his cauldron 3 times clockwise, lowered the flame, and then turned around with a fierce demeanor. "What exactly do you wish to know, Anthony? A basic potion ingredient knowledge test?" "Not quite," Anthony pondered, withholding further details. Before revealing too much information to Snape, he was not prepared to disclose what Tracy was specifically engaged in. The teapot in the staff room bore witness. He possessed ample evidence that this man would promptly reject any involvement of others in Slytherin affairs once he learned what was transpiring. Anthony continued his inquiry. A stone, reflecting an extraordinary blue-white luminescence of such size. I find myself questioning why I should respond to you if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, Snape remarked, as the small hourglass on his desk chimed. He irritably waved his hand to silence it and began pouring some materials into the cauldron. Moonstone. Enhance your common knowledge, Anthony, and you will find it not so arduous. Anthony recalled that he was already familiar with the names of all the materials in Tracy's inventory. The next step was to combine and deduce what she was clandestinely brewing. Whatever it was, it should not exceed the scope of Hogwarts curriculum. After all, she was merely a second-year student, and the materials sounded relatively simple. I have no further questions. Thank you, he stated. Very well, Snape replied without lifting his head. Let me remind you that 2 of your previous answers were incorrect. You may discern which 2 on your own. What? You heard me, Anthony, Snape said. Enhance your common knowledge. The potion in the cauldron transformed into a beautiful blue hue as Snape tapped the rim of the pot with his wand, straightening with a sense of pride. Alternatively, tell me why you wish to know about these materials. An intriguing choice, Anthony. The materials you mentioned could yield some marvelous concoctions. Such as? Anthony inquired. Snape scoffed. Thank you, Anthony replied without hesitation, pulling open the door to depart. For Merlin's sake, whom are you concealing things from? Snape exclaimed, his expression a blend of disdain and scorn, indicating that such basic materials could not produce anything remarkable. A Slytherin student, is it? He sighed wearily. I still believe I am the head of the house, Anthony. Anthony interpreted this as a subtle indication of his continued concern for his students. Chapter 74. What is this potion? At least from Snape's previous answers, regardless of any errors, Anthony could discern that these materials did not involve any perilous dark magic. He conceded, how do you determine that? By the method of preservation. Of course, you cannot comprehend it. Regarding Slytherin, Snape was evidently attentive to many details. Which student was engaging in what after-school tutoring, becoming a subject of diligent study for the Muggle Studies professor? Anthony replied, names exchanged for names, Snape. Tell me what this potion is, and I shall reveal to you who is behind it. I do not expect you to grasp the intricate significance of the ratios. But even you must understand that a mere list of materials cannot ascertain the specific nature of a potion, can it? Snape hissed, tell me who it is, Anthony. Then I shall provide a possible list of potions, Anthony insisted, and then I will give you a name, I assure you. You assure me? Why do you not speak your name first? Snape inquired coldly. Anthony's gaze swept between himself and Snape, shrugging slightly to suggest a comparison of their respective reputations. Snape's expression darkened further. He icily remarked, if you were aware of the labor behind such a simple permutation. Anthony refrained from providing a direct response, opting instead to produce an empty glass vial. In truth, I have preserved a portion of the residual scent. However, upon discovering that Snape was brewing potions, he abandoned this notion, for he had no expectation that Snape could discern its nature amidst the aroma of potions wafting through the office. Snape seized the small vial, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply beneath his aquiline nose, revealing a look of satisfaction. A calming agent. A calming agent? The alleviation of anxiety and similar matters has disappointed you. Entirely permissible, Anthony. Anthony furrowed his brow. Does Tracy truly require such a substance to maintain her stability? The name, Snape reminded him, though he appeared less concerned. He utilized a long silver spoon to transfer the potion into a crystal vial, scrutinizing it in the candlelight. Tracy Davis, I believe she has been struggling of late. It seems she is brewing her own potions. Might you pay a bit more attention? He shook his head in exasperation. Your house is exceedingly troublesome. Davis may require assistance. Snape turned his head, raising an eyebrow. I am unaware of what nonsense you are spouting. In my view, Miss Davis is managing quite well. Anthony, astonished, retorted. She is brewing potions to alleviate her anxiety, and you deem that managing well? Snape feigned surprise. What? Has she not found a method to address her emotional issues? That is not merely an emotional issue, Snape. If I may speak candidly, from the perspectives of society, family, or peers, many students in your house bear pressures that are not befitting their age. What is the matter with Davis? She is half-blood. She is undervalued at home, which even first-year purebloods can manage. Snape interrupted. Enough, Anthony. Do not pretend to understand Slytherin. I may not comprehend Slytherin, Anthony retorted defiantly, but I know this is perilous. Perilous? Snape replied with a smooth tone. I see no evidence of that, Professor Anthony. Everyone is alive and well. Is that not satisfactory? Anthony sighed. Yes, living is crucial. Yet we can strive for betterment. I hope they will still be alive in the future. To be explicit, if this trend continues, I fear your students will either commit suicide or become murderers. Forgive me, are you implying I am to blame? Snape inquired. Would you like to know the mortality rate of Slytherin prior to my tenure? Take a guess at the mortality rate since I became headmaster. My apologies for the harshness of my words, Anthony quickly responded. I merely believe I understand what a normal childhood should resemble. Snape narrowed his eyes, exuding a palpable confidence. Did he not? His lips scarcely moved as he spoke softly, word by word. You understand nothing. With a sudden motion, he slammed the crystal vial onto the table, his voice dripping with disdain. What constitutes a normal childhood? Is it a mother crooning lullabies to lull you to sleep? Or the fluttering of a toothed fairy? What do you imagine Hogwarts to be? Hogwarts is a school, the only institution of magic in all of Britain. Anthony interjected. Moreover, it is a boarding school. It accommodates children from 11 to 17 years of age, arguably the most pivotal period of one's development. If students cannot find sanctuary here, where else might they seek refuge? They would have to rely on themselves. Snape pronounced dangerously. You believe you are doing good, do you? Like a hen protecting her chicks? Let me tell you, Anthony, that approach will not suffice in Slytherin. We are predators. If you wish to avoid being devoured, it would be wise to adapt swiftly. I see no issues with Davis. Slowly, Anthony replied. I am curious if you truly believe that. Suddenly recalling something, he added, you visited Kevin's home, Kevin Jones, did you not? The new student at Hogwarts next year? Look at Kevin, Snape. That is a normal childhood. Snape visibly remembered whom he was referencing. He scoffed. That is not normal, Anthony. That is merely a fortunate childhood. Anthony furrowed his brow at him. For some reason, Snape's tone sounded tinged with a kind of hateful jealousy. Snape bitterly remarked, of course. For you, that seems normal. I can see it. Caring, attentive parents, am I right? They endeavor to support you in everything, and when faced with challenges, you simply throw a tantrum at home, and upon waking, all is resolved. How incredibly arrogant. Anthony, how incredibly arrogant. These words seemed to have been lodged in his throat for an eternity, as if he were expelling them with great effort. The viscous liquid in the nearby cauldron gurgled ominously on the low flame, having transformed into a foreboding blend of deep blue and purple hues. Snape cursed under his breath, roughly tapping the cauldron and emptying its contents. Anthony fell silent. Even if his experience differed from Snape's assumptions, he genuinely believed his childhood was a happy one. Despite the early loss of his parents, his grandparents had done their utmost. He had no reason to doubt the happiness he felt. In an aside, an empty grave lay before him. Mr. Wright considered himself the happiest man in the world. He had always believed this. Of course, his happiness had its source. He was a good man. Even with a newspaper subscription at home, he would still call upon the unfortunate newsboys he encountered on the street to procure another copy. Each week, he attended church, never missing a prayer before meals, and knelt beside his bed at night, not only for himself, but also for his beloved wife, his cherished sons and daughters, and for the countless souls still suffering in the world. Not that he truly knew who these people were. He was also eager to assist those in his community. Certainly, this bears some relation to his profession, yet it is undeniable that no one is better suited for this role than he. Regardless of any incident that befalls a household, he is invariably among the first to be informed. Alas, in this indifferent world, individuals as warm-hearted as he are indeed a rarity. My dear, you cannot fathom the day I have endured. His wife removed his coat as he settled into the sofa, exhaling heavily. What is it? Mrs. Light inquired half-heartedly, her gaze fixed on a loose thread in his suit. Do you remember that lad named Henry? The one who lives at the end of the street. Henry Anthony, right? The bookish fellow who previously resided with the Anthonys? He has distinguished himself, Mr. Light proclaimed with enthusiasm. He rescued the daughter of a nobleman from drowning, and they dispatched a carriage to bring him back. A carriage, no less. I also received notice that the nobleman has allocated a substantial sum for a proper burial. Burial? Mrs. Light exclaimed, lifting her head in alarm. You aren't suggesting he is dead, are you? Mr. Light reveled in the reaction his tale elicited, nodding with pride. Indeed. Thus our community has produced a heroic savior, gained a considerable fortune, and acquired an additional vacant house. I must say, Henry has finally done something commendable. His wife shot him a reproachful glance. Shoo, we ought to mourn for that young man. Yet a smile adorned her face. I suppose you've had a busy day? Of course, Mr. Light replied. If only we could have some braised lamb tonight, my dear. I believe I can already smell it. Oh, indeed. You are such an angel. Where are our little ones? They are upstairs. I shall go fetch them, Mrs. Light said, kissing Mr. Light's cheek before ascending to call their son and daughter. Mr. Light positioned himself at the dining table, thoroughly satisfied. Following the nobleman's directives, they arranged for the finest casket for Anthony and orchestrated a grand funeral. The young man likely had 2 or 3 friends who attended in sorrow. They lamented not having been in touch with Henry for a long time, yet the news of his passing was still shocking. Furthermore, 5 or 6 acquaintances attended, all of whom claimed to be busy but, upon learning that he perished while saving the nobleman's daughter, suddenly transformed into devoted friends who would make time for the funeral regardless of their prior commitments. Disappointingly, the nobleman himself did not attend. Such a beautiful casket adorned with flowers, and in this weather, finding enough blooms to cover the ground would require considerable effort. It was lovely enough to serve as a wedding venue, were it not for the grand wooden box at the back. which was a coffin rather than a mosaic window of the church. Even the priest was readily available. Mr. Light gazed regretfully at the wasted decorations. Nevertheless, from this moment forward, a hero now rests in this graveyard. It is always a blessing to have a hero, regardless of the place. Tending to gravestones and tidying up the cemetery requires those glimmering trinkets or paper artifacts, and the passing of numerous departed souls offers ample justification for such endeavors. Mr. Wright pondered this slowly. The priest continued to murmur his prayers, but, oh no, Mr. Wright was indeed a devout believer. He traced a cross upon his chest and bowed his head in sorrow. Mr. Wright was a man of considerable busyness, with every task falling upon his shoulders. Without him, people would scarcely know how to navigate their lives. I believe we should organize an event, Mr. Wright declared. An event, sir? Mr. Wright nodded. Yes, it's a rare holiday. And as the weather warms, both men and women will yearn to gather together. What splendid days these are. This is the plan drafted by my nephew. Take a look. He contentedly stroked his little mustache, which he had just meticulously groomed that morning. It was rather disheartening that no one seemed to notice how splendidly refined it looked. Certainly. However, there is a minor issue, sir. We require funding. Funding? He furrowed his brow. Is the budget insufficient? He examined the plan as he flipped through the pages, clicking his tongue. Ah, the youth. They always aspire for perfection. Why not eliminate the tables and chairs? Wouldn't a stroll in nature be far better than sitting endlessly? And here, why rent a venue? I believe our cemetery to the west would suffice. With a flourish, he noted down the changes in his notebook. Mr. Wright nodded in satisfaction. That resolved the issue. He had always been adept at problem solving. Without individuals like him, the world would surely descend into chaos. It was indeed a rare and splendid day. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the early spring sun generously bathed the surroundings in warmth. While the cemetery's lawns were impeccably manicured, Mrs. Wright, dressed in the pale yellow dress she wore when she first met Mr. Wright, strolled arm in arm with him through the woods bordering the cemetery, her 3 picnic baskets filled to the brim. Be a good child, don't run around, she called. Come, darling, hold your mother's hand. Good child, take care of your sister. Mr. Wright led his family, as he did every day, enveloped in happiness. Whenever someone greeted him with envy and respect, he would modestly nod in acknowledgement. How splendidly he had organized this gathering. His wife was exceptionally beautiful, and his children were remarkably well behaved. This is a lovely spot, Mrs. Wright said, selecting a clearing to spread out a red and white checkered picnic blanket. The washed fruits sparkled in the sunlight. Dear, I'm going to step out for a smoke, Mr. Wright said, observing his busy wife. Mrs. Wright sighed and smiled. Go ahead. Mr. Wright. I love you too, Mrs. Wright. He feigned solemnity, bowing slightly and exaggeratedly bestowing a kiss upon her hand, which elicited a fit of giggles from her before he stepped out of the woods. He shook out his cigarette, but did not light it. He merely wished to step outside, take a look at how his organized event was unfolding, and admire the fruits of his labor. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Everywhere one looks, people are gathered for a picnic, yet there stands a young man with a furrowed brow. Mr. Wright does not coerce anyone into participating. He merely offers suggestions, which, it must be said, are invariably astute. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the discontented crowd. For instance, there was a couple embroiled in a heated argument, while their child wept inconsolably. Was there no one to attend to the little one? Why did they persist in their quarrel? The world surely needs benevolent individuals like Mr. Wright. He approached with an air of authority and inquired of the young boy. What troubles you? The boy cried out piercingly. I need to pee. Mom, I have to go. Then go. Mr. Wright frowned at the boy's lack of decorum. I can't find a restroom. He lamented. Frustrated, Mr. Wright waved his hand dismissively. Just find a place where no one can see you. The boy ceased his cries, scrambling away to a location out of Mr. Wright's sight. Meanwhile, his parents continued to bicker over the forgotten picnic blanket. Thankfully, Mrs. Wright was always meticulous in her preparations. Mr. Wright thought contentedly, distancing himself from the quarreling couple. The boy scurried about, desperately searching for a secluded spot. He had hoped to find a tree, but every patch of grass was occupied by families, ensuring he was always visible. Growing increasingly anxious, he pouted and glanced around, suddenly spotting a cluster of square and cross-shaped stones that seemed deserted. Elated, he dashed over, ready to relish a moment of joy. As he sang along with the sound of flowing water, he was startled to see one of the outer stones shift. How peculiar! Stones are not meant to move. Are they? It appeared as if the stone were attempting to leap forth, with the earth beneath it trembling. He hastily dressed and ran back, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, can stones move? His parents were still embroiled in their dispute, but his curiosity burned brightly within him. He sought answers from others and soon spotted the kind Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, he called as he approached. Mr. Wright took a deep breath. What is it, child? Can stones move? Of course not, Mr. Wright replied. If it were moving, it would be due to some external force. The boy pointed toward a distant graveyard, exclaiming, but there's a moving stone over there. Nonsense, Mr. Wright retorted. At that moment, the quarrelsome couple had ceased their bickering and began searching for their missing son. Go on, Mr. Wright said. Your parents are looking for you. The boy persisted with his query about the moving stone, directing his inquiries toward the appropriate person. Mr. Wright, yearning for a place to smoke, contemplated the cemetery as a fitting sanctuary, quiet and undisturbed. He made his way in that direction. The stone opened its eyes. Or rather, if we are to consider it a sentient being, it opened its eyes. He cannot be entirely referred to as a human. A more accurate description would be a corpse or a deceased individual. This body lies ensconced in a remarkably elegant coffin. Yet this is not the reason for its remarkably preserved state. As is commonly understood, regardless of the manner of death, it ultimately results in the return of molecules to molecules and atoms to atoms, dissolving into something that defies adequate description. The reason he still resembles a person can be attributed to three crucial factors. Firstly, he has not been cremated. Secondly, his death has not occurred long ago. And thirdly, there is indeed a touch of magic involved. All three factors are of paramount importance, though one may seem rather peculiar. Nonetheless, this is how it transpired. With a hint of magic at play, the corpse opened its eyes, intact, discovering itself beside a pile of dried flowers. He harbored no particular feelings for the withered blooms. Yet discomfort enveloped him. Had he retained the ability to frown, he would have done so. This sensation of constriction, what is it called? Restraint. This vessel was exceedingly restrictive. He craved more space, a larger expanse. Something was burning in his throat, not the throat of this vessel, but the true throat he possessed. He yearned for sustenance. Anything at all. He could sense many more corpses and bones nearby, yet he felt too famished to summon them to rise and vie for food. Something was swaying above him, accompanied by a dull, thudding vibration. The corpse fixated on the coffin lid. There was the sound of water in the distance. And then that object departed. Then, perhaps in the next moment or the next century, another entity approached. Larger, more fragrant. Like a long loaf of bread, he mused. Even though he had forgotten what that was. The corpse opened its mouth. It was merely an instinctual urge. The essence within the corpse sensed that the object should possess a delectable flavor. Moreover, its size was significant, for once consumed. He would have more space to engage in whatever he pleased, to stretch languidly, if he had a waist. But first, he needed to reach that enticing object. He had to escape, wherever that may lead him, as long as it was not here. He recalled that the world should be bright. With this singular thought, his world illuminated. Wood splintered, earth scattered, and the long loaf of bread sat on the ground, gazing at him in terror. Throughout this entire ordeal, Mr. Light could think of but one notion. He should not have skimped on that extra inch of wood thickness. He would gladly pay to add another layer of silver plating. The essence within the corpse turned its gaze toward the rotund man. The small mustache trembled violently. The man sat immobilized on the ground. Mouth agape yet failing to utter a sound, frozen in a comical pose as if caught mid-sneeze. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. One would be astonished at the volume of moisture contained within him. Judging by appearances alone, one might assume he should melt like butter on a hot skillet into a sizzling puddle of grease. However, the term we use to refer to the entity within the corpse is undeniably cumbersome. Let us call him Anthony, for that is the first name he can recall. Anthony is not concerned with the exterior shell. Within this glistening mass of buttery substance lies something fragrant and sweet, a deceptive sweetness, yet undeniably delightful. If Anthony still remembered the language of humanity, he would say it smelled akin to the happiness portrayed in a trashy television series. That alone is sufficiently alluring for him. Anthony moved closer, or rather, he flung his legs in that direction. His head contemplated for a moment, and then rolled forth. Ah, the man exclaimed, Anthony, I'm sorry. I should not have tormented myself, pondering what I ought not to do. Anthony's head rested before him, silently gazing, seemingly awaiting an answer. Then, the revelation descended upon him like an epiphany. I should not have organized this Easter event. I should not have forgotten to visit your grave. I should not have hindered the community from fundraising for your grandfather's illness. I should not have delayed in informing you of Mrs. Anthony's grave condition. Mr. Light cried. I should not have feigned ignorance of your struggles when you applied for scholarships. I should not have gossiped behind your back. Anthony remained expressionless. He could not fathom the words emanating from the man's mouth, yet the sweet aroma was gradually transforming. Perhaps it would be best not to let him continue his lamentation. While he had not yet fully repented, while he reveled in his own happiness, allowing him to become Anthony's dessert. Daddy, Mr. Light's daughter called from afar in the woods, if you don't come over, we will eat all the brownies. Her voice soared like a jubilant little bird, landing softly on the noses of Anthony and Mr. Light as they stood in confrontation. Strangely, despite the numerous rows of gravestones and countless chattering families, both Anthony and Mr. Light heard her cheerful call. His son then rushed over. Dad, Mom is calling you, but his voice abruptly halted. Anthony gazed at the small creature before him. He was diminutive, exuding a different kind of sweetness, a far more pleasant aroma. Anthony rolled over. No, please, Anthony. I'm sorry. Mr. Light pleaded. Still frozen in place, he no longer emitted a sweet scent. Instead, he had become somewhat pungent, a scent that tickled the nose. If Anthony could remember. This aroma was termed spicy. Anthony's hand crawled over, touching Mr. Light, then his son. This one is larger, this one is smaller. He decided on the larger one with his simple mind. Thus, he focused intently on the larger one. The pungent scent intensified, yet within the spiciness, there emerged a hint of sweetness, more fragrant than before, more delightful than anything else. Yes, yes, choose me. Mr. Light, tearful and trembling, implored weakly. Then he inhaled deeply and, with gentle authority, commanded, Son, my little darling, close your eyes. Dad, his son queried, puzzled. Anthony seized the delectable morsel from that shell and thrust it into his throat. Mr. Light's beleaguered form trembled momentarily, emitting a sound of surprise, as if he had not anticipated such a decisive action from himself, before collapsing onto the ground like a sack filled with cement. His son did not close his eyes but instead called out in bewilderment, Father? He could not fathom that he was truly witnessing a fragmented figure engaging in play with his father. Surely, this must be some form of sorcery. In the blink of an eye, a dove would emerge from behind his father's back. A sweet sensation ignited in Anthony's throat, reminiscent of a delectable flavor. And then he recalled it, the taste of lemon cake. It was the simplest of lemon cakes, the very first he had ever tasted, baked for him by his grandmother. She had donned an apron and floral oven mitts, proudly yet cautiously extracting the cake on the day of his 7th birthday, when his grandfather lit the candles. Memories surged like a tidal wave into his desiccated brain, which had been parched for over a month. His grandfather gazed at him with a mixture of helplessness and guilt as he rummaged through the concealed medical records. He had always excelled at this, often assisting his grandmother in sifting through the tobacco his grandfather had hidden away. He felt a strange gratitude for his skill in searching, yet he wished fervently that he had not found anything at all. He buried his face in his grandmother's quilt, her frail hands no longer able to tenderly pat his head, yet he could still catch her scent, amidst the antiseptic, medicinal odors, and an array of peculiar fragrances. There lingered a faint, reassuring aroma that seemed to whisper of her continued existence, a part of her that would always endure. Suddenly, he was seized by violent retching. He could not. He was human. He must not. It felt as if the world had been turned inside out, everything distorted in a frantic search for equilibrium. The chaotic universe scuttled in confusion, yet amidst the tumult, only a retching youth stood resolutely in the graveyard. He nearly lost his balance as he vomited, reaching out amidst the disarray for something to steady himself, a handrail or perhaps a cane, only to grasp a bone instead. With his touch, that bone stabilized. In the next instant, he found himself holding a skeletal tail, inverted and clutching a skeletal cat. Yes, a cat. He had longed for one. His grandmother would have knitted him a woolen hat adorned with cats, while his grandfather would have procured dishware patterned with felines. Even if the cat-decorated plates cost 2 pence more than the plain ones. The eye sockets of the skeletal cat suddenly ignited with 2 flickering flames of spirit. It discontentedly swiped at Anthony, nimbly leaping to the ground before, without a running start, vaulting into his embrace, curling up like a genuine cat. Anthony straightened his posture, striving to control his body. No, he did not wish to devour anyone's soul, nor to inhabit another's flesh. He was human, and that would not change. He was unaware of the events unfolding around him, yet he recognized that he could not permit things to transpire in such a manner. Perhaps, one day in the future, he would comprehend the origins of this chaos. Yes, he would unravel it, but for now, the memory of his grandmother's lemon cake and his grandfather's candles lingered, their aromas and flickering flames warmly and enduringly residing within his throat, his eyes, and his mind. Mr. Wright gasped suddenly and awoke. Even in the absence of doves, his son enthusiastically applauded. The earth piled up before the gravestone inscribed with the name Henry Anthony, with tender shoots of grass emerging from within. The ground was devoid of splintered wood, suggesting that a lavish coffin lay intact beneath the mound. Yet, it had now become a desolate grave. Anthony watched as Mr. Wright wept, tightly embracing his child, promising him video games, toy airplanes, toy cars, and a plethora of other delights. And Mr. Wright's son exclaimed, Dad, we've been calling for you for ages. It's time for brownies. The magic perplexingly observed as Anthony's heart began to beat anew. Blood resumed its flow, trickling from the scratches inflicted by the cat. He transformed into a living being. I am a human. My name is Henry Anthony, 25 years old. I have always been, and shall forever be, human. I apologize. His voice, unused for days, was as faint as a violin lacking rosin. Mr. Wright, cradling his son, shook his head, unable to discern if he had heard. Anthony accepted this as a tacit forgiveness, along with the acknowledgement of his own shortcomings. You are a worthless scoundrel. Yet I forgive you, he reiterated. The corpse clutched the skeletal cat and slowly advanced. By the knowledge he possessed, he sensed a need to relocate. Chapter 75. Anthony also grappled with self-doubt. He calmly stated, if your aim is to nurture predators, Then who, pray tell, is the prey, Snape? Is it those lacking prowess? Those of inconspicuous lineage, or perhaps students from other houses who have not been cultivated in the image of a predator? Snape twisted his lips and replied softly, I do not care. He abruptly turned, commencing the tidying of his potion-making workspace, clattering various ingredients back into their bottles, jars, and boxes, a distinctly dismissive gesture. Anthony sighed. I do not wish to argue with you, Snape. That is not my intention. Yes, I may not understand Slytherin, nor the challenges you face, but at the very least. He hesitated. At least it is not when Roger Davies is fretting over the approaching bludger while his sister grapples with severe anxiety. At least it is not allowing those self-proclaimed superior students to bully their peers without restraint. At least we should pay attention to those students in distress. He concluded. At the very least, I can try. This is a school, not a gladiatorial arena. If they must fight in the future, I hope the students can retain some warm memories. He spoke earnestly. That is of great importance for an individual. Of course, be my guest. Snape replied in a tone devoid of concern. Anthony countered. Do you possess enough joyful memories, Snape? Does the strength of Slytherin suffice to empower you to conjure a Patronus? Snape immediately pivoted, his black robe slicing through the air with a fierce arc, his jet-black eyes deep and hollow. He fixed his gaze on Anthony and whispered, This is none of your concern. Anthony shrugged. I'm merely curious, you know, the sort of thing that comes with being an exemplary graduate. Suddenly, the door to the potions professor's office swung open with a resounding thud. Snape, gritting his teeth, clenched his arm tightly and shoved Anthony out into the corridor. Your curiosity is excessive, Snape remarked. With a loud bang, the door closed before Anthony's nose. Addressing a spider ascending the wall, Anthony sighed. Very well. The castle was enveloped in silence during the late hours. As he ascended from the dungeon, he could distinctly hear the lapping of the black lake against the castle walls. Anthony was deep in contemplation. He required more information to unravel the mysteries at hand. His cat lazily glanced at him as he entered, giving a soft meow. Anthony exhaled, cradling the cat and burying his face in its soft fur. It seems I've landed myself in a bit of trouble. The cat, unusually patient, allowed him to hold it. Lifting his head, he smoothed its fur. All right, thank you. He opened a bottle of wine he had purchased from his favorite pub upon returning for the Christmas holidays. The familiar aroma filled his bedroom, almost as if he had returned home. The cat leapt to the floor, contentedly circling his legs. Anthony transformed it back into a skeletal cat, ensuring he had indeed secured the door, and casually freshened up before flopping back onto his bed. The flame in the cat food bowl flickered steadily, resembling a small nightlight. Perhaps due to staying up too late and overthinking, Anthony awoke feeling somewhat lethargic. He had originally planned to utilize the weekend to further explore blood magic at the library, attempting to merge it with necromancy to bring the vengeful spirit of the rooster to school. He truly needed a pet that wouldn't wake him by scratching at him. However, today he found himself unusually disinclined to visit the library. This rare bout of laziness intrigued Anthony, prompting him to embrace the impulse. After completing his morning routine, he hesitated for a moment, glancing at the perpetually gloomy weather, and decided to take a stroll within the castle. Shall we go out? He inquired of the cat. The cat twitched its ears, turned over, curled up, and promptly fell back asleep. Amused, Anthony stroked it gently before stepping outside. In the washroom, the weeping moaning Myrtle was once again lamenting sorrowfully. Nearly headless Nick was attempting to console her, though he was half embedded in the wall, maintaining a posture as if ready to depart at any moment. Myrtle cried out, They passed right through me. Yes, yes, replied nearly headless Nick peevishly, as if we hadn't all experienced such things. Good morning, Myrtle. Anthony held the door open. Good morning, Sir Nicholas. I trust all is well. Nick seemed genuinely pleased by his presence, greeting him cheerfully. Oh, good morning, Professor Anthony. Where are you headed? He behaved as though, even if Anthony suggested going to invite Professor McGonagall for a dance, he would express his desire to join. Anthony remarked that he simply wished to wander about, to explore the castle. He perceptively added, Shall we go together? Nearly headless Nick expressed his gratitude, saying, Of course, I am exceedingly familiar with Hogwarts, moaning Myrtle. You heard that. I have matters to attend to. And you, Myrtle, would you care to join us? Anthony inquired. Weeping, moaning Myrtle sat at the sink, sobbing no. I shall never go out again. I shall never go out again. Nearly headless Nick explained. She ventured out this morning, and several students passed right through her. I mean, as every ghost has experienced, and then she. He shook his head, leaving his words unspoken. Several students. Myrtle exclaimed, Several students. That was more than 10 people. Of course, it is far from sufficient. How could it possibly be enough? Everyone should do it. Let us pass through her. It would be delightful. Form a line. The London Bridge has collapsed. It has collapsed. She sang as if it were not the London Bridge that had fallen, but Hogwarts itself. Anthony sympathetically remarked. I believe you must be quite upset. Upset indeed. Myrtle replied, taking a deep breath and resuming her tears, but they mocked me. Nearly headless Nick sighed impatiently. They are not mocking you. They are merely discussing that announcement. What announcement? Anthony asked, puzzled. About what to study, Nick responded. A multitude of students has gathered over there. Professor, I can take you there. He hurriedly floated away. Myrtle ceased her weeping, fixating her gaze on Anthony. He said, if you are unwilling to join us, I completely understand. Perhaps in the future, we could take a stroll together in the evening? I assure you, there will be no reckless students passing through you then. If there were, he would have to add a few more to the number of nocturnal students caught. Myrtle softly said, I do not wish to stroll with the professor. Amused, Anthony replied, well, you could still venture out in the evening to see if any troublesome students are roaming about. Myrtle imagined the scene and giggled. I shall, she declared. I shall scream loudly. Then she immersed herself in fantasies of vengeance and schadenfreude. Anthony began to doubt whether he had made a poor suggestion. Chapter 75. The notice for the apparition class in the room of requirement. Nearly headless Nick waited outside the lavatory, relieved to see Anthony emerge alone. Shall we go, Professor? They had not ventured far when they heard a boisterous boy proclaim, it must be a Gryffindor. A throng of upperclassmen clustered together, blocking the corridor completely, struggling to pass. The younger students clutched rolled-up papers, attempting to maneuver past the towering figures before them. Excuse me, could you please make way? He shrugged, wishing to shrink himself into a narrow shape to weave through the crowd. Anthony lightly tapped the shoulder of a student who was laughing with friends while gazing at a notice. The student turned, momentarily taken aback, and promptly offered him a seat, nudging a classmate beside him to draw attention to the professor's presence. Thus, Anthony navigated effortlessly into the throng. He grasped the elbow of a younger student, pulling him through the crowd, and amidst hurried expressions of gratitude, he raised his gaze to read the notice above him. Apparition course announcement. Those who turn 17 on or before August 31st, 1992, may enroll in the 12-week apparition course taught by instructors from the Ministry of Magic. Tuition, 12 galleons. Interested applicants should register with their respective house heads. The last line was heavily underlined, attempting to obscure the original text beneath. Anthony could faintly discern what appeared to be a signature. Below the notice, in dark green ink, a small line read, furthermore, please do not alter, deface, or destroy this notice if you have not reached the required age. I heard someone tampered with the age limit, which is why they removed the notice from the school bulletin board. Anthony overheard students discussing. Nearly headless Nick floated above him, expressing his lack of enthusiasm. Indeed, Professor, you see the situation. A notice, a crowd gathered, and then several students walked straight through the body of Myrtle. I told her this would happen, he added. A particularly tall student squeezed past Nick's floating figure, pushing toward the exit of the crowd. The tall student frowned and shivered, looking up to identify who had splashed him with a bucket of ice water, only to find Nick glaring at him. Ah, my apologies, the tall student said, clutching his bag as he departed. Nearly headless Nick remarked, see, what did I tell you, Professor? Every ghost goes through this. Anthony offered him some comforting words, and together they drifted toward a more secluded area. Nick soon brightened, regaling Anthony with tales from the ghostly realm. He spoke with an air of mystery. The Bloody Baron is in a rather foul mood, more so than usual. Previously, he would hum and meander about, but now he simply wanders, brooding, and no one knows what occupies his mind. Anthony had scarcely encountered the Bloody Baron since the start of term feast. He cast a curious glance at nearly headless Nick, wondering how he could discern the Baron's mood from the gaunt, vacant spirit. I hope he recovers his spirit soon. Anthony replied politely. Oh, no, Nick countered, this suits him just fine. He could use a change in outlook. Slytherin has been winning the House Cup for too long, and it's truly infuriating, not just for me, but for the other ghosts as well. We all find his despondent demeanor rather agreeable. We? You and whom? Anthony pondered, unable to envision the fat friar whispering ill of others, and nearly headless Nick did not seem the type to engage in such discussions with Myrtle. With my friends. Nick replied. Professor, surely you do not perceive ghosts as akin to Myrtle, sequestered in their own little compartments, never engaging with others? I pondered this for a moment, gracefully waving my hand to dismiss the mathematical quandary. Many friends. Of course, the vast majority are deceased, and some, though living now, shall inevitably meet their end. Anthony had to concede that he spoke with utmost accuracy. He remarked, I hope Myrtle may find a few friends as well. That girl requires companions who can converse. A toilet may serve as a faithful listener, but perhaps not the most suitable interlocutor. Ah, I can only harbor a faint hope in this regard. Speaking of which, Myrtle holds you in high esteem, Professor. Nick remarked with a hint of admiration, recalling the last time Peeves attempted to place a dead mouse at your office door. Myrtle promptly sent it hurtling to the first floor. However, I recollect you possessing a cat? Anthony nodded. Indeed, but I question whether it would appreciate Peeves' little gifts. Most likely. My cat would merely swat the mouse to Professor Quirrell's doorstep, adding a dash of excitement to the pallid and anxious professor's day. At least Mrs. Norris is quite fond of it. Nick commented. She practically flew to find Filch. Anthony chuckled. That is splendid. As the rotund monk appeared to have something to discuss with Nick, Anthony bid him farewell and continued his exploration of the castle, lacking a guide and companion. He was momentarily at a loss as to where to venture next. Upon passing by a portrait of a noblewoman for the third time, he suddenly recalled the enchanting room the Weasley brothers had mentioned, the one where they observed shooting stars. He paused before a tapestry depicting a giant in a ballet tutu, reminiscing about the house elf in the kitchen and the twins' secret, closing his eyes to focus on the blank wall. I need a safe haven, he thought. Please grant me a sanctuary, a place apart from others where I can diligently study blood magic and necromancy. He reopened his eyes. A door materialized silently in the wall, appearing utterly unremarkable. Anthony grasped the doorknob, pushed the door open, and stood in astonishment. Inside was emptiness, save for vast, smooth white walls. Faintly reflecting him, a man clad in black robes, holding the doorknob, standing amidst an endless expanse of white. Anthony cautiously stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The click of the latch reverberated in the white room, as if it would never cease. The moment his hand left the knob, the door abruptly vanished. Chapter 77. Practice in Necromancy and Tea Break. The giant on the tapestry, Barnabas, curiously stretched his neck to glimpse the vanished door, while his unteachable student raised a wooden stick, attempting to strike his ballet instructor unconscious. Barnabas swiftly turned, sternly admonishing them for concealing the stick within the ballet tutu. By the time the giant finally relinquished the stick at his feet amidst Barnabas' reprimands and pleadings, night had enveloped Hogwarts. If Barnabas could divert his attention from the grotesque creature that clumsily tugged at the hem of its dance skirt, he would observe an unexpected door materializing across from him, from which a figure emerged quietly. Should Barnabas catch sight of this individual, he would find it exceedingly challenging to articulate a description. He would not focus on the person's short hair, gentle countenance, or robust hands. If pressed to convey something, Barnabas would liken the figure to the night outside, for it exuded a similar aura, a night where some slumber peacefully while others engage in thievery. Anthony pondered deeply. There existed intriguing elements within necromancy, the principles of which he did not yet grasp. However, they seemed almost eager to respond to his summons. Initially, he sought merely to comprehend the events unfolding within himself, yet he instead unearthed an array of enigmas. He could not fathom it, for according to the notes on necromancy, he ought to have succumbed to madness by now. Nevertheless, his ability to retain reason was likely tied to the nature of his practice space. At the very least, he believed himself to be rational. To validate this notion, he had even completed an entire set of mathematical analysis problems within the House of Requests. He understood why the house reacted as it did, recognizing it as a sanctuary, a safe haven for the practice of magic, for it stood as the antithesis of his nightmares. In stark contrast to the flowing darkness of his dreams, everything within the solid white space was utterly still. On the polished walls, he could continuously confirm the reflection of his human form. Amusingly, the House of Requests seemed befuddled by him, providing a room of absurdly grand proportions. As Anthony contemplated the significance of the room's vastness, the castle too became aware of the anomaly. The space began to shrink like a balloon pricked by a needle until it reached a size he deemed appropriate. Yet, the House of Requests remained convinced of his frighteningly large stature. When he called for a target for attack, a sandbag that nearly touched the ceiling appeared in the room. The bear, hardly deserving of the title guardian, appeared to be thoroughly enjoying itself with the sandbag. Upon returning to his office, Anthony discovered the cat had not ventured outside all day, curled up and sleeping atop a pillow. Habitually, he reached out to pet it, only to frown and try again. The cat groggily awoke and mercilessly bit his hand. Ouch! Anthony gently nudged its head, admonishing it not to bite. Have you grown warmer? Seemingly realizing what it had clamped down on, the cat released its grip, stood up to shake itself, and, in a demeaning manner, brushed past his legs before leaping onto his chair to lie down. Anthony checked his own temperature, then reached beneath the cat's belly to feel. It was no illusion. Your body temperature has indeed risen. The cat dismissively flicked its tail. Anthony squatted down to rub its head, saying, Did you hear that? You are increasingly resembling a living feline. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The cat languidly gazed at him and let out a meow. Anthony sighed. For a living cat, a decrease in body temperature may warrant concern. But for a deceased feline, a gradual warming might imply it has succumbed to illness. This notion troubled him. Even more alarming was his speculation that this predicament was beyond the remedy of any veterinarian. And a novice necromancer like him was uncertain how to tend to his skeletal pet. Does this relate to my practice this afternoon? Anthony whispered. His murmured queries had finally irked the cat, which nudged its head against his hand, seeking solace. Anthony scratched behind its ears. If it truly pertained to his practice, he vowed not to overindulge in necromancy. He had no desire to lose his cat. Consequently, Anthony ventured to the headmaster's office the following morning, concerned about the skeletal cat. Having been advised by Dumbledore to seek him out in times of trouble, he instinctively thought of discussing his vexing magical dilemma with the esteemed headmaster. However, Dumbledore was not present in the office. Upon uttering the password, Anthony encountered a stern-faced Professor McGonagall on the revolving staircase. "What is the matter, Minerva?" he inquired. Professor McGonagall, clutching a hefty stack of documents, bore an unamused expression. "Albus is once again absent from the school." Anthony, taken aback, asked, "Where has he gone this time?" To his knowledge, Dumbledore had scarcely been at the school last term. "He is said to be at a meeting," McGonagall replied. "I must admit, his meetings this academic year have exceeded expectations. And you, Henry, what brings you to seek Albus?" Even though McGonagall was aware of his identity, Anthony found it challenging to discuss his skeletal cat and vengeful chicken with her. Until now, Dumbledore had been the sole individual willing to engage in such discourse. Thus, he remarked, "Just a little research topic." McGonagall nodded in understanding. "Very well." She glanced at the documents in her hands, sighed, and asked, "Off to the staff lounge. Are we, Henry? Given that our headmaster is quite the busy man." Anthony was somewhat surprised, of course. As they entered the staff lounge together, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, "Look who has arrived. 2 busy professors." McGonagall poured herself a cup of tea, retorting, "Don't claim you're not busy, Phileas. At least refrain from saying so in front of the busy deputy headmaster." "I would never assert that I am unoccupied," Flitwick replied, casting a glance at Anthony. "You know, Minerva, I have been quite engaged lately preparing certain matters." Amused, Anthony inquired, "Does this involve me, Professor Flitwick?" "Oh dear," Flitwick exclaimed, "don't be a killjoy. Professor Anthony, do not be a killjoy." Anthony added a sugar cube to his tea. "I suppose I am the only one left in the dark." McGonagall concealed her face behind her teacup, obscuring her expression. "You are remarkably perceptive, Henry," she remarked. "Please allow your colleagues some space for mystery." Anthony nodded. "Very well. Since you put it that way, I am entirely unaware of any celebration concerning me scheduled for Monday morning." Chapter 78. The Celebration in the Staff Lounge. Even though Anthony was aware that his colleagues were organizing a celebratory event, he was still taken aback upon entering the lounge. The entire room had been festooned with decorations. Streamers cascaded from the ceiling to the floor, while shimmering gold confetti floated down from the air, only to be mysteriously whisked back upwards upon touching the ground. A massive silk banner adorned the wall, its vibrant colors shifting between 2 inscriptions: Professor Henry Anthony of Muggle Studies at Hogwarts and senior member of the Muggle Studies Society. Strangely enough, a Christmas tree had also been set up. Anthony recalled that it had been put away by Professor Flitwick at the beginning of the term. "What?" he asked in bewilderment. Suddenly, Professor Sprout set off a party popper. Amidst the fluttering streamers, Professor Burbage beamed and said, "Go fetch your gift, Henry. Do you remember what I mentioned? It's your belated Christmas present." Beneath the Christmas tree lay a small box, wrapped in traditional red and green paper. Anthony picked up the gift from Professor Burbage, tore off the wrapping, and opened the box. Inside was a small silver medal, inscribed around the edge with the words British Muggle Studies Society, and the center bore the raised inscription Senior Member, with his name at the bottom. "Why?" Anthony asked in surprise, having expected something like a book that had been shipped from afar. The president of the Muggle Studies Society replied with a mischievous grin, "Because I wish to bribe you into taking over all professorial duties sooner rather than later." She sighed with a smile. "I have so much I want to accomplish. I have always been curious about how the Ministry of Magic manages Muggle affairs, and I hope to find the time to propose a revision of the Statute of Secrecy. Call me conceited, Henry, but I can hardly wait to shape this world to my will." Anthony chuckled. "Thank you, and I wish you all the best." The staff lounge was abuzz with excitement. According to Professor Burbage, she had initially intended to simply present the medal to Anthony, but upon hearing the news, her colleagues thought it fitting to host a welcome party for the new professor. Professor Flitwick wanted to try out the festive decorations that had been rejected at Christmas, while Professor McGonagall aimed to utilize some leftover streamers. Thus, seizing the occasion of Anthony becoming a senior member of the Muggle Studies Society, they prepared a celebration that was somewhat extravagant. The bubbles of champagne clung to the sides of the glass, slowly rising to the surface. Professor Sprout was animatedly describing a Far Eastern plant to Professor Burbage, sketching the shape of its leaves in the air with her wand. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick engaged in a discussion on a certain magical theory, their dialogue laced with phrases like "indeed," "but even so." Trelawney extended her bracelet-clad arm, guided by fate, to grasp a glass of the wine she was destined to consume. Beside her, Quirrell sat in a corner, oblivious to the mountainous pile of rock cakes on his plate, lost in a trance while staring into the flames of the fireplace. Hagrid had initially planned to attend, but with a hippogriff about to give birth, he was unable to leave and instead sent a large batch of rock cakes as a gesture of celebration. In order to honor Hagrid's good intentions, Anthony approached and took a small piece, only to notice the incongruous presence of Professor Chilo nearby. Anthony greeted him, and Chilo, startled, turned his gaze towards him and responded absently, also taking a piece of rock cake. Anthony was puzzled as to why Chilo had agreed to attend. He believed the organizers must have invited all faculty members, yet evidently, they had also granted them the liberty to decline. It goes without saying that the unfamiliar Professor Caterburn and Professor Sinistra, along with the potions master from Slytherin, were absent. Another unexpected participant was likely Professor Trelawney. Although both were elective course instructors, he had little interaction with the insect-like professor. Thus he exchanged pleasantries with her as well. "Professor Trelawney, your presence truly surprises me." Trelawney surveyed the room with an air of superiority, her voice ethereal as she proclaimed, "I would not ordinarily attend such gatherings. Those gifted with the sight often dwell in solitude, immersed in the spiritual realm, preoccupied with the fates of others, observing their paths towards their destined futures, leaving little energy to engage with the mundane clamor." "I understand," Anthony replied politely, turning away in an attempt to suggest that anyone could interrupt this conversation. Yet everyone seemed engrossed in their discussions, while Professor Chilo struggled with Hagrid's rock cake. Suddenly, Trelawney dramatically raised her voice. "However, when Pomona knocked on my door, I found myself inexplicably agreeing to her invitation. Thus, it is only fitting that I heed the revelations the future has bestowed upon me, and I am here, Professor Anthony, to convey a message from the future." With graceful elegance, she placed her goblet on the table, as if to signify that her attendance was certainly not for the sake of the pale, sour alcoholic beverages. "You must beware the next waxing crescent," she said mysteriously, "for I foresee bloodshed and carnage." Anthony heard Professor McGonagall behind him inquiring of Professor Sprout, "Really, Pomona, did you truly invite her?" Her voice was devoid of any pretense. Anthony sensed that Trelawney had caught wind of this, as she inhaled deeply and, in a more ethereal tone, expressed, "Dear Professor Anthony, I lament your misfortune." "Oh my. Thank you, Professor Trelawney," Anthony replied courteously. "Would you care for a tart?" Trelawney gazed into the void for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether her future self would accept the tart, before she vaguely responded, "Of course, since it is destined." Anthony procured a tart for himself and turned to find Chilo regarding him with an odd expression, prompting Anthony to shrug. "The waxing crescent?" Professor Chilo quietly inquired. "I do not even know when that is. I am neither an astrologer nor an astronomer." "The tart is truly delightful," Anthony remarked. "I highly recommend it, Professor Chilo." Nearby, Professor McGonagall commented, "Do not worry. She enjoys welcoming new students with prophecies of death." For the new colleague, her demeanor could be considered quite amiable. "You are indeed correct, Henry. The egg tart is truly delightful." Chapter 79, The Game and the Magic. As the gathering progressed, Professor Flitwick produced a chess set and invited Professor Burbage to engage in a match. The pieces of Professor Burbage's army began to clamor, and Anthony, unable to contain himself while observing, concurred with one of the pawns, asserting that if Professor Burbage were to move it to 5, Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly capture the pawn without hesitation. "Listen, listen," the pawn proclaimed proudly. Anthony's remarks inevitably drew him into the competition of black and white pieces. When the game concluded, the risen pieces clamored for Anthony to take the field himself. Professor Burbage graciously vacated his seat, handing the chatty spectator over to the smiling Professor Flitwick. They played for a while, but in a moment of oversight, Anthony failed to checkmate his opponent's king, instead allowing the black pieces to remain undefeated. Shaking his head at the irate pieces, he declared, "There's nothing more to be done." Professor McGonagall, observing, also shook her head, remarking, "It's a stalemate." Immediately after Anthony rose, she occupied his position, saying, "Please, Phileas." "Very well, Minerva," Professor Flitwick mumbled as he arranged the pieces. "You know full well I cannot best you." Anthony inquired of Professor Sprout, "Does Minerva play exceptionally well?" Professor Sprout responded with a somewhat enigmatic smile, "Indeed, she does." Subsequently, Anthony witnessed a decisive triumph. The once disadvantaged white pieces finally found their footing, extolling Professor McGonagall as a competent commander. With lingering enthusiasm, Professor McGonagall asked, "Is there anyone else?" "No one will challenge you when you play the white pieces," Professor Sprout replied. Professor McGonagall turned the board to a different orientation, casting a hopeful glance at her colleagues. The previously jubilant white pieces suddenly appeared crestfallen, resignedly observing the professors who had gathered around them. "Very well, very well," Professor Sprout said, voluntarily seating herself opposite Professor McGonagall. The white pieces sighed audibly. Anthony also played a game with Professor McGonagall, his head aching from the incessant chatter of the white pieces. Professor Burbage, nearby, relished the spectacle, occasionally agreeing with the bishop's opinions and at times asserting that the knight made valid points, though her tone betrayed her utter indifference to the piece's discourse. "Where on earth did you find the wizard's chess?" Professor Sprout quietly inquired of Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, sipping his drink, tilted his head towards the corner, right over there. Beside Quirinus, after winning 3 consecutive matches, no one was willing to take a seat at the white side of the board. When someone mentioned that Professors Trelawney and Chilo had yet to participate, Professor Trelawney suddenly became intensely interested in Hagrid's rock cakes, believing the distribution of raisins within them held the secrets of the universe. Professor Chilo, on the other hand, adamantly claimed to prefer merely observing, nervously declining all invitations. His anxious demeanor and fervent refusals were so pitiful that no one dared invite him again. Upon Professor McGonagall's departure from the chessboard, the atmosphere became lively once more. Professor Flitwick invited Anthony to engage in another match, and this time, Anthony, playing as black, triumphed over him. When the dueling master suggested another round, Professor Sprout stepped in to take his place. After a while, Anthony played a game with Professor Sprout. The ambience was exceedingly relaxed. The two indulged in snacks while casually directing their pieces to various squares. The pieces, lamentably protesting their fate, ambled languidly across the board, falling to the ground without the necessity of their opponent raising a sword when captured. This spectacle prompted disapproving shakes of the head from both Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. It was not until the approach of class time that Anthony managed to extricate himself from the wizard's chess. As he took his leave, he wished everyone a delightful time, especially the combatants on the board, when he unexpectedly caught Professor Quirrell's eye, who acknowledged him with a nod. Anthony confirmed with a pointed gesture towards himself. Professor Quirrell nodded back, revealing a nervous smile, and gestured towards the game as if presenting it as a gift to Anthony. Confused, Anthony departed. In preparation for the practical activities, the focus of the lesson was to gauge students' intentions to enroll, thereby determining the membership of various groups. Consequently, the teaching content shifted to the intricacies of purchasing tickets. This time, Anthony assumed full responsibility for the ticket procurement, hoping that in the future, should students wish to bring their family and friends to exhibitions in the Muggle world, they would learn the correct methods of booking, payment, ticket purchasing, and validation, rather than relying on confusion spells to leave poor ticket staff at the mercy of their supervisors at the month's end. Cedric signed up for the trip to the zoo, becoming one of the only two students in the class to successfully draw a ticket alongside Roger Davies. A student who did not succeed looked enviously at their slips of paper and inquired, "Can I trade you 5 galleons for yours?" Hey. Anthony intervened before they could finalize the exchange. "No, I remember all your names, Roberts." Roberts retreated his hand from his pocket, replying, "All right, Professor." Cedric shrugged regretfully at him and smiled at Anthony, saying, "I'm not ready to sell my luck just yet." "A wise choice," Anthony remarked. After reiterating the stark differences between Muggle currency and the Wizarding World's numerical systems, Anthony began explaining the various discount policies. During his communications, he was astonished to discover that Hogwarts was officially registered, granting its students government-certified student status in theory. Anthony and the students emphasized the advantages of holding student status, while simultaneously informing them that to save that 20 to 50% of pounds, they might need to spend several times longer explaining which school they attended. When he contacted the zoo, he nearly caused a misunderstanding, as they mistook him for wanting to bring a troupe of future circus performers to visit their prospective partners. The representatives courteously informed him that they did not support animal performances. Anthony had to clarify to the gentleman on the other end of the line that they were a magical academy, primarily studying card tricks, tightrope walking, and juggling crystal balls. "Is it true that Muggles have schools that teach people to earn money through playing cards?" A student inquired with keen interest, his fingers fidgeting with excitement. Anthony reminded himself to address the perils of gambling in his next lecture, clarifying that it was far from the glamorous image the student had conjured. To a certain extent, those schools instruct Muggles on how to masquerade as if they possess magic, akin to his current endeavor of teaching them to feign the absence of it. Another student expressed a yearning, "I should attend such a school. I believe I could excel." After a moment of contemplation, Anthony reluctantly conceded there was some merit to her statement, though it was not a foregone conclusion. "Let us try this," he proposed, demonstrating a basic magic trick, a piece of candy that could seemingly materialize from thin air. His grandfather had relished deceiving him with this very trick. When he pretended to extract a gummy sweet from Cedric's ear, the boy frantically scratched at his ear, while his desk mate tugged at his other ear in a futile search for another treat. No one could discern how he accomplished it. According to the fundamental laws of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, he was incapable of conjuring food. Chapter 80. The Confidence of Roger Davis. "All right, class dismissed." Anthony tucked the statistics into his lesson plan. "By the way, Davis, do you have another class?" "No, Professor," Roger Davis replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Anthony nodded. "Then please stay for a moment. I need to discuss something." "Sure," Roger said, understandingly gesturing for his waiting friend to leave first. His friend cast a worried glance at him and whispered, "I'll wait for you outside the classroom." "Did you not pass your last quiz?" Anthony chuckled. "No need to fret. I merely wish to discuss something unrelated. I assure you, Davis will appear unscathed at the Ravenclaw table." The friend chuckled awkwardly, reaching for Roger's textbook and notebook to carry them back to the dormitory ahead of time. Anthony watched them with a smile. Unlike his sister, it seemed Roger had found supportive companions at Hogwarts. As his friend exited the classroom, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. The setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden hue that illuminated the hair of the third-year Ravenclaw, rendering it unusually warm and radiant. Once alone, Roger perceptively asked, "This is about Tracy, isn't it?" He added, "I've invited her to watch Quidditch practice several times recently." She initially agreed, but it seems she quickly grew weary. Perhaps due to the loss of their mother at a young age, Roger was a remarkably responsible brother. Not only did he implore Anthony to remain attentive to the situation, but he also repeatedly attempted to engage Tracy in conversation. Following their last discussion in the library, Roger began frequenting the Slytherin common room with such regularity that Anthony had heard of it. Professor Flitwick even speculated that his players were cornering the Slytherin captain during the last match against Ravenclaw, while Professor McGonagall wondered if Roger was pursuing some young lady. It was the first time Anthony realized how imaginative his colleague could be. The truth is that he is attempting to express his concern by summoning his sister to the Quidditch pitch. "Quidditch practice?" Anthony inquired humorously. Roger nodded in distress. She used to be quite interested. "Professor, has something happened with Tracy again?" Anthony shook his head, unwilling to divulge that Tracy seemed to be consuming a substantial amount of calming drafts. Apart from exacerbating Roger's worries, he could discern no purpose in revealing such information. "I spoke with Professor Snape earlier," he said. Roger looked at him anxiously. Anthony candidly replied, "Then I realized I may have been oversimplifying the situation. You need not divulge specifics, Mr. Davis. I merely wish to remind you that Miss Davis may possess a perspective on this matter that is starkly different from ours. If the head of Slytherin holds such an attitude, I suspect Miss Davis might share similar considerations. After all, it is her house. I do not wish to interfere and inadvertently cause a rift between the Davis siblings." "You are right, Professor," Roger nodded, speaking with assurance. "However, I know Tracy, at least the Tracy from our childhood. As long as she understands that I care for her, no matter how irritable she may become, she will not truly disregard me." He spoke confidently. "Once we return from the zoo, if all goes well, I intend to take her out again. Unlike her other classmates, our father has not insisted that we excel in the magical realm. In fact, I believe he is rather indifferent to what we pursue in the future. I am quite interested in the natural history that you have mentioned, Professor. It is likely that I will travel the world, becoming a scholar of breadth rather than depth. I aspire to be a naturalist in the magical community, and if that proves unattainable, at the very least, my magic will ensure that I possess a greater degree of safety while exploring the Muggle world. I am confident in my abilities. If all else fails, my Quidditch skills are quite commendable as well. Of course, I believe Tracy could have more options too, but she seems uninterested in that proposition. She has told me that her goal is quite clear, to lead a life in the magical world without relying on our father, ideally securing a coveted position. To achieve this goal, she is indifferent to what she must endure." Anthony gently probed. "She has expressed herself clearly. What are your thoughts?" Roger replied optimistically. "If she is unwilling to depend on our father, I will strive to make her realize she can rely on me. I think she simply lacks a sense of security, and I cannot blame her for feeling that way. Professor, you know how our father treats us." Anthony regarded him. Despite the mention of their father's indifference, a glimmer of confidence and hope shone in Roger's eyes. He could not help but think of the sorting criteria Professor McGonagall had shared with him. He had once curiously asked during a tea break how the sorting hat could determine a student's path for the next 7 years within mere minutes, or even seconds. As far as he knew, unlike Muggle universities, Hogwarts did not offer the possibility of changing houses. In essence, it is through their concealed aspirations. Professor McGonagall elucidated that the students of Ravenclaw hold knowledge and wisdom in high regard, brimming with curiosity. Gryffindor champions inner courage, Slytherin values cunning and strength, while Hufflepuff. She turned to Professor Sprout for assistance. Professor Sprout, with a hint of pride, added that Hufflepuff is an inclusive and benevolent house, welcoming all bewildered young wizards, with the sole hope of guiding them to become good individuals. Observing Roger's unwavering confidence in the future, Anthony realized at that moment why he belonged to Ravenclaw. While Tracy had chosen Slytherin, Roger, fueled by his passion for knowledge and wisdom, believed he could find a fulfilling vocation in both the magical and Muggle worlds, convinced that the satisfaction derived from knowledge would sustain his happiness in the future. However, Tracy was different. Tracy and Snape shared a common path. She sought the strength to seize control of her life, to reign in her emotions and dictate her future. Without such a sense of control, she felt as though she would be consumed beneath the last golden rays of sunlight piercing through the somber gray clouds. Roger Davis's hopeful gaze towards the future shone particularly bright. As he bid him farewell, Anthony sincerely wished him good luck. He was wholly inclined to believe in the future Roger described, even though he sensed that Miss Davis did not share the same conviction. Anthony gazed out the window. The sun had set. In the distant mountains, a deep purple hue was slowly rising. Chapter 81. The Chaotic Lottery and the Heads. The Weasley twins had recently conducted their most successful venture of the semester. The twin brothers sold a piece of information to their father, Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley's pen pal was planning to take students on an outing to the Muggle world. More delightfully, one of the activities involved driving to the zoo. Intrigued by both riding and driving, Mr. Weasley found himself compelled to pay his son's additional pocket money for further details. He had initially been reluctant to part with the funds, but Professor Anthony refused to divulge more specifics, leaving him no choice but to threaten them not to inform Molly while mailing a letter filled with coins to Hogwarts. The Weasley twins adeptly capitalized on this windfall. Besides an array of prank supplies, they splurged on a dusty lottery machine from Zonko's joke shop, discovering that this magical contraption could be befuddled by a confusion charm. Obediently spitting out the requested numbers, Fred attempted to coax the machine, numbered from 1 to 100, into producing 0401. After a moment of contemplation, the machine yielded 104. Why not 10 and 40? George inquired, giving the machine a gentle tap. The machine emitted a puff and released a ball marked with 41, then fell silent, producing an ominous buzzing sound and exuding peculiar black smoke. Fred quickly reassured it to give them a number 78. I think it's a bit confused, Fred remarked, catching the red and white ball, apologizing to the contraption. We genuinely aspire to be the fortunate patrons of the zoo. George remarked, my apologies, Professor. A lottery may not be the most equitable method. Fred, imitating Anthony's tone, said, the Confundus charm, perhaps one of the most essential spells for wizards who fancy mingling with muggles, is crucial to master. With diligent practice, we ought to be rewarded. George nodded in agreement, collectively disregarding Anthony's disapproval of such cunning tactics. As Anthony entered the classroom, carrying a large cardboard box, he was taken aback to find all eyes turned toward the Weasley brothers. What's the matter? He inquired. Angelina asked, what do you have there, Professor? Anthony glanced down at the box, which had a hole at the top. Oh, wasn't it announced earlier? Today is the lottery, Weasley. Fred, who rarely spoke up, attempted, Professor. I thought we would draw from something more interesting. Perhaps a lottery machine? George added, rather than a cardboard box? Fred pointed to the makeshift bookshelf's label on the box's edge. Ah, it's unnecessary, Anthony said. There are only a dozen of you, and although everyone is enrolled, it is quite simple to make slips with your names. Fred sat down amidst his classmates' knowing glances, vigorously rubbing his forehead as if he could ignite a brilliant idea through friction. Sensing a peculiar atmosphere in the classroom, Anthony added, the class next door had great luck. They drew all their own people. Let us see how your luck fares. George whispered, I suspect our fortune is not favorable. Fred replied, it certainly seems that way. Angelina suggested, you could try casting a Confundus charm on the professor. Anthony, shaking the box with a ceremonial flair, remarked amidst the sound of cardboard clashing, I heard that. Miss Johnson, and guess what? I just recalled how Trelawney interpreted our dreams. Fred whispered to George, a dinner knife symbolizes misfortune, and eating fried pork chops signifies involving others. How do you explain the darkness lurking beside me? George queried, is it wood? Burdened with their misfortunes and the lurking shadows, the Weasley brothers were both excluded. Relegated to the line heading to the pet shop. Angelina, however, was successfully selected, returning triumphantly, casting a glance at the Weasleys, who were attempting to be clever. Another name drawn belonged to a fourth-year Ravenclaw student. Anthony noted the name down. At this point, the Weasley brothers were already beseeching Angelina to remember additional details about driving. Don't worry about elephants and giraffes, they said. Just help us figure out how to shift gears, all right? About a week later, Anthony heard that the Weasley brothers were peddling answers to their classmates' divination assignments. It seemed they possessed a magical machine capable of randomly spitting out peculiar combinations as their classmates' dreams. The bewildering machine endeavored to construct dreams that encompassed swinging in a wardrobe, racing alongside Professor Dumbledore in the Forbidden Forest, and contending with fleas that claimed to be descendants of vampires, while the outcomes hinted at broken legs, collisions with trees, and beheadings. Professor Trelawney expressed her satisfaction with the students' honest records and insightful analyses, proclaiming that they possessed a greater gift for foreseeing the future than Minerva. Professor McGonagall, sipping her tea, graciously remarked to Anthony that she was pleased with Sybil's high regard for them, suggesting that the Weasley twins' divination grades might genuinely pass. During that very week, Anthony participated in his inaugural apparition lesson. When he inquired about the notice, Professor Sprout promptly added him to her college's roster of students, reporting it to the Ministry of Magic. The ministry instructor, who was to impart the art of apparition, seemed notably ill at ease, refusing to glance in his direction throughout the session. The instructor, named Victor Tycros, was as pale as Professor Quirrell and appeared even more emaciated. Anthony overheard students speculating whether he too felt as though a vampire was perpetually pursuing him. The students regarded Anthony with a curious gaze as he attempted to mimic Tycros' graceful spins, only to find that nothing transpired, just like the rest of his classmates. Do not gaze about, Xanthopark. Professor Sprout admonished a student who was nearly glued to Anthony's presence. Santon Sprout, while attempting to spin, swiveled his head like a ballet dancer, nearly striking the four heads of houses standing nearby with his flung hat. Tycros reiterated the importance of the three principles for the third time, advising them to practice apparition facing the wooden hoop before them. Unable to restrain himself, Anthony raised his hand. What is it, Professor Anthony? Tychros inquired calmly, finally directing his gaze towards him. Anthony replied, I'm sorry, I don't have a wooden hoop. Tychros replied blandly, yes, adult wizards such as yourself typically do not require a target. Please feel free to choose a location. Anthony scrutinized him for a moment, then spread his arms and began to spin in place. He envisioned himself appearing in the corner of the great hall, beside a stone pillar where a broken brick lay. And then he felt an uncomfortable squeezing sensation. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced around to discover he remained in place, yet everyone was staring at him in silence. What's wrong? Anthony inquired, perplexed. It was then he realized he had splintered. The majority of his body had successfully traversed to the corner of the great hall, but his head remained behind. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Anthony said apologetically. I suppose I must look quite terrifying. Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied. Hastening over to reattach his head, I have never witnessed such a method of splintering. Nor have I, Tychros quietly added. Chapter 82. The Terrors of Apparition and the Passage to the Room of Requirement. The chilling scene from the apparition class quickly spread throughout the entire school. Gryffindor lauded his unwavering composure and calm courage, while Hufflepuff expressed widespread concern for his physical well-being. Ravenclaw was intrigued by this unprecedented method of disembodiment, and Slytherin secretly mocked him for not mastering apparition even in his 20s. Within Slytherin, a new wave of insults emerged, insinuating that one might never learn apparition, as they seemed to have somehow discovered Anthony's age, replacing the previous jibe about Madame Loris, who wouldn't spare him a glance as she passed. This was perhaps a blessing, as there had been years of speculation regarding how to gain Madame Loris's favor. Opinions varied, with some claiming it was due to her indifference to trolls, while others suggested she mistook him for a stone pillar in the castle, often exacerbating arguments. Regardless of the house, all students agreed that apparition was a perilous and profound form of magic that required utmost caution. Just look at Anthony. His head and neck had parted ways. Such mutual intimidation was rampant. I heard of someone whose father's boss's aunt perished due to disembodiment. Anthony was merely fortunate that the distance for apparition was short. Imagine the calamity had his head not reattached in time. The implications were enough to render one pale. Would we truly have a professor of Muggle studies who was merely a head? Anthony overheard Professor Sprout mention that Stan Simpak had gone to her office seeking to withdraw from the follow-up apparition course. She had refused, explaining that apparition did not necessarily imply disembodiment, let alone decapitation. In fact, if all past users of the guillotine had studied apparition and had managed to learn it, Hogwarts' location might not even belong to any specific country. Moreover, Professor Sprout recalled that Simpak's post-graduation career aspirations involved various locations, which seemed to necessitate proficiency in apparition. I'm sorry, Professor, the student with the prominent ears lamented. I was just heartbroken at the time and wanted to escape to anywhere else. I hope you have moved on from your heartbreak now, Professor Sprout said sympathetically, but this incident underscores the significance of apparition. Should you master it in the future, when you experience heartbreak, you could indeed escape to a place far removed. As she shared this with Anthony, she sipped her tea and inquired, What do you suppose he said, Henry? Anthony, gazing at the swirling ashes dancing towards his toes in the fireplace, replied in a distracted manner, I'm not sure. I suppose he genuinely believes one can venture to somewhere far away, even if it doesn't necessarily involve the whole body. He added, from that perspective, your assertion is not entirely incorrect. Pomona, heaven or hell, assuming they do exist, would also be quite distant. Professor Sprout chuckled softly and patted the armrest of her sofa, rousing Anthony from his state of absent-mindedness. He expressed that there are always others in this world who have yet to master the art of apparition, and he feels compelled to assist them. Professor Sprout proclaimed the answer, and when I inquired how he intended to help, he admitted he was uncertain, yet assured me that it would be through methods far safer than apparition. Perhaps it would involve the Hogwarts Express soaring through the skies. It would be an oddly shaped, high-speed aircraft, levitating through magic rather than aerodynamics. Anthony daydreamed about a train flying in the air. I surmised that those responsible for the Statute of Secrecy would not be particularly pleased with such notions. Besides broomsticks, could other objects also fly, including trains? I believed so. Professor Sprout pondered, musing on whether anyone had contemplated the possibility of bicycles taking flight. After all, bicycle seats are significantly more comfortable than broomsticks. Anthony shook his head, refraining from further comment. He was unaware if anyone had endeavored to create a flying bicycle, but he knew that someone was ardently striving to make a car soar. Mr. Arthur Weasley had sent him several letters detailing the spells he had attempted, which included one meant to enable broomsticks to fly rather than merely transforming them into actual brooms. And he was left wondering in frustration whether this was due to some magical limitation that prohibited the conjuring of anything beyond food. Flight had always posed a challenge. To address some of Mr. Weasley's whimsical ideas, Anthony even sought counsel from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, testing several concepts within the Room of Requirement. Speaking of the Room of Requirement, Anthony had recently been attempting to explore the limits of this enigmatic chamber. It could accomplish feats that even when described as magic would leave Anthony scratching his head in bewilderment. For instance, on one occasion, his prompt was for a room with an ocean view. After 3 cycles of closing and reopening his eyes, he discovered that the room of requirement had transformed itself into a terrace overlooking the sea. Anthony dared to lean over the railing and was astonished to feel the touch of seawater. He realized it had not merely relocated a beach from some corner of the world, but had fabricated an ocean from thin air. This was entirely due to his knowledge of necromancy, which informed him that beneath the sands, there were no corpses of crabs or the like, and the true sea was filled with the joyous remnants of departed wizards. Indeed, there were some principles of transfiguration underlying this conclusion. The room of requirement could not conjure food, and thus could not fabricate corpses without implying an intention to consume them. Anthony had once speculated that chicken legs occupied the intersection of food and corpse, yet surely some corpses had no relation to sustenance. However, when he attempted to request the room of requirement to present any kind of corpse, the chamber cleverly revealed a broken sofa, reminiscent of one torn apart by a skeletal cat. After countless refinements to his requests, the room, finally exasperated, opened a secret passage leading directly to the kitchens of the leaky cauldron. Anthony found it difficult to articulate his feelings as he cautiously traversed the passage, emerging to a courtyard filled with severed pig heads. Chapter 83, The Leaky Cauldron. If one were to articulate their thoughts upon encountering a yard filled with drooling wild boars, occasionally rolling their eyes or exhaling heavy snorts, Anthony likely felt a mixture of perplexity and astonishment, with a lingering sense of embarrassment. This discomfort was compounded by the presence of the server before him, a figure adorned in peculiar garb. The individual's gaze flitted between Anthony and the lid of the empty barrel he had just displaced, staring wide-eyed and gaping like a fish freshly pulled from water, yet uttering not a word. "Have you brought it? You fool, why is there no movement?" A tall silhouette appeared beside the door, casting a glance into the yard. Anthony felt compelled to speak. He had visited this place a few times with Hagrid and recalled that this disheveled bartender was the proprietor of the Pig's Head Tavern. He surmised that it would be inappropriate to dive into the barrel in front of its owner, pretending to be a follower of Diogenes of Sinope. I apologize," Anthony said. "I didn't expect to find myself here." He spoke the truth. If he had to end up in some back kitchen, he would have preferred to find himself in the broken cauldron rather than this unfamiliar establishment, reeking of a strong goat odor. "I recognize you," said the goat-stench bartender. "You are the one who came with that giant from Hogwarts." Anthony nodded. "Henry Anthony, a pleasure to meet you, although the circumstances of our encounter are rather peculiar." The nearest boarhead snorted loudly in his direction, prompting Anthony to shift his foot slightly to avoid the spittle landing on his shoe. The bartender gruffly inquired, "So, Anthony, how did you get in here?" A simple answer would be magic, Anthony replied, gesturing toward the barrel beside him. "I was experimenting with some things at school and inadvertently opened a tunnel. No, I didn't intend to dig here. This sudden tunnel exit seemed dictated by the castle. Out of curiosity, I stepped through and found myself here." The bartender strode over, roughly prying open the barrel to peer inside the dark, seemingly endless tunnel. His head was nearly buried within, his disheveled gray hair tangling behind him. "Well, Hogwarts has decided to dig a passageway into my humble tavern," the bartender remarked, his tone ambiguous regarding his belief in Anthony's story. "If you wish, we can return, and I can prove my words to be true," Anthony offered. The bartender shook his head. "No, absolutely not." His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Anthony. "What are you doing at Hogwarts? Defense against the dark arts? I haven't seen you before this academic year." He fixed his penetrating stare upon Anthony, the intensity of his gaze seemingly seeking to delve into the very depths of his soul. Anthony suddenly recognized the striking resemblance between the bartender's blue eyes and those of Dumbledore. He had not previously paid attention to the bartender when he arrived with Hagrid, perhaps because the bartender had not been glaring at him so sharply through his grimy lenses at that time. Instead, he merely sat in the crowded bar, wiping the equally dirty glass mugs. "I've just started my position, teaching 2 grades of Muggle studies," Anthony replied. "Ah, Muggles." The bartender chuckled ambiguously. "Are you managing well, lad?" The tone of his words had already taken on a semblance of casual banter. Anthony heard the bartender mumble something indistinct, something along the lines of "I suppose." He cautiously replied, "I suppose it's not bad enough to warrant immediate dismissal." "Albus never dismisses employees," the bartender remarked, turning to shout at the server who still stood there. "But I am different." "Quite amusing, isn't it? How long has it been? Go change the sign." "Do I need to ask you again?" The server's face turned pale as he reached for a pig's head, grasping its tusks and hoisting it toward the tavern door. Anthony heard the thud of the pig's head colliding with the crowded bar counter, followed by a pained yelp and a few muffled apologies. The bartender cursed under his breath. "As soon as the temp returns, I'll have him replaced. Just wait a moment, Professor." He strode out to oversee the server's work. "Be careful, or you'll end up with the wild boar's head on your own neck." The pig's brain might just be more effective than yours. Upon reaching the entrance, the bartender suddenly turned back to Anthony. Would you care for a drink? After a moment's contemplation, Anthony replied, mead, please. He had previously heard Dumbledore praise the mead from this establishment, though Hagrid had never suggested he order it. Hagrid was the sort who preferred stronger spirits. He handed over the payment to the bartender, whose expression brightened considerably, and soon returned with a goblet of drink. The bartender pried open the bottle cap using the boar's tusks. The golden liquid flowed into the boar's mouth, and it suddenly began to grunt loudly. I truly apologize, Anthony said as he accepted the drink from the bartender. Not at all. I often have uninvited guests here. Among them, you are quite the polite one, the bartender replied, pouring himself a glass as well. The idea of using the barrel is clever, though the timing could use some improvement. At that moment, the server returned, carrying a pig's head that was looking rather sullen. The head seemed to have a foul temper, rolling its eyes at the bartender. The bartender kicked it lightly. Why are there so many pig heads here? Anthony inquired, almost convinced he had stumbled upon some wretched dark wizard's peculiar evil ritual. You don't think our sign has always featured the same pig, do you? The bartender replied. They take turns on duty, of course. After a quick inspection of the backyard, the bartender declared, nothing's missing. You may return now, Professor of Muggle Studies. Anthony hesitated over whether to exit through the front door or to take the passage back to the room of requirement, ultimately deciding to retrace his steps. Under the bartender's watchful gaze, he crawled back into the barrel, peeking out with 2 eyes, bidding farewell to the bartender who was still staring at him. Well then, until we meet again. Until we meet again. But heed this, do not reappear in my yard again, nor emerge from peculiar places, Anthony. If you have come to drink, then enter through the front door, the other party remarked. Anthony nodded, silently vowing that he would never set foot in this bar unless absolutely necessary. The mead at this establishment was so sweet that it felt as though his throat was enveloped in honey. I understand. Thank you, sir, Anthony replied, still unaware of the man's name. The bartender sighed, Dumbledore. Aberforth Dumbledore. Chapter 84, The Corpse of a Mouse. I recognize that expression on your face, Aberforth said with irritation. To answer your question before you even ask, yes. Now be silent. Anthony remained astonished. I had no idea the headmaster had a brother. Although you do bear a striking resemblance, Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth glared down at him. That is an insult, lad. I do not wish to be compared to him. In that moment, Anthony grasped that the relationship between the Dumbledore brothers was fraught with complexity, and one of the hallmarks of a good employee was to refrain from prying into the affairs of one's superiors. The server inquired, why? Aberforth replied with disappointment. It is precisely because you are the headmaster's brother that I came to apply at the Hog's Head. And I hired you, you imbecile. Because you had consumed the Felix Felicis. Aberforth retorted angrily, you are fired. Very well, the server said, still enveloped in disappointment over the bar owner's disrespect towards Headmaster Dumbledore. When Anthony returned to Hogwarts, he found that curfew had long passed. He emerged from the room of requirement and wandered aimlessly through the castle. Recently, an undercurrent of restlessness had settled over the entire castle, and he had a premonition that he would catch a significant number of students wandering the halls that night. Despite it still being mid-February, the professors had begun to feel the pressure of impending final examinations. Professor Burbage urged him to formulate questions post-haste, while Professor McGonagall assigned a mountain of homework, often grading papers in the staff lounge while sipping tea. Snape stalked through the castle with a dark scowl, and Quirrell appeared increasingly pale. At times, Anthony could sense the presence of death emanating from him. He attempted to warn Professor Quirrell. After several subtle hints proved ineffective, Anthony nearly stated outright that death was drawing near. His intention was not to threaten, but merely to articulate a fact. Quirrell nearly fled in fear. Anthony suspected he had indeed frightened him, yet he could not find a more effective way to convey his message. If Quirrell cannot comprehend what Professor Trelawney might have said upon seeing your teacup, then do take care. I suspect that you may truly be nearing your end. Which would not be an unworthy consideration. As he descended the stairs, he encountered his cat. This creature had somehow procured a mouse and was thoroughly entertained by its frantic attempts to evade capture. The cat's temperament had improved remarkably, had it been its former self. This mouse would undoubtedly have met its demise the moment it ventured within 15 meters of the cat's whiskers. After all, Anthony had only prohibited the skeletal cat from harming others, never having imposed restrictions on mice or insects. He approached and took a glance. Could it be a pet of the Weasley family? As the Weasley brothers had enlisted in the brigade heading to the pet rescue station, Anthony was also made aware of the familial traditions regarding their pets. They had shown him a family portrait of the Weasleys, which featured a rather well-traveled pet mouse named Scabbers, having changed hands multiple times within the clan. However, the mouse in the photograph appeared so diminutive that it bore no distinctive traits. The only thing Anthony knew was that the male mouse was quite long-lived and rather sizable. Before him, this mouse was indeed substantial. A cat had pinned its tail, its sharp claws piercing the base of the tail, securing it firmly to the ground. Upon hearing Anthony's voice, The cat looked up at him as if seeking approval. The mouse struggled for a moment, seemingly succumbing to exhaustion, its head drooping as it fainted. Anthony hesitated and uttered, "Let it go," though uncertain if this was the same mouse. He preferred to trouble Filch a bit more rather than risk the life of a first-year Gryffindor's pet. The cat glanced down at the mouse, let out a meow, and relinquished its grip. "Good cat," Anthony remarked as he crouched down to stroke its sleek fur. Just as the cat began to meander beneath the hem of his wizarding robe, the large mouse suddenly opened its eyes, as if it had never fainted, and swiftly scurried away. Anthony watched it flee in a flurry, its steps unsteady from exhaustion, nearly colliding with the wall or tumbling down the stairs. "Quite clever," he commented. Then, from downstairs, there came another yowl from the cat, accompanied by a sharp squeak. Both Anthony and the cat turned their heads toward the staircase. He sighed no way. If that truly was Scabbers, then the skeletal cat would undoubtedly share in the blame for the demise of Ron Weasley's pet. At the very least, it had managed to pierce the mouse's tail. As soon as he descended the stairs, he encountered the gaunt Mrs. Norris, who was clutching a lifeless mouse. Her bulbous eyes fixated on him. "It's me, not a wandering student," Anthony stated, crouching down and extending his hand toward the cat. "Mrs. Norris, may I have that mouse, please?" Mrs. Norris retreated a step while still gripping the mouse, and Anthony's cat darted behind her, casting a menacing glare. After glancing around, Mrs. Norris dropped the mouse onto the ground and sauntered away in displeasure. Anthony felt a twinge of guilt for snatching away the gift she intended for Filch, but overall, his concern lay with the mouse. This mouse, so thoroughly deceased, had now become excellent material for spellcasting. Anthony examined it, but still could not ascertain whether it belonged to the Weasley family. Yes, it was a large mouse. Indeed, it was male, and it did appear somewhat aged. However, longevity was not guaranteed. He even pondered whether, if this were truly the beloved pet of the youngest Weasley son, who supposedly allowed the mouse to sleep on his bed, he should manipulate the mouse's corpse to feign that it was still alive, merely without a heartbeat and as cold as ice. The Weasley brothers interrupted his reverie. They unfortunate encountered Anthony while returning to the castle from the Forbidden Forest. After relinquishing their 10 points, they lifted the mouse to inform Anthony that it was certainly not Scabbers. "It is even larger," Fred remarked. "And it is missing a toe," George added. "Moreover, it is slick and lethargic, preferring to lie down at every opportunity rather than scurry about." In summary, the unfortunate deceased athlete before them bore no relation to the Weasley family. "Splendid. Let us return to the dormitory, Weasley," Anthony said. He wandered through the castle with the dead mouse, attempting to locate Madame Loris to return her gift. However, cats are notoriously elusive. They tend to vanish silently when sought after. As dawn approached, Anthony resolved to dispose of the corpse. He had no intention of using it as his own material. Regardless of its size, it was far too insignificant to serve any purpose for him. Yet, Hogwarts offered no suitable refuse disposal points, and he was not inclined to have someone discover a charred mouse in the fireplace. Suddenly inspired, he approached Barnabas's tapestry, beginning to pace before the white wall. "Grant me a passage to the repository of mouse corpses beneath the castle." A door materialized on the wall. Chapter 85, The Tunnel. Anthony opened the door. This time, there was no landing. Behind the door lay a dark passage, winding downwards into the depths of the castle. He peered through the door, then swung the mouse by its tail a few times before casting it into the passage, sincerely wishing it would find rest in an unknown vast mouse graveyard and reunite with other deceased mice in mouse heaven. However, the passage prepared by the Room of Requirement was not a straightforward refuse chute. He could feel the small corpse lodged at a bend. Lying motionless in the middle of the way, he attempted to maneuver the dead mouse downwards, yet the passage was far longer than he had anticipated, and the mouse quickly slipped beyond his control. Resigned, Anthony gazed at the opening in the ground, sitting on the edge to test it. His cat approached cautiously, peering downwards as well. "You should return," he said, stroking it. The cat looked up at him with eager eyes. "Consider this carefully, cat. I suspect it may not smell pleasant below. At least 3,000 mice are buried here, and it is highly probable that this one's grandfather and great-grandfather are among them, and if luck is on its side, perhaps even its wife and offspring." The cat regarded him with its golden eyes, its tail swaying gently, before rubbing against his arm and back, and then departing. Anthony watched it leave the Room of Requirement, waved his wand to close the door, then held his breath, leaned forward slightly, and slid down the passage. He had not traversed a slide in many years, and had somewhat forgotten how to regulate his speed. After grasping the slick walls a couple of times, he relinquished his efforts and allowed himself to plummet downwards with great velocity. The brilliance of the Wish Grandtier's abode had entirely faded, leaving him in darkness. He could see nothing, only sensing his proximity to the corpse of a mouse, inching ever closer. He collided violently with a wall at a relatively flat turn. Retrieving the lifeless rodent sprawled beside him, and with a push against the wall, he continued his descent. This was genuinely quite exhilarating. Initially, he would estimate his elevation, pondering whether he was on the 5th or 4th floor, perhaps the 2nd. However, as he felt his feline instincts kick in and the corridor twisted sharply several times. He lost all sense of his location. The deeper he descended, the more damp and viscous the passage became. Anthony continued to slide swiftly, his mind pondering which genius had decided to discard the remains of small creatures so profoundly. He sensed himself passing beneath the underground classroom, the potion ingredients of Snape shimmering like a cluster of bright stars in his necromantic perception, swiftly receding from him, while his destination, the Hogwarts small vertebrate cemetery, loomed larger with each passing moment, its most radiant center resembling an unfathomable river, flanked by winding paths akin to his descent into the galaxy. With a resounding thud, Anthony crashed onto the ground, which was a mire of sludge, both damp and sticky. He left the mouse carcass for its companions and rose to his feet. This was a considerable dark stone tunnel, meticulously constructed. Anthony rapped on the walls, which were as solid as if built by gnomes for their own air raid shelter. Scattered around were the remains of various small creatures, primarily mice and ferrets, extending beyond the reach of his necromantic awareness. Curiosity propelled Anthony to continue onward, seeking the terminus of this vast sepulchre. His footsteps echoed in the moist tunnel, guided by the remnants of the deceased. As he embarked on a midnight expedition beneath Hogwarts Castle, suddenly, a colossal obstruction lay ahead. Anthony reached out, feeling a cold entity that was utterly unlike the walls. Resembling some lifeless creature, yet not a corpse, he could not sense any possibility of controlling it. His hands were now slick with mucus and mud, and he was reluctant to touch his wand. Instead, he summoned the nearby skeletal army of small animals, intertwining his fingers, igniting the soul fire beside him. The entire tunnel was instantly transformed into a brilliant blaze, the spectral flames flickering ominously. The deceased creatures burned with soul fire, illuminating what lay ahead, an enormous serpent's skin. "Ah, I see." Anthony addressed the diminutive rodent before him, a basilisk. "Can it truly sate its hunger by consuming you?" Guided by the glow of the soul fire, he navigated through the crevice between the serpent's skin and the wall, continuing to explore the tunnel. Out of caution, he now kept his eyes fully shut, relying solely on the distribution of the corpses to guide his advance. Since his emergence from the grave, this marked the first occasion he consciously wielded such an abundance of necromantic magic while awake. Mice flocked around him, accompanying his unsteady progress forward. His frail, deteriorating skeleton occasionally collapsed onto the damp tunnel floor. Eventually, when not a single controlled mouse remained by his side, Anthony found himself before a wall. Having traversed with his eyes shut, he could only sense the presence of a pathway behind it, leading him to collide forcefully against the barrier. Upon opening his eyes, he sighed and once more gathered the remnants of a serpent-like creature's meal, utilizing their soul fire to examine the wall before him. In the dim glow of the ghostly flames, he discerned two serpents entwined upon the stone surface, their eyes embedded with emeralds that reflected the gaze of a row of smoldering deceased mice. He surmised he must devise a method to breach this wall. A cadre of vengeful spirits, resembling weasels, rushed forward, eagerly assaulting the stone barrier. Anthony typically preferred to employ incorporeal specters for such endeavors, yet found himself thwarted once more. The emeralds within the serpent's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, as if mocking him with sharp derision. He attempted to utilize the spectral mice, but these creatures too failed to leave any mark upon the wall. He recognized that he had yet to employ a method that might prove effective, his own essence. He sensed that surrendering himself to magic, allowing the instincts of necromancy to wholly inhabit his form, could render the entire tunnel insignificant. Even should this door be fortified by formidable enchantments, he could easily excavate an alternative passageway, circumventing the barrier entirely. However, he deemed such an approach unnecessary. Even if a serpent-like creature lay ahead, and with countless students resting above him, he saw no need to incite a seismic upheaval. Humanity is inherently social. Anthony resolved to seek assistance from someone who might possess a solution, such as Professor Dumbledore. Thus, he stood within the tunnel, contemplating another pressing matter: how to return. Chapter 85, The Method. Compounding his frustration, he found himself somewhat disoriented. The subterranean passages twisted and turned in a labyrinthine fashion, and he could no longer recall the precise corner from which he had wandered to this point. Fortunately, the area was replete with corpses. A few small mice scuttled forth. Darting into the fork ahead, Anthony trailed behind them leisurely, sensing their luminous trails fading into the distance. According to the tidings relayed by the mice, no dead ends lay before him. All routes were interconnected. Thus, Anthony marked each path he traversed with a diminutive candlestick fashioned from mice, their eyes aglow with faint soul fire. The uneven walls distorted Anthony's shadow into grotesque shapes, becoming increasingly ominous under the flickering illumination of the spectral flames. He continued along the path illuminated by the broadest flow of magic, marking the route to the wall and dispatching a few unfortunate small creatures at each junction to scout ahead. His monotonous footsteps echoed through the tunnel, accompanied by the occasional drip of water splattering upon the ground. Anthony began to contemplate whether he should summon a few spectral mice, purely for the amusement of playing with them and listening to their squeaks. His cat might not be particularly pleased, yet he increasingly felt the need for companionship. Perhaps he should allow the cat to accompany him. At that moment, he noticed a wandering skeletal mouse had seemingly reached a dead end, anxiously turning in circles before suddenly pausing and jumping in place. Curiously, Anthony glanced at the fork in the path and observed that, under his command, the mouse was desperately attempting to scale the slimy, mud-covered, arched wall directly beneath a passageway leading upwards. He padded over, examined the passage, and grasped the skeletal mouse, placing it within the tunnel. The mouse struggled to claw its way up the steep passage, attempting to advance a few steps. "Never mind," Anthony said, pulling the mouse down and retracting the magic he had cast upon it. The mouse's frame trembled and disintegrated into a pile of fragments before him. This was yet another reason he disliked using necromantic magic. Even though he was aware that the creature was already deceased, each time he rescinded his magic, he felt as if he had taken its life anew. He summoned nearby remnants of bones, stacking them at his feet and beside his hands, and then commenced his ascent. Were he a living being, he would declare that he had engaged in quite a bit of aerobic exercise that night. The stark white bones were suspended in midair by magic, as Anthony ascended towards the House of Wishes, which loomed exceedingly high. Eventually, growing impatient, he resorted to employing more necromantic magic, allowing a throng of skeletal specters to envelop him, automatically lifting their summoner along the path supported by other bones. If given a choice, he would have preferred to summon spectral entities with fur. However, the available specters from the Serpent Monsters cafeteria were quite limited. While the abundance of bones was overwhelming, the House of Wishes awaited him in silence. Anthony tidied his clothes and shoes, stepping through the door pulled open by his summoned entities, glancing back momentarily. Unlike the skeletal cat or spectral chicken that served as pets, he had not invested much necromantic magic into these summoned tools, nor granted them much autonomy. He merely exerted control over them. Unlike the skeletal cat that roamed freely within the castle, these entities would collapse into heaps of broken bones once they strayed beyond the range of his magic. He worried they might become stuck in the passageway, much like the previous deceased mouse. Anthony pointed at a spectral mouse, endowing it with additional magic. "Squeak?" the mouse inquired. "Take these things down," Anthony commanded, "and remain below, do not come out." "Squeak, squeak." Anthony hesitated briefly. "When I come down again, I will find another way to ascend. And you may accompany me then." He hoped his cat would not be too angry. However, when a once-dead mouse, now aware, gazed at him with its beady, dark eyes, pleadingly twitching its whiskers, Anthony found it difficult to utter the words, "Then I shall retract my magic and let you return to the embrace of death. Buzz, honeybee." He addressed the dripping stone beast. Despite the late hour, Anthony made his way to the principal's office below. Dumbledore had once said that his office was always open to Anthony. The gargoyle shifted aside, revealing the staircase leading to the principal's chamber. Professor Sprout had informed Anthony of a peculiar habit of Dumbledore's, although he never frequented the staff room for tea. The second box from the right on the third shelf of the snack cabinet contained the password to the office. For over a month, that box had been filled with buzzing honeycomb sweets. Anthony hoped this was merely due to Dumbledore's laziness in changing the password rather than an indication of his excessive busyness keeping him away from the school. A device that trembled and exhaled smoke stood motionless on the desk, bathed in a serene silvery glow from the moonlight filtering through the half-drawn curtains. Fawkes perched quietly on his stand, gazing at him. "Is the principal in?" Anthony whispered, wary of startling the phoenix. Fawkes, displaying an admirable understanding, glanced at him and then at Dumbledore's desk, softly calling out. Approaching the desk, Anthony discovered a note left behind, temporarily away. "Urgent matters may be directed to Minerva, and for specific dark magic or potion-related injuries, consult Severus. Additionally, should you require assistance, you may reach me through Fawkes." In that moment, Anthony understood why Professor McGonagall had appeared rather unwell upon leaving the principal's office last time. He pondered whether the basilisk fell under urgent matters, dark magic, or if he needed help, much like an operator inquiring whether he sought business consultation, issue feedback, or other services. For a fleeting instant, he felt as though his predicament encompassed all options. Ultimately, he decided to seek out Snape. This was not because he believed the basilisk did not constitute an urgent matter. Though considering the creature had been slumbering beneath the castle for many years, it was hard to deem it an emergency. Rather, it was because McGonagall might be asleep. But based on his perception while passing by Snape's potions classroom in the corridor, either Snape was still awake, or his potion ingredients were merrily celebrating, moving about the room. In either case, he would not bear the guilt of disturbing anyone's peaceful slumber, since Snape was bound to be working late regardless. Perhaps solving his problem would even be somewhat entertaining. He knocked on the door, feeling as though his restless spirit mouse was laboriously transporting bones. "Does 3 o'clock in the morning mean anything to you, Anthony?" Snape snapped as he flung the door open. "A time when neither of us is asleep?" Anthony retorted. The note from the principal sent me to find you. Snape furrowed his brow tightly. Anthony got straight to the point. I have come to request a dead snake. In that instant, he realized how he would need to communicate through that door. He would have to use Parseltongue. Conveniently, he was a remarkably gifted necromancer, capable of controlling any corpse, including that of a snake.